Odd changes remain unchanged. Symbols look at quadrants. If that's the case, Naruto took a deep breath and asked again. May I ask where the lady came from? I am from Fujian. I am from Sichuan and Chongqing. So you are a Sichuan girl. I've heard of you. Naruto bowed. Not a cherry blossom girl, but one who can make you start over with just a piece of earwax. The internet is full of rumors about the strict wife from Sichuan. Kakashi scratched his eyebrow and looked at the two with an increasingly strange expression. The four of them each completed their self-introductions in this strange atmosphere, and Sasuke's revenge speech became indifferent in the silence of the crowd. Kakashi was full of frustration, not only because of Sakura's indifferent reaction throughout, but also when he mentioned that there would be a wilderness survival exercise tomorrow, emphasizing the high elimination rate repeatedly and using a threatening tone to warn not to eat breakfast tomorrow, or they would vomit. Naruto rubbed his nose, then read aloud as if waking from a dream. Wow, what a terrifying task. I have no idea what will happen tomorrow. Sakura adjusted her hair and echoed. This is the test of love. So nervous. Then she deliberately glanced at Sasuke. Among the four people, it seems that only Sasuke is tense throughout, with clenched fists and fingers turning white. Kakashi scratched his eyebrow, feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. Soon, Team 7 disbanded, and Sakura found an empty place. She paused for a moment and then calmly said, Sasuke is probably a local native, and I have observed the other main characters. There are no signs of possession for now. What we can confirm now is that we have taken the roles of the male and female leads. Naruto was slightly surprised. You think about things quite thoroughly. Now we need to figure out the rules of time travel. If this is a group time travel, the plot of Naruto will be completely overturned, and we might also die unexpectedly. Really? Naruto's expression became tense. Anyway, I am a Jinchuriki. Even without Six Paths' help in the early stages, the Nine Tails can help me survive, and it shouldn't be a problem to protect you as well. Sakura shook her head. It's not that simple. It's like playing an old game in multiplayer mode. It's easy when playing alone, but in multiplayer, there are old coins everywhere, and it's hard to guard against them, especially since you and I are the main characters of the story. Naruto listened, his brows furrowing deeply, not because Sakura said anything wrong, but because of the example she used. Old man, have you ever seen a wild hardcore single-player game female player who can breathe? Naruto had lived for over 20 years in his past life, and had only seen videos of Purple Rain unharmed lone wolf boss online. Ahem, tell me honestly. Naruto looked at Sakura, full of suspicion. Are you physically female but psychologically male? Combining Sakura's previous remarks, she said she was from Sichuan and Chongqing. You should know that Sichuan and Chongqing not only produce water-spirited girls, but also produce a type of negative organism called Zero. Are you doubting my gender? Sakura raised an eyebrow. Physically female can't play old man ring? Of course not. Do you play Black Horse? I specifically bought the collector's edition. Now is not the time to discuss this. Ahem. Naruto forcibly brought his thoughts back to the topic, but couldn't help but imagine a burly man with a beard. TSK, hard to say, but it doesn't matter. Willing to buy the collector's edition of Black Horse is considered a good person. Naruto, what are your plans now? I will quickly cultivate my monstrous strength, learn some close combat techniques. You should negotiate with the Nine Tails as soon as possible. It's time to collect rent. Just speed up the progress. We have to race against time, but at the same time, we should try to follow the plot, so we can always have first-hand information. Sakura nodded, then said, let's stop here. We shouldn't stay together for too long. You are the Jinchuriki. The third Hokage may send someone to monitor you. Very cautious. Naruto clicked his tongue. By the way, if I establish friendly relationships with other female ninjas later, you shouldn't mind, right? Sakura expressionless. You men who time travel only think about these things. Don't be so rigid. I can also help you pursue Sasuke. Sigh. Kakashi. Sakura glared at Naruto fiercely. Scumbag. Naruto helplessly shrugged. Big sister, do you have some kind of complex? Sakura coldly replied. I don't think it's meaningful. Instead of thinking about these trivial matters, it's better to think about how to survive here. With that, she turned to leave. Wait, what about the exercise tomorrow? I'll borrow Kurama to spar with Kakashi and practice chakra. Is it necessary? Sakura turned her head. You go set up traps early tomorrow, then we'll go through the process. After moving Kakashi, we'll end it with a flourish. Smart. Naruto grinned and raised his thumb. But I really want to spar with Kakashi. After all, I've never fought anyone in my past life. Sakura thought for a moment and said, if you want to fight, it's fine, but we still have to follow the process in the end. In the evening, Naruto finished eating instant noodles, crossed his legs and sat on the bed, completely immersed in his thoughts. In a daze, he realized that his body was slowly sinking. The surrounding space was starting to become damp, accompanied by the sound of dripping water and gusts of cold wind. Naruto opened his eyes, curiously looking around as he walked forward. Soon, he arrived at a tall gate, faintly sensing the heavy breath coming towards him, carrying a hint of fishy smell. Naruto looked ahead and said lightly, "Stop pretending to sleep. Let's talk." A strong roar came, accompanied by crimson eyes wide open, slowly approaching Naruto. "Kid, why disturb my slumber?" The Ninetales' heavy voice echoed in the cramped space, causing a stir around. "I will come find you tomorrow. Lend me some chakra then." The Ninetales' huge eyes narrowed slightly. "Why should I listen to you? Because only I can help you break the seal." Naruto chuckled. "This is a deal. You give me chakra, I give you freedom." "Kid, you think your lies are clever. First, I'm not called Kid. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. Remember that. Secondly, believe it or not, I have nothing to lose," Naruto said, then left without looking back, quickly returning to reality. Perhaps due to the crossing, Naruto can clearly feel that his control over the soul is far stronger than the original Naruto. The Ninetales tasted Naruto's recent remarks and fell silent. "Did you talk?" Comrade Ninetales deeply realizes the importance and urgency of work, and will fulfill his duties effectively, strengthen cooperation, and form a joint workforce. In plain language, sorry, I used to write speeches for the leaders. Muscle memory. Anyway, I scared him, but to get his chakra, I have to take it slowly. So, let's follow the process today. No rush, just deal with him. The text contains dialogue in terms specific to a certain context, making it difficult to provide a meaningful translation. Sasuke on the side listened more and more confused. Soul travel terms NPC. What does all this have to do with each other? But his prideful heart made him resist his curiosity, just turning his head to the side, calculating when Kakashi would arrive. Soon, accompanied by the sound of white smoke, Kakashi arrived late. "Good morning, everyone," Kakashi lazily greeted, expecting the three of them to be indignant and question why he was so late. However, Naruto stepped forward and said, "Truly the leader, giving us a vivid lesson on the first day." "Sakura, what lesson?" "Slacking off." The leader held the posture of a high-ranking ninja without moving for a long time, which is worth learning from. Naruto even winked at Kakashi, making Kakashi's emotions somewhat inconsistent. "Ahem, I met an old lady on the way here." "That's right." Naruto grinned. "Next time, tell me which street, and I'll go help too." Kakashi was speechless, scratching his head helplessly, then proceeded to explain the rules to the three of them. "In short, without the determination to kill me, you won't be able to grab the bells." Kakashi glanced at the three of them, Sasuke looking tense and the most normal. Naruto and Sakura had deliberate expressions, but their eyes showed no fear, especially the former, who could clearly feel his excitement. "Interesting fellows," Kakashi thought to himself. "Let me see what you're capable of. Well then, the exercise begins. Here we go." Naruto smiled in his mind. The biggest difference between him and the original Naruto, to say the least, is that he understands the plot and has social experience of his own, so there's no way in hell he's going to be angered by Kakashi's tricks. However, Makeout Paradise can also be Kakashi's weakness. "Chief, I don't suppose you've been watching the recent super hit Makeout Paradise?" Naruto took it in stride. "Huh?" Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "You can't read this kind of book if you're underage, right?" "I haven't read it," Naruto shrugged, "but I met the author of the book the other day, with long hair like an immortal, and talked to me about the plot behind the book." Naruto idly said, "Kakashi-sensei, you don't want me to dramatize the later episodes, do you?" Kakashi's dead eyes finally stopped being calm. "Wait, how did you happen to meet the author so coincidentally?" "So I said, the grand finale of Makeout Heaven." "Wait." Kakashi was startled and subconsciously covered his ears. Sakura, who was hiding in the bushes on the side, snorted and immediately understood Naruto's thoughts. Sasuke, who was on the other side of the room, was in awe at the sight. "Good chance." He quickly pulled out a shuriken and threw it violently in Kakashi's direction. Meanwhile, Sakura crept around behind Kakashi and waited for a break to appear. The trio completed a match between the invisible. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sword in his hand stabbed at Kakashi with precision, but as if he had eyes in his back, his body shortened downward to avoid the attack. The sword in his hand crossed over Kakashi and stabbed in Naruto's direction. "Ha ha, and without telling me." Naruto glanced in Sasuke's direction and lurched his body to the side, narrowly dodging the shuriken. While at that moment Sakura moved closer to Kakashi and brought her hand straight to the bell at her waist. At that moment, Kakashi, who had his hands over his ears, let out a soft laugh. One of the ninja tactical insights. Physical arts. Naruto's scalp tingled as he subconsciously shouted, "Sakura, duck!" Meanwhile, a brainstorming session unfolded in his mind. On purpose. This guy definitely did it on purpose. First, deliberately sell a break. Wait for Sasuke Sakura to strike and then instantly lock the position of the two. And then followed by a set of counterattacks. It only took a few short seconds to neutralize the attack and take control of the fight. So much for Naruto getting a taste of Kakashi's power. Although he had grasped the memories of his previous life, it was still a drop in the bucket to forcefully deal with Kakashi with his current strength. But it wasn't Naruto's intention to force cooperation with the Nine Tails over this, and he didn't want to fight Kakashi to the death. Might as well. For a change of pace. Chapter 4: The Nature of the Bell Quest. Unsurprisingly for Naruto, the moment Sakura went up, Kakashi, as if he had eyes behind his back, sidestepped his body slightly, easily catching her punch in his palm and using the after effects to dart back. Sakura laughed softly, her eyes flowing as she instead ran in the opposite direction and began to converge on Naruto's direction. At that exact moment, the two of them locked eyes. Sakura was as calm as water, hiding as much of the sharpness in her eyes as she could, meeting Kakashi's eyes head-on without a hint of retreat. Kakashi surveyed Sakura with interest. No head irons, no uptightness, take what you can get. Like a poodle in the bushes jumping you in the face and hitting you with a set, then drilling back without hesitation after realizing that your bloodline is still healthy. Patience, restraint, and a thick skin. Kakashi had a steep idea. This would probably be the toughest trio he'd ever encountered. Naruto is sinister. Sakura is calm. Plus Sasuke, who has the strongest combination of qualities. Interesting, but I won't give you guys a pass for now, Kakashi thought in his mind. He had seen many such people with superior natural talent and strength. But it doesn't matter. At this point, Sakura darted over to Naruto. Had enough of the juggling? Naruto stared straight at Kakashi. Try another move. Want to beat him so badly? That's not true. Naruto smirked. I'm going to beat him by just turning on the Nine Tails hang and be done with it. I'm going to engage in experiments to see just how far we can go as an Earth. At first, Naruto's idea was to just go through the plot, pick up a girl and start a harem on the side. But Sakura's words made him realize the severity of the problem. This isn't some kingly hot-blooded tale of the chosen one crossing over into the Naruto world, but a group war story where all beings can be strong. Just ask, if someone wears a hostile force, such as Nagato, Bandit, or Spot, when the time comes it will either be a battlefield dance or a unison dance for everyone. So Naruto not only gathers the fox fur of the Nine Tails, but also explores all possibilities outwardly and turns those experiences into his sustenance. You're talking too much about it. What the hell is a test? Sakura wondered. You'll know when you see it. Naruto gave up his offense straight away and looked at Kakashi with a smirk. Chief, it's not going to be fun for us to fight like this. Is that so? Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Rules are rules, and if you don't grab the bell on time, I'll be sure to send you back to ninja school. Sakura wondered what could come out of such a conversation. Naruto clasped his hands to his chest. Chief, you're a shinobi. There's no way the three of us could rob you even if we worked together any better. The key to this mission is teamwork. Surely it's no good going it alone, right? Kakashi nodded. You don't look like a hangdog at all. Sasuke stared straight at Naruto, waves rippling through his mind. But I think there's another mystery here, and that's the number of bells. With only 2 and yet we're asked to work as a team. It's obvious that we'll implode. Naruto was silent and suddenly said coldly, this mission, it's meant to make one of us sacrifice, isn't it? It was so quiet all around that you could only hear the wind. Sasuke pursed his lips as a violent crash came from his chest. He naturally noticed the number of bells, but he pressed on with teamwork and never thought about sacrifice. His shock lay in the fact that it took Naruto only a moment to break down the nature of this mission. It's like a group of people getting together to play riddles, and when they're at a loss, some dodgy guy comes along and glances at them and blurts out the right answer. Is that reasonable? It's not reasonable at all. Kakashi looked to Naruto with an approving look. You are very resourceful, and sacrifice is the essence of this mission. But why did you just say that this mission is pointless? Don't you think that contradicts itself? Naruto laughed. If the chief is genuinely willing to test it, there's no need to guard us tightly, because the key to the mission is how to distribute the bells. And grabbing the bells is just checking if we have teamwork. We cooperated, but you still forbade us to see success and proceed to the next step, which defeats the original purpose of the test. Sakura listened, her mind clearing. Turns out he was going to mouth Kakashi, and he was going to do it in a way that didn't go with the plot. According to the plot, the 7th class was the first class Kakashi officially took, and all the others were beaten back to shinobi school by Kakashi. Kakashi was convinced of Beltway's point, teammates are more important than the mission, and those who don't value their teammates are worse than trash. Kakashi would only give a pass if he showed this tendency in the test, but that contradicts the sacrifice the mission demands. Ninjas are like Earth's mercenaries, Their duty is to complete the mission. Is it possible that it's because you guys aren't working together well enough? Kakashi shook his head dismissively. Let's just say that what you guys just did was really not as good as not being shinobi. Naruto laughed at that. You shinobi who play mind games have dirty hearts. He didn't move on the surface. The fact that we both graduated from ninja school means that our overall quality is over the top. So you don't have to agitate. Why don't we just do this? You give the bell to Sakura and Sasuke, and I'll go back to ninjutsu school and retool. Kakashi's heart fluttered. You're going to sacrifice yourself? Naruto said easily. Not only am I going to complete the mission, but I'm going to keep my teammates from getting knocked back to shinobi school. Are you satisfied now? Kakashi was silent. A one-eyed, short-haired figure emerged beside him and gently tapped him on the shoulder. Are you going to let them pass? Kakashi turned his head and the young Uchiha Bandai was looking at him with a smile on his face. He hasn't told me the answer yet. Kakashi turned to the three. Do you think the ninja world is so simple? Naruto, I'm going to pass you now. And both of your teammates should stop being ninjas. Naruto cocked his head, not responding. All Sakura wanted to do was yawn as she listened. Sasuke looks at Naruto, then at Sakura, then at Naruto, then at Sakura. How come I'm the only one who looks more panicked? In fact, Sasuke was both shocked by Naruto's determination and angered by Kakashi's comments. There's also Sakura, who is expressionless the entire time. And Sasuke says he'll turn around and get the village doctor to cure her facial paralysis. But it was still Naruto who was the most difficult for him to accept. Who told you to be so cool? And you're allowed to sacrifice yourself in such a righteous manner? Why do you have to be so arrogant? Sasuke couldn't help but recall that night strewn with blood, when he, who had survived under his brother's scythe, had to shoulder both the hatred and the future of the one clan on his own. Every day is either cultivation or a constant whirl of painful memories, and even the top grades are subjected to endless comments from passers-by every day. After all that, what's the point of not being a ninja? Would it be any worse than it was before? Let me. Sasuke spoke shakily, his voice following his body as it began to shake slightly. I'll be the one to make the sacrifice. Ha? Naruto turned his head in surprise. You think I'd kid sacrificed what? No revenge? Sasuke glared hard at Naruto. Naruto, what are you doing trying to be a hero in front of everyone? What do you know about sacrificing yourself when you're obviously a hangman? Kakashi, give the bell to those two guys and I'll exit on my own. Naruto was a bit helpless. There was no need to fight for first place in something like quitting, was there? Sakura looked at the duo. I'd better go back. I'm afraid these two jokers will kill themselves in a fit of rage later. Naruto. Kakashi was silent again. Chapter 5. How hard can it be for a man to persevere? These kids, don't they realize the gravity of the situation at all? Kakashi took a deep breath. Have you ever thought that if you give up this time, you'll never have the chance to be a ninja again? Naruto shrugged. I know, but I gave it up voluntarily for my companion. No big deal. Sasuke gritted his teeth. They don't know anything. Why don't you let me? Sakura, why don't you two just fight? Naruto. The Bandicoot Phantom beside Kakashi rapped. It's inscrutable how these kids are willing to sacrifice themselves for each other when they're clearly stumbling. Kakashi couldn't help but sigh in his mind. But Naruto was right about one thing. If I had the chance, I would trade myself for your life. You're a companion I hold dear. Bando. The figure of Bandito beside him slowly disappeared, leaving only a wisp of smoke. Kakashi looked at the three seriously. You can give it up. It's your right, but it would be pointless to give it all up. Take your pick. Who are you going to let out? Sakura, who was on the sidelines, did not speak easily. She understood that the next answer would be very crucial, but for some reason, she wanted to see what kind of job Naruto could pull off. Sasuke immediately tried to speak, but his mouth opened and closed as if it were stuck in his throat. Naruto looked at Sasuke and then at Sakura. What? I'll take the blame for saying the wrong thing later? Then I'm welcome, ha. I suggest that all three of us give up. Naruto laughed. Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi all froze. Naruto paused for a moment and slowly said, don't the guys think that the ninja profession isn't much fun? Kakashi looked to him. Why do you say that? In order to accomplish our mission efficiently, we have to suppress our emotions, go against our humanity, and even fight in the same room. Such a ninja. Don't do it. Naruto's volume rose steeply. Sasuke, you said yesterday that your dream was to revitalize your family and complete your revenge. But if you're sacrificed to fulfill a commissioned mission, then you're still a dir of revenge. Sakura, I've met your parents. They're not great men. They're not after heroes, but they want to send their daughters to the front line like great men. What's the point? For luck? As for me, I just want to live as a normal person. Speaking of which, Naruto in his previous life had been labeled as a bastard by those around him because he was seen by his co-workers drawing cards from Ryohara in Avalanche Iron. Not only that, but in their opinion, Playing Harakami is horror-ratting. Watching tomatoes is obsessing over paparazzi. Playing with JoJo terriers is being bewitched. Buying cereal is being stupid and having too much money. And discussing manga plots is being out of touch. These unkind remarks will continue to fester and eventually turn into simple and crude labeling. And thus titles such as Kobold and Rat are born. Then, as a social animal, he couldn't stand it and raged for an afternoon in a fit of rage. I want people to recognize me. But if the price is abandoning my teammates and dimming my humanity, then so be it. Being a ninja isn't the only thing you can be recognized for. You can do other things too. Sasuke, is becoming a ninja the only way to get revenge? I can start drilling with you today. We'll go to the library to learn ninjutsu, go to the training grounds to spar, and go to the strongest people to compete in spar. Sakura, I'm willing to accompany you in everything you want to do, starting with fighting off all the underhanded and pretentious men in the village, and then castrating all the men who play with women so they can never stand up straight. Except for me. Sakura snorted out a laugh. Unaffected. Naruto looked back to Kakashi, who was looking progressively dumber. Chief, I'll run an errand for you on the latest copy of Makeout Paradise if I can spare the time. And the movie version too. Sakura was expressionless. Believe it or not, I'll report you to the Kiba brass for underage pornography? Sorry, mouthpiece. Sasuke couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising slightly. Naruto, what are you trying to say? I'd say Naruto laughed. If the concept of ninja is dirty, then you don't have to become one. If the world is twisted, then go change it. Following the twisted rules of this world will never lead to a way out. So it's better to change it and come out with a completely new path. But, Kakashi couldn't help but interrupt. Wouldn't this path be too difficult? Naruto smiled faintly. Beside him, a white-robed black-haired silhouette stood silently, sword eyebrows slanting into the temples, eyes narrow and deep, a head of long black hair in the wind fluttering recklessly. Between his hands and feet is dangerous and powerful. If you were shaking the een, a powerful piece of music would probably be playing at this point. The man who lived in the age of the net laughed out softly. How hard can it be for a person to persevere? Naruto yelled at the sky. How hard can it be for one person to hold on to? The barn has a surplus of rice, and the chest is sharp. There is a saying, the spring and autumn cicadas chirp against the world, and the ambition of the hegemony is not yet willing to be ambushed. Who will not be convinced by the wise and clever compulsion of the saints? Who will laugh at the living beings? There was silence all around. Only a few people's ragged breaths drumming rhythmically in the air. Sasuke's heart was pounding. His chest was overflowing with juvenile intentions, and he seemed to want to run to the skunk on the spot and fight him with a set of mojo juvenile punches. Sakura can hardly hide the laughter. Only to sigh Naruto world no cell phone, or high and low to record this to send the tiger poker. So that Naruto and Water Friend's affectionate discussion of genealogy. Kakashi was shocked, but smiled, sighed, and felt more than a little relief in his heart. What about you guys? He looked to Sasuke and Sakura. Sakura spread her hands. I'm afraid Naruto really went off to spar with the lower head guy and I had to stop him. Sasuke froze first, then snorted coldly. I don't need the name of shinobi, and I can't do anything to betray my companions. Kakashi nodded his head, feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. There's nothing more to say. So, this mission. Kakashi looked to the three. You guys, you're all qualified. Sasuke's eyes widened outright. Passed? Sasuke couldn't help but speak. Why? Didn't we fail this mission? You have not failed. Kakashi shook his head. Indeed, it is a shinobi's job to put aside their emotions and accomplish their mission efficiently. He paused for a moment, then added, but as Naruto said, in order to abandon his teammates to complete the mission. This kind of person, he's not even as good as trash. Kakashi looked seriously at Naruto. I like your ideals, but I'd still like you to operate as a ninja next. Naruto, there are many injustices in this world, but as long as there are people around, the injustices of the world have a chance to be remedied. Kakashi took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes into a curved crescent. I will protect you before you change the world. Sasuke listened, and his mind was clear. Naruto was slightly startled, his gaze softening as he followed. Kakashi was still the same Kakashi. He doesn't change just because of the direction of the plot. He'll always be the same Asasai-sensei who's all about his companions. Unfortunately, your beloved too is responsible for your master's death. Kakashi's promises are not made strong by his gentleness. Kakashi, after that, will officially take on commissions from the Land of Fire as Class 7. So, dismissed. The bell task comes to an end. Sakura and Naruto made a trip to Ichiraku Ramen to fix food, then found a deserted spot. Tell me about it, Sakura said, leaning her back against the wall and looking at Naruto seriously. What the hell were you thinking? Why did you force your mouth on Kakashi without following the plot? Chapter 6, Witty Everyday Life. One question before I answer yours, Naruto said with a low chuckle. Why does Naruto's mouth work every time? Sakura's expression stiffened slightly. Because he's the main character? Right. Naruto nodded. We watched the original for the first time, and at first glance we thought Naruto's words were infectious, and that the anime would be interspersed with reminiscences and touching BGM, but in reality his words wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. But we travelers are different. We know the main character's personalities, weaknesses, and abilities, and we're perfectly capable of drugging them. This time the mouthpiece against Kakashi is an attempt, and the results of the attempt show that the direction of the plot can be changed, and that the potential of the mouthpiece is incomparably greater. Sakura listened and nodded. It's the equivalent of playing Dark Souls multi-weekly speed passes, taking the evil way to get the NPC card bug and getting the quest rewards early. Pretty much. Anyway, from now on we're going to use our mouths a lot more, but at the same time we're going to make sure that the plot direction doesn't change drastically, and maintain the traveler's information advantage. Not a bad idea. But the protagonist group may have changes due to your mouthpiece. And you have to be careful that there may still be Earthlings crossing over. Understood. We'll casually follow some Durang quests for a few days, and when the copy of Waveland is painted, we'll know if there are any other travelers when we make a trip out. Naruto said goodbye to Sakura and went back to his home, cross-legged and ready to enter the mental space. He's going to talk to Comrade Ninetales. With his eyelids tightly closed and his mind sinking downward, Naruto could clearly feel the space around him change significantly, and this time, his senses seemed to have become even sharper. Both eyes opened. My grip on this space seems to have gotten a little stronger, Naruto murmured softly, his feet stepping forward several steep steps. Is this the golden finger for coming to this world? Naruto took a quick step, the space around him flying backward. He quickly came to the huge iron gate in front of Ninetales. Unlike before, a pair of scarlet eyes larger than Naruto's body were pressing straight into Naruto, as if sensing something about Naruto's arrival. How's that for consideration? Naruto looked flatly at Ninetales. Maelstrom Vortex Naruto. Ninetales chewed on Naruto's name. There are few people like you, who are obviously incredibly weak, yet incredibly rampant. As it said this, the human words that came out of its mouth shook in the air as if it had experienced a small earthquake. TSK, TSK, TSK. Naruto shook his head. You really don't know anything about me. Let's just say that just suppressing this space cost me half of my chakra. And even then, I was able to summon thousands of shadow doppelgangers. Ninetales snorted. It's just an ability that the Vortex clan was born with. It's no big deal. It's not like you need to borrow my power. Wrong. Naruto shook his head again. I didn't come here to trade with you, but to inform you. Naruto paused and said, you're now, for the time being, of no what use. Better to be honest and be kept here by me for a while. Ninetales was silent for a long time, and the surrounding space did not become quiet because of this, but instead began to vaguely appear to be crumbling. A hint of blood-red chakra began to slowly overflow down the doorway towards Naruto. Kid, you don't think you're invincible after passing one test, do you? The corners of Ninetales' mouth split open, revealing its lofty gums. Now I'll show you how grand the gap between you and I is. Without fear, Naruto simply stretched out his right index finger, swinging it from side to side towards the Ninetales, and then he lifted his mind violently upwards. With a snap of his fingers, Naruto's mind leapt out of mental space like a fish out of a pond. The surroundings become home again. Naruto's wet sweat dampened his shirt as he jumped out of bed and took several deep breaths, stroking his wildly beating heart. Naruto grinned and chuckled. It feels like giant phobia is coming on. Frankly, he was still a little uncomfortable with such a huge Ninetale. This can only be left to time and gradual desensitization through high-frequency conversations. But on the other hand, Naruto was quite happy with the current progress. Why didn't he just accept Ninetales' chakra? For one thing, that chakra contained too much negativity. And for another, he needed to devalue the Ninetales through this repeated pull, also known as PUA. This job Naruto familiar in his previous life, when he was brushing the company's copy, the leader often used too little seniority, lack of innovation, family situation is not as good as the same period and so on to encourage him to use unpaid overtime to make up for the gap between him and his coworkers. He used unpaid overtime to make up for the gap between him and his colleagues. It's all ing bull. Some of the 985 in the fall. Some even Excel do not understand. It is not hand in hand with the work to ensure that the task is completed on time, but the process has taught him the true meaning of PUA. As long as one keeps devaluing others to about the same level as oneself, then one is valuable. Just like that bald-ass leader of his. Now, he had to keep talking down the value of the Ninetales, and in this way, he would be able to bring the Ninetales down to about the same level as himself, and the talk, by judgment, pow, afterward would go smoothly. In the evening, Naruto went to Ichiraku Ramen to fix his meal, and he found that Uncle Tazaku's ramen fascinated him more and more, and even the thought of the smell of barbecued pork made his mouth water. Is there Otanishi's potent medicine in the barbecue? After eating and drinking, he hoofed it to the practice field and began practicing from hand-to-hand combat. Naruto was well aware that at this stage, his chakra was going to be used to suppress the nine tails, so practicing the new jutsu would be twice as effective. Wait a while before adding Spiral Maru to the curriculum. Interestingly, he also met Sakura at the martial arts practice grounds, who was drumming up some new jutsu he couldn't understand. Instead of inviting Naruto to join her in her training, Sakura completes her training on her own. Another role king. Naruto muttered and continued practicing. The more his mind wondered about the true nature of Sakura in this shell. Well, Naruto still can't decide if she's a real sister or a scheming Muzero. And so, some time passed. Naruto's life began to become more and more regular, completing low-level tasks, practicing, studying, and going through the cycle. He began to take time to go to the library and relearn some of the theory of ninjutsu, filling the empty mind of the original owner with knowledge. And some late nights, Naruto would go into his mental space to talk to Nine Tails if he couldn't sleep. It's largely the same PUA rhetoric, infinitely belittling what the Nine Tails can do, but not borrowing a single drop of chakra either, and pissing the latter off to no end. Nine Tails was getting more and more desperate to prove himself, but Naruto didn't care about that. Sometimes when he got tired of practicing, he dived into the mind space at light speed, beat up the Nine Tails with an official scolding, and then returned to reality at light speed again. Phew, cool. And in the midst of this peaceful routine, two unsettling events occurred. Chapter 7, I don't feel like there are any other travelers. The first thing that happened was the addition of Sasuke. He still had a vivid memory of Naruto's comments that day, and after completing several D-rank missions together, he had spotted Naruto practicing his shuriken techniques at the practice grounds on several occasions. Isn't that a coincidence? He himself is a master of the art of shuriken, who was heavily indoctrinated by his brother, compared to his contemporaries. Thus, at one point when Sasuke caught yet another glimpse of Naruto's training, he squirmed and pointed out one of Naruto's deficiencies. Naruto was instantly energized. Yo, you're here to guide me, aren't you? Why should I listen to you? Are you good at your shuriken technique? Naruto spat, questioning Sasuke's ability. Sakura, who was practicing on the side, stopped and ate the melon with interest. You've got a couple of moves wrong. It's not going to kill you if you throw it like that. I can't say. If Mr. Sasuke, the man-maniac, pitched it like that, it might be lethal. What did you say? Sasuke instantly exploded a bit. I won't be convinced until you show me how it's done. Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground and gestured for Sasuke to begin his performance. Sasuke forced down the anger in his heart and pulled out a string of bittersweet and threw it in a vicious breath, hitting the bullseye of several stakes in front of him with precision. Sasuke-kun is pretty good. Sakura applauded and made a blank face. Ha! I didn't even look at it at all before I cast it. Not really, not really. Naruto waved his hand. Sasuke's veins were exposed on the back of his hand. Try it if you dare. No try. No try. Isn't that falling into the self-evident trap? Naruto leapt up, grinning. How about this? The two of us, together, use our grades to compete. Just compare. A few moments later. That doesn't count. You were just standing around pestering me and interfering with my power. Naruto shrugged. Ha, it's obvious that you're holding the bitterness in your hand in the wrong position. You have to pinch down at the bottom, pull your arm back to build up strength, and you have to rotate your body along with it. ABA. Naruto spoke perfunctorily, but mentally memorized the points Sasuke had made. One more time before I convince you. TSK, never mind. You're sure to harass me again anyway. No point. Naruto, you. Again. Sakura forced a smile on her face as she watched the duo keep throwing while keeping the points in her mind as well. You're too strong, and you're sure to fly over the target in real combat. Look at the wind. It's just going to be a stronger pitch against the wind. Don't freeze at the waist and shoulders. Drive your body together. Without realizing it, an afternoon passed. You speak as if there is a grain of truth in that. Naruto stretched out his right hand to pinch out a thin outline. I've only grown 1,000,000%. Sasuke, on the other hand, turned his head away, looking like he didn't want to talk to Naruto. But in truth, it was one of the most fulfilling afternoons he'd ever had. He hadn't talked this much to anyone his own age in a long time. Also, he kept correcting Naruto's stance, and Naruto's throwing hits gradually improved. A process that also gave him an unexpected sense of accomplishment. It was as if the master's aura had been turned on, making Sasuke a little horny for a moment. Day 2. Day 3. From time to time, Sasuke stumbles upon Naruto practicing, and then begins to point out to him that he can't stand to watch. During this time, Sasuke and Sakura were following along and growing rapidly. Sometimes Sakura goes to the kiosk to buy 3 bottles of water and makes the occasional cameo as a working girl picking up bittersweet goods. Of course, Naruto and Sasuke continue to bicker mainly. The trio's understanding had also continued to improve, and according to Naruto's own estimation, the strength of the Class 7 trio had far exceeded that of the original at the same time. And the second thing is quite interesting to say. Ever since Sasuke started practicing with the Nara-Sakura duo, his own self-imposed traffic has attracted some contemporaries to stop and watch. Most of them were teenage girls who had crushes on him during the same period. After all, before, Sasuke-kun would find an unoccupied place to train by himself after doing a quest. Nobody knows where he is. Aside from the little girls with crushes on Sasuke, there were also some boys passing by whose attention was quickly drawn to Haruno Sakura. This Shao Sakura from Chuanyu, whose character is completely different from the original owner, completely quit reading manga, visiting flower stores and other recreational activities after crossing over, and devoted herself to cultivation. According to her own words, this is called a single player stuck in a map to brush up their leveling, and then when they are more capable, they will be able to make a copy, which will have an extreme feeling of exhilaration. Naruto said, "This is not the king to go to the bronze game to fry fish." Then the back of his head delights in a blow from Sakura, and his head swells out into a basketball-sized bag. Yes, her brute strength grew extremely fast. And so, a habit of bunching high ponytails, not shopping, not perm, not more beeping, no golden fingers, fully devoted to cultivation, purely relying on technology and brute force of ninjutsu battle Sakura. Hooray! Even Ino put aside his Sasuke agenda for a while and began to care about whether Sakura had recently taken the wrong medication. Sakura's reply was very succinct. "Don't disturb my old man's cultivation." This extreme attitude quickly captured the hearts and minds of several young boys. You know, your Sakura-san was once passionately pursued by Shaoli, and there's absolutely no problem with her face value. It's also just that the original owner's pre-existing anticlimactic relationship brain plus flirting with Naruto's orphan counterpart got a lot of roadkill sprayed off by Sasuke. With that, Sakura began to be courted by some of her contemporaries' boys. At first, out of politeness, she politely declined all the boys' kind offers. In time, people with head irons began to guard Sakura's doorstep, shushing her every day. Sakura was so overwhelmed that her mind exploded a bit at one point. Then, to put an end to this endless pursuit once and for all, she picked a windy day and asked a random boy, "Do you have any Kobo books?" Ha! The boy was confused, and at the same time, Naruto, who was eating from the sidelines, was completely confused. "Do you have any Kobo books?" Sakura asked again. I did." The boy racked his brain and decided to go along with Sakura's words. He couldn't help but brainstorm a scene that would be inappropriate for children. The kind that wouldn't pass muster at the starting point. "There isn't there?" Sakura nodded. "Hurry up and read it if you have it. It's quite annoying talking to you." The boys were petrified on the spot. Naruto mentally said, "I'm tired of a big groove," and then whirled around and desperately covered his mouth as he laughed maniacally in his mind. "Congratulations! This little old man can now immediately cross over to the Lord of the Boudoir and take the Joker's potion." This shocking comment spreads instantly, and so Haruno Sakura is labeled as toxic, while at the same time, the boys who were planning to pursue her also lay down. During this time, there were also some shrimp-headed men who started a yellow rumor about Sakura. When Naruto heard about it, he said that he was not ashamed of his little life, and then pulled Sasuke to beat up all these people. Time passes quickly. Today, Class 7 took on the task of helping the big man catch a cat. According to the plot, Naruto will make a big fuss after completing the mission, and then the Sandame goes along with it and lets them take on the task of escorting the Land of Wave. Naruto said hello to Sakura before he left. "Brush up on your copy of Bani no Kuni soon," Naruto added as he straightened his jutsu bag. "I've been observing for a while now, and there's no sign of any travelers on Kiba's side. It's reasonable to assume that there won't be any other travelers besides the two of us." "Well, actually, I have a feeling there aren't any other travelers." Sakura didn't respond, just rubbed her eyes. Her right eyelid had just been jumping. Chapter 8, Where's the puddle? I asked you where the puddle is. Sakura had a vague sense of foreboding. You can't take this lightly, and this time out of the village you have to pay close attention to anything that deviates from the original. Naruto nodded lightly. Don't worry, I can sink into spirit space instantly now. If there is an emergency, you immediately ask Nine Tails to pay the rent. The big deal is that you can rip off the ceiling door sigil for good measure and stick it back on anyway. Soon the day of catches arrived. The trio's physical skills are vastly improved compared to the original, so the kitten is quickly choked to the back of Naruto's fate. Seeing the kitten's teeth and claws open and trying to scratch Naruto's face, Naruto immediately says he's going to learn from Pan Hong and treat the kitten to a dragon fruit, before being stopped by Sakura. The scared kitten was handed over to Daimyo's wife without incident. Naruto also turns on his demon making in a smooth manner, only to see him sitting cross-legged on the ground. He first stretched his waist, and then slowly said, "Is this the village's mission?" When it's really not technical at all. Iruka, who was sitting next to Michio, became furious and yelled, "Idiots! You guys don't even have any experience. To start with simple tasks to gain experience. That's how everyone gets there." Who is everyone? Don't know. Naruto scratched his eyebrow. All I know is that I can catch a month's worth of cats in a day. This one next to me is practicing the water transportation technique. And Sasuke, not to mention, was proficient in all of the fire transportation techniques of the Uchiha clan before he graduated. It's worth mentioning that Sakura has water in her chakra nature, and she's already practicing some of the regular water escape techniques in order to brush up on her copy of Waveland. Oh, it's good for young people to be driven. Hinata, who was on the sidelines, exhaled a smoke ring, and was about to explain Kiba's quest hierarchy to a few people. Naruto interrupted Hinata casting the spell. "Stop, we're aware of all this. Send us C-rank missions, or else give us all the D-rank missions for this year, and we'll get our annual vacation early if we finish our performance early." Kakashi had some pockets of face to catch Naruto, and the latter preempted his preemptions and simply disengaged his shadow doppelganger. Instead, the main body is Daz, an NPC who secretly observes the land of waves from behind a door. Naruto hid in the dead center behind the wall, watching carefully and intently as a slightly inebriated Daz paced from side to side. The posture and demeanor did not look like they had been taken over, and there seemed to be no problem. After a few more moments, Daz pushed his way into the house when he heard the daybreak command. Naruto whirled away and headed to the Konoha ninjutsu store to purchase ninjutsu, most of which were explosive charms and Hyarinmaru, ninjutsu that provided a decent amount of power at once to ensure that he could saturate his enemies during periods of chakra weakness. The other side. "I'm sorry, Naruto-sama. I'll turn around and talk to Naruto." Kakashi apologized with an apologetic face. "Well, anyway, your job is to protect this Mr. Daz and make sure he gets the bridge built." Nikken nodded calmly. Before that, Kakashi had already had several private conversations with Hinata Kogyu. In response to some of Naruto's recent antics, Hinata entrusts Kakashi with the task of first observing in secret and figuring out Naruto's claims, while not making too much of a commotion, so as to avoid Tatsumi's hawks and dogs from catching wind of the situation. It was for this reason that he didn't over-pursue the matter of Naruto Sasuke punching someone some time ago. After another moment, the entrance to Kiba village. "Grab some for me." Naruto skillfully tossed one jutsu bag to Sakura and another to Sasuke. He had greeted the duo in advance. "You guys are pretty well prepared." Kakashi was calm on the surface, slightly surprised in his heart. "Is this the same careless dangler? Ooh, that's pretty discreet for a shorty." Daz scat out, exhaling a breath of alcohol at Naruto. Naruto squinted. "Ooh, this old drunk can act." "Naruto," Sakura snapped, apologizing to Daz. "How can you talk about an old-timer like that?" "Excuse me, uncle, but don't get drunk." Naruto shrunk his head. "Ah yes, don't hit me, uncle. I'll buy you a drink later." Daz's face was green and white. "You guys are such hatchet men, aren't you?" Sasuke's face was expressionless as he gestured for a few of them to grab and go. Sasha. Kakashi began to climb with Daz, talking about the land of waves. Naruto and Sakura, on the other hand, kept an eye on the gutter on the ground. According to the original storyline, the first wave of 2 enemies to attack Daz would hide in a puddle on the side of the road and surprise several people from behind. Sasha. It took a while longer. Sasuke, Kakashi, and Daz look as normal. Nope. 10 out of 10 has 114,514 points incorrect. Where's the puddle? I ask you where the puddles are. Sakura glanced at Naruto as her right fist began to slowly clench, the tips of her fingers turning white from squeezing. The least expected scenario has come to pass. Did another traveler intervene and cause a change in the plotline? Naruto was like an enemy. He didn't hesitate. His mind immediately dived into the mental space. He wouldn't give the enemy any chance to react. He was going to put the biggest hang on it right now, like suddenly going from land into deep water. Naruto's body seemed to go through a second or so of stress, and then when he opened his eyes again, it was mental space. The dimness of his surroundings didn't affect Naruto's rapid pace, and he quickly reached the Nine Tails. "Brother Nine Tails, now here's your chance to show your worth." Naruto got right to the point. "Lend me your chakra to play with. It's not much. I'll take a handful." Nine Tails rolled over slowly, not paying any attention to Naruto. All this time, he'd been listening to Naruto's mouth on him like a mountain torrent pouring down on him, and in order to get away with a clean slate, the most recent of him had decided to start pretending to be dead. Truly evil humans. Unseal the first time to rip your mouth off. Naruto wasn't surprised when he saw this. and jumped straight to the doorway in a single athletic step and began to tear the charm above the doorway. At the sound, Ninetales immediately turned around. Kid, are you in trouble? Ninetales let out a low chuckle. Let's just say you give or take. Naruto stopped moving. Ha 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 ha. Ninetales revealed his huge white teeth. Rampant. You've belittled me for so long. And in the end you actually want to take advantage of me. Rampant brother, go sit at a table with Yunzan. Naruto grimaced. Give the go ahead. If you don't pay the rent you'll rot in my stomach. You're only half a Ninetales anyway. Big deal. I'll get the other half. Ninetales' pupils shrank. You actually know I'm only half? And I know you Lin Bei, Southern Min dialect for blessing. Push Lai any further. I'll make a trip to Real Falls then drain all your chakra on the way. And make you into a dried fox then. Naruto wasn't kidding. That's what Naruto did before the original WW4 started. Ninetales was silent. He didn't understand how the little kid in front of him knew so much about tailed beasts. He's clearly just a vessel to carry it. A man and a fox are momentarily at a standstill. On the other hand, while Naruto was negotiating with the Ninetales, a strange change occurred, only to see that a thin mist actually floated up around them, gradually obscuring the sight of several people. The Misty Cloaking Technique. Chapter 9, Who's really the main character? Whoa, whoa, whoa. With chains cutting through the sky, a section of thick chain locks instantly wrapped around Kakashi, accompanied by a forceful tug from two masked, silver-armored, cloaked ninjas. Kakashi instantly disintegrated into a blood clot. This moment is just like any other moment, but slightly different. Without even waiting for the two of them to say kill one, Haruno Sakura quickly threw the bitterless, which had a detonation charm wrapped around it in her ninjutsu bag, towards the back, and pounced on Daz the moment the charm burned. Boom! The stones that popped into pieces splashed up all around, and at the same time the misty hidden technique that was about to be completely completed was instantly blown away by the hurricane that was blown up by the explosion. And along with it was the flying dust that was raised. The vision cleared considerably in an instant. Sasuke froze in place for a second, then whirled around and pulled out his bitterless, stomped his toes on the ground, and violently charged towards the three enemies behind Sakura, and instinctively threw out his Uchiha Raikon throwing jutsu. 3 more enemies, and with the 2 just now, there were at least 5 enemies. Ding, ding, ding. The bitterness and the shuriken bounced off each other, instantly forming a net to block off all directions of the enemy cleanly. One of the enemies couldn't react in time, and was stabbed in the arm and abdomen by 2 rounds of bittersweet, and was stabbed deep into the flesh by the inertia of the ejection, losing the battle on the spot. Watch out! Sakura shouted, flicking the chains behind Sasuke away with her bitter blade while taking 2 steps back from inertia. She visibly felt her body trembling, a trembling that didn't gradually cool as the battle unfolded. Sakura even forgot the water evasion technique's sealing gesture for a moment. Ask a woman who has traveled from Earth what the odds are that her heart can be as quiet as water in front of a murderous ninja. Whoosh! A shuriken sliced past her, cutting a gash in her cheek, and Sakura waved her bitterness around, bouncing the rest of the shurikens away as much as she could. Seeing this, Sasuke kicked over one of his enemies and whirled around to protect Sakura, telling her, "Protect Des first. I'll protect you." Sakura stared at Sasuke in bewilderment. She inexplicably recalled one of Earth's knights. She was in undergrad at the time. And to pass the time, she was live streaming speed passes in her dorm room with no injuries, only wolves. The popularity is definitely almost non-existent, with single-digit viewing after half a day of play. At the time, she had just finished wound-freeing Chromichiro and ended up accidentally getting herself stuck when she took the evil path. She sighed. Unfortunately, this wave was the fastest one. Her female voice came through the microphone and caught the attention of a certain audience member, who was surprised at the public screen. Female, ha? She was overwhelmed with irritation. What's wrong with women? Can't a woman speedwalk a wolf? She later live-streamed the Falcon multiplayer online and received similar comments, and harassing private messages started appearing constantly in her background. 5,000 a night. May I? Do you sell original stockings? Can I step on mine? Taking ES. She turned off the microphone, switched to a smaller number, and began to live-stream a level 1 damage-free mana ring full boss. It took her about 6 months. She made it. Memories stirred in Sakura's mind like a tidal wave, and Sasuke's thoughtless words brought her back to that restless summer night. Not that you, Sasuke, are arrogant, just that you, Sakura-san, are a bit offended. Sakura's eyes grew sharp as she slipped her bitter blade into her bag, signaling Sasuke to cover her. Before Sasuke could react, Sakura dashed out in a single, athletic step, targeting the 3 enemies in front of her. Whoosh, whoosh. Sakura lifted her leg and kicked away one of the bittersweet shots, the other being blocked by Sasuke, and then whirled around and wrapped her fist in chakra, shortening her stance and swinging it straight at her foe. This punch was like a mountain and a sea, shaped like a dragon and a tiger. Put. The enemy in front of him let out a miserable scream. By the way, Sakura was aiming for his crotch. You might be considered a if you meet a Tinkerbell cat on Earth, but you're out of luck if you meet a Tinkerbell cat in Naruto. Sakura was well aware that to easily defeat her enemy with her current strength, she would have to maximize her brute strength advantage to stall for Naruto's return. It was as if only the wolf had cut through the enemy's energy bar and then plunged straight into the weak spot. She had just taken the process one step at a time. Poof. Put. Poof. Sasuke couldn't help but feel icy chills all over his lower body while covering Sakura with his shuriken jutsu. Mom. Yeah. Sakura and Sasuke worked incredibly well together and began to beat their enemies back. The later enemies looked at Sakura with deep fear as their battle rhythm began to be completely disrupted. At this point, Sasuke also began to make a big kill. He had faced the duo with ease in the original, and after a period of military training in front of him, his hand got hotter and hotter. The other side. Naruto opened his eyes and let out a cloudy breath. This groove thing is really simmering, but it should be in time. Kakashi must have been hiding and watching anyway. With a flurry of maneuvering in his mental space, he finally tricked a large mass of scarlet chakra. Naruto took a tiny piece of this mass of chakra, as if he were tearing off a small piece of cotton candy with his hand, and swirled it into his chest. Instantly, the heart was filled with hostility, but fortunately it was still within the level of control. Naruto quickly ran towards the front and soon saw the Sakuratsu duo who had beaten their enemies back. I'm coming! Naruto leapt forward and hammered his fist over the nearest enemy, denting his sternum. Then he ran forward, but Naruto soon realized that the enemy had long been in a sorry state. He looked at Sakura, who seemed to be more fury than he was, and Sasuke, who was sweating, and fell into deep thought. Wait, why do I feel as if there's nothing left for me? How is this not what I thought the script was going to be? Who the hell is the main character, anyway? A strong sense of frustration surged through Naruto's mind. Originally, he thought that the enemy would be exceptionally powerful, and that even if the trio put their best foot forward, they would not be able to match them, which is why he immediately opened the Nine Tails hanging. Now he realized that it seemed as if the enemy wasn't at a good level? No way. I'm going to talk my mouth bald in mental space. How can I let the two of them take the credit? Duck! Naruto roared towards Sakuratsu and straightened up to join the fray. He starts off mimicking Sakura, punching a little friend and knocking all nearby enemies into shock. Then he had a moment to realize that something was wrong. Wait, I'm imitating a der Sakura. So he summoned his multiple shadow doppelgangers and opened up a swarming mode. It's basically a plain and simple physical art. The nine-tailed chakra enhanced kind. Leave a few alive. And ask questions. Sakura yelled from behind. Okay. Naruto immediately grabbed one of them and asked while violently punching him. Say it or not. I'm asking you. Will you tell me? Say it or not. Say it or not. The man was in tears. You should have asked first. Naruto punched the man unconscious, grabbed another and began to proceed with the interrogation. The interrogations included, what was the password to the Sandaime Bank? How many bitternesses did you just use? What color of nail polish does the Shao organization wear? Is your sister-in-law married? Etc. In the end, Sasuke and Sakura pulled Naruto, who was getting more and more into the fight, back. Naruto makes a break for it and says that it's all the fault of the evil Nine Tails for affecting his mind. Chapter 10, Naruto, your chakra is like stinky dog poop on the side of the road. The Nine Tails wronged me. In response to the enemy being violently beaten by the nine-tailed human pillar force, the person in question stated that his spirit was negatively affected by the Nine Tails and that he met the determination of an intermittent mental patient and deserved a lighter punishment. Oh, it's Shinobi. That's okay. The three were about to clean up the messy battlefield when Kakashi apparat. He was dragging several fainting enemies in his right hand, and looked at the three with both relief and concern in his eyes. The one that worried Kakashi the most was undoubtedly Naruto. Is it really the Nine Tails influencing him? He thought in his mind. It was Kakashi's brainchild some time ago that Naruto would make a series of erratic behavior most likely under the compulsion of the Nine Tails. He decided to secretly contact Lord Michio afterward. Nine Tails. Sorry for the hard work, everyone. I needed to observe whether the enemy was targeting Class 7 or Mr. Dez, so I didn't strike first. But, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke, good job. He gave the trio a thumbs up and joined a few more men in tying together the few captives who could still breathe. After processing that, Kakashi looked to Daz. Daz-san, I'd like to talk to you alone. This is a serious matter, and the identity and number of the attacking enemies have far exceeded the scope of what a C-rank can cope with. When Naruto saw that, he immediately got up and scratched his butt. Hey, just in time for me to go to the bathroom. Cough cough. He scowled towards Sakura. Sakura forehead. Looking for excuses cannot be serious. Is it possible that I am with you a big old man to pull Xiang? After a moment's thought, she indicated that she, too, needed to take a leak, and whirled around to run in a different direction. A moment later, the two met. Naruto saw Sakura and immediately lowered his voice. Something's wrong. Don't you think this attack was too light? Sakura nodded. Indeed. It's like someone playing Solstice for the first time adding all their points to strength. It doesn't do much good. This attack has increased in intensity, but only to the extent of scratching the surface. Would he wear it on Zabuza? It won't. Zabuza can't mobilize those troops, but Kato can. Kato, with a Yakuza background, hired Zabuza to assassinate Daz in the original story to prevent the completion of the bridge in order to cut off the maritime power of the Land of Waves and achieve total control. But that doesn't mean anything except licking our experience packs. Naruto started talking about game terms as well. There are only two possibilities, Sakura said, thoughtfully. Either that one hasn't seen Naruto, or he has other plans. Let's hope it's the first one. Naruto sighed. The duo briefly deduced what they might encounter next, and when they finished, they began to head back. You can't go too long and make people suspicious. Before going back, Naruto releases his shadow doppelganger again, allowing him to speed back to Konoha and replenish his killing jutsu. Upon returning, Kakashi looked to the three and briefly explained the situation. It turned out that Daz had lied about the truth because he was too shy to pay for a C rank or higher mission. But Naruto and Sakura instantly show their understanding, especially when Daz sells his family short with his family, and Naruto slaps his chest and promises to help take care of his daughter. As for Daz's grandson, slightly, Daz was in tears, thanking him and putting Naruto on his blacklist. In fact, it suited the Naruto-Sakura duo's claim that they wanted to nip their enemies in the bud, and if they couldn't kill them, at least figure out what was going on. Sasuke stuck his hands in his pockets and said with a cool face that these people weren't even enough for him to fight. Well, since you're all so insistent. Kakashi scratched his head and decided to continue on his way. As the group was walking, Naruto's mind dived back into mental space. After this battle, Naruto realized that he could walk while communicating with the Nine Tails in his mental space, and that feeling of sluggishness that arose when his mind traveled through space was nearly gone. The dim, shadowy surroundings and the Nine Tails' thick, heavy exhale no longer felt oppressive to Naruto either. Home again. Oh Nine Tails, I'm disappointed in you. Naruto Zero framed up his hand, expressing his strong displeasure with the rent Nine Tails had paid. What? Didn't you use my power to defeat all of your enemies? Ha ha ha. Nine Tails narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression full of smugness. Finally, a chance to bring my intoxicating power back into the world. Kid, the more you say that, the more you prove you can't hold it. Let me put it this way, Naruto said disdainfully as he sat cross-legged on the ground. Your chakra stinks like stinky dog on the side of the road, but it's barely useful, like fertilizing or something. What did you say? Nine Tails immediately exploded a bit, and his huge body seemed to have doubled in size. Stop bleeping. It's weirdly loud. Naruto pulled out his earwax. Why are you melting your malice into chakra? Nine Tails grunted. I myself am the embodiment of malice. And it's not that my chakra contains malice. It's just that my chakra has tickled the malice out of your heart. Naruto calmly retorted. You're a yo-yo's incarnation of malice. You're nothing more than a human who's been teased so much that the malice in you is getting deeper and deeper. In fact, you originate from Rokuto Sennin's division of the Ten Tails, whose power comes from the chakra fruit in the sacred tree. Nine Tails froze. It completely did not expect the teenager in front of it to know so much. It was the same last time, and the teenager easily told the lie in Nine Tails' words. Nine Tails was silent for a long time. What are you? Really? Your landlord, Naruto said lightly. Next time, I'm going to need you to provide me with purer chakra or you don't think about getting out of the seal. After a moment's thought, he added, don't underestimate the fourth generation, or the power of the Bagua sealing jutsu. Without waiting for Nine Tails to respond, Naruto simply exited the mental space. That's enough. Naruto has to harness the chakra of the Nine Tails, not only to PUA, but also to show his uniqueness and bring the Nine Tails on the same level as himself. Once Nine Tails' side could provide a steady supply of pure chakra, he would practice climbing trees and walking on water, followed by spiral pills. Of course, the practice of shuriken jutsu could be added to the list, and after that Naruto was going to try practicing the Uchiha shuriken throwing technique. After a few more hours of walking, Naruto felt something in his heart and instantly threw a bitterness, scaring the little white rabbit away with precision. A snow hare that specializes in the art of substitution. Zabuza is here, Sakura whispered to Naruto, who nodded and gestured towards the back. Naruto, the shadow doppelganger in the back, was poised to strike. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful sound of breaking wind rang through the air. Kakashi, like an enemy, Yelled head down. Naruto pressed Dasa's head down. Sasuke and Sakura lowered their heads at the same time, and the group narrowly dodged Zabuza's great sword. Topless, tall, and with a masked face, he was surrounded by a biting aura of fury. The fog was swirling around them, and the fog concealment technique made visibility extremely low. But the shadow fraction didn't use the explosive charm to dispel the fog. He planned to let Kakashi act according to the original first, and see if he could ambush White, who would be arriving in a while. The main body Naruto, on the other hand, had his eyes narrowed and was seriously scrutinizing Zabuza's appearance. Can't tell at the moment. Let's see if he'll act according to the original later. Chapter 11. Kakashi would love to go one-on-one with Zabuza. So it's Kakashi, the Kiba's copy ninja Sharingan. No wonder the squad led by the Ghost Brothers was completely wiped out. Zabu opened his mouth in a low voice, his eyes showing undisguised malice, like a jackal staring at its prey. Ha! What's a copy ninja and what's a shuriken? Naruto suddenly began to inquire in an untimely and exaggerated manner. Sakura eyebrows trembled. Big brother, you play hard is also too heavy, right? She sighed in her mind and chimed in towards Naruto. The Sharingan Eye is the blood limitation of the Uchiha clan. But what does that have to do with Kakashi-sensei? Ah, does it mean? She glanced at Sasuke, who also looked at Kakashi with some surprise. Kakashi's face was calm, not showing a hint of complacency, showing his strong demeanor. With one hand on his ninja forehead protector, he raised it slowly, and his scarred Sharingan eyes officially took the stage. Is this the Sharingan Eye that copies thousands of jutsu? Zabuza said faintly. Great, it's the Sharingan Eye. We're saved. Naruto quipped out. Sasuke, isn't that unique to the Uchiha clan? Did you lend your eyes to the leader? Sasuke was furious and gave Naruto a hard stare. Naruto said, huh, and I said strong negative emotions can open the eyes of the Sharingan. It seems that the negativity is not strong enough. Somewhat annoyed by Naruto's raving, Zabuza glanced over to Naruto, who immediately formed a swastika with Sakuratsu to shield Daz. Naruto blinked. Your eyes, Cauldron, aren't as good as our leaders. That'll do. Kakashi stiffly called Naruto to a halt. Next, you guys protect Daz-san. I'll take care of this one. You are no match for him. Roger that. Naruto said this with his mouth, but his mind dived into the mental space once again. He flew to the door. Nine Tails, I'm the landlord. Chakra, bring it. Trouble again? Nine Tails was a bit upset. How could someone come and ask for their chakra right after they've disliked it? Can you please respect the tailed beast chakra? Hurry up. You do this single job and what happened before will be forgiven. Naruto frankly brought himself into the role of leader of the Nine Tails. Nine Tails didn't immediately agree. Just watched the outside world through Naruto. Instead, he saw Zabuza draw his sword and instantly move above the water, raising one hand high in the air and utilizing the misty concealment technique to its fullest extent. Peripheral visibility was further reduced. Sasuke was bluffed by Zabuza's aura and instantly began to sweat a little, his legs trembling slightly. Kakashi noticed Sasuke's panic and instantly tried to comfort him, but Naruto put one hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Will it do, fine dog? Sasuke felt a rush of blood continue to rush from the soles of his feet to his head. I thank you so much. Naruto, on the other hand, felt sorry for him, not even opening his eyes like that? Oh, still in the mood for infighting now? Suddenly, Zabuza appeared in the middle of the trio, and Kakashi's scalp tingled as he yelled for everyone to scatter. But Sakura did the opposite, surprisingly rushing straight towards Zabuza, using her hands to try and completely encircle him. With a disdainful tisk, Zabuza swung his hand round in the opposite direction, letting the large blade slash across the room in Sakura's direction. Sakura narrowly dodged the fatal blow with a short stance and managed to hug Zabuza and pin him down with her body weight. She was actually trying to physically immobilize Zabuza in place. Sakura was expressionless. Do it! Flashed to the side of the Naruto main body, Heart exclaimed. This sister does not sound a shocking. Fighting the way is simply wild to no bounds. But he, Kakashi, and Sasuke reacted at the same time and began to pull out their respective bitternesses to charge violently towards Zabuza. Kakashi was the fastest. He opened his instantaneous jutsu in shock and stabbed hard towards Zabuza. Zabuza's eyes narrowed and he elbowed Sakura's forehead vigorously, but the latter was completely unfazed. At that exact moment, Naruto pulled out the procured extended version of the bitter end and swept it across the room, along with Sakura. Put! Sakura and Zabuza simultaneously turned into two puddles of water. Suetun water body technique. This was a backhanded move left behind by Sakura, who looked for an opportunity to cast the spell after the boat ride to shore, while her main body hid in the back like Naruto's doppelganger. This was one of the results of Sakura's training some time ago, and taking inspiration from the original Naruto, she resolutely chose to follow a similar path to Naruto's, learning the highly practical water doppelganger technique first. This will provide a very high margin of error in her fights. At that moment, Sakura's main body picked up Naruto's doppelganger's jutsu bag in the back and laid traps around it. She was looking for an opportunity to snipe White, preferably directly alive, and a kill would be fine. The doppelganger Naruto began to follow suit and set up. Sighing in his heart, is this the big picture of a bone-crushing Soul Games player? On the other side of the frontal battlefield, Zabuza didn't stop for a second after having his rhythm disrupted and summoned his water body again with the intention of fishing for Kakashi. Kakashi managed to get around the doppelganger Zabuza, while the main body got around again, making Kakashi's heart flutter. Just then, the change occurred again. Instead, he saw Naruto put his lengthened bitterless against Zabuza's back. Don't move. Stab me at my height and your chrysanthemums won't be safe. Incidentally, Naruto was stunted during this period and was barely tall enough to reach Zabuza's waist. So, he's aiming at Zabuza's ass. Naruto, I told you to back off. You're no match for him now, Kakashi said urgently. In his opinion, with Naruto's current state of mind, it was still too much of a stretch to do such a thing. Ho ho ho, kid, Zabuza snickered without looking back. What kind of person do you think I am? Would I be afraid of a threat from a little beaner like you? Killing a bit makes you yet able. Naruto's mouth quirked. Let's just say that this move of mine is the arcane of Kiba's physical arts, taught by Sharingan Kakashi himself, and guaranteed to skewer you from the inside out in a second. Well, even though Naruto in this time and place hadn't experienced the Millennium Kill, he had read the original. From Earth, under the tutelage of Kakashi, Yo-Lo Saiku, Zabuza finally looked squarely at the brat in front of him. It wasn't the threat at his back, but the tone of his voice. The whole process was relaxed and easy, as if we were not experiencing a grueling life and death battle, but rather participating in a spring tour. Why is he so calm? Has he been remodeled and emotionally deficient? Or is it the same as me, having killed countless people? Zabuza couldn't help but wonder. Zabuza observed Sasuke next to him for another moment, who at this point is sort of jaw-dropped, not to say completely dumbfounded. He was also surprised by the fact that Naruto had just done several rounds of maneuvering, and forgot to act in the flash of light. The brat is the most normal instead, Zabuza said in his mind, finally finding some truth in Sasuke. You can't meet a kid who's a demon like White, can you? Besides, White wouldn't be this kind of mind, would he? In fact, Zabuza was not the only one who was somewhat skeptical at this point. Kakashi's entire being was permeated with a calm desperation. Can you leave me in peace to fight Zabuza one-on-one? Chapter 12, Your Pursuit Force Credentials. Please, Naruto, this is not a fight you can get involved in. Run far away. Kakashi was in a hurry, and the trio formed a long swift, but it was still a drop in the bucket compared to the infamous rebel Zabuza. Got it, chief. It's only ninja if you steal your ass and run. Naruto nodded, his arm muscles firing as he thrust his bitterness forward in a vicious thrust. However, he saw Zabuza's body instantly turn into a river, his main body flashing out from the thick fog behind Naruto, and his large sword slashing straight at the two of them, bringing up a biting wind. Fire transportation, how fireball jutsu. Zabuza instantly felt the temperature behind him begin to climb. Just as he froze, Kakashi took Naruto away in an instantaneous jutsu, causing his swing to fall short and sidestepping the fireball again. This rising temperature blew some of the chakra out of the air, and the misty hidden art began to falter. Sasuke, who was far away, had to protect Daz, but he could still support him remotely through his fire escape technique. Chief, don't run towards the water. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, who, with a flash of essence, jumped out of Kakashi's arms again and joined Sasuke in shielding Daz. Sakura proper jumped out as well, tossing the jutsu bag to Naruto as the trio formed the Bankai once more. Don't go to the surface? Kakashi looked to Naruto. The water is his home turf, and if he strong controlled you in the water, he could send his water body to just kill Daz. Naruto smirked. Kakashi's mind reeled. So the trio was just holding Zabuza back from running towards the water? According to the original story, Zabuza disrupted the formation and kicked Kakashi to the water while he was off guard, while his doppelganger on the water surface immediately met him and took strong control of Kakashi with the water prison technique. This is the game between the ninja. Solo fight Zabu Chopper may not be able to win over Kakashi, since the goal is to kill Daz. That control Kakashi, naturally, for the Daz hand to take the pinch. Unfortunately, he was met with a churning backlash from the trio, which resulted in a flurry of maneuvering and back to square one. It's okay, big brother. Naruto waved at Zabuza. You're playing assassination. Multiple people sports are really hard for you. Zabuza's veins began to bulge and throb on the back of his hands, and a large well appeared near his temple. Kid, Sasuke, on the other hand, looked at Naruto in surprise. Still picking fights even at this hour? But then again, this guy was at ease the whole time. The fight was intense, but there was no panic to be seen at all. So is momentum the key? Sasuke felt like he had learned. And that's how he would beat the skunk from now on. Still have the heart to look at others? Kakashi once again seized the break and took a healthy step to charge straight at Zabuza, who subconsciously swung his sword. And the two of them intertwined. Tudo heart decapitation jutsu. What? Boom! A hand reached out from underneath the zenith. And with a thunderous leap, the zenith instantly let go of the greatsword and began to form seals with both hands at a rapid pace. Yushin Zi Hayu. Suetun Suiryo Bomb Jutsu. Suetun Suiryo Bomb Jutsu. Kakashi copies the jutsu and easily counteracts Zabuza's attack. At this moment, Zabuza's advantage as an assassination expert was compressed again. Inevitably he began to falter. What to do? No, don't panic. All this guy does is copy. He doesn't even have his own jutsu. At that moment, the booze that drove Zabuza crazy resumed. Big brother, so pull it? Go home. Okay, go home. You're better suited for a puddle of. The silence of the residentiara is deafening. He was thoroughly uptight. And if he wasn't going to kill Daz this day, he was going to kill the brat. Zabuza adjusted his direction and stomped hard on his feet. However, Kakashi quickly stepped in front of him. He looked into Naruto's eyes. And surprisingly the latter began to show a hint of pity. Zabu once again ran towards the river. His hands once again formed seals at a rapid pace. And upon closer inspection, it was the Suetun Great Waterfall technique, which was capable of completely destroying this place. And Kakashi was also making seals with both hands. And he was making seals even faster than Zabuza. When Naruto saw this, he thought to himself, that's back on track. The question is, what should we do with white after that? Just do it? Will it just end the copy? But there's tree climbing and cultivation afterward. And this experience pack is a must. Sakura seemed to read Naruto's thoughts as she quietly whispered in Naruto's ear. Do away with white and focus on Kato afterward. Naruto instantly realizes that the plotline has shifted and that white and Zabuza may not be the biggest threats. Later on, we'll just have white make dumplings with Zabuza. Thinking of this, he once again dived into his mental space and began his journey to visit the Nine Tails. The other side. Suetun Great Waterfall technique. Kakashi was even faster than Zabuza, causing the flooding river to roar and sweep in Zabuza's direction. Zabu was completely skeptical, accompanied by a hiss of impossible. Hissing, he was swept away by the swirling waters of the river. Poof, put, poof. A few rounds of bitterness pinned the almost fainted Zabuza to a tree, and Kakashi was ready to reap the head. Also at this time, white arrived as promised. Whoosh, whoosh. Several rounds of flying needles viciously stabbed into Zabu's neck, and he fell straight to the ground without another sound. Kakashi was startled as he looked in the direction of the masked boy, the dark green power suit outlining his figure, the silver lines glittering, and the coolness out of the world, contrasting with the murderous silver needle in his hand. Thank you so much for giving me a chance to kill Zabuza. By Yenshia's tone, polite mixed with the indifference of a stranger. The misty hidden's chasing force? Said Kakashi, looking to several people and briefly describing the origins and duties of the chasing force. I see. Naruto nodded seriously and reached forward. Well, if you would please show me your identification for the chase force. Kakashi? Sasuke? Daz? Sakura? What? Am I wrong? Naruto looked around the room. He's a hunting force with a mask? Then I'm wearing a Kiba protector and I'm the fifth Naruto? Kakashi and the others froze, but then thought Naruto had a point. At that moment, Sakura also spoke out. I agree. There have been incidents in the village before where scammers have posed as elite shinobi to cheat them out of their money. And the reason why they fell for it was because they didn't verify their identity information. It was of course something Sakura had made up, but it seemed plausible that there would be cases of fraud in the village. It's everyone's responsibility to prevent fraud. Naruto nodded. Also, our personal files are in the village. You can come back to the village with us if you don't believe us. Sakura was speechless. It was just an act. Did she need to be so strict? White lapsed into silence. He really couldn't come up with any supporting documentation. A serious pursuit force may not carry an ID with them either. At this point, Naruto fell into a momentary daze. White caught Naruto's wandering off, and he instantly had the intention of forcefully grabbing Zabuza and then vanishing. The main thing is that Mr. Zabuza is quite big and not easy to move. And what if it hurts Mr. Zabuza's beautiful body? So tangled. White was thinking about it when Naruto returned to normal once again. Where was I just talking about? Never mind. Nothing hangs. Naruto's eyes had turned red, his pupils morphing into thin almond shapes. He said lightly to Sakura, play it straight. I'm externally accounted for. Chapter 13, a plotline that changes again. The Nine Tails chakra is able to conjure up the deepest malice of a person's heart before going to the real waterfall to wash it away. For the current Naruto, His previous life of more than 24 years of experience is still able to keep him from being deeply affected. Plus the 9 tails have recycled some of the malice. Chakra absorption is more pure compared to before. Naruto could feel the cells throughout his body begin to surge with power, and a faint red chakra surfaced around him, causing the temperature in the air to rise by 1 point. Without any hesitation, Naruto grabbed the ground with his toes and lunged towards White, moving like a thunderbolt, and with one heavy punch he was going to knock his mask right off. At the same time, Sakura pulls out the wind magic shuriken and spins it around to throw it out, in the direction of Zabuza's corpse. It all happened in a flash. Kakashi subconsciously tried to stop it, but he was so consumed that he couldn't physically move for a moment and was held up by Sasuke. White's heart sank, and he immediately carried Zabuza towards the side to avoid it. Boom! Naruto's thunderous strike cut a sonic boom through the air, and with a muscular effort, he stiffly adjusted his stance in the air, wrapping his legs quickly in chakra, and actually kicked the falling wind demon shuriken in White's direction. Damn! I almost broke my leg from the whole blade thing. Naruto snapped, his body falling back into the tree trunk in front of him from inertia. With a stomp of his feet, he catapulted once again in the direction of White, red chakra feathers sprouting from his back, allowing him to catapult even faster. Although he kept his basic sanity, Naruto's fighting style still became hostile, with a sense of immortality. White kicks at the grip in the center of the wind demon shuriken with his foot, bouncing it off and throwing flying needles at Naruto's acupoints. Naruto easily flicked away all the silver needles with his 9-tailed chakra, and a headbutt knocked White and Zabuza out of the way while Sakura was already running up White's rear. White rolled over a few times and burst into a rage. You guys, how dare you take a shot at Zabuza-san's beautiful body? His mask cracked open, his hair fluttered about, and the cool aura he had at the beginning all but disappeared. Naruto stood in front of him and said with a smirk, Chicken Little, showing your black feet are you? The bossy little man bitch loves the president. It's possible. White began to seal with one hand, looking like he intended to reunite Naruto with his loved ones on the spot. It was also at this exact moment that a strange change occurred. A large contingent of masked, silver-armored ninjas fishtailed out in the direction of Daz, and Sasuke was so startled that he subconsciously threw out as many of the explosive talisman shuriken in his bag as he could while shouting toward Naruto. Naruto, let's retreat. He felt like a babysitter on the battlefield, bailing out Daz one moment and Kakashi the next. He gave so much to this class. Lin Bei's Kato. Naruto cursed. He couldn't go after White anymore now, or the enemy would steal the crystal in a moment and Daz would die and hit the GG with direct laughter. Boom! Boom! At this time, the traps that Sakura had laid out in advance began to be triggered continuously, and the enemy suffered a considerable amount of casualties, with blood and chunks of flesh flying across the room, black smoke rolling out, and chaos. The trio gathered, Naruto carrying Kakashi, Sasuke carrying Daz, who was about to pee in his pants, and Sakura throwing the rest of her killing jutsu at White to prevent him from condensing into an ice shield. White's secret technique requires the enemy to be within range of his release, though Sakura agrees that the original Naruto was brainy enough to play with iron, or else throwing detonation charms from outside all the time might have been enough to give White a taste of his own medicine. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 5 fled in a blur of confusion, and before leaving completely, Naruto made a point of summoning his shadow doppelganger and began to hurry in the direction of Kiba. You're the only one who knows how to play mano a mano, aren't you? I'll go straight back to Kiba for help and give you a whole squadron to come over and see how you fight. Sakura gives Naruto a thumbs up for his wit. The group rushed and finally escaped from the enemy's encirclement. The trio rushed to ask for the address of Daz's house, and at the same time began to think about whether or not to move to another place to hide first. In the original, Kato's mercenaries made a special trip to Daz's house, ready to hold Daz's family hostage. If Naruto hadn't overslept, Daz's daughter and grandson feared the worst. The original not moving it was to portray the growth of Daz's grandson, which was done for character arc reasons, but now we're just being purely awesome by not moving it. Naruto, who has returned to sobriety, seriously states that he must move, and if he doesn't, he will be made to learn what it means to be an inherently evil 9-tailed demon fox. Indeed, Kishimoto knows about Naruto. Sakura nodded. Meanwhile, their conversation was overheard by Sasuke and Daz. The two of them were confused. Sasuke coughed and interjected. It's true that you can't stay where you are, and it's best not to even go to the bridge right now. Right. Naruto slapped his head. Uncle, just be honest and stay with us for 2 weeks. We'll make plans once Kiba's Imperial Army arrives. Sakura held her forehead. Goddamn the Kiba Imperial Army. Can you be serious for a second? Daz was a bit agitated. No, the construction of the bridge must not be stopped now. It's the only hope we have for the land of Wave. As he was saying this, his eyes moistened. Pa! Naruto slapped him on the back of the head and said impatiently, Can you have some perspective? It's not like you're not allowed to build it. It's just that it's going to stop you for a while. And a work stoppage paralyzes Kado so he doesn't go after your workmates. Get it? I'll compose the shutdown announcement. Sakura sympathized a bit with Daz, who felt like Naruto was acting like a bandit. I've written a lot of tweets before. I won't have a problem with words. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. I thought you were an anchor. And for crying out loud, you're a civil servant? Courier. Sakura said faintly. Hey, I say, Naruto said with a wicked grin on his face. Wouldn't the men around you find it especially fulfilling to subjugate you, being a speed pass player and a public official at the same time? In Naruto's opinion, the Sakura personality in front of him was still very charismatic, and in his previous life he would have definitely been willing to make friends with a girl like that. Still water-tender Sichuan girls, who do not know the country of heaven is particularly nurturing. Ahem. Mu-Zero accepted. Sakura, crawl. Naruto, gotcha. Several people wind up back at Daz's house, with Sakura stepping in and explaining the situation to Daz's family. Of course Daz agrees to the move. After all, if he didn't, Naruto would agree for him. I'm not moving, only Daz's grandson. Inari yelled and quickly ran upstairs. Daz's daughter looked over at them apologetically and asked carefully, can we move in a few days? Inuyasha needs to be mentally prepared. Not to mention this gentleman needs to be taken care of. She pointed to Kakashi on Sasuke's back. Move now, Naruto said with a grimace. Ma'am, we can't gamble on Kato's goodness. And we were attacked in 2 waves on the way here. And if we're approached after that, it'll be too late. With that, he strides up the stairs, turning back to Daz's daughter and smiling. Don't worry, I won't beat him up. It's understandable that little kids are homesick. Chapter 14 Loyalty. Sincerity. Naruto strides up the stairs towards Inari's room. Atsushi. He knocked on the door. Aina there? Let's talk. No. A roar came from the room. You don't want mom to get hurt either. Naruto wasn't in a hurry, knowing that Inari was very emotional in the original. There are hidden dangers in continuing to stay here. And we can't let the enemy know where you are if we want to protect you. Naruto explained patiently. A very small voice came from within. So what? What? I say so what? Inari yelled. Those who rebel against Kato will not end well themselves. If we die, we die. Will a hero come out to save us? Kiba's battle power is #1 in all of Shinobi, so guess if it can save your lives. Naruto huffed. He had to drag his family down with him, opening his mouth to die. Can you speak human? Dr. Naruto, a physician who knows a little bit about child psychology, says that the patient needs to be corrected through personality modification fist therapy. Want to keep mommy alive? No. So you don't live yourself? Live or die. Will you go away? The voice in the room had revealed a hint of crying. Naruto smiled slightly, ready to dive into his mental space immediately to treat Inari to a 9 Tails branded dragon fruit. Still punching less. Naruto. Sakura called to Naruto as she walked up the stairs, signaling her to come convince Ii to come there. Are you sure it's okay? Naruto lowered his voice. Little brats are more stubborn than even cows. Sakura said calmly. You should forget about his knot. His father is the breakthrough. And you're talking too brown and old. I'll try. Ow. Indeed. Naruto nodded, indicating that he had to continue to refine his mouth. Well, if you want Sakura to not be able to do the same, then just knock out and move. He walked down the stairs to Kakashi's room. Chief, awake? Naruto hastily pressed Kakashi back to the floor so he wouldn't get up. Kakashi looked at Naruto. Good job. I heard what just happened. We really should move. After we move, let's find a place to train and improve your abilities a bit more. Kakashi was talking about the tree climbing practice. The practice of walking up trees with chakra continuously attached to your feet. Got it. Chief, I'm going to go down the street first to check on Kato's movements and get my foot in the door. By yourself? Aside. Sasuke turned his head. You take care of the leader, and guard the crystal for a while. Guarding the house. Naruto patted Sasuke on the shoulder. Sasuke visibly jumped at the chance. I'll tag along. Sakura should be fine on her own. It's not like Sakura is some kind of human wife who takes care of people. Sasuke looked confused. A human wife? What the hell is that? Am I not a man? Naruto walked out of the house quickly. The streets of Wave Country. Being a small country on the edge, the streets of the land of Wave were not spacious, and outdated wooden houses in a predominantly grayish-brown color were situated on both sides of the stone road, making it more and more crowded visually. Fishing gear hangs from the eaves, and the smell of sweat and the faint odor of fish permeates the surroundings. Naruto found a bucket hat to cover his conspicuously long hair, and changed into plain clothes, not unlike those around him. From time to time theft breaks out in the streets. Thieves openly steal. Beggars sit paralyzed in the street, but no one pays any attention. There was a look of exhaustion and numbness on all the faces. It doesn't seem too different from the original, Naruto said as he looked around carefully, trying to find hints of something unusual. At the same time, he began to think differently. What would I do now if I soul-switched Kato? Everyone knows that Daz is the biggest hard ass, so tackling him is the priority. What about the other aspects? Zabuza is a huge liability. He'll slash at the drop of a hat, and he's worth an army of mercenaries on his own. If I were Kato, I wouldn't pay any attention to Zabuza right now. I'd just let him recuperate in peace. Gee, no. If I were Kato, I'd be on the run right now. Wouldn't I be looking for death if I went up against the main character? Well, that one's brain circuits are clearly different from the norm. As he was thinking about this, Naruto suddenly saw a group of people appearing ahead of him in great numbers heading in Naruto's direction, obviously dressed as mercenaries from the clothes they were wearing. Bad! Naruto cried out. Kato was coming for Daz now. In that case, first lure them to a place where no one is around, and then treat them to a Nine Tails branded dragon fruit. Naruto immediately formulated a draft counterattack, confirmed their movements. In fact, Naruto's bucket hat was on the large side, and he himself was rather short, so he didn't see the flyers these mercenaries were cupping in their hands. The mercenaries were seen beginning to methodically distribute leaflets to the surrounding populace. Hello, please take a look at our presidential candidate for the country of Wave. A man with a huge scar carved into his face said to the man beside him. Oh. The man took the flyer with trepidation, which had a man's head printed on it. He's the new presidential candidate of the land of Wave. Kato-san, Scar said with a hint of reverence on his face. And, introducing our Mr. Kato's philosophy. Many people believe that Mr. Kato is responsible for the chaos in the land of Wave. But it is not so. The land of Wave had been sick for a long time, and was riddled with corruption and graft. And Mr. Kato saw the suffering of the common people and decided to start a revolution. After all, how can you get good politics with a bunch of bugbears? Besides, someone had organized a forceful resistance before. This is no longer an ordinary person. It must be dealt with heavily. With that, he handed the passerby a small bag of grain. Those who are willing to follow Mr. Kato, adequate food and pay are all managed. After all, giving money and food to the top is a bribe, but giving it directly to the people is called a stipend. Naruto listened quietly to Scar's tall tale, thunderstruck on the outside. What's all this? Spring in the land of waves, right? Naruto couldn't help but step forward and ask, may I ask who you are? Scar turned his head around at once. Loyalty, sincerity. We are Mr. Kato's presidential advisory group. Please support Mr. Kato more. Naruto took the flyer, which had Kato stylized in a spirited manner. Here's the thing. One question, Naruto said slowly. How many candidates are there in this presidential election? It's just Mr. Kato alone, and all the other candidates have opted out of the race when they heard that Mr. Kato was running for president. So what's the point of publicizing this? To make Mr. Kato's ideas known to the public at large. Of course, said Scar, earnestly. Mr. Kato said that while the presidency is on the table, a president without the support of the people is a floating duck without roots, and that some of the policy bills enacted after that will need everyone's support. Naruto felt a bit of a toothache. You don't say. That makes some damn sense. Chapter 15 Spring in the Land of Waves. Kato is obviously playing something very new. Instead of following the original path and developing force, he played with democracy. Naruto sighed in relief. He was now 80% sure that this one hadn't read the original Naruto. It's not disrespect for the little general brother, but democracy doesn't work here at all. And mastery of force is the absolute king. The odds are that this dude is a Goliath. I didn't realize that foreigners could wear them here. Naruto thought to himself. Well, that's very informative. Can I claim food? Naruto, in the spirit of coming all this way, decided to ask Scar for food. Of course, said Scar, and then he was about to put his hand in the bag. One moment. Naruto interrupted Scar to cast the spell. All 7 of us in my family want to support Mr. Kato. Can we take 7? The trio plus Kakashi plus the Dez family of 3, all of whom are good citizens of Mr. Kato. This. Scar froze. How is this still stuck on a bug? Naruto patiently said, think about it. My family went out on the street to support you to send it as well. Why don't you send it all in one breath now? And then I'll give my family a good talking to. Scar scratched his head. He felt like the person in front of him was boxing him in, but he couldn't tell. Naruto talks some more. And finally Scar gives Naruto all 7 portions. Naruto was very satisfied in his mind. What a mouthful. Tactical backward JPG. He put all the grains in a bag, which contained not only rice, but also some vegetables and fruits and miscellaneous grains, a very rich variety. Does Kato count as doing something good? Naruto muttered, pushing his way out of the crowd and starting to walk back. Since they could receive food if they supported Kato, a number of people had already begun to gather towards the mercenaries. They knew of Kato's brutality, but couldn't care less. They'd starve to death if they didn't get enough to eat. The hungry fishermen began to push and shove each other, their parched flesh rubbing and bumping against each other. The smell of sweat, the smell of fish intertwined, the temperature of the crowd climbed, and the cramped street turned into a steamer. In the rear, you can still faintly hear the mercenaries shouting, "Mercenaries, stand at attention! Salute the chief! Kaka! Loyalty! Sincerity! Sincerity!" Naruto glanced backward, and a sense of absurdity grew in his mind that he had never felt before. A forest on the border of the land of wave. Kakashi releases the trio to practice tree climbing here after teaching. As childish as this is, we still can't be careless. Sakura listened carefully to Naruto's argument, taking no chances. Sakura, or it could be faked, like the first master of Soul City in the Falcon Ring, which doesn't do much damage but instantly moves behind your ass with a touch and kills you with a single slash. After Naruto informs a few people of the situation, everyone decides to move anyway. It's worth noting that Sakura manages to convince Inari that it looks like her mouth is no better than Naruto's. "What are you talking about?" Sasuke, who had just finished climbing a wave of trees, chimed in. He suspected that he had been isolated by Nara Sakura, who didn't take him with her whenever she opened a small window. "Nothing, Sakura was sharing her experience climbing trees," Naruto said casually. Like the original, Sakura had the best results, and she even surpassed the original Sakura, quickly achieving the top. "Is that so?" Sasuke's tone faltered. Can you tell me about it?" Naruto heard this and instantly decided to tease Sasuke. "Sakura said he'd tell you if you were his boyfriend." "What?" Sasuke's eyes widened. "Why should I have to offer myself when Naruto can just listen?" Sakura gave Naruto a blank look. "Don't listen to him, I'll show you the trick to climbing trees." "Faking it up. You obviously didn't say that before." Naruto lied without a red eye. To be reasonable, Sasuke's face is still very resistant. "So you're not impressed at all?" "There are a lot of handsome men over in my hometown," Sakura said lightly. "Aren't they all sisters?" "There are also a lot of straight dudes." "Well, people who used to chase me." "So you don't see the paperboy?" Sakura glanced at Naruto. "Sasuke's been a little out of his mind since he killed Seung Phosphorus. I wouldn't dare like someone like that." Sasuke had a questioning look on his face. "Who's Shannon? When did I kill anyone?" What puzzled him the most was why Nara Sakura cricked him in his face every time. Didn't she know how to talk behind his back? "Can you please respect the people involved?" Sakura turned to Sasuke. "But if you're like this, won't you kill someone sooner or later?" Sasuke froze. Sakura continued. "Your dream is revenge, right? Even if you don't touch a single person halfway through, don't you end up killing?" Sasuke was a bit angry. He is the one who must be killed. The Uchiha clan cannot rest in peace without killing him. Going down the path of vengeance means you're destined to hurt innocents. Naruto interjected. "The object of your vengeance killed the entire clan, right? Then he must be very strong. And if you want to kill him, you'll have to keep practicing killing. So isn't that going to hurt innocents?" Sasuke flinched again. "And what are you going to do after you kill him?" "You have no purpose in life," Sakura added. "Sasuke, I'm going to revive the clan." "Sakura, then don't think about killing people. What you need to revive the one clan is political maneuvering and human resources. And you definitely can't get around Kiba. Instead of thinking about how to kill people, think about how to gain Naruto's support." Sakura stared at Sasuke. "May I ask, will Lord Naruto support you in your murder?" Sasuke was silent. He had never thought about them. Rather, Sasuke had lived his whole life like a puppet on a string. First he was manipulated by the ferret, then by the bandito, and finally managed to figure out a path on his own, and was immediately blocked by Naruto Rokudo. In the end, to atone for his sins, he wanders off to be alone forever, beautifully protecting the village. How sad. Naruto saw that the atmosphere was a bit cold and quickly patted Sasuke on the shoulder. "It's okay, Sasuke, no matter what you want to do, the two of us will ironically support you." With that said, Naruto looked to Sakura and winked. "That's right, isn't it, sis?" Sakura is silent for a moment and nods. What she didn't say was what to do in case Sasuke was taken over in the future as well. Sakura explains to the pair the essentials of tree climbing once more, and Naruto and the pair continue their training. On her own, she ran to the vicinity of the bridge, posted a stop work notice, and greeted the workers around her. At night, a cottage somewhere on the beach. "Thanks to the food Naruto took, we'll have a full meal tonight. Madam cooked a delicious dinner for all of them." The trio ate their way through it. Kakashi and Madam chewed their food, and only Daz and Inari were in a downcast mood. "There might be more tomorrow. Naruto said vaguely to the crowd as he chewed a full piece of ham in his mouth. They'll still be handing out food tomorrow? Sasuke asked. There's no way they're going to publicize it for just one day. Tomorrow. Sasuke, you go and tell them that all 9 members of your family have believed in Mr. Kato, and cry misery for more wool to gather. Sakura is a little speechless on the side. This wave country shoots all let you take over it. Oh yeah, one more thing. Naruto turned his attention to Sakura. Chapter 16, Sasuke, my stupid teammate. Oh, Sakura, how so? According to the original story, Naruto would have a chance encounter with White with his mask off once and have a conversation. Naruto lowered his volume. I'm going to take my chances and see if I can find their lair early by starting with White's whereabouts. It's a good thought, but Haku and Zabuza have been on the run for years, and their anti-surveillance sense must be strong. So much for taking chances. Naruto nodded. It was just a mindless, idle move on his part, and it didn't matter if it didn't work. For Naruto, the biggest unsettling factor right now lies with Zabuza and White. Zabuza isn't under Kato's control, and he's going to get defeated this time and target Kakashi against him next time. And it's possible that the trio will be considered on as well. One other thing I think you need to be aware of is Kato's side. Sakura said suddenly. What? I've reviewed the situation. Don't you think Kato's men are a bit too numerous? Sakura had a serious expression. The attack on us at the beginning was a squadron start. The siege of White was a large force, and the blatant distribution of food in the territory of Wave Country. Naruto's brow furrowed slightly. A sea of people is useless. Not many people can dance in front of the 9 tails. It's not like it's Master Zeb. It's not just a sea of people. It feels a bit like a pyramid scheme to me. Naruto's expression stiffened a bit. Step right up, and do it as soon as you turn around and find the smithy. Early the next morning, Naruto laid down gently where he had originally been practicing in the woods. His eyes closed tightly as he waited for White to arrive. He was a little bored, so he started remembering the comics. There's one way to put it. White, this little nanny, is a real tart. He thought in his mind. Memories of long white hair and women's clothing, and a light green eyeshadow. Who's a tomboy wearing green eyeshadow? Ah. Suddenly, Naruto had a flash of insight and a piece of information began to pour into his mind. Kiba's Imperial Army is arriving. Naruto murmured softly as he picked up on the memories coming from the disarming shadow doppelganger. Great. Next up, let's give Bananoku Kaka a taste of righteous Konoha swarming. And this support person. Well, unexpected and reasonable. Russell, little brother. You'll catch a cold if you sleep here. Naruto's eyes opened and his memory's likeness began to overlap over and over again. It's really eyeshadow. Naruto pretended to be sleepy and said, well, I can't believe I fell asleep here. What are you doing here? White asked as if he were not thinking. Naruto stretched. Me? I'm waiting for a passing roller. When he comes a set of aura will blow him right out of the water. White, practice. Is that so? White tidied his hair. You wear a forehead protector on your head. Does that mean you're a ninja? Those who wear a forehead protector may not be ninjas. They may be rebel ninjas. White flinched slightly. You cultivate to catch rebel ninja? Naruto shook his head. Cultivation is about survival. Try to ask you in the street. Eating hot pot singing, suddenly by the bandits. Rebel ninja. What do you feel? White was silent. Naruto, do you have someone you care about? Sure. White's tone wavered a bit. With that said, White was about to fall into Zabuza-san's memories. I know you're about to start reminiscing, but don't you start yet. Naruto interrupted the spellcasting. I am indeed on the trail of the rebel shinobi. They got people killed, and I need them to give an account to the families of the fallen. Turn in? Yeah. Deliver. To stabilize White, Naruto didn't say drop you is the best way to deliver. A hero was killed by a villain, and now the rebels want to kill the hero's family. Naruto said calmly. You can understand that, can't you? Sometimes ninjas kill to keep more people from dying. He tapped White on the shoulder and White instinctively flinched back. White had mixed feelings. Could it be that by following Mr. Zabuza, I'll let more people die? No, it's not right. Mr. Zabuza is my benefactor. He is all I have. Haku was still too caught up in his own struggle to notice that Naruto had already taken a big step away. Chief, can you summon the shinobi? Kakashi saw Naruto running back in a fire. What's wrong? I left a scent on a suspected enemy, and now I need Shinobu to help show me the way. Naruto raised the herb he was holding. He crushed the herbs he found near the woods and rubbed them repeatedly on his own hands, leaving a faint odor behind. After that, he took advantage of the conversation with White to tap him on the shoulder, trying to keep the scent on top of his shoulder. Of course, the purpose of White's trip was to pick herbs, and Naruto was just an added insurance policy. Please chief, we have a chance to get a head start. Got it. Kakashi braced himself, running his chakra for a few moments before beginning to cast a spell. Ninjutsu psychic. Boo. With a puff of smoke, the ninja dog Parker joined in. His eyes slightly narrowed as he looked Naruto up and down. Kakashi. This is the kid, right? Naruto, you know me too, Dio Daiji? Parker? Mouth full. My name is Whirlpool Naruto, and I've been a Shimanobi for 2.5 months. Naruto turned to Kakashi again. Chief, one isn't enough. I need more ninjas. What? Are you questioning my sense of smell? A slight whimper escaped Parker's throat. It's not just the enemy that smells of herbs, but the nearby forest as well, and I'm going to need more ninja dogs to help eliminate extraneous options. Kakashi thought about it and summoned more ninja dogs. Naruto placed the herbs in front of the dogs, who took a careful sniff and scattered in different directions. Wait for the results next. Kakashi looked at Naruto and nodded approvingly. Naruto, well done. Sasuke, who was preparing to go out and train on the side, froze in his body when he heard that. For some reason, since joining the 7th class, Sasuke felt like his presence had become lower and lower. Am I getting weaker? Or is this Naruto guy improving too fast? Combined with Naruto's vicious fighting techniques and his venomous tongue in the face of a strong enemy earlier, he was a little off balance. How in the world did this dangler do it? Hey Naruto! Sasuke yelled. You're okay for now. Sparring with me. It should be noted that the trio has completed their tree climbing practice. As soon as Naruto heard that, Kukuku stifled a laugh. He knew what flavor of fart he was going to let out as soon as Sasuke lifted his leg now. My stupid, teammates Naruto said with his hands behind his back, living like a daddy's leader. Don't always think of confrontation against confrontation. We do have to compete, but we have to seek unity in competition. With your kind of mentality, it's definitely not going to work for you to evaluate the merits in the future. Sasuke, cut the nagging. Fight or not? You're not afraid, are you? Let's fight. Let's show you the power of your Grandpa Nine Tails today. Naruto rolls up his sleeves and decides to use the great memory recovery technique to help Sasuke remember the night of the Nine Tails. Alright, stop it. I have the latest intel here. Sakura pushed in the door and gestured for a few people to listen to her. Chapter 17 Raid on Kato's Lair. Kakashi-sensei, please come here too. Sakura placed a few pictures on the table and gestured for everyone to view them. Here's a picture I took this morning at the gathering place. Well, here's the thing. Kato's fans return to the gathering place every day after publicity, and the gathering place holds some regular events. Check it out, guys. A few people took a look and a number of people gathered in the clearing, forming circle after circle. Inside, there were not only mercenaries, but also fishermen, beggars, and children with disheveled hair, and eerily enough, all of them had big smiles on their faces. I feel like I'm watching a ghost movie. Naruto felt goosebumps all over himself. The pictures don't really reflect anything. You'll find it even weirder when you go to the scene. Sakura's expression was a little hard to read. Naruto thought for a moment and said, or let's go check it out. It's good to be idle. Chief, you coming too? Kakashi shook his head. I'm not fully recovered at the moment, and the Daizes need someone to watch over them. Then let's go. The three of us, and see how it goes. The trio changed to a gray and black line, no longer colorful, and put on a wide-brimmed bucket hat. Naruto, depart. It was nearing noon, and the sun was shining on the streets of the land of waves, making the salty air around them slightly drier. The three of them, in a fine sweat, walked slowly towards the gathering place. Nearly closing in, Sakura signaled for a path around the corner. A goat path she'd found during her surveys that hardly anyone would have paid deliberate attention to. After a while, the three of them approached the fence of the gathering place, through which they could see a circle of people sitting on the ground. With light footsteps, they could faintly hear the sounds of the crowd. The circle of people closest to the three were saying something to each other. As Naruto listened closely, they either recounted their bitterness, shared secrets they kept hidden inside, or recounted things they had done wrong. When it was all said and done, the person hosting in the middle drew the mood down to a low point, and then some of them actually began to sob softly as the group gradually fell into an emotional breakdown. Naruto's expression stiffened a bit, but I saw a fisherman with red eyes. When I was a child, my father liked to take me to the surrounding snack street to buy delicious octopus balls. That time I was young and did not understand anything. My father has not eaten, saying that he has a bad tooth. But when I grew up I realized that it was he did not want to eat. Another mercenary said, when I was a kid my family occasionally caught too many fish and my mom only ate the meat on the tail. When I asked her why she didn't eat the meat on the belly she always said she liked the tail. Now that I think about it, who doesn't know that fish meat tastes better? The presiding officer cleared his throat and said in a low voice, Dear although Mr. Kato has no intention of pursuing the deer, he knows the suffering of the living. Through this morning meeting we are given the opportunity to reflect, and we must grasp it firmly. Sasuke couldn't help but whisper, what's a kindred spirit? Goryo, which translates to partner. Friend. Sakura murmured. It's not surprising. Like whatever unification church originated in Goryeo. Naruto's teeth hurt a little. Is this a cultural invasion? As he was saying this, a circle of people had burst into tears. At this time, the host in the center stood up and said, proximity now everyone has shared their little secrets. We are heart-to-heart partners, right? Do you trust each other? Let's play a little game. With that, he pulled a chair and stood up. I'm going to stand on top of the chair and fall on my back with my back to you all. And I'm sure that my relatives will be able to catch me. And that's the kind of trust one have in my relatives. When he finished, he fell straight backward, and the kindred spirits behind him held him up just in time to keep the back of his head from hitting the ground. The host exclaimed, look, that's trust between kindred spirits. You guys try it. All of them, at his command, took turns falling into the arms of their kinsman, and none of them fell to the ground. After the last person fell and was caught, the host was thrilled. See, this is the power of kinship. Kinship won't let your trust go down. Kinship will always have each other's backs. When they finished, everyone cheered, as if rejoicing in the fact that they had found a new partner. Sasuke watched the scene in disbelief, his mouth growing wide. Kindred spirits Sakura felt like she couldn't look at the word straight anymore. Watch less Korean dramas in the future. Oh, I'm in the shinobi world. That's fine. She kind of knew why Kato had as many mercenaries as cockroach eggs. What the hell are they doing? Sasuke was a bit incoherent, his triple vision having taken a huge hit. Naruto looked at Sasuke sympathetically. It's quite normal for the village to have never seen this battle. They're brainwashing each other. Sakura frowned. First they share their secrets with each other to draw in psychological distance. Then they mobilize their emotions and remove their sanity. And finally they use the game to establish a new self-perception, playing these tricks without even using jutsu. To sum it up in a technical term, it's a pyramid scheme. Naruto hesitated for a moment and added, actually, people from the company play this a lot. Only, instead of calling it a pyramid scheme, the company's leaders would use a more flexible term. Mission building. Sakura nodded back. When I was in college, the applied psychology program ran this. They called it psychological group training over there. Thinking of this, Sasuke couldn't help but ask. A question occurred to me. Where exactly did the food distributed by the mercenaries come from? I'm afraid it's just the compelled populace turning themselves in. It's called wool coming from the sheep. Naruto said thoughtfully. Sakura, we can't keep screwing around like this. Sometime, we'll end this gathering. Naruto, Tweedledum, if we keep this up the whole of Waveland is going to fall. Naruto withdrew his contempt for Kato. The three began to discuss tactics. Evening. Naruto pressed the edges of his bucket hat down and leaned in the direction of the gathering. He took a general look around. A wave of mercenaries would appear around the perimeter of the gathering place in about 2 hours on average, going to the gathering place to hand over their performance for the day and then changing shifts. The entire gathering place was like a machine running on automatic, dedicated to gathering all the people of the wave country into their hands. Naruto followed the end of one of the groups and began to move towards the gathering place. Stop, please. The guard at the gate stopped the party in its tracks. We need to count the party. The gathering place determines how much of an impact it is currently having on the land of Wave by counting the number of people. The man at the front who looked like the captain proudly said, the third team managed to finish distributing all the food today. Promote Mr. Kato's philosophy, and develop 9 new affinities. He pointed his finger toward the very back, while the guards signaled for these newly developed relatives to come out alone, and the others began to follow the list in order. Naruto instantly cried out in his mind, is this one of those things where you're exposed before you even get in? That's when the guards and the captain also noticed the war point. How come there was an extra professor in the group? Chapter 18 Kindred Spirits. Don't mess with me. Setting change, family to relatives. Captain, go see what's going on. Instead, he saw the captain begin to walk slowly toward the rear and began to count them one by head count. Naruto was a bit anxious, and in his haste, he began to mimic the tone of the daytime hosts by shouting, Kindred Spirits, I'm a newcomer who just joined. The captain was born with a tiger's back and a dominating coiled dragon tattooed on his chest. With a scrutinizing look in his eyes, he coughed up a mouthful of phlegm and said, you're a newcomer? Why didn't you make a sound just now? Naruto also sized up the captain, who spoke in a tone not unlike a native of the land of Wave, but more like a close associate of Kato. He rolled his eyes and said, kissing I was shocked by the team's essence and unknowingly followed them. Didn't Chief Kaka say to unite all those who can be united? Without a word, the captain walked up in silence and began checking Naruto's coat pockets. He touched Naruto from head to toe to make sure there were no dangerous items and then asked, what is Mr. Kato's philosophy? Naruto was a little blindsided. These days he was just stomping around besides practicing. Hell, he didn't know what his philosophy was. Developing a downline? Bringing spring to the land of waves? The odds are that the letter is going to flip. No, gotta take ownership of the conversation. Only a hint of disappointment was deliberately shown in Naruto's eyes. Proximity. Is this how you test cadres? The captain frowned. Naruto slowly raised his volume. I just tagged along today to experience the morning meetings of my kinsmen. And they say that kinsmen are closer than family, that they can trust each other with their backs. And as a result, you're actually going to question the loyalty of a kinsman now? The people around them looked over, and many of them began to whisper. The captain was obviously a bit hungover. Keep your voice down and don't say anything detrimental to unity. Now you're the one working against unity. Naruto turned to the crowd. Kindred spirits. This kindred spirit suspects me of being an enemy. Heaven and earth. I've been eating the chief's food for days. How could I possibly be an enemy? An old man beside Naruto said. Yeah, pro forma. We'll be fed and clothed if we join this family. There's no need to be so sensitive. Yeah. The captain had a mouthful to say. It's like this, folks. A group of spies have infiltrated the land of waves these days. Spy? I've become a spy, Naruto exclaimed, looking unusually angry, his face vaguely distorted in expression, though he is indeed the spy. Shoo, keep your voice down. The captain hastily pulled Naruto back. Ahem, you go in first and register. Another older woman in the crowd chimed in with a reassuring, don't be angry, young man, just go in and register. Humph, Naruto snorted coldly, finally giving the captain a leg up. Count on you to know. Wait, I seem to be the spy, huh? The group walked in a line into the gathering place, where the captain first took a head count, and then allowed the proxies to receive their nameplates. Naruto claimed one as well, the tiny nameplate labeled with the number 3021. Does that mean 3,000 people have fallen? Naruto thought to himself. Once the collection was complete, the captain took the athline to the lodgings. The gathering place is militarized, and a large number of collective dormitories have now been built, with dozens of people in one dormitory, belonging to college students who would shake their heads at the sight of them. The dormitory smelled of everything, and Naruto was almost smoked out of his back as soon as he entered. He coughed and walked to an unoccupied corner, splitting off a shadow doppelganger to return to the dormitory, while his main body hid in the shadows and held its ground. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps began to be heard in the corridor, and someone shouted, "Report, there's a fire in the west part of the gathering place. Tell a few teams of relatives to get wet towels and water and hurry to put out the fire." Hell, a fire in a place as humid as wave country? Sasha. Footsteps and shouts abounded. After a few more moments, Naruto proper, seeing that there were far fewer people patrolling around, boldly stepped out and began to run around. The fire was naturally created by Sakuratsu to buy Naruto time. Naruto summoned a few more shadow doppelgangers and began to split up. Granary. Naruto proper murmured softly. By now, the trio's plan is clear. They had to dismantle the gathering. They couldn't use force. After all, the vast majority of the people were natives of the land of wave. Harming them was no different than being a terrorist. Satan would have to ask you to smoke when he came. Reverse brainwashing? Unrealistic. The trio thought Kato's brainwashing surpassed theirs by too much. Or finally Naruto suggests, robbing the granary. Food, he argued, was the reason why the kinfolk were able to gather so quickly, and the brainwashing technique itself, while immensely useful, would take some time to subtly change the mindset of the populace. Unless it was a madman who was willing to give up everything for his so-called ideals, but Naruto thought that such people should be few and far between at the moment. Soon, one of the doppelgangers found the granary to the south. He disengaged his shadow doppelganger, and the rest of the Narutos began to rush towards the granary. He soon saw the granary, two tall guards patrolling the perimeter. Judging by the clothes, it should be Kato's direct line. Instead of striking out, Naruto dived right into mental space. Oi. 9 tails, pay the rent. Naruto in spirit space reached out his hand towards the giant eye. You're looking more and more impatient. Have I been too nice to you lately and made you forget about my terror? Nine Tails' tone had a hint of huff in it. Snarling, Naruto shook his head. As long as you're still stopped by the Bagua seal, you're just a little fox. Hurry up. I have errands to run. Humph. Ninetails rolled over, not wanting to pay attention to Naruto. Yo, little guy in a mood? Naruto said with interest. Tell you what, you pay your rent twice more and I can grant you a reasonable request. Ninetails was silent, but there was a clear change in his aura. For all you can do, you can't fulfill my demands. Not now, but what about the future? Naruto said lightly. You've seen my potential and means. Not only that, I can use your power. Just ask me what request I can't fulfill when I grow up. Or do you despise your own power? Ninetails didn't answer, but Naruto knew that it was on the hook. It's not a machine. It naturally has its own demands. And Naruto is one of the few people who has a chance to fulfill them. But what Naruto didn't intentionally say was that what Nine Tails asked for had to be reasonable. This is reasonable. And it's up to Naruto to judge for himself. Alright, I'll trust you for once. Nine Tails' breath smoothed out and he began to channel chakra towards Naruto. Naruto's mind returned to reality once more as he felt the increasingly pure chakra. He realized that he was now able to perform simple activities in reality while communicating with Nine Tails. Like being offline for a while. Naruto took 3 steps forward, ready to knock the guard right out. Just as he was about to get his hands on it, he snapped to see 2 dark shadows lurking in the shadows behind the guards. Naruto fixed his eyes on the grandparents he had just seen at the door. He froze. Don't mess with me. Chapter 19 Total Annihilation is the best infiltration. Naruto's brow furrowed as he realized that things weren't simple, and he spun around and silently retreated behind the building. It is well known that the Moncler jacket sale in movies and television are not simple, not to mention the fact that he dared to blend right into the enemy's main camp. So I'm sure he's just as good as Naruto. Only to see Moncler outlet store wrapping his fist in thick clothing, a build-up of energy, and a punch towards the guard near the door. Bang! With a muffled thud, the guard fell limply to the ground, and Big Mama immediately grabbed the back of the guard's neck and dragged him to the shadows. Moncler outlet online soon the second guard was taken care of in the same way, without making much noise the whole time. Naruto says there's something about old-timers. But soon, a few more patrols came out of the granary. They sensed something was wrong and began to look around, and as soon as Auntie tensed up and created some noise, the duo were quickly locked into position by the enemy. What man? A man in the center shouted. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. What will you do next? Naruto felt a little sorry that there were no melons or popcorn around to enjoy the show. Now Moncler outlet store that they are in a desperate situation. How will they break out? Let's wait and see. Well, Moncler outlet store once again wrapped up tightly and punched the enemy in the chest. The enemy bends over in pain. It looks like Moncler outlet store he's still got it, and he's going to be able to pick off more than one next time. The older woman picks up the rocks around her and starts covering Moncler outlet store her remotely, and the two of them work well together. Not good. Moncler outlet store they get hit by the stick. Moncler outlet store down. The referee will now start reading the seconds. 1, 2, 3. Wait. Something's not right. Moncler outlet store it doesn't look like there's any backhanders. Naruto stopped his inner commentary in a hurry and flew to his enemies in a big jump, backhanding one of them with a slap that knocked him down. The few remaining heads snapped around to look at Naruto. Their eyes glazed over. Naruto scratched his head in some embarrassment, and to ease the awkwardness he opted for one person to help them lose their memories with a heavy punch. Is everything okay? Naruto said as he helped the older man to the side and pulled another handful of bittersweet from his ninjutsu bag, signaling the older woman to use it for her own protection. Are you two here to rob the granary as well? Naruto whispered. Moncler outlet store panting for a moment. He nodded. If we don't rob the granary, the workers will starve to death. Kato does not allow stores to sell food to their workers unless they give up building the bridge and join the gathering. When some people are not willing to compromise, the relatives block the door of their homes and do not allow them to go out. Several families have already been starved alive. Naruto just felt his breath catch. Is this the real Waveland? Naruto said in a deep voice. Who else is robbing the granary besides you? Auntie, it's just the two of us. The others are either being watched or no longer have the strength to walk. I see. Naruto nodded and asked again. Can you distinguish between Kato's mercenaries and the population of the Wave Country? The big mom quickly said. I've lived here for many years, so I should be able to help you differentiate. Very good. Naruto first found a place for Moncler outlet store him to land, signaling him to hide here for now, and set up some small traps around the area, handing Moncler outlet store him the fuse for the switch. Naruto wasn't going to go straight. Auntie, you stay close next. You point and I'll hit. Is that okay? Can. The duo began to walk back down the same path towards the dormitory area. Sasha. The path, paved with gravel, was stepped over by Naruto's feet, thundering underfoot. Gathering place, surveillance area. The captain with the disc dragon tattooed on his chest sat large on the fluffy couch, picking his teeth with his pocket knife as he greeted his men to bring him the grilled fish. The captain took a taste. Yuck. It's awful. Don't be angry, Captain. You know how it is in Wave Country. The seasoning is almost non-existent and the fish is astringent and hard to eat. Forget all the meat. It's the women here that really spoil the fun. Another shirtless, burly man yelled. Didn't we take in a new batch of relatives yesterday? And one of the chicks I looked at was good, so I let her come to my room at night to play around. And guess what? Taking off her clothes, she was as skinny as a monkey, and her upper body was full of ribs. Dead poor people are like that. Hey, no more. Take a sip. A few glasses were mingled and there was rapture all around. Bang! Suddenly, the doorway was violently kicked open, bringing with it a strong wind. The yellow-haired, bearded teenager walked in and scanned the week with scarlet eyes, his fox whiskers constantly swaying in a rather anthropomorphic manner. Are they all Katos? The teenager asked the older woman in the back. Right. All of them in this house. Copy that. The captain jolted to his feet, a little unnerved by the malice that permeated Naruto, and faltered. Aren't you the newcomer from tonight? What do you want? It's nothing. A few of you were just having quite an interesting conversation, so I'll interrupt slightly. With that said, Naruto came to the crowd with a big jump and backhanded them, cracking their knees as much as he could. Several people's legs snapped in unison like puppets with broken strings. The captain almost fainted from the pain. Together with the interruption you said is so interrupted Instead of ignoring the few people who were retreating like mad, Naruto walked over to the table and tucked the list of proxies into his pocket. Big Mama asked carefully, just let these guys stay here? They don't deserve to die right now. It'll hurt for a few hours first. Next room. Soon. There were gut-wrenching screams coming from the different guards' rooms as Naruto communicated cordially with Kato's cronies, the latter of whom all said they knew each other well enough to offer their knees to the big man. That's the last of them, isn't it? Naruto asked the older woman as he lifted the guard into his hands. The older woman shivered. Seems like it. Anyway, you took care of all the guards on the road, the ones that came back from putting out the fire. Well, it looks like our infiltration was successful. Naruto nodded. Auntie, Isn't taking out all the enemies the perfect infiltration? Alright Big Mom, you carry a few bags of grain away with Grandpa first, and I'll keep the rest on my side for now. Once the older man and woman were gone, Naruto took a deep breath and began to let the chakra of the 9 tails slowly spill out. Red transparent chakra spread out from Naruto's body as he began to focus his mind and control the shape change of the chakra so that it gradually turned into a large hand. During this period, Naruto could vaguely feel the 9 tails chakra getting closer and closer to him, and his control of the chakra also became more and more skillful. This feeling of skillfulness is like a progress bar began to slowly move towards 100%. Quickly, he grabbed a few bags of grain and began throwing them towards the outer wall. The moment the food was found, one of Naruto's shadow doppelgangers tumbled out of the outer wall to find Sakuratsu and told them to go to their corresponding location and wait. This is not 1 or 2 trips to move the whole thing. The trio originally intended to move all of them in batches. And during the period, they also have to prevent the guards from discovering the missing pounds. Oh, the guards are gone. So it's fine. Naruto threw out as much food as he could and scaled the wall himself. Sakura and Sasuke had been waiting for a long time. And not only that, but Naruto saw Puck licking his meaty paws on the side. Parker, yo Naruto, you're just in time. Kakashi told me to hurry up and call you guys back. Something new. Chapter 20, Sakura who jumped her right eyelid again. Naruto instinctively had a bad feeling. No sign of White? Found it was, Parker said with a slightly embarrassed expression, but Blue was seen by White as he was retreating. And as you know, he's bigger. Naruto scowled. Brew is the biggest. Full-faced one? Aye. And when Brew came back, he said that Zabuza walked out with his greatsword, scaring it so much that it deactivated its psychic powers on the spot. Sakura frowned slightly. That means he's almost healed. Strange. It should take a few more days according to the timeline? Naruto's face sank. It's Kato. He most likely hired someone special to help Zabuza recover quickly. He informed the workers of their situation in detail, and several of them looked a little hard. Sakura was silent for a moment, breaking the silence. On the bright side, at least we know what's going on with Zabuza's recent past ahead of time, so we won't be caught off guard. Sasuke rubbed his fists together and smiled faintly. I'd really like to spar with that guy now, too. Naruto glanced at him. The guy Sasuke was talking about would be White. That being said, after seeing Naruto and White's methods a while back, Sasuke's middle-agedness faded a lot and he practiced quite a bit harder. Now that the sky had cleared and the rain had stopped, the column felt like it was working again. Naruto said to himself that it was true that getting beaten up by the strongest was the destiny of the second pillar, and then he patted him on the shoulder in relief. When the time comes, you're going to go one-on-one with White. Sasuke didn't say anything, just grunted. The 3 men and a dog began transporting the grain back in an organized fashion. On the way, a few people checked the list of relatives Naruto had gotten his hands on, knocked out and tied up all the mercenaries patrolling the road, and threw some more food into the small yards of the workers. The area around Daz's old home had the most mercenaries, and the 3 of them did not do anything about it, but left all the mercenaries that were bundled together in Daz's home. However, this is just like drinking hemlock to quench his thirst. As long as Kato is not eliminated, there will be no peace in the land of Wave. The affinity group is showing its first signs of promise, and the rebels are cured of a major illness. The living room of Daz's new home. dimly lit. Do it tomorrow. Kakashi set his cane aside and murmured to a few people. The longer we delay the worse it gets. And with Kato's tactics, it's only a matter of time before he re-brainwashes the populace. Naruto agreed with Kakashi. Even though Kato couldn't do it by force, he couldn't help that he had the ability to pay money. Big deal. He could purchase another batch of food. Sakura thought for a moment and said, Naruto, when did you say the Kiba support would arrive? It could be just the next 2 days. Not sure of the specifics. Chief, what's your plan? Kakashi looked around at the three of them and said, right now, Zabuza and the masked child are the biggest threat. Since we already know their whereabouts, we'll find an opportunity to raid them tomorrow. And after we've taken care of them we'll carry out the decapitation plan on Kato. Plain and simple. Sasuke couldn't help but ask, would this plan be too simple? No, I agree with the chief's idea. Naruto shook his head. The more complicated the plan is, the more parts need to be considered. And if one part of the plan goes wrong, the whole plan faces bankruptcy. Kakashi smirked and nodded. That's the point. Sasuke was surprised. Before in terms of force by Naruto to steal the limelight just, now how even strategy also win him a chip? Seeming to notice Sasuke's eyes, Naruto said lightly, Pillar brother, practice more if you dish it out. Naruto, try saying that again. Naruto yawned and did not respond. Sasuke's eyes grew cold when he saw this. Stop. One more word and I'm going to punch someone. Sakura calmly called out to the duo to stop. The two of them winced at the same time, which made them stop. Sasuke prided himself on his strong overall strength, but all this time, he was only too jealous of Sakura. For no other reason than the fact that Sakura is skilled in both monstrous strength and Suiton Jutsu. Sasuke has seen her smash a boulder with her bare hands, obviously before it was only able to smash open a crack of pie. Sasuke's heart set off waves of shock. He also began to follow the inner roll-up, and when he had time, he began to practice the fire escape art. All in all, the trio's battle power had given Kakashi a vague feeling that he couldn't handle it. One more question. Sakura asked suddenly, do we need to have someone stay behind? Kakashi pondered for a moment and said, Sakura, can you stay here and protect Daz-san and the others? Yes. Sakura nodded without any hesitation. I'm relieved then. Kakashi signaled a few people to prepare their belongings and leave first thing in the morning. After the meeting broke up, Naruto couldn't help but find Sakura and whisper, hey, what were you thinking? Not painting your copy? He thought that according to the temperament of Sakura's Ash's soul players, he would have to teach Kato a lesson himself anyways, right? Sasuke needs white secret technique to stimulate the opening of his eyes, and with you and Kakashi there, they can't make waves. Sakura responded calmly. Besides, I always had a feeling something was wrong. Kato developed so many affinities even though he knew we existed. I suspected he was up to something else. That's why I'm going to stand guard, in case Dez gets caught by the pro-am, and then all hell will break loose. Naruto hesitated even as he listened, but he couldn't think of anything Kato could play. Maybe it's just because our Miss Haruno Sakura is overly cautious? Naruto pretended to be relaxed. I have a feeling that you might have been too tense from the intense practice over the past few days. Plus this whole affinity thing has put you in too much of a tight spot. How about we talk about something lighter? Oh, such as? Like talking about you. Yeah, I remember I haven't seen you in your past life. Naruto blinked. How about this? We both use shapeshifting to see what the other looks like, as an official face-to-face in the other world? Don't. What's the matter? Is it possible that you are ugly? Don't worry. I'm not a face dog. Say no. Naruto scratched his head. The more Sakura did this the more curious he became about her true colors. He began to pace back and forth. I'll pay for all your meals this month. I have a mom and dad who will cook for me. Oh, forgot. Otherwise you name a number and I'll go buy a lottery ticket. It suddenly occurred to Naruto that the original Naruto was lucky with money. The kind that could win any lottery ticket he bought. I can make my own money. Sakura clearly refused, stating that she would not spend a man's money. Next, Naruto comes up with no less than 10 more options, until Sakura wants to give Naruto a head massage set before he resigns himself. Hey, that's squirmy. Woman no doubt. Well, at least it rules out the zero option. Early the next morning, Naruto and Kakashi are all ready to go. Before he set off, Kakashi repeated his advice. When you meet the enemy later, you must follow my command, and don't take matters into your own hands like you did last time. Don't worry, Chief. Departure. Sakura looked at the three and gently brushed her right hand to her cheek. Her right eyelid started to flutter again. Chapter 21, I, Sakura Haruno, am all about technique. Daz's new home is nestled in the forest near the coast, surrounded by tall branches. In the early mornings, a layer of mist rises around the area and concealment becomes even greater. Generally speaking, few people could find this place, which was why Kakashi was relieved that Sakura was guarding the home. Seeing a few people depart, Inari carefully pushed her way out of the door and tugged on Sakura's sleeve. Sister, are they going to destroy the enemy? Sakura turned her head to him, her gaze softening. Well, they're going to destroy the bad guys. For the past few days, only Sakura would take the time to visit Inari in his room, occasionally talking to him, if not making small talk. But, Inari looked complicated. Will they be like Dad? It's possible, Sakura said bluntly. Inari froze. Sakura said calmly, a hero isn't omnipotent. A hero is one who knows he can't do anything. Inari nodded her head in confusion, but remained a bit unsure of what was going on. Similar conversations had happened many times, and in Inari's opinion if a hero would die, it meant that heroes were fake and didn't exist. Sakura would go to great lengths to correct his notions each time, telling him that heroes just represent a spirit. Spirit? What does that mean? Inari couldn't understand such an abstract concept. Wait a minute. Sakura suddenly felt something was wrong. The fog around her seemed a little thicker than before. Inari, go back to your room, Sakura said with a slight gaze in her eyes as she began to look over the few thin strings that hung next to the bell. These thin ropes stretched out in different directions in front of them, some connected to traps, some just arranged in the grass, and if there was any movement, the bells would ring. When Sakura looked, the bell was motionless, and the few thin ropes didn't wiggle. Am I overthinking this? Inari followed in small steps. What's wrong, sis? Being next to Sakura made him a little bolder. It's nothing, I might have gotten it wrong. Sakura hadn't finished her sentence when she looked ahead into the mist and her pupils snapped shut. The fog even gradually revealed a black shadow, and the air was not calm, occasionally emitting gusts of breaking wind. The voices were faintly audible at first, but soon grew in volume as if they were walking into a downtown area. Alarmed, Daz and the others stepped out of the room and couldn't help but suck in their breath at the sight of the dense black shadows. You guys go home first, barricade the door to your room with cabinets and all that furniture, and then have something in your hands that you can defend yourselves with. Sakura quickly pushed Inari back to the door of her room. Sister, what about you? There was some urgency in Inari's voice, and a cry began to creep into her voice. Sakura stroked Inari's head. It's okay. With that, she signaled Daz and the others to hurry up and close the door. Bang! Sakura let out a long breath and turned to the ravenous crowd. The crowd didn't continue to move forward. The people in the center slowly exited a small path and a tall man dressed in samurai garb stepped out. The sides to the back of the head are shaved. The center is tied into a bun, and a long bow and arrow is carried on the back. With every step he took forward, the temperature around him rose. Sakura's expression stared. This was another NPC that she hadn't seen before. The tall man slowly spoke. No wonder we searched for so long without finding you guys. So it turns out you're hiding here. Would you please have Mr. Dez come out for a moment? Mr. Kato would like to ask him to come over and talk. Boom! A fierce chakra turbulence violently erupted around the man. Sakura's hair fluttered in the wind as she said in a hushed voice. Is this a negotiation stance? Might as well just call it a threat. If you want to put it that way. The man drew his long katana and aimed it at Sakura. Ma'am, please don't make a fool of yourself. Someone around us snorted out a laugh. This woman is quite a looker. Let the brothers have some fun later? Tear up the cheongsam first, then the pants, and keep the shoes, socks, and ribbons instead. It's kinda funny. Ha ha ha. Sakura instinctively shivered a little in her legs as she listened to the vulgarity of the men in front of her. She was a little freaked out. It's not like Sakura hasn't fought numerous enemies before, but back then, at least she had Sasuke Naruto fighting alongside her, Kakashi hooded, and not to mention Naruto's nine-tailed outcast. There's nothing that can't be solved by a single shot of tailed beast Jade, and if there is, then there's another shot. But now, she needs to fight enemies alone with no end in sight, and the leader seems to have special powers as well. No system, no nine tails, no teammates, no leeway. Scared? How about we each take a step back? You go ask Mr. Dez and I'll have my men spare your life. How about that? The tall man said indifferently. Sakura was silent. Knock knock. Knock knock. Knock knock. Sakura Kasuno felt her heart beating rapidly faster. Like thunder. She bit down hard on her bottom lip with her teeth, oozing the slightest bit of blood, and when she regained her mobility she removed the gloves from her ninjutsu bag and put them on her hands before tying her pink ponytail up high. She couldn't help but remember what she had told Inari earlier. What's a hero? A hero is not fearless, but clearly afraid, but still determined to choose to do it, though millions of people will be there. Haruno Sakura spoke softly. She barreled towards the crowd, as the Uchiha charged towards the allied ninja forces. Bang! Bang! Sakura punched her way through the crowd, aiming her sharp fists at the vital areas of the incoming fighters and blocking the sharp arrows flying behind her with the human flesh blocking the front. Watch out for her punches. A burly man in the crowd shouted as he was quickly approached by Sakura, and another simple punch was thrown, cracking his incisor. Rigorous and powerful. As if breaking through. She hadn't even used any jutsu. Just plain, unadorned body techniques. Whoosh! Suddenly, a long giant arrow cut through the air towards Sakura's swift attack, and she was so shocked that she hastily pulled out her bitter end to flick it away. Poof! Poof! Flying arrows pierced through several people and flew straight at Sakura, smashing her to the side along with the bodies. Sakura rolled a few times to eliminate the backlash and got up to look away as the tall samurai once again drew his bow in an exaggerated arc. Ahem! Lubu is it? Sakura wiped the corner of her mouth and dodged to avoid another huge arrow. That arrow plunged into the earth with a loud boom. A few strands of hair clung to Sakura's sweaty face as she began to launch her attack in a labor-saving manner, and then simply slammed towards the ground, taking advantage of her foe's lack of surprise to get their feet stuck dead in the crevices. She was still a shinobi after all, and her stamina slowly began to fail her. The surrounding crowd also gradually went crazy. They didn't expect a weak woman to be so capable of fighting. But, finally, a man stabbed his lance hard into Sakura's body, and he shouted in excitement. But soon the girl's body turned into a river of water, and he turned his head to see the main body blow him away with a punch. Suetun water body technique. Seeing this, the samurai finally stopped waiting in the crowd and charged straight in Sakura's direction. He was going to take care of Sakura himself. Chapter 22. The same routine is not allowed to be played a second time. The tall samurai charged with a strong wind, the weight of his body causing the earth to shake slightly with every step he ran, not daring to slow down. Sakura first did a cartwheel to dodge the flying arrows, and then began to break out in the direction of the right. But the samurai ignored Sakura and instead aimed his katana forward, at his target, Daz's home. He turned his head towards Sakura with a smirking look. Sakura's heart sank steeply. The samurai's path was more sinister than she had thought. Find death! Sakura shouted angrily, throwing the few bitterless in her pocket towards the samurai, who dodged them with ease before using her katana to pick off as many as she could avoid. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two of the bitters leaped the samurai, hitting the thin rope at the entrance to Daz's room and picking it off. Bang! Bang! Loud bangs came from behind and around the crowd, and smoke from the explosions instantly swept over half of the battlefield. The samurai froze for a moment, and his face instantly turned grim. How dare you trick me? The bitterness she throws is initially aimed at the thin rope behind the samurai, and cutting it can also trigger the trap. Sakura, expressionless, charged towards the samurai, and this time, her hands began to form seals at a rapid pace. It's time to test the results of the special training. Ninjutsu, Misty Hidden. The surrounding fog instantly thickened 3 times again, paired with rolling smoke. Visibility instantly reduced to an exaggerated level. The samurai subconsciously looked from side to side while starting to move around constantly. He couldn't let Sakura lock onto him. Bang! Suddenly, a heavy punch slammed into his hard armor, causing him to stumble for a split second. The samurai subconsciously swung his sword, but the figure quickly disappeared. The samurai moved a few more steps to the left, but his back was soon hit hard again by Sakura. And this time, all at once, he felt his body turn inside out, as if his internal organs were slightly shifted. The samurai became furious at the young man's lack of martial virtues and yelled, "Damn it! Come out!" Before he could finish shouting, Sakura killed him from diagonally behind with another unassuming punch. The reason why he was able to locate the samurai's position so accurately was for no other reason than that the tall samurai himself, combined with the weight of his armor, caused him to make a heavy sound with every step he took. And Sakura calculated the samurai's mentality and took advantage of his constant movement to lock onto his position. And just as she was about to land this punch, the samurai suddenly stepped back and backhanded her wrist. The samurai threw Sakura towards the floor like a doll with a hard, jarring thud. Cough. Sakura only felt a sharp pain, and a scarlet sweetness welled up in her mouth as she spat out a mouthful of blood. You didn't think I couldn't see through your tricks, did you? The samurai let out a sardonic laugh and reached out to rip Sakura's clothes off. He was going to ruthlessly abuse the young girl in front of him. Who knew that Sakura wouldn't avoid it at all, but instead kicked the katana away, opening the samurai's gap and lunging with a mouthful of silver teeth on his carotid artery. The samurai instantly felt a stabbing pain. The pain in his neck caused him to finally develop a war cry, and a sense of crisis of death welled up in his heart. He subconsciously reached out and slammed his fist towards Sakura's abdomen. Get loose! I'll cut you loose! With a roar and a punch. Sakura had no response, the closing of her teeth tightening instead. How similar this scene is to the original. He participated in the examination of the Nakanobu Sakura, alone when facing the attack of the sound ninja, also bit the enemy, let it continue to counterattack, also do not let go of the mouth, until Sasuke woke up. It was hard to tell if the woman's character was meant to be or if her soul was beginning to gradually merge with the real Sakura. The samurai's pupils began to lax. All that was left was to swing his fists unconsciously, and his voice began to grow fainter and fainter. Bang! After a muffled thud, Sakura collapsed completely to the ground, but her eyes were dead set in the direction of Daz's house. All that was left of the samurai was a body. Its head kicked into the distance like a leather ball of confusion. Her body was gently lifted and she looked up as the yellow-haired, fox-bearded teenager spoke softly. It's okay. They won't hurt you anymore. Sakura stared at Naruto in a daze, the fear inside her finally pouring out like a flood overcoming a dam. And she couldn't help but hug Naruto tightly, sobbing in small sobs. Naruto soothed Sakura's constantly trembling body and said in a relaxed tone, "Leave the rest of these scumbags to me." Looking forward, the crowd at the forefront of the charge actually began to scatter and run away, and collided with those behind them, creating chaos all around them. They seemed to have been scared out of their wits by Sakura's desperate counterattack and were no longer able to fight. Naruto laughed. So that's how you play me every time I build up my moves, right? The same routine is not allowed to be played a second time. Naruto summoned his shadow doppelganger and used his nine-tailed chakra to grab everyone left, the minions shrinking into a ball and looking at Naruto like he was a monster. Naruto's shadow doppelganger strides towards his foe with a morose grin. Rauji's in a really stepping stone good mood. Counterpoint, you all go together. Whoever dares to run labor will shark. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and then they all charged at Naruto in unison like they were in mourning, before being slapped into the soil by Naruto's outstretched nine-tailed chakra like a seedling. Naruto beside Sakura then pulls out a medical prop and briefly treats Sakura, and the door to Dasa's room is pushed open, and Inari lunges at Sakura with tears hanging from her face. He watched the whole thing with trepidation, and his three views were completely turned upside down. Asterisk 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 off. Can't you see I'm tending to a wound? Naruto pushed Inari aside without a word. Dasa's daughter stepped out as well. Let's get her into the room first. I'll take care of the rest. It's easier between women. Naruto nodded while Sakura tugged hard on his sleeve and asked after a moment. You should hurry up and disengage your shadow divergence so your main body can tell Kakashi and the others what's going on. Naruto put Sakura's hand back. What are you talking about? I'm the original. Sakura froze slightly. Naruto scratched his head in some embarrassment, mainly because every time you made a flag something happened. I didn't feel comfortable with you, so I let my shadow doppelganger follow Kakashi and the others, and my main body came back to see you. Sakura's gaze softened for a moment as she listened, and then her cheeks burned slightly. That said, just now I actually hid in his arms and cried. So shameful. Daz and his daughter carried Sakura back and Naruto looked at the dumbfounded Inari and said, "What's on your mind?" Inari wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and murmured, "Sister told me before that heroes get scared too, and I still don't really understand. So that means that people like Sister are considered heroes, right?" Naruto said gently as he stroked Inari's head. "It seems like there's still not enough homework to do, so turn around and you'll systematically learn the heroic historical perspective." Inari froze. Shouldn't you be reasoning with me like a protagonist at this point? What the hell is homework done for less? Meanwhile, on the other side, Puck lowered his volume at Kakashi and the others. "Keep the noise down. You'll be here soon." Chapter 23, Sasuke, I also have the advantage of one hand. Zabuza's lair, like Daz's new home, was located between dense forests, surrounded by visibility made worse by the dense foliage. Even in the early morning it was like evening. The three of them, Kakashi, took cover in the nearby bushes and kept looking towards the surroundings. There don't seem to be any traps around at the moment, Naruto whispered to the two as he looked around the room. Kakashi nodded and said in a deep voice, "I'll go first later. You two will be in charge of stalling that masked boy and retreating first if anything happens." Naruto glanced to the side, only to see Sasuke's body shaking slightly, and chuckled lowly. "What? Got Parkinson's?" "No." Sasuke shook his head, his expression filled with exuberance instead. "That was excitement on my part. Yes, you can. You'll fight Zabuza later. Is not out of the question." Naruto had a feeling that if Sasuke had grown a tail he'd be scared to death at this point, and he couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation for whoever was going to get his ass kicked, white or him. Sasuke in the present day has a higher intensity than the original and can no longer be scrutinized by common sense. Suddenly, the trio heard dense sounds coming from the woods. A dark shadow heckled like a rainbow and began to do a sweep around the area. Most of these figures wore ninja forehead protectors on their heads. "Bad!" Naruto cried out. At this point the situation had once again deviated from the original and he couldn't help but wonder if Kato, the pussy, was a cockroach. This enemy is too good at reproducing. Kakashi signaled a few people to hold their breaths and used a hand signal to indicate that they should continue to wait. "We can't afford to spook them just yet. Naruto couldn't help but ponder that with Zabuza's temperament he might not be willing to cooperate with so many people through and through, and his own fighting style favored assassination. Well, if he fights with Zabuza later, use his mouth to pick a fight with him and the other ninja. At that moment, all three heard a man in the center wearing a turban yell toward the surrounding area. Come out yet? Naruto's scalp tingled. Was this pointing them out? It can't be. What makes them know the time of their raid? Another person beside him sked. Oh, proximity. Are you so sure they'll hide here? The chief anticipates everything. There's absolutely no mistaking it, said the turban man with eyes as firm as if he'd joined a party. Watch me force them out. Firebender. His hands began to form seals at a rapid pace. Naruto felt the hairs on his body stand up and sweat as he hurriedly whispered. Damn. They're coming for real. Chief, what should we do? Kakashi, retreat first. At that moment, the hooded man finished his seal. Fire Dragon Bomb. In an instant, the temperature around them began to climb by the minute, and Naruto scattered in all directions, but also directly exposed himself. Kakashi quickly pulled up his forehead protector and was just about to cover Naruto's retreat when he felt as if a giant blade had appeared behind him. Oh, your opponent. It's me. Out of nowhere, Zabuza held a large sword and pressed the tip against Kakashi's back. Zabuza. Kakashi's eyes instantly became incredibly grave. Don't turn around. If you let your Sharingan eyes turn on me, I'll cut you in half immediately. Zabuza's eyes narrowed slightly. Naruto dodged a few rounds of shuriken and yelled towards Zabuza. Zabuza, are you Kato's dog now? Zabuza turned his head violently, his eyes looking like he wanted to chop Naruto into 8 pieces. The commission I take over is only for success, not failure. After saying that, he gave Kakashi another playful smile. What's more, this Kato person still has a use for him. What do you say? Pro-life? Although I know the intention of Zabuza, but Naruto still feel the whole person is not good. Talk cannot be so ghostly. You're not going to be able to live with your relatives, are you? Naruto had another high opinion of Kato's brainwashing skills, and he even suspected that with a few more days of contact, Zabuza was going to change his attire to a Korean trench coat. The other side. Ding! Sasuke turned his body continuously and used his bitter blade to keep the flying needles of the enemy beside him firmly in check. Nice speed. White commented lightly on Sasuke's physical skills, as if his progress was worthless. Sasuke looked at Zabuza and gritted his teeth. Are you guys crazy to support that demon Kato? I will only follow Zabuza-san's orders. White's tone was as cool as ever. Zabuza-san's orders are absolute. Rather, my life is all Zabuza-san's. Growing more impatient, Sasuke dodged a flying kick to distance himself from White and finished his seals in an instant. Fire transportation, how fireball jutsu. The huge fireball instantly flooded the ninja beside Sasuke, almost tripling in size in comparison to the one he had unleashed in front of Futsuki at the beginning. Like Naruto, his control and use of chakra had improved by leaps and bounds in that time. White dodged like a ghost, and then instantly went to the dead center of the tree trunk and threw several flying needles continuously in Sasuke's direction. The flying needles accurately stabbed Sasuke's back in the vitals of his neck, but Sasuke, as if he had eyes behind him, dodged it with a light side roll and looked at White with disdain. Open your mouth and say Zabuza Zabuza. Don't you have any opinions as a person? Sasuke's tone was heavy. He was disgusted to the core with White's tripe. There was a time when he had followed someone like a heel, yet this person had not only betrayed him, but had also allowed a clan to be buried. It is because of blind faith that one lives in great pain after a relationship breaks down. Sasuke, with the most powerful force possible, was going to completely correct White's 3 views. He ran at instantaneous speed to White, who calmly caught all of Sasuke's moves as best he could. I have at least one advantage right now, White said lightly. I have you completely pinned down with only one hand, which means my other hand can be a threat to you. With that said, White began to use one hand to perform a seal. Seeing this, Sasuke couldn't help but recall what Naruto had said that day when he climbed the tree to practice. Sasuke, that masked man has very weird tactics, and I've been thinking about it for a long time, and I've come up with an almighty way to break it. Sasuke squinted at Naruto. What good can you think of? You dangler? Don't play dumb with me. Naruto waved his hand. Let me put it this way. Zabuza plays with water. And if the masked boy has been following Zabuza since he was a child, the odds are that the jutsu he's using has something to do with Suiton as well. Naruto, so, what can restrain a Suiton? You're wrong about one thing. I'm also using the same one-handed pincer that I'm using to hold you. Sasuke looked indifferently at White and whirled around, jerking the nearly transparent fuse in his other hand. Bang! Bang! The ground Sasuke and White were on instantly created a huge explosion, black smoke completely covering the two. So what can restrain a water escape? Fire! Naruto shook the starter charm in his hand. Although the water escape restrains the fire escape, the fire will be able to vaporize as much water as it can if it's big enough. Provided, of course, that you first dry out your surroundings with the fire escape technique. Fighting in wet conditions puts us at an 80% disadvantage. What Naruto didn't say was that White would condense the water on the ground into ice, which would make the fight even harder. Explosive charm? It's a bit interesting. White scurried out of the black smoke. One of his corners burned by the flames from the explosion, his entire body devoid of its previous elegance and composure. Sasuke stepped out calmly from the other side, his gaze clear and full of determination. Chapter 24, Forgive me, Sasuke. Being able to fight using the weakness of my chakra attribute. You're really strong. White stared at Sasuke, bouncing off as many of his thrown shuriken as he could, and kicking back another bitterless that was burning with an explosive charm. But I also have my reasons for fighting, so if you die, please don't hate me. White's tone was instantly sharp. Humph. You're just as rampant as Naruto. The two engage in physical combat amidst the uninterrupted roar of explosions, with Sasuke's intense close quarters causing White to momentarily fall short of using his kill move. Naruto, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, casually cracked the Bollinger cover of the enemy next to him, but his brow couldn't help but furrow. Bad. 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 Sasuke is a little too competent. According to the original story, Sasuke would explode his potential and open his Sharingan eyes in a life and death duel with White. But it seems that this recent period of military training has gone too far, and the fact that Sasuke is holding back his energy to surpass Naruto has resulted in White being a bit underpowered for Sasuke to fight right now. That's the end of it. Now that there's a third crossover, hell if there'll be a fourth and fifth after that. Just in case if you wear a Sasuke-obsessed Muzero and then use your knowledge of the plot to your advantage to charm him. The more Naruto thought about it, the more he felt his heart grow fuzzy. Pretty boys really had to protect themselves when they went out. Anyway, in order to keep Sasuke's ass, Naruto decides to give Sasuke an intensity boost. Naruto was seen letting scarlet chakra spread around him in an instant, and then he caught several of his enemies like they were cabbages and threw them hard in Sasuke's direction. The ninjas were dazed by the initial fall, but soon saw that White was fighting Sasuke furiously, and they joined in the siege of Sasuke. Forgive me, Sasuke, I accidentally led the enemy to you, Naruto shouted eagerly, showing great innocence. Super duper dumbass. Sasuke blanked Naruto and then proceeded to spit bile out of his foe in front of him with a couple of consecutive rounds of flying kicks. White saw this and retreated a few steps back in an attempt to form a seal but was quickly closed in by Sasuke once again. Lee has to look at it and call it straight from the inside. But in less than a second, there was another large string of explosive talisman Bita coming towards Sasuke, who hastily rolled on his side and used his hands to protect his key areas. Bang! Bang! Powerful winds and debris from the explosion flew everywhere, causing Sasuke to manage to hang on for dear life. But he tangled up with White again 2 seconds later, who, like Sasuke, was slightly injured. Naruto's voice came again from the distance. Forgive me, Sasuke, the Nine Tails just took control of my mind and made me kill you. Are you alright? Sasuke cut Naruto a hard look and didn't say a word, but only the past 1 second. A through the evil red hand will violently smash to Sasuke. Sasuke's scalp numb, continuous several backflips narrowly avoided. White heart surprised, but still seized the opportunity to begin to fly fast seal. Sasuke glared in Naruto's direction. Naruto said helplessly, Pillar, what the hell are you up to? He felt like he was trying really hard to inspire Sasuke's potential. Naruto, Sasuke burst out. You're not even pretending now, are you? Who's a good guy stealing a teammate's ass in the heat of battle? But before Sasuke could clear Naruto, a crystal clear mirror rose steeply around him. Secret art magic mirror ice crystal. White's tone surged with infinite killing intent. Naruto felt a sudden sense of relief and at the same time a great deal of emotion in his heart. What an earthy name. This Kishimoto kid really doesn't understand Naruto. Anyway, let Pillar get tortured for a bit, and as soon as he opens his eyes he'll immediately turn on the Nine Tails in full and just kill the fight. Well, it's not impossible that maybe Pillar's mind is off balance after watching me make a big kill and is sharpening will I goes further. Hiss, be reasonable. Isn't this ice crystal a little thin? Naruto muttered. Multiple detonation charms in a row caused the water vapor around them to thin out, which was probably why the secret technique was ineffective. Hey, this crap thing. Naruto shook his head as he had a feeling that Sasuke would soon forcefully break White's secret technique, but it wasn't good to make trouble now, in case it gave White a fright and caused the secret technique to be lifted. Looks like we're going to have to get some mental pollution. Naruto first summoned his shadow doppelgangers and cleared his surroundings of enemies, then jumped behind a few large trees with the other shadow doppelgangers, just so Sasuke couldn't see the trail. Chakra consumption is quite high. Looks like I'll have to disengage my shadow division after using this move. Hopefully my main body will arrive in time, Naruto said softly. Any more excessive chakra consumption and the doppelganger was going to be unable to overpower the Nine Tails. He immediately unleashed his transformation technique along with a few shadow doppelgangers to take on the appearance of an Uchiha weasel, then jumped up into a tree and used a couple of smoke grenades to make himself look invisible. At this point, Sasuke, who was in the ice crystals, had already suffered 2 rounds of attacks, and was reduced to a small hedgehog. Weasel stood on the trunk of a tree and caught Sasuke's attention with a heavy sigh. Sasuke looked up, and suddenly his eyes widened, wondering if he was hallucinating from the abuse. "Oh my stupid brother," came the voice from the blurred skunk in the trees. "Why are you so messed up right now? Is it because you don't hate enough? Is it because you're still steeped in the One Clan's delusional past?" Sasuke was breathing much more raggedly all of a sudden, ignoring even White's movement to turn his head toward the weasel. Sasuke roared towards Weasel. "Cut the crap. The reason I've lived until now, and practiced hard every day, is that one day I'll be able to kill you completely." Weasel laughed softly and his figure disappeared. Naruto disarmed one of his shadow divisions. Another low chuckle from Skunk emerged from another trunk. "Pathetic. Ridiculous. You can't even surpass your own companions, and you think about revenge every day. Ha!" Naruto forced himself to swallow the second half of the sentence. "Go home and raise pigs," he swallowed back. Sasuke froze. Could the ferret be talking about Naruto? Weasel ignored Sasuke's confusion. "You know very well in your heart that I am only a delusion in your mind. But you actually thought of Naruto in your delusion?" He purposely paused and snorted out another laugh. "It seems Naruto is the one who's in your mind. Isn't that right, Sasuke?" Sasuke just felt a rush of air and blood go straight to his head, causing his cheeks to instantly turn red. "Naruto? I'm actually scared of Naruto? It's true that he's strong now, but am I not? I'm working just as hard as he is, and he's just a hangdog." But Sasuke quickly froze again. Naruto's hanging was limited to his ninja school days. It had nothing to do with him now. "I am, now, a complete joke?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The magic mirror ice crystal didn't pause because of Sasuke's mental activity, as countless flying needles locked around Sasuke, vowing to cut him down to the ground. Flying needles shot out in unison. What White didn't notice was that a stream of chakra began to pour uncontrollably into Sasuke's eyes, making his vision clearer and clearer. Ding, ding, ding. A series of flying needles went down, and the place where Sasuke was empty. The latter stood to the side, his eyes bright red, a pair of hooked jades flowing and setting in his eyes. Double hooked jade shuriken eyes. Unlike the original's one single hookah and one double hookah, Sasuke's strength has surpassed Naruto's predicted limits. Meanwhile, the skunks have disappeared without a trace. Naruto's shadow doppelgangers, all lifted. Chapter 25, Sakura's Mouth. In the meantime, the two figures traveled quickly through the dense forest, and upon closer inspection, narrow Sakura proper was heading quickly towards Zabuza's lair. After briefly treating Sakura's wounds, she insists on following Naruto into battle. Thump! Naruto felt something and murmured to Sakura who was beside him. "All of my shadow doppelgangers were lifted." But Sasuke opened his eyes as well, and both of them are double hooked, which is better than expected. "Well, there shouldn't be much suspense then," Sakura said calmly. "I've observed Sasuke's training. He's too much stronger than the original now, especially with his fire escape technique and shuriken technique. There's no way that White would be a match for him. But I'm afraid that Kato has left something behind, just to be on the safe side. Let's use the Nine Tails to catch up and end the fight as soon as possible." "Okay." Saying that, Naruto picked up Sakura from behind and instantly unfurled his huge feathered wings behind his body and swung them violently towards the front, instantly accelerating his flight speed by 10 times. After reaching a partnership with the Nine Tails and beginning to supply chakra, Naruto's control over the Nine Tails chakra began to grow by leaps and bounds. He wasn't sure of the reason for this, and would have to wait until he returned to the village to study it slowly. Of course, the main reason for flying so fast is to prevent the embarrassing situation where the enemy has already been taken care of from recurring. "Don't you know you can't do anything for 3 days? Sakura, by the way, there's something else I need to discuss with you." "Naruto, how so?" In another place, the battle between Zabuza and Kakashi had been elevated to white heat, thanks to the explosions that were constantly being generated. Kakashi also began to deliberately use his fire and Ryatsu jutsu so that Zabuza couldn't take much advantage of them. Ninjutsu, mist concealment technique. Zabuza once again shinjutsu'd and distanced himself from Kakashi. "You should be complacent about your misty hidden arts." Kakashi pulled out the scroll and made the seal of the tiger with both hands. "Unfortunately, I happen to be the master of tracking." Saying so, he slammed the scroll into the ground and ninjutsu summoning, earth transportation chasing teeth jutsu. The runes on top of the scroll suddenly began to burrow into the ground. "Don't waste your breath. There's no way you can see me." "Wait, what's this?" The ground around Zabuza's feet instantly exploded with several ninja dogs, imprisoning all parts of Zabuza's body. As in the original, Kakashi never tracked by eyes, but nose. Aha! Zabuza instantly began to struggle desperately. Give it up. Your future is only death. Kakashi's expression was solemn as he formed a seal with his hands once again, gathering the lightning in his own hands. What? Zabuza's eyes widened. I can't believe I can clearly see the chakra in my hand. Another battlefield. Sasuke's clothes were tattered and he had multiple traumatic injuries, but his aura was like a rainbow, his gaze was like a torch, and his expression was nothing but cold. Did this Naruto guy run away? He murmured softly. In front of him was White, who was entangled in iron ropes with spikes. The look was miserable. White looked at Sasuke and spoke with difficulty. Congratulations. You can now kill me. Kill you? Sasuke shook his head dismissively. Does that make sense to me? You're just a stepping stone for me. Besides, defeating Naruto right now makes a lot more sense than killing you. After opening his eyes, Sasuke forced the flavor to overflow and mainlined a swashbuckler. But the thought that the opportunity to open his eyes had something to do with that dangler was so hard on Sasuke's heart that he wanted to lose his memory on the spot. Now, he desperately needs a good win to redeem himself from his mental imbalance. It didn't matter at all if he killed White or not. The main thing was that he had to hurry up and find a chance to beat up Naruto. And just then, a strong sense of heart paradox welled up in White. He turned violently in the direction of Zabuza. Mr. Zabuza. White's body instantly erupted around a huge chakra fluctuation. At once will be tied in the body of the wire as much as possible to break free. The momentum immediately rushed to rescue. Sasuke didn't even look back. Just the time of a thought, he appeared beside White, who chopped his hand to block Sasuke's bitterless, and then whirled around to form a seal with one hand. Bang! A muffled sound. White only felt his eyes go black and he fell straight to the ground. The sense of conviction in his heart made him barely hold himself up, but then he was quickly stomped to the ground again by Sasuke. Nice aura, but too slow. Sasuke commented lightly, just as White had a one-handed choke on his right hand. Sasuke's entire body instantly flipped over and a chop knocked cleanly into the back of White's neck, sending him to the ground. Perhaps it was because Sasuke had been taking a beating from the bulls that made most people overlook his already demonic growth talent. Even White, who had exploded his potential, could only lament. Zabuza-san. White's eyes were already brimming with thin tears. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. In a second, Zabuza would be completely dead from Kakashi's Raikiri. Bang! Suddenly, a giant scarlet hand came in Kakashi's direction, and Kakashi hastily dodged, allowing Zabuza to avoid the fatal blow. Naruto? Sakura? Kakashi looked at the two in surprise. Naruto, who was standing on the trunk of a tree, took the Nine Tails chakra back into his body and said awkwardly, Chief, would you believe me when I say that I was just controlled by the Nine Tails? Kakashi's eyes widened as he even really began to seriously wonder if Naruto had been taken over. I was the one who told Naruto to stop you guys, Sakura said as she stepped out, signaling Naruto to take care of the rest of the stragglers while she came to talk to Kakashi. After Naruto left, Sakura jumped down from the trunk of the tree and approached Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, please leave Zabuza alive and send him to Konoha. Kakashi frowned slightly. Zabuza was a renegade shinobi of the Mist Hidden, creating multiple assassinations, and him living in this world will only result in more innocent people dying. Sakura nodded, but her gaze remained calm, as if Kakashi was just talking about a small thing. Kakashi-sensei, I noticed that you said that Zabuza was a Mist Rebel ninja, correct? Sakura said calmly, the Mist Hidden has designs on Konoha as well, and if Konoha is able to imprison Zabuza, I'm sure the village will have an extra political chip. The Mist Hidden minded sharing their jutsu with others the most, so they created the Pursuit Force, whose fundamental purpose was to make the Mist Hidden rebel ninja disappear completely, so that their enemies wouldn't find traces of the jutsu in the corpses. Kakashi-sensei, a living Zabuza will only be more valuable than a dead one. Kakashi stared at Sakura in a daze. He hadn't expected Sakura to think in terms of the bigger picture. On top of that, Sakura talks about Zabuza as if he's not a person, just an object. Without a word, Kakashi simply threw a few rounds of bitter blade to nullify all of Zabuza's arms before turning to Sakura. Sakura, you certainly have a point, but I can't believe that you've suddenly started caring about the village's big issues. How about being honest and telling us what you're really up to? Naruto had asked the same question to Sakura 10 minutes ago. Chapter 26, Kiba Support. Samurai, why did you leave Haku and Zabuza alive? Naruto asked as he flew. Sakura asked rhetorically, what happens to White and Zabuza if the original storyline plays out? Hang up. And then what? And then, was Phil thought by Tout long afterward to proceed to work part-time? Naruto realized, you want to weaken Tout in advance? They are more valuable alive than dead. Besides, I hope to find the possibility of refining myself from White. How? Ice transportation consists of water transportation and wind transportation, and I possess water transportation. White's existence can provide me with a reference for the subsequent development of new arts. As if the Seoul Tourist schools are also permutations and combinations based on existing schools. New art? Kind of interesting. Sakura, might as well tell us your true purpose. Kakashi gazed at Sakura. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura deliberately let her tone take on a hint of sadness as she whispered. That masked boy. I had a chance encounter with him earlier. She dryly picked up on the original Naruto's experience. What? Kakashi was a bit surprised. What did he tell you? Sakura shook her head gently. He didn't compel me. He just told me about his past. This teenager had his family killed and displaced because of the blood relay limit, and met Zabuza when he was at his loneliest. He has come to think of Zabuza as his only family, so he treats him with obedience, but Zabuza just sees him as a tool. Zabuza, who was on the side, grunted coldly. Humph. Ninjas are meant to be tools to be used. You're just too naive. Shut up. Sakura's voice was tinged with a slight tremor, causing Naruto, who had his ears perked up to eavesdrop, to call it professional. She turned her head towards Zabuza with overflowing sultriness. He obviously likes you so much that he'd fight tooth and nail to save your life even if he was bound by Sasuke. But you? You don't care about him at all. He wanted to become as strong as you. But is that how you treat him? Zabuza was stunned and whirled his head towards White, who was being stomped on the ground by Sasuke like a pig dog. Sakura's voice vaguely carried a sobbing tone. That guy, who doesn't even have his own dreams. In the end, it's this kind of end. This is really too cruel. By the end of her speech, Sakura was sobbing uncontrollably, and both Kakashi and Zabuza were deeply touched. Naruto was also deeply touched. 666, 6666. Got all my words? No, the original Naruto's words. What's up? Does this count as girls helping girls? Male girlies count as girlies, right? He muttered in his mind. Kid, stop talking. Zabuza looked at White dumbfounded, and White met his eyes with a small miserable smile. I'm sorry, Zabuza-san. There's no way to fulfill your wish. Sasuke shifted his feet away a bit awkwardly. He had just gotten the steep illusion that he was the villain. Anyway, Sakura slowly wiped away her tears. If we execute Zabuza just like that teenager will surely follow and martyr himself. Yes, martyr himself. He's not guilty as charged. Kakashi was silent for a long time as he listened, before finally letting out a long sigh. Alright, we'll escort Zabuza back to Konoha along with this teenager. But let's get one thing out of the way. I can't guarantee that we'll meet an actual pursuing force on the way. With that said, he signaled Sasuke to knock White unconscious, and a hand slash of his own made Zabuza stop moving. Chief, there's another problem. Naruto, who was on the sidelines, finally spoke up. And that bastard Kato, he still hasn't shown up. He shouldn't just run away, right? Since just now, Naruto has been splitting off his shadow bodies to search the neighborhood, but unfortunately, it's as if Kato has evaporated. And there's no sign of him whatsoever. Might as well say that a few people hadn't seen this person from the beginning. Bad. Naruto felt a bit of a toothache all of a sudden. What if he let this guy run around? Maybe after the copy of the Nakanoshu exam is swiped, a small half of the shinobi world has been assimilated into the kinfolk. Naruto, don't think about going after Kato just yet, Kakashi suddenly said. We're all injured. And besides, we have to protect Mr. Des afterward to build the bridge and settle Zabuza and the others. So we're already far short of manpower. Who says there's nowhere near enough manpower? Suddenly, a loud noise erupted around Kakashi, accompanied by rolling white smoke in which several figures were hidden. Kakashi, my eternal rival, long time no see. The tall figure in the center slowly walked out of the white smoke, with a head of shiny black hair, a strong and powerful full-body uniform, gleaming eyes, a dry and low voice, well-defined muscles, and knife-carved eyebrows. Kiba support. Mighty Kai Emperor Kai Physical Arts Specialist Rokudozan Certified, Kakashi's eternal rival, attends with his physical arts class. K-sensei, can you stop being so dramatic in the future? 1010, who came out from the back with a speechless face, said, Oh, Kai-sensei, I feel my youth burning fiercely now. That said, where's the enemy? Is it that guy in yellow? He pointed at Naruto, who hadn't yet turned off his nine-tails status. Well, Naruto in this state does have a bit of a villainous look to him. Naruto was happy and instantly nodded his head back and forth. That's right, I'm the enemy. Suffer. At the end of the line, Ninji held his forehead. He's wearing a Kiba protector on his head. Say that Lee. Hey. Before Ninji could finish, Lee took an arrow step and flew at Naruto with all the momentum he could muster. Kiba. Cyclone. Kori closed in on Naruto and instantly lowered his body, aiming to shovel Naruto right back down. This moment is exactly like the original's other moment, except that the original was Naruto charging at Kori and then being easily taken care of by Kori. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly as he collected all of his nine-tailed chakra, and with a chopping motion, he grabbed Kuri's powerful calf and flung it in the opposite direction, the residual force emanating from the leg causing his arm to wobble violently. Enough power and speed, but not enough angle, Naruto commented lightly. He instantly used the aftershock of Little Lee's kick to backflip, summoned another shadow doppelganger at light speed, recentered his weight, and hurled his main body hard towards Little Lee like a javelin. One shot out of a swimming dragon. Xiao Li's eyelids jumped, immediately threw out another powerful whip leg. Who knew that Naruto summoned a shadow doppelganger again in mid-air? Adjusting his own orientation in the air, Xiao Li's whip leg just resolved the shadow doppelganger, and the doppelganger disappeared in the mist, instantly obscured his vision. It's over. When the smoke cleared, all that could be seen was that Kuri had Naruto's bitter blade pressed dead against him at the neck, unable to move. Do you know why you lost? It wasn't because you only used physical arts and I used ninjutsu. It was because you were too impatient. Even if you didn't see my key before, head protector, you should keep your eyes and ears open when you're short. Against a shadow doppelganger like me, it's even more important to defend every single one of your dead ends and use the moment I attack a dead end to launch a defensive counterattack in order to more easily seize the initiative. Silence fell around them. Chapter 27, Youthful Nine-Tailed King Won't Meet Rich Girl. With that said, Naruto moved the bitter blade out of the way, leaving behind Lee, who was still a bit confused. Ninji and Tenten walked up and looked at Naruto with different reactions. If Tenten's eyes were just curiosity mixed with a drop of admiration, then Ninji's eyes were covered in gravity, which was also wrapped in a strong battle intent. He had just watched the battle, Naruto's performance, the whole time without any unnecessary movements. Every time to make the forces just right, and the whole time calm, not the slightest panic. Most importantly, he seems to treat the duel as entertainment, and just now he even went along with Xiao Li's speech, encouraging him to fight with him. Only a strong person would have this kind of mentality. In the original, both geniuses like Ninji and Sasuke wanted as many people to challenge them as possible. Of course, judging from the original, only Pillar, who was almost invincible in the later stages, managed to successfully challenge the remaining 5% who were stronger than him and then got beaten up in various ways. But it's time to say no, and Ninji takes a keen interest in Naruto. Hey, what's your name? Ninji took a large step forward and forced his eyes on Naruto. Naruto said to himself, I'm sorry for stealing Sasuke's scene. But he didn't move on the surface. He chose to answer the question with a question. White eyes? Are you from a branch or a clan? Ninji was stunned. Then his face instantly grimaced. This was another one who discriminated against the split? Does it matter to you? Ninji asked through clenched teeth. Doesn't matter. It's just to see if you're okay. If you are, I'm going to start spraying. Naruto smirked. What a bull asterisk system. Let's just get it outlawed sooner rather than later. Ninji was shocked. He didn't expect an outsider to question the system that Hinata had been working on for years. He had mixed emotions. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Whirlpool Naruto. No need to tell me your name. I'm only interested in the strong. With that, he pointed to Sasuke next to him and laughed. This guy, for example. This guy? Ninji turned his head to look at Sasuke, who was in a bit of a mess, and then at White underneath him. He didn't ask Sasuke's name, just looked deeply at Naruto. Whirlpool Naruto? I remember you. Tenten also noticed Sasuke off to the side and said he's so cute. But she was just as impressed with Naruto as Ninji was. Lee's eyes were so full of fire when he looked at Naruto that he didn't even notice Sakura on the sidelines in the first place. Kai poked Kakashi aside with his elbow and lowered his voice. Kakashi, is that the nine-tailed kid? Naruto-sama asked me to ask you if there's anything unusual about him lately? Kakashi spread his hands. The biggest anomaly he's had is that he's gotten smarter. Also, he seems to be able to manipulate a small portion of the Nine-Tails power now. Understood. Kai gathered his curiosity and grinned broadly as he introduced the physical arts class towards the trio. After a while, that's how things are. Kakashi finished his brief introduction. How about this? Kai lightly stroked his chin and immediately clapped his hands. Lee and I will be in charge of escorting Zabuza and White back to Konoha. Ninji has white eyes. How about he and Tenten work together with you guys to catch Kato? Agreed. Naruto was the first to state his position, while glancing at Tenten, wondering if he should start his great harem project right away. After all, study hard, every day on the cough. The main thing is that everyday home peddling ninjutsu, which for the early needs of insufficient Naruto is a kind of effective complementary, and open ninjutsu store. How to think of it is considered to be a rich second generation it. What a fascinating plan. Just ask Naruto of Boruto's biography. What is there to look forward to in a life where Naruto was more than a cow or a horse after becoming Naruto? And where the social animals have to pass Naruto's cigarettes? Thinking about it this way, the shinobi establishment isn't always reliable. Hell, I don't know if it would have been brushed by the Atsutoki family as a wildcard during the Boruto period. It's better to be a rich woman. The people have no opinion. So the bridge building plan of Daz is carried out in an orderly manner according to the established plan, and the overall posture is good, and the whole staff carefully controls the quality of the pursuit to ensure that they do not wrongly accuse the good relatives, and accurately combat the bad relatives, upholding a high degree of responsibility and dedication, and the spirit of Naruto is strictly implemented. During this time, Naruto slowly begins to make contact with Tenten. He first accidentally spoke to Tenten during his pursuit of Kado, and then opened up a conversation with Tenten using the ninjutsu as a lens to discuss the practical value and weaknesses of the major ninjutsu. You can't really say that. Despite Naruto's impure intentions, he did learn a lot of dry stuff from following Tenten, and his understanding of ninjutsu went up a notch. Of course, after that, the conversation naturally began to run more and more off the rails, with Naruto first chatting offhandedly about how a lot of people in the team's ninja school class were obsessed with Sasuke and looked down on him, and then making up all sorts of doggerel bridges dedicated to portraying the girls in the class as green teas who were all about face value and nothing about strength. This wave is a way to give Tien a platform to troll with him and bring him closer. Once Tenten starts spouting off about her teammates as well, Naruto starts brainlessly siding with Tenten, starting to pounce on Emperor Kai and Lee's outfits and otherworldly brain circuits, and finally concluding with the statement, "Tenten, you deserve better teammates." Of course, Naruto hadn't intended to stir things up. He was just constantly giving Tenten emotional value. The simple Tenten naturally didn't understand the doorway in Naruto's words. He just thought that the boy was powerful and well-spoken. He was simply talented. Then later, the two would occasionally talk about men and women, and Naruto immediately stated that a ninja like you, Tenten, is my ideal type. Tien's pretty face turned red all of a sudden. But then, every day you people really good. I now also million not worthy of you. Oh yes, you must not have a psychological burden. Just say this period of time with you chat very happy. Before everyone will only ostracize me, despise me, just because I have a monster living in the body. Naruto silky smoothly picked up on his own tragic experience and began to narrate it towards Tenten, and made a point of emphasizing how miserable he was and how he longed for a warm harbor for himself. Tenten's Madonna heart floods her, even getting choked up at one point by Naruto's words. Then, Sakura finally discovers Naruto's plot and threatens to beat him up, putting a complete end to his evil plan to pick up girls. Well, ostensibly terminated anyway. However, Tenten does seem impressed with Naruto, who has made an impact on her. The above statements are all made up by the author, so bookworms who want to chase girls should not imitate them. Let me see you start a harem again, and I'll personally make sure you can't be a man. Sakura was righteously indignant. Tenten is the official match for Ninji. But yo, it's all unofficial and it's all dressed up in the shinobi world, so just let me enjoy it. Well, let's all calm down and you put your fists down for a second. After another moment of silence, Naruto said coldly, "Or shall we both try?" Sakura punched Naruto so hard that he squealed in pain and turned his face away again. Kakashi came over and said helplessly, "Stop it. Ninji here has an update." Chapter 28 Relatives No rank and file. Yes. Naruto covered his head and showed his teeth. Is there news of Kado? Kakashi nodded. There have been sightings of him at the border of the Bono country. It looks like he's planning to sneak into a foreign country to start over. After the 7th squad had destroyed the Zabuza forces, it took a few more days to bring down hidden dens of all sizes, with Inari running around in the process, calling on scared workers to step back up and build the bridge. But Kado was one of the richest men in the world, and he still has the power to rise again. Naruto thought for a moment and smiled at Kakashi. "Chief, I do have a little idea." "Oh?" Kakashi got interested. "Tell me about it." The border of the land of Wave. The sea breeze carries a salty scent, blowing through the forest of masts, not far from the warehouses neatly arranged. By the harbor, the blue water shimmers, and the waves gently beat against the embankment. Kado changed into a pair of overalls and put on a long bucket hat, his eyes constantly scanning the crowds along the coast. Just one step away, he was able to escape this place of wrongdoing and start over in a strange place. Coming back to it, he was a little broken having just crossed into this hellhole. In his previous life, his looks were not to say that he looked better than Kong Lu, but he was also considered to be a dragon and phoenix among people, plus a pair of long and straight thighs, and the relatives who knew him said that he was simply a Lee Kwang-soo's double. Either way, taking a step back and saying that Lee Kwang-soo looked pretty good too. However, his experience has nothing to do with Lee Kwang-soo, who took the civil service exam for 5 years in a row, and his results dropped like a stone, so he had to work as a cashier in a supermarket while preparing for the exam nervously. He boasted of very hard work, such as getting up every morning will be yesterday, learned all the knowledge points all copied once, write all the words of the book was stacked in the cubicle, and then said that borrowed the money of his mother to enroll in a large number of remedial classes. Right, borrowed. Assured to earn the money will be paid back immediately. But mom did not understand him, actually said that these books pile home too much space, said to be discarded as scrap. Sigh back, how can this be thrown around? It's all proof that he's worked hard. Then his internal conflicts became more and more serious, so it was good that his friend invited him to a group sharing session, where they talked to each other and licked each other's wounds, and he finally felt the warmth that he had not felt for a long time. Later on, things fell into place and he gradually gained the attention of the group leader, who introduced him to training in sacred teachings, spiritual awakening and other advanced concepts. He was a bit skeptical at first, but the patriarch said that these would solve all the problems facing humanity and had high hopes for him. You have a chance to be the savior of mankind. From the time he was born until now, he had never been held in such high esteem. The patriarch's words were like a heavy hammer, shattering his mental defenses completely. He began to propagate the teachings of the organization to everyone around him. And then, later, he simply stopped preparing for the exams. After all, where is the exam preparation more important than saving the world? In this process, only the mother from beginning to end firmly opposed, and even said to report the organization. He was angry. The beginning of the preparation for the examination does not support me even if, and now I want to save the world still stop me. Just can not see me good? Fine, don't ask for my tuition money back. Then, as if the effort was too much, karma passed away and opened his eyes to a whole new strange world in this short, bloated body. West 8 Mom, how to wear to such an ugly body? Oh, it is a rich man. Then it is alright. Why did I cross over? Because I've been working hard to free others in my previous life. So God rewarded me by letting me enjoy myself in this life. As long as the Goryeo people live, they can't live without the Zaibatsu. But isn't it enough for me to be the Zaibatsu? But I must not be complacent, but continue to preach in God's heavenly kingdom, so that the light of truth may shine on the earth. Hiss, wait, this world seems to have a profession called ninja. So familiar. I seem to have heard of it somewhere in my previous life? No matter. For now, let's continue preaching in the land of wave, and by the looks of it, this should be the newbie village where my great journey begins. Nishihachi, what's wrong with these guys? Can't even handle a 3-man escort? TSK, the gathering place I just built was stolen from my home, and the high-priced assassin I hired folded. What the hell? I'm the protagonist. That Daz guy is hiding. The son of a... I'll have my relatives search the mountain. See what you're going to do. It's the ninjas. The key factor in all of this is the ninjas. Damn it, why is it that every time I just want to go big, a roadblock comes out of the woodwork, when I'm clearly not doing anything wrong? You dogs of Kiba, as foolish as mom. Wait, when I rise again, I am still a good man. According to the words of Chow Yun Fat, this is called a hero. Kato finally locked on to several suspected snakeheads, and he began to slowly approach them one by one, and kept looking in and out. Friend, take the waterway or not? The man turned his head and lowered the brim of his hat. He made a 5 sign. Cardo understood, but the price was a bit expensive out of his expectation. Friend, I carry little cash. Cheaper. Back to introduce you to a few more customers. The man showed one blue pupil. Introducing a guest? Are you stupid? Kato felt a surge of blood in his veins, and he was just about to argue with the man when he was immediately pulled away again by another tall man. The tall man lowered his volume and said angrily, "You're crazy. That man is a ninja from Konoha, specializing in fishing." Kato was shocked, but remained calm on the surface. What makes you say he's a Konoha ninja? Look at the eyes. Idiot. This is one of the ninjas escorting Daz, named Whirlpool Naruto. Look at his hair again. Kato fixed his eyes on the man, and a bit of yellow hair did show around the man's bucket hat. Scared to death. Luckily he didn't recognize me. Kato was secretly shocked, and immediately took a quick step to keep up with the taller man. When he reached a shadowy corner, the tall man quoted another number to Kato. What? More expensive than that guy just now? Kato's eyes widened as he couldn't help but wonder if he was being tricked. Walk if you want to walk. Roll if you don't. This is a customized service we have. Meals are provided throughout, and a map is included when you go ashore. Get it? At that moment, another man came forward with the brim of his hat lowered, and the taller man immediately had a wary look in his eyes. Yama A. Can we keep our hands off each other? This is business I'm pulling in. The man named Yama A. looked at Kato and smiled. Man, I just noticed you for a long time. I think you want to take the waterway? I'm half the price, and food and lodging are taken care of. The tall man was enraged and instantly pulled something out of his pocket. Seeing this, Kato quickly pressed the tall man, quietly handed him a piece of broken silver, dismissed him, and asked the mountain some more questions to formalize the price. He followed the mountain down and continued to turn left and right, finally coming to a secluded shore where an impervious houseboat was docked. This is it? Right. Kato cautiously walked in and there was no one inside. He was puzzled when several more people walked in behind him in quick succession. Yo, kindred spirit. The turquoise-eyed, yellow-haired teenager took off his bucket hat and looked at Kato with an expressionless face. Chapter 29, Naruto's Diary, I. The rest of the group all took off their bucket hats. The taller one was Kakashi. The lower part of the mountain was Ninji, and Sasuke, Sakura, and Tenten, who were fishing at other spots. After confirming Kato's whereabouts, all that remained was to apprehend him without harming the innocent. It's best to be able to fight without bloodshed. The process of constantly having Kato speak and talk to different groundlings was able to keep him focused on the conversation itself, thus ignoring details that could easily be revealed. Hence the deliberate twists and turns that Naruto and the others had set up when they polished the script. Kato looked at the men with an icy face. Steeped in the idea of sacrificing himself for the sake of carelessness, he moved his hand quietly to his waist. See all that? Oh, Sakura said lightly from the sidelines. Don't try to pull any tricks or you're going to have to suffer a bit of skin. Naruto also added. After all this is the level of our king of affinity? Kakashi stepped forward as well. Anyway, gird your loins. Kato looked around. The resentment in his heart was like a well. It's obvious that I've only just started out, and as a result, you're going to put me in the slammer? Sapachi, do you really think I'm a plutocrat? Plutocrats don't get this treatment either. Kato glared viciously at the crowd and roared towards them. Damn sons of ES. You all go to hell. Saying that, he pulled out a dagger from his waist and charged towards the crowd, before being subdued by Naruto in a second. But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, several people gave a confused look. Sky mumbled. What is he talking about? Kakashi, Sasuke, and Ninji also showed a hint of confusion. Naruto pulled out a towel with a blank face and gagged Kato to death. It's a code word between their relatives. Ha! The crowd looked to Naruto. I learned a few phrases while lurking at the gathering, such as Saihachi for salute, Hakaf is A1 for loyalty and so on. So that's how it is. Tenten's eyes colored. Awesome Naruto. Actually lurking in the gathering place. Do you know what a gathering place is? Ninji asked from the sidelines. I don't know. Sakura's eyes cut into Naruto's and rounded up again. Anyway, this man is very capable of compulsion. So I would suggest not letting him say a word until he's escorted back to Konoha. For insurance purposes, you can't let Kato talk too much. Well, it's decided. Kakashi nodded. Naruto's Diary. In the 64th year of the Konoha, the first copy of Waveland comes to an end. And White, Zabuza, and Kato will be escorted to the Konoha to await trial. I also freed up time to organize my thoughts and review all of my actions in the form of a diary, anticipating any possible suspicions from the Kiba hierarchy afterward. Of course, the diary is recorded in Chinese, and I destroy it after reading it a few times myself. After all, there were a couple of instances where I acted counterintuitively, and to summarize in one sentence, individually too witty and not Naruto enough. I'm going to find a chance to blame the pot all on the Nine Tails. What does the evil-tailed beast's idea have to do with me? Whirlpool Naruto? Also, Kato's Korean before he was captured reminded me that I seem to naturally pick up Japanese when crossing over to this world and unconsciously talk to my companions, while occasionally switching back to Chinese when talking to Sakura. It might be a good idea to communicate in Chinese for all important private chats in the future. Let's record it here for now. Every day is coming to play with me. Ha ha ha. On June 19th, as the bridge was nearing completion of construction, Kato used a rock to cut the rope and was caught by me in the process of escaping. He yelled and screamed, saying I am the main character and you insects don't deserve to breathe the same air as me. I treated him to dragon fruit, and he said he was much more sober. I then started to set up a conversation, and this pussy started to complain about society and his fate. But when he started to curse his own old mom, I just punched him over and knocked out his front teeth. Bad luck. How could there be such a loser thing? But I also started thinking about a question. What should Kato do if he returns to Konoha afterward and gets tortured by someone like Ibiki to find out the truth about the crossover? This son must not be kept. On June 21st, the bridge was completed, and Sakura and I engineered Kato's escape again and guided him deeper into the woods. I had prepared all sorts of traps ahead of time there, with the idea of leaving Kato to fend for himself, but the traps ended up hurting a boar in the woods, which then exploded, broke free of the trap, and ran wildly down the road right up against Kato's abdomen. He quickly collapses to the ground, and by the time Kakashi and the others arrive, he has lost too much blood to return. Late that night, Sakura approached me with red eyes and asked if this was considered murder when we did it. Sakura, like me, had been in many battles but had never really laid a finger on anyone, and watching someone slowly lose their life from a hiding place was too cruel for a girl born in the modern era. I told her what Kato had said and said, according to the words of my hometown, it's not called making a killing, it's called accumulating merit. She finally stopped crying and then asked if she could lie down next to me and sleep for the night, which I agreed to do. SSSH, it's really hard for me since Sakura-J's waist keeps leaning towards me. Take this test of cadres? On June 23rd, returning to Kiba really felt like coming home. Surprisingly, Hyzen actually came to visit me at home in person and gave me some fresh fruits and vegetables, and said that he had the refrigerator cleaned out of expired food. Ha, why don't you just say, I have a spare key to your house? I followed the ventriloquist's notes that I had made on the return trip and began to tell a colorful story about how the Nine Tails had influenced me, and emphasized the Nine Tails' intellect, implying that many of the ideas that came to me during the Wave Country were ideas that the Nine Tails had helped come up with. Hyzen showed concern at the right time and asked me again if I had any adverse reactions, which I said I didn't. He was silent for a few moments, and after exchanging pleasantries with me for a while longer, he left, telling me again before he left not to take Kiba-Maru to do strange things. Hey, old man, you don't want Kiba-Maru to be led astray by me, do you? Anyway, I'm going to liaise more with Kiba-Maru. Being alone is dashing, but tying up nepotism is obviously more prudent. On June 24th, Sakura took the time to go to White, saying that she wanted to see if she could exchange some insights on the ice escape. I think it's bad enough. After all, the current period is too sensitive. I'm afraid that Kiba will have to spend time dealing with the relationship with the Mist Hidden first, and will not let anyone visit the prison. But Sakura reminded me, so I'm now starting to take the time to continue practicing my control of the Nine-Tail Chakra. Surprisingly, I was actually able to walk on water independently without practicing. It means that manipulating the Nine-Tail Chakra has given me a huge gain during this time. Well, further cultivation can also be carried out, including but not limited to, flying with the Nine-Tail Chakra, fighting, running, writing in brushstrokes, drawing, building blocks, threading a needle. What does it mean to have fine control over chakra? Tactical Backward JPG, June 25th. Shocker. Chapter 30, Naruto's Diary, 2, June 25th. Shocker. I purchased a large bag of water balloons today and was ready to start practicing the first stage of Spiral Maru. I was thinking of trying to roll the balls with one hand, so I was ready to simmer, but it took less than an hour to succeed. Not ashamed of me. Just kidding. It should be because I practiced with my Nine-Tailed Chakra before. Then just as I was about to proceed to the second stage, Sasuke suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started to ask me what I was doing in a very wriggly manner, saying that he had just observed me for half a day. Is this version of Sasuke that idle? I thought of hurrying to get rid of him, so I said in passing, you should now seize the time to familiarize yourself with your sharpening will eyes, and early 3 hooks of the jade. Sasuke's eyes immediately glazed over and began to keep asking me, how did you know that? What can I say? Then I had an idea, and I said that I learned all of this from reading Kakashi-sensei's book. Hadn't Kakashi been holding a book and reading it? Actually, that book is ostensibly a romance book, but it actually contains tips on how to use the Sharingan eyes, and he added the bookcase of Makeout Paradise to avoid suspicion. Then Sasuke walked away thoughtfully. I hope the chief is okay. On June 26th, I bumped into Daisy near the drill ground, and I warmly invited her to sit at Ichiraku, but on the way there, whenever I got a little bit closer, Daisy's face would turn red, and she would look as if she was about to faint. It's hard to do. Even physical contact cannot talk about a hammer relationship. It seems that we can only think long and slow desensitization. Then she puffed and puffed her way through a dozen bowls of ramen. I thought to myself, isn't the Big Appetite King an original anime setting? Does this shinobi follow the anime setting? Or maybe the anime manga does? Slipped away and slipped away. Better go find my daily. When I found her family's ninjutsu store, I first offered to help pack up the ninjutsu, and then it was canon mid-canon of accidentally touching little hands in the process of packing up. Bodies leaning in close. Etc. etc. Zhonghuan Yang's little hands are slippery. Also let me touch them. He. Tintin looked quite shy, but she didn't resist too much. It won't take long to take it down, will it? In the evening on the way home and bumped into Sakura shopping for groceries, she casually asked if she wanted to come to my house for dinner. Naturally I agreed, so I had dinner with her family. After we ate we both chatted a bit more about where the show was going, and then she expressed that she was a bit homesick, seeing that she was in a particularly low mood. I said, you were the one who tried 6,000 times to kill the Valkyrie at the first level without any injuries back then, so this difficulty of being a home lover must not be a problem for you. Then she corrected it. It was 6,231 times. Sleepy, go home, no fun. On June 27th, Kakashi finally introduced the three of us to the Chunin exam, and as soon as I thought that Irika might kidnap Mo Yellow afterward, I went ahead and tied up all three Kiba-Maru trio in the field before giving the arriving assassin a fat beating. Why do I get the feeling the assassin is here to save the day? But Irika should have passed the test. Afterwards I told Kiba-Maru that it looks like you still don't have enough ninja sense to pass, and in case I'm the bad guy pretending to be a bad guy today I really planted it, and punished him for buying us Ichiraku ramen. Kiba-Maru was furious with me, so I promised him that I'd teach him shadow doppelganger and harem techniques afterward, and he relented. Toward the end of the night, I met Irika, who also offered to treat me to ramen, during which he was concerned about how I was doing for quite a while. My Irika, my true father. It's another day of White John ramen. On June 28th, the Kiba village was slowly filling up with ninjas from outside the village, and I was beginning to make a conscious effort to take Kiba-Maru and the others away from the village, instead running off to the forest to train. There's no guarantee that there won't be new travelers mixed in. The opportunity to pretend in front of the hand bow people to show their sainthood is left for later. I've also observed Kiba-Maru during this time and there's absolutely no sign of being taken over. So could there be a possibility that the travelers all travel to the shinobi world at the same time? Or do travelers cross over one batch at a time? Hey, let's hope it's not the second possibility. After writing the last sentence, Naruto read the diary from cover to cover before finally tearing it to shreds and throwing it in different places. July 1st. Naruto and Sakura rendezvoused near the ninja school 15 minutes early. In accordance with the original, the preliminary examination by Ibiki is responsible for. Originally thought of simply handing in a blank paper to pass directly Naruto, was Sakura had poured a pot of cold water. You're saying that Ibiki might not be the examiner for the first session? Naruto said in shock. Sakura, with faint dark circles under her eyes, said in a deep voice, it also occurred to me last night when I was fast asleep, that Ibiki might be busy torturing White and Zabuza during this period of time, and that he might not be able to find time to be in charge of the exams, but may not be able to spare the time, either. Well, just saying maybe. Sakura paused and added, it doesn't really matter how the test is taken I feel. In the end the odds are that only Kagome will have a chance to pass, but that's not the problem, it's mainly the travelers. It can't be helped. Even Orochimaru was able to blend in with the Nakanoshu exams, let alone a traveler. Naruto pinched his vaguely painful brow and asked again, by the way, did your right eyelid jump today? No. Hearing that, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto had only recently heard something about bad things happening when Sakura's right eyelid fluttered. Here he comes. Watch what you say. Naruto followed Sakura's gaze as a grim-faced Sasuke approached. He had specifically approached Kakashi the other day to ask for a copy of Makeout Paradise, and at one point Kakashi had wondered if puberty had set in. Little old me doesn't take revenge. You've switched to air travel? Later, Sasuke was so persuasive that Kakashi had no choice but to say that this really is the kind of, oops, hard to say. Anyway, it must have nothing to do with the Sharingan. In order to keep Sasuke from going home empty-handed, Kakashi still mentioned a few words to Sasuke about the usage of the Sharingan eyes, and also told Sasuke about the origin of his eyes in passing. Sasuke slowly clenched his fists, but there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes as he looked at Naruto. You say beat up Naruto. Kakashi did share some dry stuff. Don't beat him up, and you're heartbroken. Naruto, I'm looking forward, Sasuke spoke in a low voice, to being able to fight you squarely. Naruto cocked his head. Fine, I won't use the power of the nine tails to fight you. You, Sasuke felt mocked. Really, I can't beat you to death. Naruto's eyes widened. You're an Avenger. What kind of Avenger gets beaten to death by a teammate? Sasuke laughed in exasperation and instantly stated that he wanted to exchange martial arts with Naruto. Before Sasuke could roll up his sleeves, however, he saw a girlish chortle in the distance. Naruto. Instead, he saw Tenten, Ninji, and Kuri slowly walk over. Especially Tenten, who saw Naruto with a smirk in his eyes. Naruto said bad. He stiffened and turned aside to Sakura. The latter eyed him coldly and pulled his gloves from his pocket. Chapter 31 An Unknown Graffiti. It's definitely not considered a fixer-upper. Naruto had never done anything to Tenten that crossed the line, and besides, his previous interactions with Tenten had been nothing more than friendly banter, not to mention flirting with Sakura. It's normal for friends to talk and have physical contact once in a while, okay? Besides, Sakura isn't exactly Naruto's confidant. It's a revolutionary friendship at best right now. That's right, revolutionary friendship. Naruto felt like he'd found his niche perfectly, so it's not justified for her to be angry. However, considering that this one, besides being better at the game, still had the mind of a little girl that was somewhat sensitive and fragile, Naruto subconsciously explained to Sakura. I went to purchase her family's ninjutsu the other day and took care of her business, so she's in a better mood when she sees me. Sakura didn't say anything, but just stared at Tenten as he approached with a smirk. Naruto, when are you coming back to me after that? Naruto had previously made a date with Tenten to play with her when he could. After all, she spends the vast majority of her time either looking after the store or following the physical arts class on missions. And with Kai and Lee being meatless and emotionless, it's only Ninji who occasionally strikes up a conversation with her. And Naruto's appearance made her dull life interesting all of a sudden. Sakura's pitch unconsciously raised as she looked over at Naruto. You said procuring jutsu, right? I'll come find you once I pass the preliminary exams. Naruto ignored the confusion in Tenten's eyes and greeted again towards the back. Yo Lee, long time no see. Lee solemnly stepped forward, his eyes burning into Sakura's. Finally, if you don't come, I'm going to get a big bump on my head again. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. In accordance with the original, it was Lee's turn to play, only to see Li Xingzhong walked forward, confidently revealing his 8 teeth. Your name is Sakura, right? I've been paying attention to you for a long time. There have always been all kinds of boys pursuing you. But before he could finish, Sakura waved her hand and said, no, there's absolutely no chance for the two of us. That said Naruto. Xiaoli was like falling into an ice cave. He didn't expect the young girl in front of him to react so flatly. Moreover, all the attention seemed to be focused on Naruto, who kept explaining next to him. Naruto-kun, Kori murmured. His eyes lit up with fighting spirit. He hadn't had enough fun fighting him last time, so this time he would find a chance to test out his cards. Behind him, Ninji stepped forward. Let's go, Lee, Tenten. With that, he looked deeply at Naruto and walked forward. Tenten and Lee hesitated for a moment and followed. Upon returning to Konoha, Ninji finds time to question the elders of his family, and it turns out that the infamous 9 tails are lodged within this one. In other words, he grew up alive amidst the village's scorn and was able to handle Lee's physical skills with ease. It's not easy. Not long after, the 7th class also walked towards the classroom, and the atmosphere was slightly subtle. Sakura didn't buy Naruto's spiel at all, but she couldn't think of anything to say for a second after being distracted by Lee, and as a result, Naruto's barrage of words was perfunctory. She felt a pang in her chest, not a secondary development. Sasuke saw that his powerful contemporaries were focusing on Naruto, and he was holding a sulk in his heart that he couldn't let out. Naruto breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw that things had finally died down, and his whole being became Buddhist all of a sudden. The trio arrived at the classroom, and the doorway was blocked, as it had been in the original, by 2 disguised special shinobi, Izumo and Kotetsu. So it looks like there's no travelers nearby. Naruto was thinking to himself when he saw Sakura walk over with an expressionless face and a blue chakra visible to the naked eye gathered at his right fist all of a sudden. Listen, Nakanobu is the equivalent of a troop commander level character. Mission failure or the death of his subordinates cannot escape the responsibility. Wait, what are you doing? Izumo didn't finish his sentence, but he saw a pink high ponytailed girl rush over like a tiger, slamming her fists with sonic booms into the floor in front of the two of them. Bang! Bang! The lower shinobi around them didn't react at once, and were knocked down by the wave of air from their fists hitting the floor, looking quite distressed. Before Izumo could react, Zetsu, who was beside him, signaled him to stay put. The blue-clad, black-haired teenager was pressing his bittersweet against the back of Izumo's neck, and Zetsu similarly pressed the long-handled bittersweet on his back against Sasuke's chest. Sakura, for her part, kept her smashing position unchanged and forced herself to look at the duo. Stop playing this illusion trick and get out. Naruto was confused. Did these two eat firebombs? Why are they so reckless? He hurriedly stopped Sakura, who was about to burst hammer the duo, and hurriedly signaled Sasuke to put down his bitterless, stating that he would have a good talk with his 2 big brothers. Naruto compensated with a smile. Sorry about that, my 2 partners are having a bad day. I apologize. We're all in quite a hurry, so why don't you 2 lift the illusion? Honestly, the guys can all see it. Sasuke couldn't help but glance at Naruto. So you're being a peacemaker, right? Zetsu's face was crooked with anger. Were all the shinobi nowadays so arrogant? He was just about to snap when he suddenly felt a lightness in his hand, and he looked forward to see that the long-handled bittersweet against the black-haired teenager's face had somehow turned into 2 halves. He turned violently to the yellow-haired, blue-eyed teenager, only to see him looking at Z-Tai with a somewhat playful expression. Saying the same thing once or twice is almost the same. Saying it again would be impolite. Don't you think so? For some reason, a strong heart paradox came from Z-Tai's chest, and his body was covered in sweat. It seems like his eyes were red the last moment. Am I mistaken? Count yourselves as passing. Izumo unlocked the illusion and let the crowd pass while taking Zetsu away. The lower ninjas stared at Naruto in disbelief, somewhat skeptical. His tactics were a bit too far ahead for them. Was this really at the level of a shinobi? In the shadows, the two of them took several consecutive deep breaths in the corner, and Izumo spoke softly. That mighty pressure that just came from. It's strange, Zetsu murmured. It's like I feel something, but the feeling disappears all at once. It's that teenager's tactics, Izumo reminded, spinning around and sighing. Looks like there's something to see in this session of the Chunin exams. As the moment came and went, the duo did not have their minds to diverge. The other side. What move did you just use? Sasuke couldn't help but ask towards Naruto. Confidential. Naruto smiled mysteriously and didn't respond. Sasuke grunted and turned his head away, alone to digest the shock in his heart. Sakura then lowered her voice. It's Nine Tails? Aha! This was the result of Naruto's special training during this period of time. He condensed a little bit of nine-tail chakra into a thin thread. Hardness pulled full, then instantly split the bitterless in Zetsu's hand in half. There's a lot of similar shenanigans going on, and as a ninja, his assassination abilities are kind of greatly improved. The trio quickly arrived at the classroom door, where Kakashi was waiting. It's kind of unsurprising that all three are here. Kakashi smiled. Ready? Sure. Naruto spoke, and was about to push open the door and walk into the classroom. Suddenly, Sakura tapped Naruto on the shoulder, looking incredibly serious. Naruto followed Sakura's gaze. The blazing July sun beat down on the trio through the window, and near the window was imprinted a shallow, tiny graffiti that no one would notice at all unless they looked closely. Naruto fixed his eyes. The doodle, depicting a teenager with a spiky head, fox whiskers, and a tongue. All Naruto felt was a coolness that went from his heels straight to the sky. Chapter 32 Return to the Original? This big head doodle looks a lot like Whirlwind Naruto himself. The only people Naruto would care extra about during this time period would be his surrounding mates and the Konoha hierarchy, but there was no reason for them to scribble in this hidden corner. Then there is only one possibility left. New traveler. Naruto murmured softly, all the organs in his chest seeming to stir together at once. The probability is that the newcomers will be inside the classroom, and no one says you can only wear one at a time, so technically it's at least one. The truth was, Naruto wasn't afraid of any challenge. Even a group fight wouldn't hurt, and he didn't mind letting the group realize the gold of the nine-tailed human pillar power. The problem is that he doesn't know who the traveler is, and this fear of the unknown naturally undermines his sense of security. Sakura leaned in close and whispered, Next I'm going to play Naruto, the somewhat nerdy one from the original, and try not to let the travelers see it. Naruto felt his heart beating violently. Does the plot ring a bell? Yell at everyone anyway. You also remember to go by Sakura's persona in the episode. Aha! Sasuke came up as well, vaguely hearing the conversation between the two and feeling as weird as he could. What jealousy? Who are you jealous of? The trio pushed open the door and walked into the classroom. A large number of people gathered in the classroom, all staring at the three newcomers with unfavorable expressions. Who could it be? Naruto took advantage of the fact that he had just entered the classroom and began to keep scanning towards his surroundings. No anomalies were found. Might as well say that there were just too many people to be seen. What was next? Naruto was scratching his head a bit. He couldn't remember the details of the episode. Put. Suddenly, the sound of clothes colliding came from behind, and Naruto jerked his head around, his eyes instantly turning red. Sasuke-kun, it's been so long, I wish I could have seen you sooner. The young girl who had tied her long blonde hair into a ponytail hugged Sasuke affectionately from behind, who looked disgusted. Naruto instantly remembered the plot and hurriedly returned to normal and whispered at Sakura. Ah! Sakura quietly pinched Naruto's waist, then whirled up to Ino and barked. Stinky Ino, get your paws off me. The title, as if etched into instinct. Ha! It's Sakura. Your brain is still as big as ever. Ugly. Say that again? Sakura calmly slipped her gloves back on, a chakra wave instantly radiating around her, scaring Ino into taking 2 steps back. Sister, collect yourself. You're acting. Naruto was so anxious that his pitch changed, and only then did Sakura stop. Sorry, I'm getting pissed off just looking at her in this knee-jerk way. Naruto holed his forehead. This sister's temper is also too explosive. You guys are here for the exams too. What a pain in the ass. At that moment, Kagome's voice came from the back in time. Then after that, it was the rest of the Kiba's little powerhouses coming out in a line, joking with each other and the people around them. Naruto did his best to fit in with the source material, opening and closing his mouth with I won't lose to you guys, and holding his hands to his chest, causing Sasuke to look at him repeatedly. He clasped his hands to his chest with a little more clear stupidity in his eyes, causing Sasuke to look at Naruto again and again. This guy was quite calm before. Why is he like a chicken blood now? Thinking back to Naruto's previous actions, he would never do anything that didn't make sense. Wait, so that's how it is. It's the same as catching Kato. He's fishing, for the first time to act cocky, so that when someone is upset and strikes he's just testing his strength and shocking the entire room in the process. Sasuke felt like he was in complete control of the truth. On the other side, Yakushi Hood was attracted by the cacophony of the little powerhouses and came over to warn them. You're the 9 newcomers who just graduated from ninja school, aren't you? Yakking your heads off. Meanwhile, Naruto began to wonder if it would be his turn to Hito roar when Doodle Q finished the process. The crowd was drawn to Hood's ninjutsu awareness card, while Sasuke glanced at Naruto from time to time. Well, as thought before, he looked grumpy, but in reality his eyes had been darting around, obviously assessing his opponent's strength. Anyway, these are all elite shinobi from various countries, came the voice of Doodle, but Sasuke turned a deaf ear. He didn't even bother to ask for information about Lee and the others like he did in the original. What's he doing? Why is his body trembling? Sasuke stared intently at Naruto, only to see his body slightly curled up and his head facing downward, looking as if he was storing up his strength. Sakura on the side of the room saw this and appeared to go to comfort Naruto, but immediately afterward, Naruto took a long breath and let out all the air in his chest, his voice sounding like a bell. My name is Whirlpool Naruto. I will never lose to you. Instantly, the entire exam room was attracted by Naruto's booming voice and looked over in unison. Sure enough, Sasuke was shocked at first, then his face had a sure enough look on it, then he quickly frowned again. Someone takes the bait next pretty quickly, I guess, and then Naruto backhanded the guy and fattened him up to show how powerful he is. But, how does it just feel particularly bad? In the original, Sasuke tends to be the one pushing his luck. Whether it's the Battle of Bani no Kuni or the Nakanobu exams, he's always been able to silky smooth his way to being a saint in front of people, and he never cared about being able to enjoy pretending to be a pussy. And this pussy flavor is so natural, but for some reason, right now, he had a nagging feeling that Naruto had preempted all the things he wanted to do. In short, Naruto had all the pussy. On the other hand, Naruto had just finished his public confession, which was extremely humiliating for him, and he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground while admiring the power of the original Naruto's brain circuits. After a few seconds, a Sonic Toph, who had wrapped himself up like a mummy and wore ermine fur, made his way quickly through the crowd. Incoming, Naruto muttered in a small voice, whirling around and taking 2 or 3 steps back. According to the original, Doodle would have been taught a lesson by this guy, but just then, a strange change occurred, only to see another blue-clad figure approaching Toph like a ghost. Toph's eyelids fluttered as he backhanded the sleeve on his arm, pulling it away and revealing the organ filled with holes. It's Sasuke. With a cold grunt, he took to the air and stomped on Toph's arm, disrupting his punch and pulling out his bitterness to knock down all of the gray and black wolf running head Sonic Ninjutsu, Sark's Shuriken. He then flipped a few times in a backward direction, and the moment he hit the ground, Toph instantly closed in and cut his right hand viciously at Sasuke. Bang! A muffled thud came, but Sasuke pulled the transparent, nailed to the ground wire in his hand, instantly adjusting his stance and slamming another blow into the left side of Toph's face, causing him to tumble a few times on the spot and be caught by the other 2 Sonic ninjas. The crowd's eyes widened as it all happened so fast that before they could react, the battle ended quietly. Sasuke, alone, battled the sound ninja without losing. Sasuke, are you okay? Ino yelled, his heart pounding. He's really handsome. Sasuke turned a deaf ear and just turned to Naruto with a cool face. Naruto, have you had enough? The crowd was stunned to hear this. Naruto? Why the sudden mention of Naruto? What's going on? Naruto? What happened to Naruto? The crowd turned to Naruto in unison. Naruto, huh? Chapter 33, it's better to eliminate them all. I thought experiencing social death in public once was already torturous enough, but I didn't think I'd have to experience it again right away. And, now this is nothing like the original. What the hell am I figuring? Naruto looked around, rubbed his temples, and said angrily to Sasuke, Big brother, you're the one who fought the fight. You're the one who pretended to be the one who did it. How did it come to be that I commanded it? Naruto felt like he had been wronged. Who knew that? Sasuke snorted coldly and said, You've just been fishing, haven't you? Deliberately drawing out powerful opponents to fight you. Think I can't tell? Kagome and the others were startled. And then they looked at Naruto with different expressions. They did not expect that this former hangman would one day show courage and resourcefulness. Really fake? Naruto suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as he jerked his head around and hurriedly explained towards a murderous Sakura. It really wasn't me. How could I possibly command Sasuke? Then what makes Sasuke do it? Wasn't you the one who spurred him on? Sakura's willows went up. I stimulated Dura. Naruto is really numb. He feels that jumping into the Yellow River cannot be washed. Oh, there is no Yellow River in the shinobi world. So it is alright. Naruto, you saw it all. I didn't say a word to Sasuke the whole time. So what's going on with him? He's not normal here. Naruto lowered his voice and pointed to his head, while Sasuke frowned in turn. What's all the muttering about? Seeing that they were being ignored, the long black-haired female Sonic Ninja Chin tried to pick on the trio, but was pulled back by a rising Toph, her head glancing to the front of the classroom. Wait! Bang! Bang! A loud bang came from the front of the classroom, accompanied by thick black smoke. The invigilators came out in a line, and at the head of the line was a tall, strong man wearing a black turban, with a long scar running from his forehead to his neck. Tired of waiting? My name is Marino Ibiki, and I'm the invigilator for the first exam of the Nakanin selection exam. Ibihai, who was not angry and made the candidates in front of him sweat involuntarily, held out a hand and pointed it at the crowd in the corner. You few lower ninjas from the Yanin village, and the newcomers from Konoha, better behave yourselves or you'll be disqualified from the exam. Instead, Naruto looked straight at Ibiki and slowly said, I'm sorry, we got a little overexcited for our first time taking the Nakanoshu exams. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily the content of the first scene remained the same, but the travelers must have seen the problem, and the next step can only be taken. Humph. Ibiki grimaced and turned his head to the crowd to introduce the discipline of the examination room. What now? Sakura asked as she approached Naruto. Naruto thought for a moment and whispered, the fact that the traveler drew my doodle means that the TA is aware of the plot. If we let Ta pass the test straight away, it will bring too many variables into the future. We're going to try to eliminate as many people as we can and try to push TA's teammates out of the exam room. In a group of 3 for the Nakanobu exam, you must have all whiskers and all tails. Sakura listened and sighed softly. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. It's okay. The two listened as Ibiki finished the rules. Now, get your number plates and take your seats according to them. And now let me go over a few test rules. The crowd took their seats, and Naruto, not surprisingly, sat with Hinata. What should we do now? Naruto's mind was reeling as he looked up and down the layout of the classroom. The first exam is divided into 2 parts. The first part examines a ninja's intelligence gathering ability, or cheating, and the second part examines a ninja's heart. Those who know the plot can't be dissuaded by Ibiki. Focusing on the first part, 2 points will be deducted for a single instance of cheating, and if all 10 points are deducted, you will be expelled from the exam room. Naruto chewed on Ibiki's words, a tentative thought coming to mind. Low-level cheating won't work. The examiners only recognize high-level cheating techniques, so I'll either have to interfere with them cheating or take care of the ninjas that are mixed in. Naruto thought to himself. The papers were handed out, and as the exams officially began, he already had a few preliminary ideas in mind. Let's start with the easy ones. Naruto started coughing loudly every now and then flipped the papers back and forth with a clatter. Even though the paper was just 1 page, Naruto turned it hard with the air of a book. Wow! Cough cough. The people around them began to become distracted and agitated at once, with the occasional person casting an unkind glance towards Naruto, which was then taken in by the invigilator on the sidelines and began to scribble. This kind of person was known as exam coughing brother and scroll flipping pussy brother in Naruto's previous life. They tend to be academics, and the sound of flipping papers will echo throughout the exam room and then cause panic in those who are slow to do the questions. Keeping in mind that realizing the whole need to cheat thing takes time to think about as well, Naruto purposely breaks up the pace to make them realize it later and speed up the elimination of the low-energy players. The crosser can certainly turn in a blank, but his teammates can't say the same. Naruto laughed lowly in his mind as he flipped through the scroll. Too bad. Brother did go to high school. Soon, several people around Naruto were hit one after another. Number 102. Your exam is disqualified. Number 23 and 34. You have cheated 5 times and are disqualified from the exam. All of a sudden, the pressure on the candidates around them multiplied. Well, that should pretty much eliminate the imbeciles around here. Naruto thought to himself, calmly placing his roll on the table and beginning to look upwards again at the classroom environment. Sure enough, a lot of masters set up their cheating tools above the classroom. Naruto noticed that some of the test takers had attached thin wires to the mirrors above the classroom and viewed their answers by flipping the angles. Good thing I was prepared, Naruto said as he pulled a small steel ball out of his pocket, then held out his left hand in a yay gesture, allowing the 9 tails chakra to form a thin red line of chakra between his 2 fingertips. It looked like a slingshot made of chakra and fingers. Naruto couldn't turn his head as much as he wanted to, and to adjust the angle, he removed his forehead protector and placed it on the table, using it as a mirror and positioned his hand, and finally, he loaded the steel ball and flicked it straight out. Splat! The steel pillar precisely smashed the wire above one of the candidates, and the cheating tool above him shook and made a loud noise. The invigilator around him fixed his eyes on the mirror and scribbled it down directly on his paper. And the candidate panicked, not noticing Naruto smashing another steel ball into the mirror, which scattered pieces of it all over the place. I'll go out by myself. That candidate's face turned blue as he hurriedly walked out of the classroom. The few surrounding candidates who had cheated with mirrors instantly withdrew their wires. Naruto saw Tentinia fumbling to retrieve the wire, and after some thought, decided to take a different route. After all, the physical arts class shouldn't have been taken over, so they'd have no problem getting them through. Chapter 34, Found Out Your Secret. Naruto quickly turned his attention to the others again. He stroked his chin as his thoughts turned over. The ones with the help of props are actually good to get. It's mainly the ones that open their eyes and hear voices that aren't so good to get. The easiest way is still to just take care of the Nakanabu that has the answers. Naruto thought to himself as he kept adjusting the angle of his forehead protector in his hands. Found it. He finally locked on to a spectacled candidate who was writing furiously and, from the looks of it, without any external assistance. How to mess with him? Naruto mused in his mind as he suddenly had another bold idea. Naruto's eyes turned scarlet once more, and this time, a faint malice lingered around him. Beside her, Hinata's eyelids fluttered and she turned her head to Naruto, who locked eyes with her, her face pale with shock and her mouth wide open. Shoo, it's okay, I'll do a little experiment. Naruto whispered softly in reassurance, turning the nine-tailed chakra into long, transparent strips and spreading them ever outward. Candidates in the pathway, all have a sense of fear. There are even timid people, only feel their lower body a wet. Either is holding the pen hand in the continuous trembling. Actually a time cannot write down a word. Soon, the nine-tailed chakra came into contact with the spectacled candidate, who seemed to have been straightened by an unknown spell all of a sudden, and his mind was filled with endless malice, and for a while, his eyes turned a little red. Naruto took in the scene behind him through his forehead protector. Something's up. He was delighted in his heart and started looking for the next candidate with an answer again. Naruto didn't just cover the entire exam room with his nine-tails chakra, lest the commotion be so great that it would be outrageous to draw the Konoha executives over. He searched while looking for a compliment. It's not that I'm punking people. A lot of people are sure to die in this level of the forest of death, so I can still live for a few more years by letting you guys be eliminated in advance. It's all for your own good. Naruto felt like he had given too much to these shinobi, but soon, he felt a chill run down his spine, his eyes meeting directly with Ibiki at the very front. He found me? Naruto saw that Ibiki was looking in his direction with a stony face, but the chakra of the nine tails seems to have improved my perception quite a bit as well. Naruto thought for a moment and put the nine-tailed chakra back. This wave of trollish maneuvers he had just done had again caused many of the candidates in the zone where the nine-tailed chakra passed through to give up on continuing their answers. They suspect they are being targeted by something unnameable and evil. On Sakura's side, she hadn't moved her pen either, instead pondering whether or not to ask Ino to find a way to copy her answer. As per the original, Ino gets Sakura's answer through the heart-turning technique and then passes it on to Kagome Denji. After thinking for a long time, she still hadn't put pen to paper. Perhaps it was the original owner's emotions that affected her, and she didn't want Ino and the others to continue to participate in the subsequent tournaments, even if it would cost Kagome her chance to become a Nakanishi. Kagome aside, Ino Tuji was currently completely incapable of defending himself, and they feared for their lives if the new traveler was a psychopath. Just leave it to fate. Sakura sighed softly. She was going to let Ino and the others fend for themselves. The clock was quickly ticking down to the last 10 minutes. Ibiki glanced around the room, keeping an eye on Naruto's direction for a second, and then whirled around and shouted, "Good, now announce the 10th question, but I'm going to add a couple rules to that." Ibiki gave a sickly smile. Desperate rules, eh? Just as he uttered the word despair, his surroundings suddenly became extremely dark, but it was gone in an instant. He couldn't help but glance in Naruto's direction again. Who the hell is it? On the other hand, Naruto helplessly shook his head. This is not the use of the nine tails to help you increase the sense of pressure. How to say half of the words are still stuck. Naruto felt that Ibiki was really unprofessional. Ibiki coughed and began to continue with the introduction of the regulations again, this time with a single, emotionally coherent breath. And when he was done explaining, the exam room fell into an atmosphere of despair. Naruto once again added the nine tails special effect at the right time, and he even wondered if he should ask Ibiki for a hard-earned fee afterward. But what is this? A lighting technician? Ambientist? Ibiki once again sensed something was wrong, and this time, he finally locked onto Naruto with some hesitation. This kid looks a little familiar. It's not right. How can this kind of brat give off this kind of pressure? The atmosphere created by Master Naruto worked well though, seeing waves of people raising their hands and even starting to line up at the registration numbers. Seeing this, Naruto finally collected his nine-tailed chakra completely. Enough is enough. If we keep this up, we're really going to have a problem. Naruto let out a long sigh of relief. He suspected that a few more seconds would really draw Hinata over. At the same time, he maintained his left and right observations, but still found nothing out of the ordinary. The 12 little powers, the sound ninja, the sand ninja, and the tout, were not affected, but the number of little Karamis did decrease a lot. Hopefully that crosswalker is right in the middle of all those stragglers. Gee, would he just crouch at the door if he did get eliminated? All of a sudden Naruto's demeanor tightened up again and he picked up his protector and began to keep watching the candidates lined up to abandon the exam. On the side, Hinata couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache when she saw her beloved looking left and right with a sad face. She took several consecutive deep breaths and gathered the courage to pat Naruto. Naruto-kun, are you really okay? It's fine. Naruto waved his hand, but then quickly changed his tone and said, ahem, actually, there is something. I've been feeling a little out of sorts lately, so why don't you use your white eyes to help me out after the test? Daisy thought about it and nodded sheepishly. Yoshi, the flower girl of Kiba is greatly good. Naruto smiled and nodded, intending to take his bond with Daisuke further today. On the other hand, after looking around the classroom for a week, Ibiki asked once again if anyone had quit. After receiving a negative answer, he finally made a solemn announcement. Then all of you here, I declare you, the first exam, all pass. The crowd was shocked, and some couldn't help but ask questions, which were answered in detail by Ibiki. Only he glanced in Naruto's direction every now and then as he explained. This little kid is not simple awe. Did not express any surprise from the beginning to the end, but the eyes are always on the lookout for something. Is it still not out of the state of the examination? Sasuke had also been watching Naruto's movements. He obviously didn't move his pen the entire time he was in the exam room, but he took it upon himself to create multiple accidents. And when faced with the final giveaway question, he wasn't condescending. It was almost as if he knew the answer ahead of time. Naruto, what else are you hiding? Sasuke couldn't help but be intensely curious about Naruto. Sakura sighed softly as she looked at Ino and the others who had passed the exam. Just as well. If anything happened afterward, it couldn't be said that it had anything to do with her. Sakura Haruno. Ibiki, you guys passed the first level of the test, so you'll have to work harder from now on. As he was talking, Naruto suddenly felt a touch under his feet. He looked down and saw a small ball of paper crumpled into a crumpled ball. Naruto picked it up and unfolded it. There was only a short sentence on it. I found out your secret. Ha ha ha. Chapter 35, Naruto, yes, we're in love. Naruto just felt like his heart stopped beating. It was as if he had soundproof headphones on. The excited chatter, jokes and banter around him were all automatically muted, leaving only a few simple characters of heavenly thunder rolling about his loss. Ta wasn't eliminated. And Ta said he found out my secret. Is he aware that I'm a traveler too? A voice in Naruto's mind cried out furiously, his negative emotions all of a sudden echoing the nine tails within him. His mind actually immersing itself in the spirit world all of a sudden, and the nine tails were far away from him. Oh, the nine tails looked over at Naruto with interest. The seemingly indomitable spirit of the teenager seemed to be in big trouble, so much so that even it could sense the emotions stirring in Naruto's heart. Met a strong enemy? Nine tails laughed out softly. Might as well further liberate my power. You know, I'm powerful enough to shake the entire shinobi world. Naruto closed his eyes tightly and began to meditate in his mental space. It was a contingency plan he had prepared for himself, a way to immediately calm his mind should he happen to lose control of his emotions. Not only that, but the process helps Naruto organize his thoughts. On second thought, there was absolutely no need for fear, and with his current abilities, it was possible for him to walk away in one piece under the eyes of the shinobi. He was simply fearing the unknown now. It's nothing more than difficulty in locking onto an enemy. Naruto spoke calmly after a while, looking towards Nine Tails. It's not worth it. Humph. The Nine Tails snorted coldly as it realized that Naruto was in control again. A faint feeling of frustration coming over it. Talk to you next time. Naruto's mind wandered back to reality once more. He looked behind him again with his protector, a hint of emotion in his mind. Luckily, he had gone all out to eliminate the many shinobi from the clutches of the traveler. What a hooker. And I can tell you're not a normal person. Naruto prides himself on not being a saint, but he embraces a simple triad of values. Detesting senseless fighting and not wanting others to be drawn into strife. However, a glimmer of a clue gradually came to his mind. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud bang from outside the window, accompanied by a rapt silhouette, bitterness tied at all ends, nailed straight to the ceiling and floor. The woman in a long trench coat jacket with a fishing net underneath and an open chest yelled, "It's too early to be happy. I am the examiner for the second exam. Makoto Koto." and the next exam is waiting for you. The crowd was again shocked, while Red Bean roughly counted and faintly said to Ibiki behind him, 18 groups? There's still a lot left. Ibiki laughed. A lot of good seedlings came out this year. With that said, he glanced at a thoughtful Naruto. Reddit also locked eyes with Naruto for a moment, while the latter thought hard, should I include Reddit in my great harem plan? Granted. In Boruto, she pulls the same figure as Shamaisha, but that's because there's no me there. If I had come to tame her, things would have been different. Also, she'll be fighting Uncle Snake in the second match, so she should be quite a bit more fragile in her mind when she's suffering, right? When this woman is psychologically fragile, she will subconsciously find a backrest, and this is when this young man shines perfectly. Naruto decides to take some time out of his search for the traveler to share his emotions with the snake charmer. In that case, let's reduce the number of people to single digits. Red Bean smiled evilly. I can't wait for the exact requirements until we get to the exam room. Maneuvering Ground 44. Entrance to the Forest of the Dead. The trio hid in the center of the crowd and didn't stand in front of it like the original, just quietly listening to the rules. Sakura looked around and asked Naruto in a low voice. You said you had a clue. What exactly is going on? Naruto likewise whispered. That guy just handed me the note specifically, and I see the tone is quite arrogant, which says a lot. Explain what? It means Ta is most likely wearing into a character with a name, and so far this copy has a name. The 12, the Sand Ninjas, the Sound Ninjas, the Snake Uncle's forces pretending to be Grass Ninjas, and the examiners such as the Red Beans, and I suspect that the traveler is inside one of these teams. What if Ta is simply just thinking outside the box and is actually wearing roadkill? Let's just follow normal human logic. It's better to do elimination. Naruto licked his lips. When we enter the copy later, we'll walk to the center as soon as possible and start squatting on them. If we can grab a group, it's a group. And make sure Ta reveals his chicken feet. Would it be too ostentatious? It's fine. Except for my Arrow and Uncle Snake who need to take shelter. Everyone else basically kills indiscriminately. Hey, what if Ta wears Uncle Snake? Naruto was silent for a moment. It means that the author doesn't write cool texts and writes abusive texts instead, so I advise him not to be uneducated. Sakura said after a long silence. It's better to consider the possibility. Sasuke, who was off to the side, came over and raised an eyebrow. You've whispered many times. Is there something you can't discuss with me? Naruto looked to Sasuke, suddenly thinking about the spell seal. According to the original story, Sasuke would have been planted with the heavenly spell by Orochimaru during this battle, which was a major turning point in his life. The question arises, should we go along with the plot? And will the process be blocked by the travelers? Sakura's gaze also intensified as she similarly noticed the wa point. Naruto gently pushed Sasuke to the side. Big brother, can you let us both talk privately for a little while longer? Sasuke's eyebrows shot up and Naruto instantly patted him on the shoulder in a serious tone. Can't you see? We're both in a relationship right now. Sakura instantly raised her eyebrows and her cheeks burned slightly. This denizen. Who knew that Naruto's eyes weren't red, and he continued. You should give couples some privacy. No problem? With that said, he justified a wink at Sakura. Sakura stared viciously at Naruto, though he had been caught off guard by this sudden stunt, but when she thought about it, they had indeed had private conversations in small windows too many times. If one explains it in terms of falling in love, then everything naturally falls into place and, guaranteed, there will be many more small windows and private chats afterward. And as Sasuke listened to Naruto's explanation, his eyes began to grow a little unnatural. He was full of vengeance and didn't understand the world of love, but he did smell a hint of a light bulb. This flavor. From himself. Ahem. Fine, but if there's any official business, I need to be present as well. With that, Sasuke turned and walked a few steps away. Naruto let out a breath, and when he saw Sakura still looking at him in exasperation, he was busy explaining. My aunt, is this the time to be concerned about such petty matters? Let's just discuss whether or not we want Sasuke to be spell sealed. Sakura rubbed her face, nodding slowly after a moment of silence. Chapter 36, You Repent and I Shadow. The Gift of Sarutobi. Maneuvering Ground 44. Unoccupied Corner. I suddenly realized something. Naruto looked in the direction of a couple of Kasunin. If we go by the original story, then I'll probably get a 5 elemental seal from Orochimaru. Sakura frowned. Wouldn't that be the equivalent of a seal? That surely wouldn't work. Being sealed at this joint would be more than just being in a coma for a while. But then Sasuke would also have one less pre-existing hang-up. Naruto said calmly, if I were a traveler hostile to Konoha, then I'd be perfectly capable of gouging out Sasuke's eyes and arming myself. So what do you want to do? Let's go with the original for now. I can avoid fighting Uncle Snake while you help keep an eye out for the travelers. Sakura's eyebrows didn't stretch as she chewed over Naruto's scenario over and over again. Naruto thought for a moment and added, Uncle Snake is definitely going after Sasuke, and if he avoids it this time, he'll be in hot pursuit afterward. It's better to face it straight on from the start, so that we have an information advantage instead. Sakura listened, then nodded slowly. After briefly rehearsing a few more contingency plans and devising a code word, the two walked towards Sasuke in unison. The trio gets the Book of Heaven, which needs to be made into a pair with the Book of Earth in order to pass the test, and like the original, Naruto signals for Sasuke to keep it so he can fight Orochimaru. Then, the second session of the Nakanobu selection exam. Begin. The thick chains were unlocked and fell to the ground smashing with a sound. The wind with a hint of salty humidity blowing from inside the forest and slamming into Naruto's cheeks, causing his adrenaline to spike. Next, candidates are free to kill. The three began to travel quickly through the forest. Kiba Village. Naruto Building. Sarutobi Hizuru, who was holding the crystal ball and scrutinizing it, slowly exhaled a smoke ring, and saw Ibiki walking towards him, respectfully saluting. Naruto-sama. This is a message from the Misty Hidden Ninja's interrogation. Please take a look at it. Ibiki handed a scroll to Hinata. Nikken took the scroll and spread it out to browse for a moment. Well, he set his pipe aside. Did they make any claims? The young man named White wishes not to hand over Zabuza to the Misty Hidden, and he said that he could use his blood relay limit in exchange for direct service to the Konoha as well. Nikken was non-committal. This is something I need to think about again. The ability of the blood succession limit boundary was naturally precious, but it was not necessarily more important than the diplomatic relations of Kiba Misty Hidden. By the way, did you notice any potential newcomers in this Chunin exam? Hinata suddenly asked casually. Ibiki's heart fluttered as Naruto-sama seemed to have something to say. He thought for a moment and decided to be honest. The newcomers of the Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja are doing very well, and on the Kiba side, Kakashi's class, Whirlpool Naruto, is excelling. Ah, that's the teenager who boarded the Nine Tails. To Ibiki's surprise, Hinata nodded slowly. Have you noticed Naruto as well? Kakashi reported on Naruto before, and his growth is astonishing. However, the Nine Tails have been having an effect on him, and I'm worried that he'll be hostile to the village because of it, which is a huge potential problem for Kiba. Hinata's gaze remained calm, as if she was just talking about a small matter. So, Naruto-sama, what do you mean? When the second exam is over, you can have Naruto come to me. Hinata's eyes hid a hint of brilliance. I'll personally instruct him on how to get along with the Nine Tails. Ibiki's eyes widened, knowing full well the goal behind the passage. As a renowned ninjutsu master in the ninja world, who had been through hundreds of battles, and whose disciple was the legendary Sannin, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to receive a boost from Sarutobi Hizuru himself. Moreover, personally instructing him, Hinata's words were actually a hidden signal that he was going to vigorously cultivate Naruto. Ibiki said with some hesitation, but would it be too much to bother you to personally instruct this child? I know what you're trying to say. Perhaps raising surveillance is the right thing to do, but hearts are made of flesh, and Naruto has done Kiba a favor this time, so if he's still hostile, there's no guarantee that he'll have an unbalanced mindset, so it's better to lead positively from the start. Nikken got up, put his hands behind his back, and eyed the front of the window meaningfully. Ibiki yo, don't be influenced by some of the hostile remarks about Rinpoche and the village. Ibiki's entire body froze as if struck by lightning, and he instantly realized the deeper meaning of Hinata's words. What to do with the nine-tailed human pillars has been an enduring topic among the Konoha hierarchy. The hawkish faction led by Tuzo is hostile to the human pillars, while the Hinata and Tsunade first class are just the opposite. Ibiki had heard heated arguments outside of Naruto's office before, with similar exasperated words such as Hinata, you're going to regret this. Suzo, I'm the Naruto, blah blah blah. If Hinata can handle the relationship between Naruto and Kiba well, she can happily punch Tuzo and the others in the face and raise her voice, belonging to the category of killing two birds with one stone. In light of this, Ibiki asked again without question, I understand, Naruto-sama. Well, go ahead, come what may. Stay here. Naruto sneered, transforming his nine-tailed chakra into countless tentacles and reaching into his ninjutsu bag to pull out a handful of bitters, throwing them in unison at the enemy in front of him. Shortly after entering the Forest of the Dead, they encountered the original rain-hidden village ninja impersonating Naruto and wearing a breathing mask. However, instead of being bound into a caterpillar like the original, Naruto hammered him over with a backhanded punch, and pulled out his long, thick nine-tailed chakra at light speed, ready for a counterattack. How unlucky. The rain-hidden ninja flew through the thick tree trunks at a rapid pace and threw the bitterless with its detonation charm at the Sasakura duo. Suetun, water divergence. Sakura manifested her water doppelganger, who grabbed the bitter end and quickly distanced herself from the trio. Bang! Bang! The smoke was so thick that one could only vaguely see silhouettes chasing each other through it, until a loud bang broke everything. Naruto Phoenix Fairy Fire Jutsu. A single fireball slammed into the rain-hidden ninja, who hastily dodged it, only to catch a glimpse of the blue-clad, black-haired figure already in front of him. Put! Sasuke plunged the bitterness hard into his chest. The rain-hidden ninja retreated violently once again, but he didn't notice that Naruto in the back changed his nine-tail chakra into a pair of giant hands, crossed his arms and clenched them into fists, and slammed them straight downward. Bang! The rain-hidden ninja was slammed into the ground like a leather ball. His body was completely stuck with only a sliver of clarity left. The three stood aside as Naruto moved his arms, signaling for the crowd to back off as he summoned his shadow doppelganger to search him. Really? Unlucky. Ah! Naruto's shadow doppelganger hammered him in the face, causing him to double over and pass out. Next, it's time to fight Uncle Snake, right? Naruto murmured softly. He began to take notice of his surroundings. Chapter 37, First Encounter with Orochimaru. Naruto thought hard for a few seconds before blushing a little in embarrassment. How did Orochimaru make his debut after that? Naruto hadn't read the original for too long in his previous life, and only vaguely remembered Orochimaru shocking Sasuke with his murderous aura, and the latter forcing the bitter blade into his own thigh to break through the fear and escape with Sakura at the limit. That image, it stuck with him. Naruto turned to Sakura and lowered his voice. Where is Uncle Snake now in the original? I remember him impersonating you. And then it was Sasuke and Uncle Snake solo. Okay, so the question was, how was he going to play along with Orochimaru? As he was thinking about this, suddenly, Naruto vaguely felt a pale wind slash across his cheek in front of him, causing a raw pain in his skin. Immediately afterward, the breeze steeply transformed into a hurricane, wrapping up everything around the three of them in an unrivaled manner, like a wind pillar with a long rainbow, smashing head-on at the three of them. Naruto's eyelids fluttered as he remembered that it was after this pillar of wind that he and Sasuke Sakura parted ways in the original story. He collected as much of the nine-tailed chakra wrapped around his eyes as he could, letting the column of wind slam him into the distance. Boom! Naruto's back slammed into the tree, the bark of the tree making a jarring sound as a hard crater was made. He only felt as if his internal organs had shifted, and he was stirred to the core, with his eyes glazed over. Naruto got up holding onto the trunk of the tree and leaned in for a moment. Naruto was a bit annoyed. If he hadn't forgotten some plot details, he wouldn't have to suffer this. Ahem, now is it time to go beat up my arrows, or the sound ninja, or the rain ninja. Naruto remembered the teachings of the saints of his previous life. That timely detachment of his mood is good for his health. At that moment, a hiss broke Naruto's thoughts. Hiss, coiled on top of the dead wood, several times larger than the giant python towards Naruto spitting snake letters. Strong fishy gas from it, triangular head high up. Green vertical pupils full of fierce light. Yo, Uncle Snake sent warmth, and summoned a sandbag fight just for me. Weirdly warm-hearted. Naruto let out a sardonic laugh and instantly switched to Nine Tails mode. The python immediately charged with its head, slamming straight towards Naruto, who easily dodged the python's blow with a stomp of his feet and stood on top of a tree trunk. After that, he extended the nine-tailed chakra on his back before changing it into the shape of a hand, while his own right hand was spread out towards the top. And the swirling chakra began to coalesce continuously. The hand of the nine tails began to slash at Naruto's right hand over and over again. Buzz. Pounds of chakra continued to coalesce. The earth and rocks around them broke, and the air was twisted out of the vortex. The right hand glowed brightly, transmitting a faint purple color that shimmered with a sultry hue. Nine Tails, Spiral Maru. Half-baked, but good enough to deal with you. Naruto gathered a small handful of chakra at his feet, his eyes narrowing slightly as the python, sensing the great threat in Naruto's hands, hissed once more and began to rapidly circle the pillar, swooping towards Naruto. Boom! Naruto pulled out a smoke bomb in his left hand and slammed it into his feet, dashing out of the side when the python lost sight of him, nine-tailed wings sprouting from his back as he flew in the direction of the python's back. Bang! Pump! A large hole was instantly blown open in the python's back, and Naruto, seeing that his right hand was deep into the snake's body, no longer maintained the stability of his chakra, allowing the spiral pill wrapped in unparalleled energy to completely blast everything around him. Boom! The huge wave of air bounced Naruto off the ground, and he pulled out the extended chain from his jutsu bag seconds before he was about to smash into the trunk, wrapping it around the branch and pulling it violently again, narrowly controlling himself to stand in a relatively smooth position. Hiss! A wave of stinging pain came from his arm. He fixed his eyes to see that his right hand was already covered with contusions, looking bloody and scary. The nine-tailed chakra was too overbearing, and with the detonation of the spiral pill halfway through, That's what backfired and hurt my right hand. Naruto analyzed himself, oblivious to the giant python in front of him that had snapped in two. Dead as dead can be. He pulled out another scroll from his ninjutsu bag and psychic out the stored medical items. This was the time-space jutsu that Tenten had taught him, and by pre-injecting chakra into the scroll and setting specific spatial coordinates, when placing the item, it would be transported to the alien space corresponding to the scroll and could be summoned by psionics at any time. Whether it's a love token or not is another story. Naruto quickly did a simple treatment and wrapped his right hand in a bandage a few times. It's okay, it'll be healed if we don't hurry up and finish bandaging it, Naruto joked. After all, the Nine Tails were extremely resilient and could be completely healed in a day without bandages. He jumped onto the snake's carapace and began to look around for any signs of humans, and used his bitters to mark the trunks of the surrounding trees, one of the code words he had discussed with Sakura. If you see the markings and follow them, you'll find Naruto. Explore the middle ground first. Sasuke and Sakura don't have much of a problem on their end. He began to walk towards the center while keeping an eye on his surroundings and leaving markers along the path. However, upon reaching a certain tree trunk, Naruto froze. On the trunk of the tree, a few small, crooked words were carved. The other side. Sasuke and Sakura gazed at the woman in front of them, wearing a bucket hat and a long figure, staring at the duo with a grim look on her face. You are holding the Book of Heaven, so you want the Book of Earth in my hand, right? Orochimaru wrapped the scroll with his tongue and slowly swallowed it. In person? Sakura's mind was not at all on the fight against the enemy, but instead carefully analyzed Orochimaru's various micro-expressions and small gestures. At least from what I've seen so far, he can be said to be exactly like the original. So, here goes. Either you die or I do. Whoosh! Before Orochimaru could finish speaking, Sasuke had already approached Orochimaru with an instantaneous body and stabbed the bitterness in his hand straight towards Orochimaru's eyes. Sakura, cover me. Sakura's eyes widened. She hadn't realized that it was Sasuke who had been the first to change. It's not possible that he was suddenly taken over, is it? Put. Orochimaru allowed the bitterness to pierce his palm and grabbed Sasuke's right hand in the process. Quite the rush. Kid. Orochimaru licked his lips. Sasuke obediently turned his whole body around, his left hand probing into his ninjutsu bag and pulling out another bitterness, backhanding it towards Orochimaru's arm in a horizontal slash. Stab. Orochimaru's right hand was severed in its entirety, and it all happened in a flash. Sakura lifted her foot and closed in towards Orochimaru, her hands flying into seals. Ninjutsu missed invisibility. In an instant, the fog filled the air, and Sakura's figure completely dissolved into the fog. She couldn't help but glance at Sasuke, whose eyes were fearless and all about battle. Perhaps it was Naruto's excitement, a higher level of intensity than the original, that allowed the talented young man of the Uchiha to display a strong subjective drive upon his first encounter with Orochimaru, even to the point where Orochimaru was too late to unleash his murderous aura. But Sakura knew very well that this minor fatal wound was nothing to Orochimaru. As the pioneer of the Orochimaru stream of body substitution techniques, he was able to return to his original form by consuming chakra to molt his skin, and Amaterasu couldn't even do much with him. The short fight just now was nothing more than a test. Chapter 38, Stomp on me? Hee. A smile played at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth, and his eyes watched with amusement as the haze thickened before him. To be able to strike first and not be arrogant even after a single blow. What a difficult prey. He lightly commented on the duo's performance, like a diner in a restaurant evaluating the food on the table. He forced Sasuke to look at him with eyes tinged with aggression. And then, suddenly, he raised his head and opened his mouth wide, from which a body dripping with thick mucus slowly slid out. Sasuke froze, the physically disconcerting sight in front of him breaking through his perception and making him forget to act for a moment. Slap. A slap on the back of Sasuke's head and a stony-eyed Sakura flashed from behind. Don't wander off. Try to finish him off once and for all. Sasuke was stunned. He hadn't realized that Sakura seemed a bit calmer than he was, and was a bit chesty. Che, he muttered in a small voice, then turned toward Sakura. I'll be the main attacker next. You. But before he could finish, Orochimaru, who was in the process of molting his skin, steeply increased his speed and quickly slid towards Sasuke in a python-like manner. The back half of his body became completely snake-like, causing Sasuke to stifle his pupils and react half a beat slower again. Suetun, water dragon bomb. But then a bellowing cry came from the haze, and a dragon-shaped pillar of water wrapped in vapor shot up into the sky, hissing as it charged at Orochimaru. The earth sends out killing machines, and dragons and snakes rise from the land. Completely unperturbed, Orochimaru pulled a slimy bitterness out of his mouth, easily dodging the water dragon projectile and snaking his way towards Sasuke. Sasuke was finally reacting. He pulled out the bitu with the wire from his ninjutsu bag and threw it at Orochimaru, who bounced off with a single strike. accompanied by a water dragon bomb that slammed into the ground. The vapor that rushed up catapulted the Bitu, which was originally bounced off, towards Orochimaru once again. It was a skillful combination of Shuriken Jutsu and Suiton Jutsu. Orochimaru turned his head slightly, actually adjusting his body in a way that defied inertia, narrowly dodging the bitter materia, his twisted stance causing the scene to hunt. Sasuke couldn't help but feel resentment, and at the same time, the teenage spirit in his heart stirred again. Since the establishment of the 7th class, both Naruto and Sakura had each offered their own highlight moments, while he, Sasuke Uchiha, had been mediocre. Even the enemy in front of him froze because of his tricky tactics, and was even reminded by Sakura slapping him on the back of the head. Can you really take revenge at this level? Orochimaru caught Sasuke's eyes and instantly transformed his lower body into his human form. His fingers extended and hooked towards Sasuke, his eyes full of provocation, like it's saying, "Come over here, damn." Sasuke was instantly a little uptight as he charged at Orochimaru with a full battle spirit, while the latter, instead of advancing, began to circle Sasuke among the trees. Sakura hurriedly followed, yelling, "Slow down. Be careful, it's a trap. Cut the crap. You hurry up and follow." Sakura frowned. Sasuke was already getting intentional, his mind written all over his face. She was about to follow at a brisk pace when she suddenly saw a few words written crookedly on a tree trunk somewhere. "Stomping on me? He he he." Naruto's brow furrowed as he paced back and forth with his mouth whispering and repeating the words on the trunk of the tree. "This trace is very new. It should be engraved recently. We can rule out the possibility of pretesting the use of Japanese, not Chinese. Other than that, there are no other clues. What's that supposed to mean? Ignore me?" Naruto couldn't help but be a little confused. In fact, when he saw the word "step on me," Naruto subconsciously recalled his own childhood memories. A long time ago, when Q-Zone was still very popular, many QQ friends would leave each other a message in each other's space. "Step on it," in order to express their visits and greetings. But apparently that's not what the traveler was trying to convey. Suddenly, he stopped, his expression a little odd. Hiss. Wouldn't mean that, would it? Thanks to the internet, Naruto had the opportunity to see all sorts of bullshit in his previous life while surfing the web, and one of the people with a unique XP made a lasting impression on Naruto. At that thought, the words in front of him suddenly became harsh in Naruto's eyes. Damn, what kind of perverts are these? Naruto got a little toothache. Was this Shinobi World a huge don't laugh challenge? Can you come in something normal? Naruto became hesitant in his mind as he instantly abandoned his original plan and began to rush in the direction of Sakura. He was a little afraid to think about what to do if Sakura was caught by this pervert. One is a little pussy, and the other is also a little pussy. On the other hand, Sakura's face was no better. Rather, it was as ugly as ever. Licking feet? He. Down, 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 down head man. She couldn't help but squeal out, her hands clasping her chest, her body covered in goosebumps and a look of PTSD. In her previous life, when she was live streaming phallic rings, she received the most common types of private messages, wanting to adopt her, wanting to be her master, wanting her to be her master. Of these, the last category of private messages particularly turned her stomach, as they were often accompanied by unsavory pictures, as if they were peddling themselves, or rather, it was the seller's show. Biodiversity is fully manifested. Sakura began to tremble uncontrollably on her legs, a feeling that was almost as hair-raising as an online pervert wanting to come offline to face her. Is it Orochimaru? Sakura's mind was in turmoil. During the battle just now, although Orochimaru hadn't been seen leaving traces on the trunk of the tree, he couldn't rule out the possibility that he was using the haze to conceal himself. If it was truly Orochimaru, then Sasuke was in bad shape, as if a red danger had jumped out of his head. But on second thought, Orochimaru's behavior was pretty much in line with the persona, and most importantly, Sasuke broke through the originals, causing her to have no basis for judgment. Should we go after them? Sakura thought for a moment, and forced herself to hold back the fear in her heart as she began to slowly move her body. But it was slow, and she lacked motivation as if she were down. Meanwhile, her eyes stared nervously around her, pulling out her bittersweet to protect her chest for extra security. It's okay, this is Shinobi. I'm strong now, no one can hurt me. She began to keep cheering herself on as her speed finally began to pick up a bit. Bang! Suddenly, slight explosions began to ring around them, followed by a succession of hissing, animal cries, and explosions from the detonation charms burning out. These tremendous movements seemed to drain Sakura's courage all at once, and she dropped to the ground, constantly gasping for air, her eyes already floating with a thin vapor. Things continued to take a sharp turn for the worse, as he saw the commotion begin to move closer and closer to Sakura's direction. She couldn't help but think of Naruto. Would it be so much better if he was there? No, I have to save myself. Sakura used all her strength to pull out her bittersweet and stabbed it hard into her thigh. But, instead, a hand cupped the spikes of the bitterness. Chapter 39, Sasuke the Succubus. Sakura snapped her head up, only to see the yellow-haired, blue-eyed teenager looking at her with suspicion and apprehension in his gaze. What's wrong? Naruto removed the bitungo from Sakura's hand with some confusion. Judging by her current appearance, she shouldn't be hurt, right? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Who knew that? Sakura cried out with a sobbing voice. Stinky man, and then hugged Naruto. Naruto froze as he subconsciously wrapped his arms around Sakura, feeling the dramatic rise and fall of the young girl's chest as he patted her back. Sakura's thin clothing close to Naruto's body, rich and full, as soft as cotton. A young girl's fragrance probed into Naruto's nostrils, making his heart urgently cry out bad. How did this state of affairs suddenly begin to develop in the direction of the indescribable? It's not that I can't, but at least you have to be logical in your plot. Just reward your buddies like that? Naruto only felt that his two heads were big on one side, but in the way of the latter's strange power had already ascended. He was a little afraid to go further for a while, so he could only let Sakura sob and feel the years go by. After another moment, as if sensing that the atmosphere between the two was a bit ambiguous, Sakura let go of Naruto, her cheeks prancing with an additional blush. Naruto coughed a little awkwardly as well, but he quickly adjusted himself and whirled around to ask after the cause. Ahem, what just happened to you? Did you meet that perverted traveler? Sakura then came back to her senses and quickly said, no good. Let's go to Sasuke's side first. He might be in danger. Okay, walk and talk. Perhaps seeing Naruto, Sakura regained her mobility and began to rush through the woods with it, following Sasuke's trail all the way. During this time, the two exchange information and Sakura explains to Naruto the cause of her fear. I see. Naruto's entire being looked wide awake. No wonder you introduced yourself like that. What? Sakura couldn't get Naruto's meaning for a second. I mean, when Class 7 was first formed, Naruto made a reminiscent gesture as he ran. I remember you saying, hate down-headed men pretending to be men, and don't engage in discrimination against females, which struck me as odd at the time. It's not like the shinobi world discriminates. Look at Yuzuki Yuzuru who doesn't work in the Dark Ministry, Naruto said, and suddenly a thought came to his mind. Should he take Yuzuru and when Tsukiakari Kagami was done? Sakura pushed a strand of pink hair behind her ear, a little embarrassed. Maybe it's because I've been harassed by lower-headed men before, and subconsciously engaged in gender narratives. So, do you think I'll get off my head? Naruto looked at Sakura with some anticipation, feeling that he had just done a warm and fuzzy act. It shouldn't be the bottom, it should be the top. Sakura turned her face away, her plump lips pursing as she didn't reply. Che, if you don't say it, you don't say it. Naruto turned his head and asked about the travelers again. For now, we can only be sure that the crossover is a pervert. And I'm wondering if we should take Sasuke fishing after we confirm Uncle Snake's situation. How do you fish? Harm. Doesn't he pass out when he's bitten? So we'll both just throw him in a random, conspicuous place, and the odds are good that that pussy will take the bait. Are you sure? Sakura looked at Naruto with some skepticism. Naruto didn't say anything, just gave an inscrutable look. You're questioning Sasuke, the Chimera? Joke. You know, when Kishimoto was nearing the end of the serial, the guys thought for a moment that Kishimoto was going to arrange for Naruto and Sasuke to get together when they saw the blood from their severed arms wrapped around a heart shape. What did it turn out to be? Most straight readers said they were okay with it. It's also true that Sasuke has a chimera body from the source material. Orochimaru craved him and helped him after his resurrection. Weasel loved him deeply. Bandit favored him for no reason. Doodle named him to get him during World War IV. And the girls, not to mention the girls, but as they walked, the duo saw crooked writing on a tree trunk again. Woof woof woof. Naruto watched as the corners of his mouth twitched. Well, so screwed up right. You see me catch you in the act. Get it or not get it. He felt like he had a mosquito buzzing around him, doing little damage and pulling full weight in annoyance. Sakura rubbed her arms hard, as if to rub all the goosebumps off of them. Go, she said with a somewhat stiff expression, while her suspicion of Orochimaru grew in her mind. She held back from thinking about the tragedy that could have happened after Orochimaru slung Sasuke's hammer, and quickened her pace with Naruto. The other side. Flames in the trunk of the surrounding linger, smashed open a scorched black hole, black smoke accompanied by strong wind blowing around, so that scattered around the trunk of the broken pieces of flying. The two stood among them, one of them intact, the other blue black-haired teenager looks quite a mess. Sasuke's sleeves broken, the body of many traumas, but the eyes like a torch. The eyes of the war in the eyes do not see the slightest reduction. If the white came to the scene, I am afraid that will also be his intense fury deeply infected. The imbalance in his heart was like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, ready to cut off the teenager's sanity. But there was no fear in his heart. It was just that the near disappearance of chakra and the dislocation of his strength prevented him from moving easily for a while. You've done an impressive job. Worthy of being the weasel's brother. Orochimaru ripped off his disguised woman's face and casually tossed it aside, replacing it with his own original somewhat raspy voice, causing Sasuke's pupils to shrink. Who the hell are you? Sasuke's voice trembled slightly. He hadn't expected to hear that name on a strange man. My name is Orochimaru. If you still want to see me, strive to pass this exam. Orochimaru made a seal with both hands and extended his long snake letters as if looking at a delicacy. Oh, you will come to me, Sasuke, only I can give you such power. Suddenly, Orochimaru's head jerked forward and extended, his neck lengthening infinitely as he bit down hard on Sasuke's neck in a treacherous-like gesture. Sasuke couldn't avoid it and saw Orochimaru bite his neck. Aha! Sasuke covered his neck and yelled in pain as he fell to his knees. It seems to have no deviation from the direction of the original. Suddenly, Orochimaru heard movement coming from behind. Two silhouettes flew in at a swift speed. One of them extended the red chakra around his body forward, and upon closer inspection, the red chakra extending forward was wrapped with bright purple chakra vortexes inside it. Orochimaru's pupils shrank, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he instantly raised his foot to dodge the deadly blow. Bang! The purple spiral Maru exploded, instantly churning the place where Orochimaru had just stood into pieces. The large tree instantly shook. Orochimaru stormed back in his stance. Who knew that the charging Naruto would first hug Sasuke and then roar out at Orochimaru? Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium and boron. Orochimaru froze, obviously not expecting Naruto to suddenly yell such a thing. Chapter 40, Sherry. You don't want anyone to know about this, do you? Smoke filled the air. Tree trunks crumbled, and the dusty vapors floating in the air failed to impede Naruto's vision. His eyes gazed at Orochimaru, trying to find hints of the traveler in his eyes. However, Orochimaru just laughed kindly, retreating at a methodical pace, rather like a kind of cloudy lightness of purpose accomplished. I'll see you next time, Naruto. Orochimaru hissed a soft laugh and instantly disappeared from the pair's view. Sakura rushed to the side of the curled-up Sasuke. She subconsciously tried to check to see if Sasuke's body had been defiled, but then immediately realized something was wrong and beckoned Naruto over. Naruto, check him out. Naruto, seeing that his pursuit was hopeless, rejoined Sasuke and looked at him with a slightly complicated look. Little brother, you didn't really get stabbed in the ass, did you? He carefully pulled back Sasuke's collar and looked in, and it seemed that aside from the telltale bite mark on his neck and the Herculean spell mark that had formed, the rest was just normal trauma. Well, there's no sign of drool to be found either. Waiawa! Sasuke suddenly roared, quickly falling into unconsciousness. Naruto mentally slurred, signaling Sakura to rack Sasuke away with him. A short while later, in a nearby hole in a tree. You stay here and guard him while I sweep the neighborhood. Naruto mused to Sakura after a moment of thought. Sakura frowned slightly. Didn't we agree to discuss the fishing plan? The two had discussed before that they could use Sasuke to fish out the traveler if necessary. But we can't be sure if the traveler is Uncle Snake, Naruto said as he pulled a towel out of his jutsu bag and wiped Sasuke's sweat away. I'll start by sweeping around with my multiple shadow doppelgangers tonight. There's still plenty of chakra left, so we can't really find it before we discuss this plan. So if you saw Orochimaru, would you fight him directly? Categorically not. He's the one who has the power to block my number, Naruto said rightfully. Sasuke is in your hands for now. Don't worry, I'll be back before morning. With that said, he left to Sakura's somewhat worried gaze, scattering his multiple shadow doppelgangers around to search for Orochimaru. And in fact what Naruto didn't say is that according to the original story, Orochimaru should meet up with Reddit soon and have a fight. This meant that he would have a much higher success rate if he just searched towards the place where there was a loud noise, the other side of the dead forest. After discovering the body of the real Kusunobu, Red Bean went deeper into the forest of death alone. Her heart was shocked, coupled with the high-speed movement. The gully in front of her chest continued to rise and fall with the wind, creating an amazing arc. The sun is about to set, and if we wait until night, it will be harder to find him. Even if he's now an S-rank rebel shinobi, I must defeat him, even if it means losing my life. Red Bean murmured softly, and suddenly, with a pang in her heart, she stopped at a certain thick tree trunk, and her eyes became determined all of a sudden. As your former subordinate, it was my job to sanction you before the dark sect came. Right, Orochimaru? Behind her, Orochimaru looked as if he had been set into the trunk of a tree, spitting out long snake letters and laughing lowly. You can't stop me. Before Orochimaru could finish, Red Bean flipped her wrist, and several sharp flying needles instantly appeared in her hand, and she turned violently and threw them with vigor. Orochimaru's body stood firm, just bouncing it off easily with his snake letters, while at the same time, Kodo finished building up his strength and shouted out in a low voice, "Subterranean Shadow Snake Hand!" A thick python burst out of her sleeve, cross-binding Orochimaru's snake letters. At the same time, she tensed her whole body muscles, riveting her full strength to drag Orochimaru's whole body out, and Orochimaru followed the trend of a forward charge, slamming the red bean into the trunk of the tree. Red Bean coughed and backhanded a bitterness from her sleeve, nailing her hand in Orochimaru's to the trunk of the tree along with it. Hey, I got you. Reddit smiled tiredly as he interlocked his right hand in Orochimaru's fingers and began to form a seal. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. That gesture is. That's right. You're going to die together for me tonight. Red Bean smiled victoriously. Ninjutsu, twin serpents killing each other, no. Don't you want to live? Red Bean snapped her head around, only to see Orochimaru beside her transformed into clay, his main body standing to the side with a teasing look in his eyes, and in the next second, his pupils snapped shut and he turned his head to the side. Buzz. Swirls of chakra with violent fluctuations slid past Orochimaru's head, and he glanced out of the corner of his eye, only to see the expressionless yellow-haired teenager lock eyes with him for a split second. Found you. Naruto did say he wouldn't fight Orochimaru, but he didn't say that the shadow doppelganger wouldn't fight him. However, Orochimaru was even faster than Naruto, but he was seen lashing out, grabbing Naruto's right hand as he probed for the spiral pill. But shadow doppelganger Naruto's expression remained unchanged, pulling back his own sleeve slightly. Inside the ZZ sound, take a closer look. The lingerie is plastered with detonation charms. Bang! Bang! The huge explosion destroyed everything around it, and at the same time, Naruto's main body received a message from the shadow doppelganger in an instant. Maybe Naruto's bomb streak is intimidating, but ask me how you'd treat it if I plastered every shadow doppelganger with detonation charms. At that moment, Naruto, who was far away from Orochimaru's direction, disengaged his shadow doppelgangers, while the doppelgangers that were close by ran in unison in the direction of the duo. At the explosion, Orochimaru jumped out of the black smoke, faint burn marks on his sleeves. He couldn't have been more disinterested in Ridu's presence, and with a mere look, he made her fall to the ground in agony. The heaven spell seal on Red Bean's snow-white neck was still able to function, so she posed no threat to Orochimaru at all. What exactly are you trying to do this time? Assassinate Naruto-sama? Red Bean couldn't be bothered to ponder the cause of the explosion, and asked Orochimaru straight away. Who knows? Orochimaru gently shook his head. I'm not interested in you right now. It's that whirlpool Naruto, who's surprised me 3 times over. When he said that, he seemed to be in deep thought. The purpose of Orochimaru's trip was to assassinate Hinata and to get an ideal body for himself. He had targeted Sasuke early on, but Naruto had surprised him time and time again. It's a pity. Orochimaru smacked his lips, that this child's body hosts the 9 tails and doesn't have that beautiful Sharingan eye. Still doesn't compare to the Uchiha family's child. Orochimaru seemed to recognize Naruto's performance and boldness. Speaking of which, that boy is a lot like you, but better, so I gave him the same spell seal as you. Orochimaru smirked, savoring Ridu's expression. Red Bean gritted his teeth. That child will die. He only has a 1 in 10 chance of surviving. Who knows? Oh well, without further ado, it looks like someone is looking for you. Orochimaru dissolved into a cloud of white smoke, and with him came the yellow-haired boy with a cold face. He calmly walked up to Reddit, who was gradually breaking free from Orochimaru's influence and began to scrutinize him up and down. A thought popped into her mind. Could it be that he was the one who had just created the explosion? Obviously young. When he encountered someone with a fury, instead of running away, he chose to just tough it out? But the teenager's next words chilled her face. I heard it all. You're Orochimaru's apprentice. Naruto's face was expressionless, making it impossible to read his thoughts. You don't want anyone else to know about this either, do you? Chapter 41, Excessive Control and the Taste of Red Beans. How wonderful! Red Bean's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his heart sank. He heard my conversation with Orochimaru, and more importantly, he seems to know Orochimaru quite well. Instead of answering, Red Bean asked tentatively, You, know about Orochimaru? Naruto laughed softly and said aloud, S-rank renegade shinobi, conducted unauthorized human experiments as a disciple of Naruto-sama, defected from Konoha after the Eastern Window was revealed, and branched out and took on a number of disciples in the process. His eyes lingered on Red Bean's neck with the spell marks carved into it, watching her eyelids flutter, her breath catch, and her breasts rise and fall. Is Red Bean so Sparasi? That would be considered a slightly chubby figure from a previous life, right? Naruto restrained himself and continued where he left off earlier. Having a master and disciple with Orochimaru is not much of a problem. I'm sure Naruto-sama must have done your back tuning a long time ago, but as an examiner, letting a former master, now an S-ranked renegade shinobi roam the examination hall, what would others think if they found out? Red Bean froze. On one hand, Naruto's words had taken her by surprise, on the other hand, she was confused by the fact that Naruto had just sneaked up on the old-timer, all knowing that it was an S-rank rebel shinobi and still charging forward. Was he not at all afraid of Orochimaru's tactics? This kind of person, either the brain is missing a string, or the strength is unfathomable, even if Orochimaru came to be able to deal with it with ease. And judging by the logical and clear statement he just made, the former is very unlikely. Red Bean instantly felt that Naruto in front of him was becoming elusive. Clearly, he looked so young. A little hesitantly, she said, "So, what do you want to do?" "Two things," Naruto said calmly without haste. "First, when you were in contact with Orochimaru, did he ever carve into a tree or say something like hee to you?" The shadow doppelganger had overheard most of the conversation, but just to be on the safe side, he double-checked. Red Bean made a reminiscence. After a moment, she shook her head. "Didn't carve in front of me, hee or something? I can't remember." "What are you asking for?" "Don't answer questions with questions," Naruto interrupted sternly, causing Reddit to subconsciously crane her neck. "Second, from now on, you will continue to look for signs of Orochimaru and keep in contact with me." Reddit realized the seriousness of the problem. "Can you tell us why?" "Ha!" Without a word, Naruto held out a finger, shook it at the Red Bean, and began to let the chakra of the nine tails begin to gradually seep in her direction. Hong Daodu instantly felt an icy chill run through her body. "Ah!" She couldn't help but gasp as she stormed back 2 steps at once. Naruto looked at Red Bean with a smirk, making her realize with a jolt, she had overstepped her bounds and shouldn't have asked such a question. Naruto, on the other hand, thought to himself, this nine-tailed chakra is just as good as it gets, and in the future, when you meet a stranger, you can still use the nine-tailed pressure to pretend to be a big shot and cheat you out of food and drink. Well, it seems that in the future, it's necessary to go and hang out near the bathhouse. When he saw Ridu pursing her lips in silence, he smiled lowly again and pointed to his forehead protector. "Look, as a Kiba, would I ever do anything against the village? Don't worry, I simply have a grudge against Orochimaru. The village doesn't lie to the village. It does look like there is a feud from where the plot is going, so that's not a lie." Hearing this, Red Bean hesitated for a long time again before finally channeling a small white snake and handing it to Naruto. "You can use it to contact me." The Red Bean looked at Naruto with a complicated gaze. Naruto accepted it openly, letting the little snake burrow into his sleeve and nodding slowly again. Suddenly, he said coldly, "By the way, I see that your body is particularly stiff. How about letting me give you a massage?" After saying that, he walked up and made a gesture of going up and down on Red Bean. Red Bean was startled and subconsciously took 2 steps back, but soon felt a pair of big, strong hands behind her squeezing her shoulders. As she turned her head, Naruto's shadow doppelganger laughed lowly with the nine tails authority. "Don't be nervous." With that said, he squeezed while making the nine tails chakra begin to close in towards the area of Reddit's heavily spell seal. Red Bean first felt a cool chill on her snow-white neck, followed by an indescribable sensation, while the original discomfort that Orochimaru had caused her actually began to slowly dissipate. Naruto's main body silently watched the expression on Ridu's face, and already had a preliminary judgment in his mind. The nine tails pressure can not only serve as a deterrent, but also be able to play a similar shielding effect on such spell seals, or rather, the nine tails chakra overrides the effect of the spell seals? How does it feel? Comfortable? Good. No, not good. Red Bean instantly broke, a blush surfacing on her pointed face. "I'm relieved then." Naruto smiled without saying a word, disarmed his shadow doppelganger, and simply left. The moment it lifted, the sensation of having been in contact with a woman's skin before instantly kicked back into gear, and Naruto sighed as he felt the smooth touch of his own hands. It is said that women are made of water. This saying is really true. Jia. Red beans taste really wonderful. Ah. Cough cough. This action is not no harvest. At least I and Red Beans hooked up, and Orochimaru's suspicion is a little smaller again. Naruto gathered his information and headed towards Sasuke, at the hole in the tree on the other side. Sakura wrung out her sweat-soaked towel and checked her surroundings for traps for a few moments before returning to the tree hole. According to the original story, she would spend the rest of the day in a fierce battle with the Sound Ninja, during which she breaks her invention and is rescued by Lee and then heroically rescued by an awakened Sasuke. She touched her ponytail, all but breaking her hair. After all, the original was a compulsion, unlike her situation. Crunch, crunch. Suddenly, Sakura heard a noise coming from outside the hole in the tree, as if someone was using a bitter blade to keep rubbing against the tree. Sakura's eyelids fluttered. Would she meet the traveler so coincidentally? Or had Ta chased him here? Orochimaru? After all, he wasn't too far from where he fought earlier. Sakura felt insecure and got up trembling. She had thought Naruto had been able to cope well enough with being with her for a while, but the nightmare in her mind hadn't dissipated, and she still couldn't quite rouse herself to fight. Spell it out. With a clench of her teeth, she pulled up the thin rope connecting the trap in the hole in the tree, and used her own other hand to rummage quickly through her ninjutsu bag. And soon, she pulled out the detonation charm. If that guy was really a creep and found them and broke in, he really might as well be dead. Big deal. But despite saying that, Sakura still held her breath, and couldn't help but start thinking in her mind, what if the man hadn't noticed her, and was just carving into the trunk of the tree? Wouldn't that be safe when it was gone? After just a long time, Sakura heard the commotion outside nearly disappear, and with a death grip on her starter's charm, she slowly approached towards the opening of the tree hole. Poke his head out violently. No one. There was only one small, crooked line. Sakura walked over and fixed her eyes on it. I found you. He. Chapter 42, The Crossers Strike Again. Happy New Year. Sakura just felt a chill run from her heels straight to her head. Almost instinctively, she put down the detonation charm and made a quick seal with both hands. Ninjutsu, Misty Hidden. It was nearing early morning, and Sakura's jutsu echoed the morning dew around her, all of a sudden causing the fog around her to thicken and visibility to become extremely low. Sakura bit down hard on her lip with her shell teeth, and before long, a stream of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. The pain brought her sanity back, her fear diminished, and her ability to move gradually returned. Should we run while we can? This was the thought that Sakura subconsciously generated. No, it's not right. The average enemy doesn't kindly alert them when they spot their prey, but instead just looks for a suitable opportunity to kill them with a single blow. Could it be that doing it outright would give Ta pause, while inducing an escape would be more convenient to get Ta to do it? Sakura immediately thought of the trap she had laid. Compared to the original, the traps set by the traveler's Sakura killing, thoroughness is even better. Such a strong concealment, almost impossible to see, the use of props or more lethal sharp weapons, etc. No, that's not right either. Traps are at best supportive and hardly an effective threat to a strong enemy. But, Sakura's eyes widened slightly as it dawned on her internally that it was Naruto. After escaping, Naruto needs to find them again. And the enemy had explicitly handed Naruto little notes earlier, indicating that they had discovered his secret. As a human pillar power, Naruto the Traveler is obviously far more of a threat than a trap. So it's Naruto that the enemy is truly afraid of. With that thought in mind, Sakura retreated to Sasuke's side once more. She would have to fight the Keeper battle before Naruto returned, which wouldn't be too long. She gazed at Sasuke, who by now had begun to emit a faint black smoke from his body. He'll be waking up soon, too, Sakura whispered to herself as her eyes began to roam constantly around her. A hidden bush near the hole in the tree. Found them. Following Lord Orochimaru's instructions. We'll strike at first light. Target. Sasuke Uchiha. Toph stood in the center with his sleeves vertically down on either side, while Jin and Sark both looked in Sakura's direction with a playful expression on their faces. Can the other one be killed? I see her misty hidden technique is quite troublesome. Sark gazed at Sakura, the corners of his mouth arcing. Toph snorted. Why even ask? The time came quickly to early morning. Sakura let the mist slowly dissipate in order to maintain a healthy amount of chakra, and there was a hard-to-conceal tiredness in her eyes. He hasn't come back yet. Is it hard to really find Orochimaru? Sakura's heart flooded with mutterings, her hands organizing her ninjutsu, her sight looking straight ahead. Unsurprisingly, the siege of Sasuke should be starting soon. Suddenly, the furry compact figure flashed by. Sakura raised her eyes and calmly threw out a bitter mushroom to cut off its path. It was a squirrel, but she saw that it was startled and instantly ran in the opposite direction. Sakura got up, took 2 steps towards the front, and said in a cold voice, "Let's call it a day for the test." The Sonic ninjas in the bushes all had their eyelids popping as they listened. She found out? Surprise passed through Sark's eyes, but the next thing he saw was the pink-haired girl in front of him jerking the thin rope in her hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the bitterless burning with the detonation talisman shot forward like a million arrows. The 3 of them were startled, and all of a sudden, they scattered towards the 2 sides. And in the moment when the bitterless approached the bushes, explosions swept through the surroundings. Bang! Rolls of smoke littered the area, and with a toothsome sonic boom, one of them instantly vacated a large clearing in which the 3 of them stood. Toph put his hand back into his sleeve and looked at the clear-eyed sister in front of him with a strange smile on his face. Get Sasuke Uchiha up. We want to fight him. Sasuke? Sakura had no fear on her face, just a sneer, as if she had surrounded the three in front of her. Immediately, she snapped, "You'd better think about how to defeat me first. 3 dogs beside Orochimaru, and you dare to snarl and bark at me." Boom! Berserk chi instantly drummed up around her, accompanied by her hair flying powdered. Her whole person instantly had a sense of vision of a female general who had returned victorious. Sakura's scent made Toph realize that the tired look she had just worn while guarding Sasuke's side had been entirely faked by herself, the purpose of which was to lure someone in, and a hint of seriousness passed through his features at that thought. In that case, Toph was seen murmuring quietly, and suddenly his body burst into action, darting towards Sakura like a gaunt beast, his right hand pinned behind his back and his left hand rolling his right sleeve up slightly. Needless to say, Sakura's comment about them, Orochimaru's dogs, stung Toph deeply. Sakura's figure was zooming in and out of his eyes, but strangely, the young girl in front of him didn't seem to be responding in any way, just staring at him with a sneer on her face. Is it a trap? Toph subconsciously looked left and right, and just as he wandered off, a pale green figure flashed out beside him. Kiba Cyclone, carrying a stiff, powerful whip kick. Toph was bounced hard to the side, his only exposed eye slowly widening as he watched in some disbelief as Lee took up his offensive stance. "You, who are you?" Toph reacted, his gaze sinking slightly. The beautiful pale blue beast of Kiba, Lee Rock, with one hand behind his back and one facing forward. Lee's eyes were crystal clear, and his watermelon head bobbing in the wind in turn made him even cleaner and more valiant. "Thanks, Lee." Sakura walked up and patted him on the shoulder, causing Lee to blush instantly as he stammered. "Little Sakura, it's what I should have done. I said I'd protect you. Well, be careful not to get sneaked up on." Sakura hadn't forgotten the fact that the traveler had found the hideout. Until just now she had been looking around as well, but unfortunately nothing had changed around her. She crossed over to Toph, whose eyes were already showing murderous intent, and cast her gaze on Sark in the back. If I remember correctly, Kori was badgered by Sark after releasing the table Renka, so all I need to do is pester Sark in the meantime to send Toph away, creating a 2-on-2 situation. Sakura muttered, hiding her form behind Lee and beginning to form seals with both hands. Meanwhile, as Toph watched Xiaoli continuously unwrap the bandages wrapped around his hands, a sense of ill will rose in his heart, and he rushed towards Xiaoli in an arrow step, moving like thunder. Lee, on the other hand, just shifted his bearing instantly after a blink of an eye, lowered his center of gravity, and delivered a kick that brought Toph right up into the air. Sakura seized the moment and charged towards the duo as Toph flew into the air, sending the chakra-encased fist blade towards the ground. She's going to create a crack in the ground and divide the battlefield, but at that moment, a Bitu with a white note flew towards Sakura from an unknown direction. She dodged and dodged. The Bitu plunged into the ground, along with the white note was presented before Sakura's eyes, only to see 2 small words written on the note. He. Sakura froze for a moment and jerked her head in that direction, but there was no sign of anyone. She was horrified, and a bad thought arose in her mind. Chapter 43, The Disappearing Ta, Happy Family. The one who crossed over and chose to help the Sound Ninja. Could this mean that the camp of the travelers is hostile to Kiba, and is therefore out to get us? Sakura catches this message keenly, but before she has time to think about it, she sees Sark holding his hands up with a scowl on his face, revealing the hollows in his palms. Chopping air wave. The air in front of Sark's eyes twisted up with the naked eye, and with it a violent air pressure swept towards Sakura. Boom! Sakura's body was torn to pieces by the chopper wave, turning into a puddle. This is a diversion? Sark's scalp tingled as he saw Toph get wrapped up in Lee Jr.'s bandages and start rushing straight to the ground like a power drill. Sark cried out in disbelief, but soon after, a strong wind came from the back of his head, and not daring to hesitate, Sark ducked his head straight down to avoid a heavy punch from Sakura's main body. If he had hit the bullseye squarely, Sark's head would have been afraid to open up on the spot and hit the GG amidst the laughter. Tinkerbell. At that moment, Sakura suddenly heard a crisp ringing sound. She turned her head, and Jean unexpectedly charged straight at both Lee and Toph, and Sakura's eyelids fluttered, not expecting things to take such a turn. Thoughts raced through Sakura's mind. Was it because I was dragging Sark around and not letting go, changing the plot and therefore Jean along with it? Yes, in the original, the Sound Ninja had been holding Sakura down until the 12 little powers backed her up, and Jean pressed on with little to no shots, as well as grabbing Sakura's hair and giving her back off the hook. Sakura was about to raise her foot to stop it when she saw the scene in front of her begin to change rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, Jean appeared right in front of Sakura. Sack! Jean bellowed, hurling a large number of Chippendales towards Sakura. It's an illusion. The corner of Sakura's mouth twitched as she dodged out of the way of Chippendale and raced in the direction of Sark, who in the nick of time opted to plunge his hand directly into the ground. causing the fluffy dirt to begin speeding towards where Toph had fallen. Gotta catch up. Sark yelled through clenched teeth, but the clear bell rang again, so much so that he was starting to get dizzy. Rushing up behind Sark, Sakura, who was about to punch Sark into puzzling him, literally, had heavy shadows in front of her eyes, and for a moment she was a bit unable to distinguish which one was actually Sark's head. It was too late. Bang! Bang! Two loud bangs exploded, one coming from the direction of Little Lee, and Toph dodged a bullet after all, his head landing on the soft ground, landing only minor injuries. Another came from the direction of Sark, who shot backwards, a noticeable dent appearing in his chest as he spurted blood wildly, sending scarlet thick liquid spilling onto the pink-haired girl's cheek. The strong smell of rust burrowed into Sakura's nostrils, causing her stomach to turn over in mild discomfort. She quickly adjusted back, turning back and pulling Lee backward in an attempt to evade Toph's clinical counterattack. It was a short round that allowed Toph to survive, but it was rewarding to take a fight out of Sark. It's just a bit of a shame for Shino. In the original he was stepping on sack to get to the top and pretend. Now I'm afraid his presence is even lower. Lee, you rest for a while. I'll deal with these two. Shao Sakura pushed the somewhat stubborn Lee backwards. Lee originally still wanted to show off, but realized that her hand strength was abnormally strong, so he could only stand in place resentfully, recovering from his injuries. Sakura-san, not bad for a woman I've got my eye on, Lee thought with some trepidation, and Sakura looked around once more, her confusion growing as she looked at Toph and Jean, whose expressions were slightly twisted. Why didn't the travelers make a move? If they were in rival camps, then they should have seized this precious opportunity to fall alone and break them one by one. But in fact, there was a lot of thunder but little rain, and there was only the constant harassment of words. Sakura couldn't help but bring herself into the crossover. If it were up to her, she would have just struck out to kill Sakura as soon as she raided Sak, or go around and execute Sasuke. But of course, surely she would have taken the time to deal with the traps is all. But the fact that Ta passed up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity can only mean that the Traverser had other concerns and therefore didn't make a move. Is it because of Orochimaru that Ta can't directly target Sasuke? Then why not target me directly? Sakura realized that there was too little material to judge, so she had to stop and focus on the duo in front of her. Just then, Sasuke's body suddenly erupted with intense purple smoke, and his eyelids began to flutter continuously, as if he was about to completely awaken. Now, the Kiba camp's advantage will only grow. So what will you do? Sakura couldn't help but tense up. She had a premonition in the back of her mind that something unexpected was going to happen in the joints around Sasuke's awakening. That's quite the surprising jutsu. Toph twisted his head and forced his eyes on Lee and Sakura, a scorn and anger in his gaze that he couldn't hide. Just a single glance. That guy in sack was beaten like this. Toph once again rolled up his sleeves. To defeat the entire duo in front of him, he catapulted to start, only to see the young girl slam her straight fist hard into the ground. Bang! Huge cracks instantly appeared on the ground, greatly interfering with Toph's movements, and at the same time, fire appeared faintly on the ground around Toph. It's a landmine. Sakura directly manually detonated the mine buried deep within. Rumble. In a few breaths, the site of the fierce battle was already in total disarray. The green grass and trees had nearly disappeared, leaving only the grayish ground, floating dust surging and a mess. But the sound of approaching Toph's footsteps became clearer and clearer, and he looked up to see Sakura throwing several boulders in the sky, shattering them with a single punch, and sending the debris jetting in Toph's direction. Knowing that she couldn't get close to Toph at will, she opted to put some distance between her and look for a break. Toph used the holes in his arms to bounce the debris away, but he couldn't help the fact that Sakura was hitting the rocks with such frequency that he had to keep increasing the strength of his chakra activation, shattering everything around him into powder as much as he could. The duo went into a tug-of-war like that, but as far as the naked eye could see, neither of them looked particularly good. It's more of a physical struggle than a struggle for skill. Either Toph ran out of chakra or Sakura ran out of power, but this is obviously more favorable to the latter. There is no other reason. Sasuke's awakening is only a matter of time. If not wrong, Tien Tian and Ningji are also rushing in this direction, and there is absolutely no loss against each other. Sakura's previous life to fight the Soul Tour of the boss has a way of playing, is to change all the equipment into blood clothing, and then do not avoid skills, directly and boss chopping. Blood is almost gone, immediately drink medicine. The spelling is the bottom of the world, commonly known as the full injury flow. Just as the two were at a standstill, the clear ringing of a bell once again came through the air, causing both of them to fall into a trance. Thought you were going to use this move, but so what? It's still me who has the upper hand. Before she could finish, Sakura herself froze in place and the ringing stopped in sync with her. She stared blankly at Toph, and Toph stared blankly back at her, only to feel a sudden sharp pain well up in her chest. Toth looked down to his chest. A bitterness oozing with black blood probed his chest. Chapter 44, The Twisted Truth. Toth was confused, and for a moment he couldn't quite figure out what was going on. Shock, confusion, and bewilderment alternated in his eyes, stating his disbelief. The icy bitterness madly devoured his life, and he tried to turn back, but a hand pressed down hard on his head. Sakura looked at the scene in front of her as if she were on ice, an overly shocking scene that made her body tremble slightly, not only because of Toth's death, but also because of his murderer. Toth's eyes widened and he twisted his body viciously, trying to turn his head to see the murderer's true colors, but the strong hand didn't give him that chance, and eventually, Toth's body became limp, his legs falling to his knees like a puppet drained of its spine, but the only thing that wouldn't close were his wide-open eyes. He died in peace. Bang! Toth's body fell to the ground. Sakura stared blankly at the scene before her, her mind filled with the words impossible. No, perhaps she shouldn't have speculated on the traveler's intentions with common sense from the start. This guy's brain circuits didn't have anything to do with normal people. The woman looked at Toth and then at her bloodstained right hand, first breathing heavily and then staring straight at Sakura with a clear gaze that wanted a reward, in contrast to her bloody deed. Dead. Finally dead. The woman first murmured softly, then turned to Sakura with a sickly smile. Ha 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 ha. Finally done dying. Come on, let's talk. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw a red light flash quickly from behind her, and a hand with a purple spiral maru lunged straight at the woman, slamming right into her back. Boom! Before the spiral pill could completely explode, he saw the woman's body explode into a thick white smoke. Seeing this, Naruto immediately wrapped his nine-tailed chakra around the spiral maru and extended it into the distance, letting the furious chakra vortex explode, churning the distant trees to smithereens. Currently, Naruto can only be considered to have passed the second stage of training, where he has been able to maximize both spin and power, but there is still room for improvement in maintaining compression. Shadow divergence. Naruto, as if he was on the verge of an attack, leapt to Sakura's side in a flash and whispered to her, "I'm sorry, I've been watching the battle from the sidelines, thinking that I would wait for the traveler to show up and then sneak up on her." Yes, Naruto had been on the scene since the Sound Ninja raid on Sakura, only instead of opting for direct support, he'd gone into hiding, following through on his earlier fishing plan and waiting for the traveler to take the bait. Naruto had some palpitations in his heart, and if the traveler hadn't blown himself up, he definitely wouldn't have guessed a thing, and could only sigh that he really didn't have the talent to play werewolf kill. All of you who play conspiracy have dirty hearts. It's fine. Sakura nodded, looking gravely at the woman coming out of another bush. The woman straightened her long dark hair and looked over at Naru Sakura with a twist in her smile that made it hard to see what was going on in her mind. Jean Hammer, a shinobi village underling who attacked Sasuke at the behest of Orochimaru. Just moments ago, backstabbed Toth with her own hand. Jean pulls out Chippen and throws it at the fallen sack as if it were nothing, and in an instant, his body bleeds to death. It seemed as if it was just dealing with a trivial matter. Naruto, kill her. Naruto's eyelids fluttered as he couldn't help but look at Ninetales in his mental space with a playful expression. This demon fox who had accumulated thousands of negative emotions would actually ask him to kill the traveler? No, it's not right. Naruto realized that it was the murderous intent in his mind that had skyrocketed to the point where he would strike again, likely echoing the nine-tailed chakra, and in turn, be completely emotionally affected and degraded into a manipulated puppet on strings. But it wasn't surprising that the killing intent skyrocketed. Everything the woman in front of him had done was a constant warning to Naruto. This son must not be kept, helping us one moment, and victimizing us the next. I can't figure out what you're thinking. Naruto spoke slowly, completely collecting his nine-tailed chakra and forming a confrontation with the woman. How about telling us what you're really trying to do? Jean cocked his head, first silent for a moment, then his eyes unexpectedly surfaced a thin layer of water mist. You're saying I've victimized you guys? I've clearly been helping you guys. In the first exam, I kindly greeted you, but you pretended that nothing happened and wouldn't even greet me. When we enter the forest of death, I'll leave you messages along the way, so you can find the Book of Earth if you follow the messages. Sakura, I clearly gave you a hint, but you ended up dying here, causing me to clean up your mess for you, only to have to slaughter my cohort. Ha, 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 ha. Jean cloaked hair, eyes crazy, the corner of the mouth pulled out a strange arc, emotions like a wild horse out of control about to lose control. Here's the deal. Jean suddenly jumped in front of Toth and started searching up and down, then pulled out the Book of Earth and held it out in front of him. Book of Earth. You guys take it. This is kind of helping. She stepped forward, startling the Naru Sakura duo into backing up, looking like they had seen a ghost. Bud, what kind of brainwave is this? Naruto's head was full of black lines. He hadn't expected Jean to understand what she herself was doing in such a netherworldly light. Threatening to discover a secret is a greeting. Writing Ajitori little note is a hint for direction. And killing a fellow officer is said to clean up the mess. Enterprise level understanding. Then what do you, just now, mean by throwing the bitu with the note at me? Sakura picked up the note that said, hee hee. Ha ha ha, it's not. Sakura-san, you're too good. If you clean up all of them, won't I be useless? Ha ha. Naruto's expression was like constipation. You don't say. You really don't say. It seems to make so much sense. He tried to understand the woman's brain circuitry. Sakura stiffened and turned to Naruto. Makes chicken sense. Ha, if available. Understanding failure. Seeing that the expressions of the duo looking at her were getting weirder and weirder, Jean got a little anxious. And with an appearance of being about to go into hysterics, she threw the Book of the Earth at the duo fiercely and said, or else I'll be your henchman, okay? I can't possibly go over to Orochimaru's side anyway. No way. No how. I'll serve you guys tea, okay? As she was saying that, her eyes again seemed to regain clarity for a moment. Her wide-open mouth gradually closed. Her expression was no longer maniacal. Only a faint fear showed in her eyes as she looked at Naruto Sakura. Bang! A large black aura exploded around Sasuke, and his eyes opened at once, his body slowly bracing itself on all fours as he looked in the direction of the trio. As soon as Naruto turned his head, Jean surprisingly turned his head and ran straight away, disappearing straight into the sight of the two of them. Chase? Sakura asked eagerly, unsure of herself. Only Naruto's nine-tailed outcast was able to hold this man down securely. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, only to see the latter first look mesmerized, then turn to the duo with an evil streak bubbling through his body. Who was that guy just now? Chapter 45, Sasuke who learns the ways of the world. Naruto Sakura turned her head around at the same time, and at that moment, Sasuke, with spell marks all over his body, was surrounded by a fierce aura. Just like Ashura, Naruto didn't respond to Sasuke's question, but instead whispered to Sakura, that woman's business will be discussed later. I feel like I have a heavy killing intent right now, probably because I've been using the nine tails too often lately. As Sakura listened, a hint of worry showed in her eyes. Slow down then, but is it okay to just let her escape? It's not a big problem. I've just been watching her reactions and have a little guess. Sakura was about to ask next when she suddenly heard Sasuke's low voice behind her. Naruto. His eyes narrowed slightly as he felt his surging power and couldn't help but ponder the gap between himself and Naruto. Sasuke, that man just now, is he our enemy? Naruto looked to Sasuke. Well, but with both books in hand, there's no point in continuing our pursuit. With that, he raised the Book of Earth in his hand. Say, you look like this? Naruto pretended to look unaware as he scrutinized Sasuke up and down, trying to probe his current state. Ah, this is what he gave me. New power. I see. To become an Avenger, you have to do whatever it takes, even if it means selling your body to the devil. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little emotional that it was a pusher king like Sasuke who could say something like that without any offense, and in the process easily cut down on his face fans. In that case, congratulations, but forget about selling to the devil. We can totally accompany you if you want to get revenge. Naruto's smirking words made Sasuke stare, impatience quickly welling up in his heart. Why could he talk so lightly about revenge? Didn't he know that the entire first clan had been killed by skunks? And he actually said something about helping me with my revenge? That's a joke. How can you, an outsider, interfere in the affairs of the Uchiha clan? Sasuke couldn't help but recall Naruto's previous glorious battles again, the negativity in his mind almost taking over. A thought occurred to him precipitously. Hey Naruto, Sasuke said in a single word as he gazed at Naruto. Let's fight, just to see how this power is. Naruto held his head in his hands. Sasuke was really feeling up to his line again and was rushing to get his ass kicked. However, according to the original story, he woke up and beat up Sark so badly that he broke his hand, which is how he gradually lost himself in the power Orochimaru bestowed upon him and couldn't get out of it. Naruto of course supports Sasuke in cleaning up his house. After all, it's only right to kill an entire clan and take a life to pay for it, but therefore be caught human weakness. To take advantage of it would not be good. Sakura waved her hand, signaling the two to take care of themselves. So be it. Naruto got up, no longer suppressing the malice emanating from the nine tails, letting the ground around him gradually rise to a dangerous temperature. Then we'll touch base as brothers. But let's say up front, no killing. With that said, Naruto's body instantly released red chakra like a fierce tiger. That's kinda bad. Already having the beginnings of a chakra coat, Naruto thought to himself as he surveyed his body, a hint of worry in his countenance. On the other hand, however, Sasuke's eyes were gradually widening. He was surprised to find that his raging power had slowly begun to contract, and along with it, the heaven spell seal that covered his entire body began to slowly start contracting towards his neck. I'm sure that's true. Naruto remembered that he had suppressed Ridu's heavenly spell seal with his nine-tail chakra, and it didn't make sense that the move wouldn't work on Sasuke. He walked slowly towards Sasuke, and the closer he got to him, the faster the spell seals on his body contracted. In the end, Sasuke felt his rising power surprisingly begin to calm down again, like a ferocious lion being calmed. What's going on? Sasuke was incredibly surprised. Could it be that this power would be restrained by Naruto? Nine-tailed demon fox. You know? Naruto pointed to his abdomen, recollecting his nine-tailed chakra. The damn thing is sealed in my stomach, and it's usually the power I fight with, the equivalent of an outside force. I guess the spell mark on your body also originates from an external force which is no match for the nine tails. No matter what, it is also a tailed beast, and not suppressing your people's nine tails would be humiliating. Sasuke no longer had thoughts of going toe-to-toe with Naruto, but instead was deep in thought. So, Naruto patted Sasuke on the shoulder. This stuff is no big deal, and I'm no longer afraid to just unleash my power for fear that the nine tails will devour my sanity. And the same goes for you, so watch out for the effects of this outside force. As for revenge, I do think you could use our help. Sakura and I are both contacts you've made during your shinobi career, and contacts are meant to be used. Even Kiba is all about connections. You see, the first generation and second generation are brothers. The second generation's apprentice is the third generation, and the third generation's apprentice's apprentice is the fourth generation. Naruto subconsciously shared with Sasuke the experiences he had gained from his previous life in the social world, his tireless words causing Sakura to yawn. But Sasuke listened with unusual concentration. Perhaps it was Naruto's display of strength that increased the level of conviction. Sasuke didn't end up retorting. Naruto also smiled in relief, knowing that Sasuke had listened and that was enough. The three of them briefly processed the battlefield to make sure they hadn't missed anything, said goodbye to Little Lee, and quickly left. Ten, Ninji, Ino, Kagome, and Tingji. They probably more or less heard us talking to her. Good thing no one mentioned the traveler. To them it's just a crazy woman talking nonsense. Naruto pondered in his mind, picking up speed once again. In the original, these people witnessed the entirety of Sasuke's mutation, so Naruto assumes that they were hiding nearby and were just being silent because Class 7 wasn't in danger. The three camped near a stream, set up traps, and caught fish, and so peacefully into the night. After Sasuke fell asleep, Sakura took it upon herself to find Naruto and talk about what had happened during the day. What are your thoughts about that guy? Sakura asked, staring at Naruto. Naruto looked around and lowered his volume. She'll surely find us afterward and seek refuge. After all, she can't stay on the Sonic side. Of course, that's normal human thinking. What about the minds of the anomalies? Naruto coughed. I think she's going to keep harassing us in what she thinks is a good way. Shall we find a chance to finish her off then? Sakura wiped her neck. Aha. Naruto nodded. Granted. It's normal for normal people to travel through Naruto and hug the main character's thighs. But this woman's mental condition is too unstable. In the event that she jumped straight humongous werewolf and boldly blurted out all about crossing over, he and Sakura would be in trouble. As they were thinking about this, the two of them, Naruto Sakura, suddenly heard a noise coming from behind them. Chapter 46, Suspected Split Personality? The two instantly tensed up, Naruto signaling Sakura not to make a sound while he himself crouched down and slowly crept towards the sound. There was no moonlight, only the sound of streams and insects in the summer night. This intermittent rustling sound was faint, but still striking enough. Naruto saw a dark silhouette as he got closer and closer to the sound, and he wanted to keep going, but his body accidentally crushed a thin branch underneath him, making a crisp pop sound. Naruto's eyelids fluttered as he immediately stopped moving and stayed still, but the dark figure seemed to be startled by Naruto and quickly disappeared from Naruto's sight. Unfortunately, my biggest problem right now is my poor maneuverability, Naruto thought with regret as his mind flooded with mutterings. Previously behind the back with Spiral Maru surprise attack Orochimaru was dodged once. Surprise attack Jin was dodged once again. His current strongest means of attacking and destroying was only able to kill a giant python to give the group a boost. Moreover, there is no illusion or something like this that can strongly control the enemy means. This gave Naruto an oily sense of partiality. Perhaps a single pass Naruto copy was enough. But if he were to play the current multiplayer mode, certain aspects of his weaknesses would likely be magnified infinitely. Looks like we're going to have to learn some new arts after the second one. Naruto waited quietly on the ground for another 10 minutes without moving, and after making sure the dark figure didn't come back, he slowly crept forward again, rising slowly to check out the trail the figure had left behind. There were one or two faint footprints in the grass around them, human no doubt, and on closer inspection, A piece of paper with a note on it lay quietly on the ground. Again? Naruto instantly felt bad about his entire being. The last 2 days of dreaming about those crazy words carved into the trunk of the tree were becoming psychological. Can you be a human being? But thinking that the note might contain important information, Naruto opened it after a moment's deliberation. It had a line of Japanese written on it in a beautiful script. Let's have a chat. Clear up any misunderstandings. Ming. Naruto's brow instantly furrowed as he was prepared to be disgusted all over again. But the situation before him was clearly beyond his expectations once again. Another traveler? No. If it's a new traveler, why would they use an expression like clearing up a misunderstanding? It sounds more like something coming from someone who's already been in contact with us. But the words carved into the trunk before were obviously crooked and in a completely different font than the current one. Naruto doesn't say anything and takes the note back, sharing it with Sakura. Like Naruto, she subconsciously thought it was a newcomer at first, but she was quick to deny that idea as well. What does this Ming mean? Her code name? Sakura frowned slightly. I doubt it. Ta meant to say talk tomorrow at XX time at XX place. I accidentally made a bit of noise when I was almost there and the dark figure ran straight away. I guess I only wrote half of it, Naruto said and looked around again, not noticing anything unusual. Sakura murmured, the words have changed. The actions are careful and logical, and the thoughts are normal. I have a guess, Naruto said suddenly. Multiple personalities? Ahem. You see, we're both thinking of the same thing. Naruto scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed at the abrupt end to his show of intelligence. Her eyes were filled with fear as she fled. A normal reaction, but one that contradicts her previous werewolf humongous jump maneuver. Sakura added, if the inference is correct, then her frantic personality craves our approval, and her calm personality desires to calm the dispute. Naruto heard this and finally felt a sense of relief in his heart. In fact, in terms of strength, he had no fear of Jean and even wanted to laugh a little. But if the person was a madman, it was another story. Because madmen were hard to fathom and were likely to do things that made people drop their sand value, which was mental pollution. It's good that it's a normal person. Then we just have to go inside normally, and sooner or later she'll come to us of her own accord. But, what if she goes crazy again then? And, even if she's sane, won't we settle her? Naruto didn't say anything. In fact, he was a little resistant to the whole killing a patient thing. Patients shouldn't go to the torture chamber, but to the hospital. But unfortunately, this was the shinobi world. We only have the option of fixing her, but it's easier to keep track of her movements by at least listening to her thoughts, Naruto said. The two discussed a few more possibilities and Naruto signaled Sakura to go to sleep while he kept watch. He stared at the faint dark circles under his eyes and pulled out the small white snake he had in his sleeve again. In the past 2 days, he had occasionally sneaked some fish to the little snake, which was still healthy. Naruto studied the little snake for a moment. How did this thing work again? After thinking about it, he leaned his lips closer to the little snake. Hey, 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 is Red Bean there? Please reply if you get it. After a few moments, the little snake suddenly froze and began to sputter. I'm here. What's up? Yoo-hoo. It's not a walkie-talkie anymore. Naruto tidied up his wording and whispered. Upon probing, the Sonic Village was founded by Orochimaru, and the 3 Sonic ninjas taking the Nakanoshu exam this time are Orochimaru's henchmen, who attacked Sasuke Uchiha yesterday for an unknown purpose. Naruto deliberately emphasized purpose unknown in an attempt to create the impression that he wasn't all-knowing and all-powerful to the Red Bean. There was silence there for a moment before Obito continued to sputter. Got it. I'll keep a special eye on these 3, but if necessary, I'll report it to Naruto-sama. No need. 2 of the 3 have karma'd. Only Kim Mallet is alive now. I need you to track this person down. She's in danger. There was another moment's pause there, as if digesting the enormous amount of information, and Naruto held the small snake in his hand and looked around, unhurriedly. What is that Kim's ability? Why does it say she's dangerous? Hey, it wouldn't be possible to tell you all about it. Naruto thought for a moment and said, she can use bells as a means of attack and confusion, and has mastered the shadow diversion technique. As for why it's dangerous, her mental state is not very stable. Roger that. I'll keep in touch when I hear something. Red Bean hung up the phone, slipped the little snake into his pocket, thought for a moment, and walked into the invigilator's meeting place for the Chunin exam. It was a room with a modern atmosphere, with a large number of surveillance cameras installed, where a number of Nakanobu examiners and dark sections were gathered to discuss the details of the exam. For insurance purposes, Red Bean ultimately chose to report about Orochimaru to her superiors, but she hid the fact that she was in contact with Orochimaru and Naruto, only saying that she was having a reaction to her spell seals and reporting the details of Kushinobu's death. At the same time, she also consulted the files of Whirlpool Naruto and learned that he was hosting the 9 tails within him. So that's how it is. He should have lived in deep water since he was a child, so he practiced his skills. Red Bean thought as she did. But as for Kim, Reddit has its own views. Chapter 47, Goodbye Yakashido. Guys, I've got the latest intel here, Red Bean said to the dark side in the invigilation room as she walked in. The darkies turned their heads as Kodo organized his wording and explained the situation of the Sonic Ninja to the darkies, but omitted the part about Naruto. Should we terminate the Nakanobu exams immediately? One of the dark sectors asked. No, Naruto-sama said to let the Chunin exams take place as scheduled. As for us, we just need to secretly watch out for Orochimaru causing havoc. Red Bean thought for a moment and added. The other Nakanobu, in groups of 3, will search for the whereabouts of the Sound Ninja, but don't alert her, but find Orochimaru's trail through her. Yes. With that said, she took the duo by herself and began to make her way around the Forest of Death in a stealthy manner. This is also in line with Naruto's idea that his own and Sakura's search for Jin is a bit of a struggle, and by utilizing his connections wisely, he is able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. On the other hand, the patrols of the ninjas could also compress the space for Jin to make a demon, and divert some of his energies to avoiding pursuit. The other side. Yo, I'm surprised to see it here. The 7th class had just cleaned up when they saw the tall silver-haired figure slowly walking towards them, and their bodies did bear some traces of the aftermath of the battle. Yakashido. Naruto looked at him without speaking while Sasuke walked up with a wary look on his face. Relax. I'm not here to rob your scrolls. Doodle waved his hand when he saw Sasuke's face. I just lost contact with my companion, and now I need to rush over there alone, thinking if I can find some help. Sasuke's wary expression didn't change. Have you collected the Book of Heaven and Earth? That's natural. Doodle pulled out the scroll and raised it towards the 3. Narrow Sakura was silent while Sasuke sighed softly in relief. Unlike the original, Sasuke didn't choose to hand the scroll over to Orochimaru for showing his cowardice, but instead kept it in his pocket. And after getting the Book of Earth from the Yonkou, the 7th class had already assembled the requirements to pass the exam. Compared to the original, it seems more fluid. Let's go together. We're all from Konoha, so we can take care of each other. Naruto walked up and looked at Doodle with a smirk. Sakura remained silent, just looking at Naruto thoughtfully. She's well aware that Tuto is there to gather information on Sasuke and submit it to Orochimaru. But Naruto's reaction is quite interesting. Is the idea to use Doodle as cannon fodder? Keep in mind that there has been a destabilizing factor that is different from the original. Together, Doodle. Sakura thought about it and agreed. Sasuke turned to the duo, and his face turned odd. This couple is not even acting now. They're in cahoots, aren't they? Bullying me for being single? But considering his own persona, Sasuke didn't say anything, just nodded slowly in silence. Pocket looked at the 3 with a grateful and kindly clear smile. Naruto and Sakura also smiled nuclear goodness smiles, causing the warmth in the air to rise a few notches. You guys go ahead? No, it's better if you go ahead. Good-natured smile, JPG. You people are quite polite. It's good to have friends. Ha ha. You're quite cultivated. Ha ha. Whirlpool Naruto, was originally known as a cultured person for 10 miles. Sasuke, Naruto and Doodle are polite to each other all the way. Promote cordial exchanges. Reach many consensus on promoting the Chunin exam, and motivate each other to make progress towards the great goal of realizing the community of ninja destiny. The 2 of them are unaware of each other, but at the same time, they have their hearts in the right place. Soon, the 4 had approached the center portion of the spire. Naruto surface calm, but in fact, the heart unconsciously tightened up. On the surface and the pocket mutual bragging, but in fact, has left dozens of mind's eye, constantly scanning the surroundings, at any time to be on guard against Jin's appearance. If I were Jin, I'd definitely be looking for a chance to interfere with us passing the test right now, and if we wait for us to pass the test, there's just too many variables. Naruto pondered in his mind, but there was still little movement around him. The 4 of them walked for a while longer. At this time, Sasuke also found that something was wrong, but saw him pointing to a place next to him and said, Look, have we been here before? Finally found it. If I don't find it, I'm going to walk off my legs. Naruto intentionally showed a surprised voice, and said to Doodle, who was beside him, Senpai, it seems to be really like this, eh? Can you protect us? When he said that, he looked at Tout with a look of anticipation with a bit of adoration in it, his eyes shining brightly. Doodle returned the warm-hearted smile, but the corners of his mouth twitched. Naruto-kun, ahem, let's cheer together. With that, he took up a defensive stance. It's a pity that you're going to quit soon, or else I will definitely keep on disgusting you until the end. Naruto collected his joking demeanor, and his eyes kept turning, pondering the direction of the plot. He remembered that he would meet foes who specialized in illusions, but overall they weren't difficult to deal with. being of a more standard Shimanji strength. Ha ha ha, have you finally found it? Came a male voice through the air. The air around them began to become distorted and vaporous, and a black, twisted phantom appeared steeply, the only similarity being that they all wore masks and held bitters. Sasuke, can you bounce illusions with your Sharingan? Naruto asked as he turned his head, remembering that powerful pupils were capable of illusion bounce, such as the Uchiha Weasel bouncing Red's illusion. Naruto was going to take care of them in the easiest way possible. When Sasuke heard this, he was first slightly stunned, then he said softly, I'll try. Aha! Naruto turned to Sakura again. You deal with the bitter end in the shadowy corner first, okay? Sakura frowned slightly. You are? Aim for a one-shot kill. With that said, the black phantoms around them steeply charged towards the crowd. Sakura and Doodle, one with a fist and the other with a bitter Yura, bounced off all the attacks around them, while Sasuke began to close his eyes, silently condensing his chakra at his eyes. Hiss! A little gathering of chakra. Sasuke felt a stabbing pain coming from his shoulder, while the foreign power in his body started to become stupid, a scene that was taken in by Doodle. But soon, Hood's attention was drawn to Naruto. Instead, he saw him summon a shadow doppelganger, and without the Nine Tails chakra boost, a shadow doppelganger began to continuously coalesce in his main body's hand, swirling the chakra, and the air currents around him suddenly became violent. This is, Doodle's pupils constricted slightly as his interest shifted from Sasuke to Naruto once again. On the other side, somewhere in the bushes near where a few people were fighting, the unconscious woman woke up quietly. She first rubbed her temples, then suddenly fell to her knees in pain and clutched her head fiercely. She freed one hand to cover her mouth, trying not to make any noise. It's not even close. We'll be saved soon. This ruthless character, who had made Naruto, Sakura and the others fearful, struggled to get up and rushed in the direction of the battle. Chapter 48, Facing the Traveler Directly. Whirlpool Naruto, who finished in the bottom half of ninja school and has completed mediocre commission missions. Such a person is able to unleash chakra that is so destructive. Doodle watched Naruto silently, slowly taking 2 steps back to take in the half-finished spiral pill in his hand. Maybe, someone more interesting than Uchiha Sasuke, he thought with interest, watching as Naruto raised his right hand slowly up in the air, the wild energy fluctuations drawing the attention of the phantoms at once. Naruto looked at the phantom in front of him with a provocative look on his face, extending his left hand and hooking his fingers. Kid, don't look down on people. The face of one of his true forms in the distance grimaced up as he clearly sensed mortal danger from Naruto's right hand. It gave him a premonition that if he was struck by this chakra, he would be half dead on the spot, and this faint anxiety caused the phantom to waver for a moment. It's now! Sasuke, who had his eyes tightly closed on the side, snapped open his scarlet Sharingan eyes and stared ahead. Naruto, in the bushes to the northwest. Copy that. Naruto and the shadow doppelganger beside him simultaneously charged at the phantoms, ignoring the phantom's attacks while probing his right hand spiral Maru forward, letting the furious chakra swirl up the debris and dust around them, along with some of the phantoms being completely churned to pieces. Ding! 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 A volley of bittersweet stabbed straight at Naruto. Sakura saw this and flicked it away as much as she could with her shuriken, continuing to clear the way for Naruto, while at the same time she began to gradually gather chakra into her fists. And Naruto, seeing that the distance was infinitely close to his true form, completely detonated the spiral pill in his hand. He was going to include all of this area in his attack, even if the intensity would be discounted. Bang! The violent wind transport chakra instantly destroys everything around them. The 3 brothers even retreat, trying to avoid the tornado-style attack, but unexpectedly behind them, Sakura carries a strong fist intent. In the air, cut through the ear-piercing sonic boom sound, is about to blast straight towards the 3 people. She gathers her fists and rushes to the front as Sasuke locks into position and Naruto keeps pushing back the enemy's rear path, trying to block the trio's rear path completely. You think you can get away with this? Let's show you our jutsu. The 3 of them began to form seals with their hands at the same time in the nick of time, narrowly catching up with Sakura at the moment she was about to touch. Ninjutsu Takara Doppelganger no Jutsu. In an instant, the perimeter was filled with the trio's various doppelgangers, and Sakura's heavy punch came as promised, accompanied by a loud boom. The thick tree trunk was smashed straight through, but the doppelgangers were unharmed. Meanwhile, the gusts of wind that Naruto carried had no effect on these doppelgangers, which, upon closer inspection, were different from the black phantoms in that they had the appearance of shadow doppelgangers, but were in actuality devoid of substance. Sakura quickly retreated as Naruto shouted at Sasuke in midair. Sasuke, look which one is the doppelganger. Takaru split. Naruto did have that much of an impression of the name, but its effects Naruto forgot all about. After all, the 3 in front of him didn't have much of a presence in the original, and the jutsu they wielded were even more impossible to remember. Sasuke opened his Sharingan eyes once more as he stared wide-eyed at his doppelganger, but was quickly distracted by the stinging pain in his neck and fell to his knees in agony. Main body isn't even in these doppelgangers. He yelled at the duo as hard as he could, while to the side, Doodle squared his eyes and began to cover the duo with his bitters, occasionally flicking away some of the bitters that flew in from the shadows. Haruno Sakura, a ninja school with top theoretical grades and mediocre real-world combat grades, has no special background whatsoever, but has mastered a body of monstrous power and has shown remarkable combat awareness. A trace of amazement flashed through DUI's expression. This small team had both Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Together with Sasuke, the battle power had far exceeded that of the Shimanobi. He secretly jotted down all these details, intending to report them all to Orochimaru later. The other end. Naruto heard Sasuke's words and thought about them as he retreated. Finally getting somewhere, he smiled at Sakura, who was retreating at the same time, and said, "Sakura, you throw a punch towards the land beneath these doppelgangers, hiding in the ground?" Sakura heard, and instantly understood, and began to regroup her fists in her hands. Meanwhile, a certain real body off to the side, hearing Naruto's words, probed his hand with the Bituken out of the ground and stabbed it violently towards Sakura. "Look out!" Doodle shouted, tackling Sakura down, his own face being viciously slashed by his foe in a horrific gash. Who knew that Sakura wasn't angry either, but turned her head towards Doodle with a kind smile. "Tough job." Tout raised an eyebrow. The woman's stamina was really strong. She wasn't swayed emotionally by her foe at all. He then watched as Sakura sent heavy punches throughout the ground. Bang! Deafening explosion in the surrounding directly exploded. The ground cracked out a huge gap. The forest of birds were all startled, have spread their wings to fly. Countless leaves because of the violent shaking of the ground dazzle fluttering. The three lower ninja dressed in yellow uniforms were gathered together in a sorry state, looking at Sakura with fear in their eyes and shivering all over. Despite all the commotion, in reality, the entire battle was swimmingly easy. Tao thought to himself, absently scrutinizing the 7th class. Aside from Sasuke, who was sweating profusely from the spell seal and was helped up by Naruto, the other two had plenty of energy left, especially Naruto, who was still talking and laughing with Sakura after he had tied up the trio in 5 different ways. These two seemed to have more potential than Sasuke. Another book of heaven. What to do with it? Sakura asked Naruto as she searched around. Burn it. Naruto didn't hesitate. Hearing this, Tout asked with a warm smile, "Won't you save it for the rest of your teammates? I mean, the newcomers who graduated at the same time." "No need." Naruto turned to Doodle and said calmly, "With their strength, it won't be hard to pass the 2nd round. If they can't even do that, there's no need for them to continue to the 3rd round. Wouldn't you say, Senpai?" Tout's smile remained unchanged. "You're really old-fashioned in your speech. Not even a hint of a junior's appearance." With that said, he sized up Sakura again, who expressionlessly pulled out a match, threw the book of heaven into the fire, and smirked as she knocked all 3 of the tied-up men unconscious. Watching Tout's eyelids flutter. "You're not so easy to work with, are you?" "Oh yeah," Naruto asked in a seemingly offhand manner as he cleaned up. "Have you seen anyone from the Sound Ninja village on the road, Senpai?" "Ha! I wouldn't want to meet them." Tout laughed bitterly and waved his hand. "Their abilities are pretty tricky, and I don't think I'd be able to get through the 2nd round if I met them." His tone of voice when he spoke was as sincere as it could be, and there was no way to tell if there was anything wrong with it. "Doodle, why are you so late? Been waiting for you for a long time." As he was saying this, 2 men who had their faces completely covered stepped out and scrutinized the 7th class a few more times. "Sorry for the mishap in the middle," Doodle said with a relieved look, and added to Naruto, "Let's part ways here, and you guys have a good time on your next exams." "Aha." When the 3 left, Sakura leaned close to Naruto and whispered, "Didn't she come?" Sakura refers to the traveler. "No, she's already here." Chapter 49 God's Might? Is it a new enemy? Sasuke, who was off to the side, heard the two talking and came over to ask. Naruto, with a serious expression, whispered to Sasuke, "Behind you." Sasuke turned his head in a hurry, while Naruto seized the opportunity and slashed Sasuke in the back of the neck with a hand slash, and he fainted straight away. "Forgive me, Sasuke, this is the last time," Naruto murmured and whispered, catching Sasuke and laying him flat on the ground. Sakura didn't expect Naruto to go straight for Sasuke and couldn't help but frown slightly. "What's going on?" There was a look of unhidden surprise in his expression. "Because she's really here, and this needs to be kept a secret from Sasuke," Naruto said slowly, signaling Sakura to turn her head away. A silhouette of a man slowly walked from the depths of the woods. Long black hair was tied into a ponytail. Her attire was a bit messy. Her face was unusually pale, and she was gasping for air. There was violence, confusion, aggression, and exhaustion in his eyes. Golden Hammer, gazing at Naruto with some complexity. How did you find me? To be precise, it wasn't me who discovered you, but the 9 tails within me. It smelled the thick malice coming from the woods, and compelled me to give him my body and mind to destroy you completely. What Naruto didn't say was that in the mental space, he and the 9 tails pulled repeatedly before letting reason prevail. Is that so? A trace of dawning realization appeared in Jin's expression. But then, tightly covering his head, his expression became unusually painful. Her expression grimaced. Listen to me. Crossing is just downright. Ha 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 ha. I've got a clue in my hand. You guys can. Who? Ha 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 ha. At times maniacal, at times normal, with confusing wording, King looked to be in an extremely unstable mental state, as if he was about to turn into a madman at any moment. Sakura instinctively took 2 steps back, putting one hand behind her back and feeling into her ninjutsu bag, gripping her bitterness. Naruto's brow furrowed as he felt every cell in his body saying, kill her, kill her, kill her, kill her. But reason called on him to listen and see how it was going to go first. He might be able to gather useful information. After all, keep repeating that the travelers appear to kill the travelers. Sooner or later we'll make them in the gutter. Even if they survived, their identities would be revealed and they would be tracked down by the dark side. So it was best to have a clear conversation now. With that thought in mind, Naruto held back his murderous intent and slowed his tone. Calm down. Let's start with what clues do you have in hand? But Kim didn't seem to hear anything as she leaned against the trunk of the tree beside her with one hand and covered her eyes with the other as she continued to gasp for air. Sakura kept throwing glances at Naruto, who was equally nervous by Jin's behavior. But if he was going to be silenced, now seemed like the perfect opportunity. Going to do it, Naruto? She asked in a somewhat anxious whisper. Wait a little longer. Naruto took 2 steps forward, holding Bitterblade's hand behind his back, and asked tentatively, are you, okay? Bang bang, bang bang. He clearly felt that his heart was beating frantically. Jin finally reacted to Naruto's words, clarity seeming to return to her eyes as she looked at him, and she put her head down again, panting, sorry, the clue is here. Huff, puff. She strained and pointed to her coat pocket, signaling Naruto to come and get it. Naruto's mind instantly went alarm bells as he turned his head to Sakura, only to see her shaking her head at Naruto as well. You threw it to me. Naruto held his left hand out and slowly spread it out while Jin saw it, but slowly shook his head. Can't touch. You come closer. Upon closer inspection, a strand of black hair was plastered to her cheeks covered in fine sweat, and there were faint veins on her forehead, which were as appalling as small snakes constantly twitching. How close is it going to be? A little closer. How many steps? 2 or 3 steps. About how far is each step? Jin looked up a little surprised to find Naruto staring at her with a serious look on his face. No teasing in his eyes. What does he mean? But Naruto said to himself, 50 centimeters? 100 centimeters? Actually, the size of each person's stride is different. Like my current size, maybe 1 step is less than 1 meter. Jin felt himself starting to get lightheaded and couldn't help but begin to show irritation in his demeanor. What's this all about? A ringing in her ears rang around her. The scene in front of her became a little blurry. Naruto's voice became smaller and smaller in her ears. And finally, all that could be seen was his mouth opening and closing like a goldfish spitting out bubbles. Consciousness began to fade. Bang! Suddenly, 2 figures suddenly broke the ground on Jin's left and right sides and appeared, grabbing straight at Jin's left and right arms. Shadow split. Her thoughts blurred as she saw the blonde teenagers to her left and right coming at her at the same time. Naruto advances the shadow doppelgangers on either side of him to drill the ground, grabbing both arms while the distraction gold is paying attention and subduing them. It was the optimal solution he had pondered. Not to kill, but to capture alive. Just at the moment when the 2 shadow doppelgangers were about to get their hands on them, Jin's left index finger hooked backward. A clear bell rang, and the shadow doppelgangers instantly froze for a moment. The confusion and pain in her expression slowly disappeared, and a sense of teasing flowed across her face instead. Almost caught you. He. A split second after that, she threw a kick towards the right, exploding the shadow doppelganger with a kick, and her expression turned frantic with it. Not pretending? Naruto's form stormed back, but his eyes were fixed on Jin's right coat pocket, which bulged slightly and seemed to actually harbor something. At the same time, doubts arose in his mind. What made her think she could catch herself so easily, based on the poor show she had just put on? Before waiting for him to think carefully, Jin's left thumb hooked, and countless bitterness instantly flew out of the woods in the direction of Sakura Sasuke. Sakura didn't panic. Her hands formed a seal and drank. Suetun water formation wall. Boom! A stream of water vapor condensed and gathered into a trickle of water, instantly wrapping around Sakura and Sasuke, and the bittersweet hit it and was bounced off in droves. No longer holding back, Naruto let the Nine Tails chakra attach itself to him with murderous intent as his right hand flew to coalesce into a vortex of chakra tinged with purple. Chakra wings sprouting from his back and wrapping his body around it as he met Jin head-on with another heavy flying kick. Bang! The flying kick was so powerful that it knocked Naruto back 5 meters, leaving him dizzy for a moment. But at the same time, the nine-tailed spiral pill had already condensed, and he let the nine-tailed chakra begin to extend forward, slamming it hard towards Jin, just in the nick of time. The golden hammer, surprisingly, froze for a moment. Bang! The spiral maru accurately smashed into her abdomen and directly exploded, causing her surroundings to be instantly and completely wrapped in red-purple chakra filled with murderous intent. The leaves beside her body were all dyed red, and in the air, blood could be vaguely seen evaporating continuously. Naruto's pupils shrank as he stared ahead, only to see Jin, who was in the center of the storm, grabbing her coat pocket in death, allowing the scalpel-like chakra to wantonly take away her life force. Her eyes were no longer violent, but vaguely regained a trace of clarity. Boom! With the wind vanishing chakra completely gone, Jin fell to the ground like a dead dog, seemingly losing all vitality. Naruto approached in stride, his mind wondering even more. That's it? Instead of being relieved, he felt that things were getting more and more confusing. Why did she just freeze? Why is she clutching her coat pocket? As Naruto approached, her eyes were wide open and her hair was broken at the roots and scattered randomly around her. Her clothes were ragged, with cut marks all over her cheeks and body. Her abdomen was so badly torn that she could faintly see pieces of her internal organs flowing out along with her blood. There's no way to live. Naruto's eyes went to the pocket of his coat that Jin had a death grip on and had crumbled into rags. He broke Kim's hand. What a heavy force. Naruto unfolded the cloth. An irregular shard lay on it, dark and without any luster on its surface. That's a clue? Naruto murmured softly, looking over at Sakura, who had approached him with a somewhat helpless expression. What kind of clue is that? And just then, suddenly, the black fragment erupted with a powerful suction force, and with it as the center, space seemed to be recklessly rubbed by an invisible giant hand, and everything around it began to violently distort. A swirling black void appeared out of nowhere, and a powerful suction force surged out, pulling Naruto's body completely out of shape. Not good. This is God's might? Sakura was so shocked that she instinctively picked up her pace and ran frantically. Naruto reacted as he yelled at Sakura, "Get away from me! Go too!" Before Naruto could finish, he was completely sucked into the vortex by the debris. Chapter 50, Watanabe Chika, 10,000 word chapter. The scenery around him was like mirrors being peeled off in droves and shattered into pieces, making his body seem to fragment and reorganize instantly. The air in his throat squeezed as much as it could, and the choking sensation caused his eyes to go black, but then returned to normal in the twinkling of an eye. Put! Naruto's body landed heavily on the ground with a muffled thud. He was bleary-eyed and sore, but the feeling quickly faded and clarity returned to his eyes. Nightshade. On the streets of Ginza, colorful billboards cascade as if to cover the sky, and on the huge electronic screen, the advertising images switch like a walking light, with the models' bright smiles, and the trendy displays of electronic products appearing alternately. Neon towers towered over the city, their lights changing, and pedestrians were hurrying along in the distance. Naruto got up with difficulty, his eyes turning with the pedestrians, his eyes filled with confusion and incredulity. This isn't divine might space? Although he was not sure of the origin of this means, he was even mentally prepared to fight with Bandito. But right now, there was no Bandu, no Spot, no Black Jedi. There were just scaled steel forests across the entire modern city. Oddly enough, what kind of bizarre unfolding is this? Naruto subconsciously moved closer to the pedestrians and realized that they were actually speaking Japanese to each other, which he was able to understand perfectly. Combined with the scenery around him, he instantly realized that this was to the modern-day country of Neon, the exact address of which was unknown. A small perk of being a traveler and understanding otherworldly languages. Naruto's mind boggled as he walked over to one of the pedestrians and tried to ask for clarification. He walked up to the wide street intersection where there were a number of pedestrians, waiting in line for the green light, and he walked up to one of them and asked, "Hello, where is this place, please? Hello?" The pedestrian turned a deaf ear to his words, and Naruto frowned slightly, intending to tap him on the shoulder with his hand, but unexpectedly, his hand went right through the pedestrian. Ha! A little panicked all of a sudden, Naruto ran his hand through several more pedestrians in quick succession before finally coming to a conclusion that felt desperate. He seemed to have become a ghost, the kind no one could see. It's over. He was in the middle of thinking of his last words, when suddenly the scene around him began to flow slowly. The green light came on, and pedestrians crossed quickly at the intersection. a silhouette suddenly attracted Naruto's attention. It felt subtle, like a sea of people who had localized it by special means, or like a firefly in the middle of a vast black night with an unusually strong presence. Naruto scratched his eyebrow and took a big step to follow, his instincts telling him that this man would be the key to breaking the ice. From the back, it's a girl. Naruto took it in stride, quickly keeping up with her. Skimming, round with a fleshy face, hair tied up high, revealing a polished forehead, well-rounded features, a chubby figure, dressed in a loose ginger dress, slightly breasted, with a distinctly unconfident expression. Not exactly good-looking in any country, but not ugly either. Why is her presence so strong? Naruto peered around in some confusion. No one was paying attention to the girl, which made him wonder if he was mistaken. Sasha. As the two walked side by side, without the girl ever looking at Naruto, as if he was truly just a ghost that no one could see, Naruto noticed that the scene around him seemed to be constantly changing with the girl at the center. Naruto tentatively moved away from the girl and began to run in the opposite direction of the girl, but he quickly ran into an invisible wall of air, so he had to run back again with a whimper. In other words, he could only move around the girl. A bold guess was born in Naruto's mind. It's not the real Neon Genesis Evangelion and he didn't turn into a ghost. It's a memory. And this girl, she's the owner of that memory. It would explain why she had such a strong presence, but the pedestrians around her ignored her. The question arises, what exactly is this girl's identity? Why was I somehow transported into her memories? Naruto quickly associates the mysterious shard exposed to the air after opening the cloth with the fight he just had with Jean Hammer, which teleported him here. Could it be that this is the true face of Jean the Traveler? A neon girl who seems a little unsure of herself? Doesn't look like it, doesn't have that bone in his body. Naruto was non-committal and followed the girl onward. She quickly made her way to the entrance of a store on the street with an eye-catching sign with glowing lettering and neon lights as accents, displaying a neon beauty above. The girl hesitated for a moment, taking small steps into the doorway. Naruto looked up. Gee, this dude doesn't look like my aesthetic. He commented casually at the picture on the doorway and followed it in. Inside, the hall is spacious and bright, with gorgeous crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, high-grade marble flooring, and a variety of artistic paintings hanging on the walls. A bar was set up on one side, with a wide range of alcoholic beverages, and the light made the bottles of wine glitter charmingly, and the atmosphere of drunkenness overwhelmed the whole place. Surrounded by the sound of laughter, the girl was a little nervous. She looked to her left and right and finally found her friend in the warm atmosphere around her. She greeted her friend cautiously and sat down timidly beside her. Naruto sat down with a large horse following, surveying his surroundings. It doesn't feel as good as Helen's. He glanced aside to the girl's friend again, looking her up and down for a few moments. A standard Sakura sweet girl look-alike. Naruto nodded slowly. This friend of hers is definitely a playa, he said, turning his eyes around. The store seemed to have a predominantly female clientele, and they were surrounded by a number of brightly dressed men who served them tea and wine in a respectful manner, talking and laughing. Naruto had a sneaking suspicion in his mind. Hello, may I ask if this is your first time here? A cleanly dressed male waiter came over, knelt on one knee, and opened the menu he was holding in his hand. Chika-san, check it out. The corner of her friend's mouth curved up slightly. Oh, well, the girl nodded a little nervously. Chika, that's her name, isn't it? Naruto looked at the waiter with a warm smile and an enthusiastic face as he introduced her to the various packages on the menu. A confused Chika mashed her head and kept nodding her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Naruto got close enough to see that. Well, these so-called packages were in fact a variety of men. This isn't just any bar. It's a cowboy store, cowboy parlors, entertainment establishments where the waiters are all male, work on drinking and chatting with various female guests and make profits by getting them to spend money. Naruto in his previous life had searched for pictures of cowboys with a hunter's mentality, and the looks were hard for him to say. I don't know how I coaxed those female guests around. Please order. The waiter pulled out a tablet and invited Chika to pick at her leisure. The first page shows the headliner of the cowboy store, a man dressed in a white suit holding a rose with his war record attached to the side. 10 million yen for 4 consecutive months. Record high, 19 million yen. FY 2021 sales and designation count in 1. Naruto's brow furrowed slightly, not because of the exaggerated sales, but the number on the last line, 2021. Strange. I remember 25 years when I crossed over. Why is this mean 21 years? Naruto pushed that doubt to the back of his mind and watched Chika continue to paddle again, her eyes filled with hesitation. He probably understood that the owner of this recollection, Chika, had been led by a friend for some reason to come to a cowboy store for the first time to make a purchase. The waiter, seeing that Chika had been indecisive, simply asked all the cowboys to come once each. Thus, Various cowboys began to line up one by one to toast to her, handing her business cards, and they were either flamboyant or gentle, taking turns to bombard her fiercely with earthy words of love and fancy talents, just like open-screen peacocks. But instead of leaping for joy in the face of these earthly oils, Shisha began to become fidgety. The segment is too low. Naruto shook his head slowly. Just when he thought that was the end of it, a boy in a black suit, smiling softly, came over and handed Shisha a business card that said in crooked letters, Erasure. Chika looked at the handwritten words and lit up, and seeing this word, Naruto instantly felt his hair stand on end as he couldn't help but get up and stare straight at the simple word Erasure. It's Jean. No, it's the words Shisha wrote when he was mad. His entire face clouded over. During the Nakanoshu exam, the hip 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 that had been written time and time again in crooked characters had left an indelible impression on him, and the font under his eyes was not unlike the one that Chika had written when she had gone mad. Naruto was as close as he could get as he stared intently at the fresh-faced boy in a black suit sitting across from Chika. The boy with crisp black hair and crystal eyes that seemed to be able to speak. Erasure, that's the name of this cowboy. The boy began to chat with Chika in a gentle voice that sounded soft. I've also just been a cowboy for a short while now, and it's as easy to talk to you as it is to talk to your classmates, he said with a smile, an aura that made Naruto think of the poem, Out of the Mud. But, it's the contrast, especially compared to the greasy uncles that just came out of the woodwork. Is this the tactic of the cowboy store? Chika's expression relaxed to the naked eye, which in turn worried Naruto, because the first thing you need to do to get into a girl's mind is to get them to let their guard down. Me too. You give off the impression of being gentle and talkative. The two gradually got to the point while Naruto listened to Chisha's chat and learned about her biography. Chika, full name Chika Watanabe, is a college student who works and studies. Her father died early, and her mother worked part-time to support her through college. From an average family, she studied hard during the day to earn scholarships, and worked in a restaurant at night to earn extra money, making her life hard but full of hope. The only problem was that being a plus-size girl, she always felt the malice in life. Beautiful girls surrounded by handsome men, and the boys who look at her are all crooked. Video with friends for fear of losing face will push her out of the picture. And handsome men walking on the street was openly said to be rich women and white men. Her only support was the bar and the little store down the street. The owner in there was one of the few people who treated her genuinely. She would occasionally go for a small drink, and it was here that she met Maiha Takahashi, a self-proclaimed cowboy store regular and the playboy who had brought her here tonight. She originally thought she'd just be humiliated with a hot guy, but the barman encouraged her to give it a try, so she agreed. Nothing major, just a bit love-starved. Naruto capped off Chika's experience. He couldn't help but think of Kato, the man from the Goryo country who had also gone astray because of a long period of lack of recognition. Is there anything in common here? The two are getting better. Erasure hears that Chika is a hard-working college student and expresses instant reverence, saying that he came out of high school to work to subsidize his family and has a special affinity for people who are also self-reliant. The same goes for Chicha. Without realizing it, the time is up. The waiter handed her the bill, which, surprisingly, totaled only 3,000 yen, cheaper than a drink at a bar. You can pick a favorite to send you home, the waitress revealed an ambiguous smile. Chika picks and chooses from left to right, but still finds Erasure the most to her liking. And Erasure is flattered and asks if there's a chance to meet up in the future. But I won't be coming back later, Chika said a little apologetically. It's fine. It's just that it's too hasty to say goodbye like that, so just don't reply to me if you find it annoying. Erasure winked, and after some thought, Chika exchanged contact information with Erasure. Hey, that's bad. Naruto shook his head back and forth. He was not an authority figure, and was naturally wary of Arashi's words, but it's just a memory. On her way out, Erasure offers Chika impeccable service, and on her way out, Chika watches as Erasure smiles and waves at her from the front of the store, and she responds politely. It's because I paid for it, and the other person is just playing along, she mumbled, causing Naruto to raise an eyebrow. Very sober. At this time, Naruto Chika is located in the surrounding space began to distort and transform up. The next moment, actually directly switched to the next scene of memories. This meme is over, but I still haven't found a way to break it. Naruto looked aside to Chika, who at the moment was looking at her cell phone, perfunctorily replying to Arashi's message. She seemed to quickly return to her life, attending classes, studying, working part-time, and occasionally going to the bar for a quick drink. Time and space kept flowing and switching while Naruto just peered into her life like a bystander. Until one day, it's another evening, and Chika is traveling in the company of several college friends who seem to have just returned from a trip, and someone looks at Chika and offers to go to the bar she frequents for a drink. Chika hesitated. She had always thought of the bar as her perched corner and didn't really want to share it with the crowd. but unable to argue, Chika ended up taking them there. Naruto followed suit. Fruity. Upon entering the bar, everyone's focus fell on the beautiful female student. The owner, the waiter, complimented the jewelry on the female student, and no one paid any more attention to Chixia. These classmates had taken away her only perch and now she was going to be downright transparent. But why? Just because they're pretty. The world has to revolve around them, and they deserve to be left out in the cold? Chixia kept pouring wine on herself, but the ghostly grudge instead burned hotter and hotter. And coldly, she actually began to export her inner thoughts. Of course she's pretty with all this jewelry because, well, she's got a lot of boyfriends. When these words came out, the surroundings instantly fell into dead silence, and even her boss, who usually cared for her, looked at her with surprised eyes. Naruto froze as well, then shook his head inside. Against all odds, perhaps unable to bear the stares of the crowd, Chika ducked into the restroom. After composing herself, she realized the inappropriateness of her words, and after thinking about it, she decided to apologize to her female classmate. But when she went back, she saw the crowd talking and laughing, the owner and the waiter as if nothing was wrong, humoring and joking with the people around them. No one cares if she stays or goes. The scene was perhaps even more piercing than the crowd's gaze just now. Chixia breaks down, and she flees the bar in a state of disarray, remembering all the aggravation she suffered because of her appearance, and can't help but cry out in pain. Naruto followed her without speaking. Flip the phone. No one cares. No one stays. The only other message was from Erasure. With nowhere else to go, she called Erasure and the man on the other end answered the phone in seconds. Hearing Chika's crying, Erasure rushes out to comfort her at the risk of missing work. Chika is touched and offers to have a drink at Arashi's store to help him with his business. Shisha, once again in this paper-drenched world of cowboys, couldn't help but hesitate, and Erasure, sensing her concern, gentlemanly reached out a hand and took her small hand. Tonight, Chika gave herself completely to Erasure. Another round of mindfulness massage just like the one before. Time flew by and the waiter handed her the bill, as was customary. 10,000 yen. The bill startled Chika, seemingly dragging her out of her beauty sleep to face her dismal life head-on again. Erasure hurriedly apologized and explained that since Chika had ordered a la carte for this business, there was an additional service charge to be added. Saying that, he secretly pulled out a piece of cash from his coat pocket. Siosia, please accept this. Erasure quietly slipped the cash into Chika's hand and interlocked her fingers. Chika looked up in surprise as Erasure said with eyes tinged with apology, "It's my fault for not making it clear to you in the beginning. I'll pay for the extra money." No, how can this work, please, or I just can't get over it, he said, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "Don't tell anyone else." Oh. In the end, Chika paid the bill with Arashi's money. Naruto just felt his breath catch as he watched the scene before him. Is this a real cowboy? Chika tells Takahashi about the experience, and the other girl instantly kowtows to the duo's CP, stating that she wasn't treated like this even when she was their VIP, and that Chika has found a treasure. Gradually, Chika also notices that Erasure is getting closer to her, not like a cowboy with a guest, more like a boyfriend and girlfriend. Erasure sends Chika various selfies and shares outfits every day. Chika was also starting to get on top of things, worrying about her few savings while reassuring herself that she would be paid soon at the end of the month. Once again, she took it upon herself to run to Erasure, but this time, Erasure was receiving other guests. Guest, want Maple to come over, need to order wine for him. Oh, the clean-cut waiter was all smiles. She got the price list and saw that the cheapest one cost 17,000 yen, and when she thought that her living expenses were saved by herself and her mother through scrimping and saving, she dismissed the idea and had to sit by herself for the rest of the night. I'm so sorry for not being there for you today. Erasure caressed Chika's shoulder with his right hand. And I'm sorry I didn't order a drink for you. It's okay if you don't order any wine. I wouldn't want you to. Erasure looked at Chika seriously, and his understanding surprised Chika to no end. But, the more she did, the more uneasy she became. She notices that one of the big-money female guests will punch up Arashi's performance and spends a fortune on every expense. This won't work. Sooner or later she'll lose the boy. Chika finally took out a loan to order the first champagne for Erasure. Although it was the cheapest, Erasure didn't mind it and promised to spend time with Chika after work for 2. In order to avoid being talked about, he purposely changed out of his cowboy outfit and put on his fresh and clean regular clothes. Chika looked at Erasure, her eyes infatuated. The two came to the Western restaurant. Xianxia care about the image. Do not dare to order food. But Lon told her, want to eat what you want to order. Cannot eat him as a garbage can. His tenderness surrounded Xianxia, so that she does not have to repress themselves. He said, I'll pay the fare. You don't have to worry. He said remember to call him when you get home or he'll worry. He said to tell him what was bothering him and he would try to help. He watched Xianxia leave, his eyes flowing with tenderness. Chika fell completely. For the sake of her beloved boyfriend, Chika decides to work as a rent-a-girlfriend to make a quick buck. It's a gray industry in Neon, where boys and girls take what they want and savor the fruits of love in the name of rent. But Chika is not confident and she finds Takahashi and asks her to dress up for her, to which Takahashi agrees. A pass of makeup. The effect was immediate. Her face value rose a lot at once, although she still looked a bit fat, but her circumscribed face still added a lot of color to her, so much so that as soon as she went out, there were boys hitting on her. Chika is overjoyed and sheepishly goes to see Erasure with her new look, and he's taken aback, complimenting her on how much better she looks than before. Just then, however, the usual money-throwing female hoi polloi shows up and asks Erasure by name to serve her, so Erasure has to leave unhappy. Chicha knew the rules well. To designate a cowboy's service you had to open champagne for him first. It's okay, I'm a rent-a-girlfriend now. I just need to take on a few more customers to pay off my debt. I can take out a loan for some champagne first. She ordered 70,000 yen of champagne for Erasure at once. Naruto stayed beside her and closed his eyes. He couldn't get too far away from Chika. Completely finished. However, 70,000 champagne. The scene is naturally spectacular. Princess, please drink up the overflowing love. Drink, 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 drink. Next, ask the prince to drink away the strong affection. Drink, 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 drink. Chika looked at Erasure with a smile on her face. Next, a word from the star of the evening. Our princess. The host handed the microphone to Chika. 3, 2, 1. That. Chika couldn't help but hesitate a little. And just then Erasure wrapped an arm around her shoulders and leaned down to whisper into her ear. Xia, do you like me? Joy. Love it. Chika ran sheepishly into the restroom, unable to contain herself with excitement at the thought of the two of them later. But as soon as you get out of the bathroom, Erasure was again snatched up by the female tycoon just now, but he was seen looking at the gold master with amorous eyes, and his eyes were as dignified as they could be. $70,000 isn't worth a dime in this paper-thin world. To buy more pleasure, you need to order a more expensive package. Chixia is disheartened, and she is anxious to take on a few more clients to make money, but the company tells her that she must train and take a test before debuting, and that she can't officially start until at least a month later, and she had already put off her previous part-time job for this one. And now, not only was she cut off from her income, but she was also in debt. This rental service is pretty damn regular. Naruto shook his head breathlessly, although he didn't want to see the memories that followed. He could already make a guess. A love-starved female college student with no steady source of income, but a huge consumer demand. What other way is there for her to go? Chika is walking down the street when she is stopped by a man in a suit next to her and is introduced to a job that will allow her to make money right away. She decided to give it a try. It turns out that when you get to the place you realize that you're on the wrong side of the boat, and that the so-called immediate money is either posted on the internet with provocative photos, or it's a direct service. The man smiled with her and promised that the money would be there as soon as she wanted it. And in this process, there is no coercion as well as violation of the law, and Shisha can choose to withdraw at any time without any reason. That's perhaps the scariest thing about Neon. Chicha thought that if she was firm enough to hold the line she would not fall, so she was paid handsomely, as promised, but at the cost of being a college student who degenerated into a windbag. When she closes her eyes, the unpleasant memories linger like a nightmare, and when she opens them, it's the body that comes after ringing the client's doorbell. She couldn't help but ask herself if she really loved Erasure that much. Is Erasure worth selling her body for? Maybe while she was being tortured, Erasure was having a crossover drink with some other woman. Chika dialed Arashi's number and told herself that if Erasure didn't pick up this time, let's end this once and for all. Dodo dodo. The phone kept ringing, and Shisha seemed to be holding on to the slightest illusion of luck and didn't hang up immediately. But just as he was about to hang up completely, on the other end of the line, came Arashi's voice. Still got him. Naruto stood by with an expression like one of the Shiba Inu emoticons he'd used so often in his previous life, numb. All numb. He admits that this is the most tied-up episode he's ever encountered because of this laborious reminiscence that he didn't have. Law. Intervene. Preview. More importantly, he was deeply uncomfortable with this tale of gradual degradation. The memories began to gradually fly forward, as if they were going to carry on to their final conclusion. The east window is opened and Chika's behavior is learned by the school authorities. She was discouraged from school. Her mother, who received the withdrawal notice, did not blame her too much, even though it was tough for her to accept the result. Chicha was remorseful, pounding her chest and weeping frantically while looking at her mother's message on the street. Perhaps sensing Chika's faltering heart, Erasure once again takes the initiative to find her and make a killer move. A 360-degree deathless French deep kiss caught Chika off guard. They established a relationship. The two of them are sweet for a long time. And Erasure inadvertently asks about Chika's birthday, thinking about celebrating her birthday, and then surprises her by realizing that they both have the same birthday. What a ing coincidence. Chika is overjoyed and she immediately says that she will surprise Erasure on her birthday. In fact, she's going to order the 1.5 million yen champagne set for Erasure. Speaking of which, Chika tells the waiter to keep it a secret. It's a surprise and she has to get the 1.5 million together in time for Arashi's birthday. She began desperately picking up clients, coming and going, and torturing herself out of shape. Finally, she scraped together a whole 100, 5, 10,000. She couldn't wait to send an early birthday wish to Erasure and drifted off to sleep early in the morning of her birthday. She was so tired. Woke up at 4 in the afternoon. Chika woke up and hurriedly put on her makeup, all just waiting for her arrival. She waited in front of the cowboys, looking a little agitated at her cell phone, waiting for Arashi's reply. After another moment, I'd like to see you soon, too. Chika froze completely, like she had been slapped loudly in the street. Oh come on. Naruto saw the message as well. Wrong name. Each cowboy receives a large number of customers, so it is not uncommon to misremember names, and as a rule, the more competent the cowboy is, the less likely he is to make such a cheap mistake. But it seems like Erasure said before that he just became a cowboy not long ago. It turns out that I am just an ordinary guest, so ordinary that I even remember my name wrongly. Chika hid her face and cried, no longer able to endure such a betrayal. There was no way she was going to hang out with Erasure anymore, and as wonderful as the lies were, the truth was the quick sword. Surrounding memories due to Chika's mood shock actually began to become a little blurred. It seems that because the memories are about to sail into the end of the line, along with Chika's own emotions began to infect Naruto, so much so that it makes him have some faint heartbreaking feeling. Naruto silently watched the crumbling Chika and shook his head helplessly. At least you haven't spent the $1.5 million yet, so why don't you use that money and start over? He stood beside Chika, thinking to himself that this seemed to be the end of the story. It's not completely played out. At least the money is preserved and there is a way back. But, why does she have a split personality? And just as Naruto was thinking about it, Chika actually turned her head straight to Naruto. At the same time, her eyes no longer show sadness, actually gradually recovered clarity. The scene around us gradually became fixed. Pedestrians no longer walked. Vehicles no longer drove. Neon lights no longer changed. She turned to Naruto and opened her mouth to ask, "Is this your true colors?" Naruto froze. She can see me now? Seeing Naruto's silence, Chika pulled a makeup mirror out of her pocket and handed it to Naruto. Naruto opened his vanity mirror in some confusion, only to find that he was no longer the yellow-haired, fox-bearded teenager, but had returned to his original appearance before he crossed over. He stroked his silky black hair and wondered to Chika, "This should be your memories, right? You can control this space?" Same nodded. "You can only control it a little." With it, she pulled out the black shard and handed it to Naruto. It was the same shard that had teleported him here. What the hell is going on here? Naruto felt like there were too many questions in his mind that desperately needed to be answered. I'll make this short and sweet, because this space won't last long, and it will teleport you back in no time, Chikasha said with a solemn expression, narrating towards Naruto. As you can see, after discovering the truth, I cried on the street for a long time, so long that I can't remember the time myself. Then I felt my body go cold, as if it was being held down by something very heavy, and when I looked back, it was actually a puddle of black liquid dragging me down. Naruto's scalp tingled as he asked, "Can you restore the scene?" Shisha shook her head gently. "Recollections up to here is the limit. Listen to me. That puddle of liquid tried to completely encase me then drag me underground. I kept pulling outwards to try and get rid of that monster, but it was too strong. I was no match for it. Then I punched and kicked at it, and I ended up kicking something, probably because I had too much of a desire to survive. And then I grabbed it with my hand, and I grabbed out this thing, and it followed me across the shinobi world." Naruto frowned. "That means the shard came from behind the scenes? Well, apparently Ta has mastered the ability of time and space." Shisha nodded, then whirled around and suddenly asked, "Do you remember how you traveled?" Naruto froze as he began to rack his brain for memories of the past. It seems like, a fine cold sweat couldn't help but break out on his forehead. I don't remember. He never thought about the details of his pre-crossing days. After all, crossing over was a common trope in many novels. Isn't crossing over to the other side of the world just for the hell of it? I suspect that it's this mastermind behind the scenes who deliberately covered up our memories before and after we crossed over. By the way, have you ever had any strong negative emotions in your mind? That's not true. Why do you ask? After I crossed over, I was often affected by my own demons, generating such great negative emotions that I was sometimes awake and sometimes confused. I can see that, but that would be your own problem, Naruto was saying when he suddenly froze. He remembered that Sakura had had an outbreak of severe emotional problems, and he had been physically involved with Sakura as a result. She said it was an emotional breakdown because the marks on the trunk brought back memories of her own psyche. Thinking about it more dispassionately, several of the current crossovers, Sakura, Kato, and Jean, they've all suffered huge setbacks at one time or another. Even he himself had experienced a past that was difficult to look back on. But to be reasonable, as long as one is a human being, there will be a psychological shadow belonging to oneself, right? Naruto said slowly. Do you think that the person behind this brought some people to the shinobi world and used their negativity to their advantage? Aha! Shisha nodded, and at the same time, her figure slowly began to become a blur. I've used the shard's ability to inject a sufficient amount of chakra into it, and it takes you to your own worst memories, so that should be the ability of the person behind it. I don't know why Ta did it, but the more psychologically shadowed the traveler, the more susceptible he is. I'm afraid, and shinobi, it's extremely easy to amplify the negativity in our hearts. Saying that, Chika's body grew thinner and thinner, seeming to disappear at any moment. Naruto nodded and murmured softly, because the shinobi world itself is twisted, where ninjas are tools, where personal greatness is greater than all else, and where there are forbidden arts such as filthy earth transmutation and izanagi that turn life and death upside down, and fiddle with what is right and wrong. Just look at Weasel. On Earth he might have gotten a good education and become a teenage prodigy, but in the shinobi world he'd just be compelled by Gumiho to kill his entire family. He watched as Chinsha's figure completely disappeared, and a wave of sadness steeply surged in his heart. How hard is it to remove negativity from a person's mind? Everyone has his or her own grievances. It is a law of nature, and even an immortal may not be able to cut all the threads of worry. Doing something like this in the shinobi world is a drop in the bucket. A black-robed phantom with an immortal aura steeply emerged beside him, his ink hair flying recklessly with the wind, his eyes uninhibited, and the corner of his lips hooked up with a seemingly unattractive smile. The easiest way would be to kill all the travelers. Mirage let out a low chuckle. Or you could try removing the ills of the shinobi world. However, it is a difficult path, and I have no insistence on compelling you to send it, so decide for yourself. With that said, the phantom disappeared like a bubble, along with the black vortex that twisted and molded to transport Naruto back into the Forest of Death. Naruto? Naruto, Forest of the Dead. Sakura, whose face was ashen, saw the figure of the yellow-haired teenager reappear beside Jean, and instantly ran over to him. Splat! He fell heavily to the ground. Ahem! Feeling his soul overlap with the body of Whirlpool Naruto, Naruto's face gradually shifted from pale to red, gasping for air as he was helped up by Sakura. Scared me to death. Sakura's eyes were red, as if she had been sad for a while because of Naruto's sudden disappearance. He calmed Sakura down a bit and then asked carefully, "Say, where are the shards? Where did you put the shard?" "I wrapped it up and set it aside," she huffed, gesturing to the cloth lying on the ground aside. "How much time has passed?" 5 minutes or so. "I see." Naruto reached out and went to put the shard away. When he saw Sakura's wide-eyed attempt to stop him, he explained, "Don't worry, it won't work again without injecting chakra." "Oh, so, you should know a lot of clues, right? Well, let's go ahead and turn in the quest. We'll talk more about it later." Naruto carried Sasuke on his back and the three of them headed towards the round tower in the center. Sakura's mood seems to be getting more and more unstable. It's no wonder that she has been in fear all this time. Naruto couldn't help but raise his eyes to the sky. At first, he just thought it was very refreshing to cross over into the shinobi world, and he was sure to make a name for himself as Naruto. But now, he only felt that there was a pair of big invisible hands manipulating everything and wantonly playing with human nature. Ta sends traumatized people to the shinobi world and uses the shinobi environment to let the negativity fester, and then has the travelers play werewolf and kill each other in suspicion. What a big bad taste. Naruto turned his head towards the door, weighing Sasuke on his back, and only one thought came to mind. He had to get stronger as soon as possible. But before that, he needed to confirm a few things with Sakura. P.S. Report to all readers, there will be no more than 3 crossovers surviving at the same time in this book. Usually Naruto plus Sakura plus newcomer. Chapter 51, The Snipe Race between Hinata and Junzo. The trio slowly entered the center round tower. Naruto's mind was preoccupied. His brow furrowed as his mind continued to sort through the clues he already had. He looked over at Sakura and couldn't help but whisper, "What were you doing before you crossed over?" Sakura looked over at Naruto, seemingly surprised by his question, and after thinking for a long time, she muttered, "Can't quite remember. I think it was online against someone? How are you feeling?" "Ha?" Sakura was confused by the clueless question. "What the hell do you know? Tell me first, were you in a particularly bad mood at the time?" Sakura froze and looked a little odd. "I must be in a bad mood if I'm arguing with someone." Sure enough, Naruto nodded slightly. He felt Sasuke on his back stir and the two of them laid him flat on the ground, Naruto patting his face gently. Sasuke woke up in a daze. He froze for a moment and then quickly reacted. "Naruto, Sakura, wait, where is she people? How's it going now?" Naruto looked at Sasuke and smiled. "You were taken down by the enemy's shadow doppelganger at the beginning. But don't worry, the enemy has been destroyed." "Is it? But I seem to remember it was you. Looks like your memory's a little messed up." Naruto interrupted at length. "Let's get the head honcho to take a look at it afterward. And take care of that thing around your neck while you're at it." It was then that Sasuke felt a stabbing pain coming from the back of his neck. "So, I've just been lying around until now?" There was some resentment in his heart. He had clearly gained transcendent power, yet he still hadn't helped much. Hearing this, Naruto quickly spoke out to comfort him. "Actually, you're still useful. For example, you played the role of a sleeping beauty during your coma, and the female ninjas couldn't take their eyes off of you when they saw your beautiful face. Even my color seduction technique is inferior, isn't it, Sakura?" Without blushing, he looked to Sakura, who rolled her eyes and ignored the duo. "See, the fact that she didn't say anything is a tacit admission that women are mouthy creatures," he added to Sasuke in a very low volume. The three of them got up and opened the books of heaven and earth at the same time, and after Irika was summoned, they were finally officially cleared. After clearing the level, Naruto excuses himself and leaves, contacting Koto with his little snake with the information that the enemy has been eliminated and telling her to keep an eye on Orochimaru. Since they are much faster compared to the original, they need to wait for a while until the exam is completely over. Toward evening, Kiba Village, Naruto Building. On the couch in the office sat the four top executives of Kiba: Mito Menzane, Turner Koharu, Shimura Tuzo, and Sarutobi Hinata. They had only one topic to discuss tonight: Whirlpool Naruto. "Hinata, we're here today for no other reason than to discuss the matter of Rinpoche with you." Haru was the first to speak. "We heard from Suzu that you're going to instruct Naruto yourself, right?" Hinata gulped in a smoke ring, seemingly unsurprised by what Junzo did. "There is such a thing as Naruto. I naturally have an obligation to guide Naruto in the right direction. But, on the other side," Mengyan also spoke slowly, looking serious, "as far as I know, Naruto has shown an abnormality, and your previous report said that his abnormality was under the compulsion of the Nine Tails. Haru, we all know that the Nine Tails are the embodiment of abomination, and if you, as the leader of the village, were to be affected by the Nine Tails as well, it would be the end of the world for us in Konoha. Taking Naruto as an apprentice is just too risky." Nichiju was silent as he looked at the duo who were singing in unison in front of him, and did not respond positively. Instead he coldly asked, "These words, are they your meaning, or is it the meaning of Junzo?" Haru, Mengyan were both stunned. Bang bang, Junzo tapped the ground with his cane, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked over at Hinata. "Hinata, that's no fun to say, is it? We're discussing a major village event right now. We can't mix in personal feelings, personal emotions." Hinata shook her head gently and told the three, "You and I know very well that Naruto must be guided, and this duty is yours if it is not mine to do. After all, you can't trust anyone else. Can you right, Junzo?" Reunion was silent. "You wanted to plant one of your own to keep an eye on Naruto, but you were afraid to say so yourself to make it look like you had ulterior motives. So you found these two first and asked for their help in convincing me. But who am I to believe you? You're so hostile to Rinnegan. What if you irritate him?" "Enough, Hinata. Is this the time for infighting?" Mengyan snapped, his face starting to turn ugly. "Hizen and Tuanzu, once these two are at each other's throats, presenting facts and reasoning becomes a matter of stance of crooked or not crooked asses. That's why Mengyan signaled Tuanzu to keep quiet for now, and left it to him and Kasumi to communicate with Hizen. Munayan, we speak only in facts, and the report shows that Naruto was affected by the Nine Tails. That's the nail in the coffin." Who knew that Hinata pressed on, but responded positively. "This report of yours is outdated. The latest witnesses show that Naruto is in great shape and performing exceptionally well." "What?" Reunion couldn't help but get up as he heard a knock at the door. "Come in," Nickkan said faintly. The two instructors walked in, and when they saw the senior members of the crowd, their expressions all became serious. Marino Abiki, Makoto Koto. This was a preparation that Hinata had made specifically for tonight's conversation. He understood that in order to convince the top management to accept this decision of his, It was not enough to simply fight a war of words with Junzo. He also needed strong supporting evidence. He had already learned about Naruto's situation ahead of time with Ibiki. And Red Bean, after all, was someone he had promoted himself? And couldn't possibly be towards Tuanzu and the others, no matter how he thought about it. These two are the examiners for the first and second sessions of the Nakanoshu exams. Please ask them to say something about Naruto's performance. Ibiki immediately grasped Hinata's meaning, and immediately gave Naruto a positive evaluation, and deliberately ignored the point that he had a deep heart, focusing on the stability of his state. Red Bean's heart, on the other hand, was in shock. She had certainly paid attention to Naruto's performance, and it could be said that the battle power and intelligence he had displayed had completely surpassed the qualifications of a lower ninja, and was by no means a simple middle ninja stance. And the fact that Naruto-sama had asked her to report on Naruto's performance made her think of the contact snake she had gifted to him. Could it be that this is part of his plan? He expected this day? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and Naruto's image in her mind became instantly mysterious and tall. After thinking about it, Red Bean decided to report truthfully. Naruto's performance in the second exam was extremely excellent and his mental state was stable. Hinata raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect even Reddit to give such a high rating. His face was calm as he said to the three, "No questions?" Haru and Munanashi were silent. While Tuzo, he didn't want to give up the chance to control the nine tails to Hinata. It doesn't mean much to just listen to people. Seeing is believing. He turned to Hinata. "There's a qualifier after the second exam, right? Let's go watch the match together. If Naruto shows signs of nine-tailed transformation, it means he's in a precarious state. On the other hand, there's no problem." Xiaochun and Menyan pondered for a moment, and both agreed that there was no problem. Hinata didn't object anymore, but just nodded slowly and said to Red Bean, "Tell Moonlight Blast to organize the qualifiers. True Gold is not afraid of fire." "Yes," Hondo immediately responded, and at the same time, a voice within her kept calling out in her head. She was going to break the news to Naruto. Chapter 52, Naruto, Grandpa Sanjo, discerning loyalty and treason. Walking out the office door, Red Bean found a secluded corner and made contact with Naruto. "Got it. I'll keep an eye out to keep the Nine Tails chakra from affecting me." On the other hand, Naruto, who had found a restroom to sneak a private chat, put the little snake back into his pocket. The situation wasn't so much a difficult one for him as it was an unexpected blessing. The idea of Nikan having me as a disciple is simply like having a pillow delivered to me when I just dozed off. There was a hint of dark joy in his heart. The previous Naruto struggled with not having many avenues to learn new jutsu. Following Kakashi was unrealistic. He had to teach Sasuke Chidori afterward, and the nature of the chakra didn't match up. Looking for Jiraiya? According to the original, he would first take Naruto to sign a blood pact and learn psionics. That's great, naturally, but it doesn't fit Naruto's needs at the moment. He desperately needs to improve his mobility. But not Hinata. As a renowned master of jutsu in the shinobi world, Naruto even had a choice. A thought steeply arose in his mind that as long as he learned that art, he would likely achieve true contemporaneous invincibility before the third exam. And the political significance that worshipping the master brings to Naruto is more than worth mentioning. However, you can't use the nine-tail chakra later in the spar. A speed pass is unlikely. You need to think of other methods. Thinking about this, he turned back to Sakura and Sasuke. Inside the huge drill hall, the lower ninja who had passed the second exam were gathered in the center. And in front of them, there were the upper ninja of the major ninja villages, the upper ninja of the Konoha, the higher-ups, and Sarutobi Hinata, who stood in the center in his Naruto robes and addressed the crowd. "First of all, I would like to congratulate you all for passing the brutal second exam." Following his usual practice, he introduced the meaning of the Chunin exam to the crowd, emphasizing the cruelty involved and encouraging them to give it their all. Naruto looked around to see the number of people who had passed the test, the whole 6 groups of 18. He mused in his mind, the 12 little strong, Sand Ninja, and Hooded 3, equivalent to all but the all but complete Sound Ninja 3, the rest of them all passed. Only one sat less than the original. What he hadn't noticed was that a number of people were already looking Naruto up and down at that point. Ninji's gaze never left Naruto as he kept scrutinizing him, noticing that the 7th class, including him, didn't look in a state of disarray, in stark contrast to the generally grimy appearance of the surrounding area. What a powerful and formidable opponent. Inuyasha Butterfly had a complicated look on his face. They had seen the sight of Naruto blitzing Jin with a spiral Maru, and were also impressed with Sakura's performance. Hood's eyes kept scanning between Naruto and Sasuke, though he was clearly more interested in Naruto than Sasuke. The Konoha F4, taking in Naruto's look of composure, especially Tuanzo, who happened to meet Naruto's eyes as he looked over at him. Instead, he saw Naruto smile and nod at him. Provoke me? Evil Nine Tails. Junzo's eyes narrowed slightly, keeping his joy and anger at bay. Only Tenten and Hinata looked at Naruto with bright eyes. Then, next, ahem. It's up to me to explain the contents of the Chunin exam. Moonlight Blast stepped out. He coughed violently a few times, causing the crowd to frown, and then he whirled around to explain the rules of the qualifiers. The qualifiers are based on a one-on-one mechanism, so please raise your hand if you wish to withdraw after hearing my instructions, or if you are unwell. Gale's sickly gaze went around the crowd, and Yakashido, unsurprisingly, raised his hand to indicate his withdrawal. No one cares. Is there anyone else withdrawing? So, the number of participants is 17, and according to the rules of the draw, there will be one person who will take a turn and advance directly to the final. Hearing this, the voices underneath instantly became noisy. What? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Rotation A? Isn't that not quite fair? What the hell? The crowd was talking to each other, making even Blast, who originally had little volume, a bit unable to interject for a while. Kind of interesting, Naruto muttered. The original was 21 of the 7 groups, and there were exactly 20 after Tout dropped out, so there was no such thing as a turn. Blast coughed a few times and said weakly, "That, everyone, quiet." Suddenly, a cold cry from the teenager came from the center of the field, and the surrounding area was instantly silent. However, he saw the yellow-haired teenager in the center looking around the weak with his eyes, and a kind of Monkut's angry rebuke of his minister's unruffled authority flowed from his expression. A turn is a turn. Where's all the jabbering about what to say? Naruto's sharp eyes scanned the crowd. Battles between ninjas are inherently full of randomness. Sometimes releasing a jutsu a second later and throwing a jutsu a moment earlier can lead to very different results and even rewrite fate. It was only just now that Grandpa Sanjo said that the Nakanoshu exam was the epitome of the shinobi war. And you guys took those words in stride? Luck, in itself, is part of strength. He spat out his words clearly and with a powerful aura, and a bellowing voice silenced the surrounding area. On top of that, he had just specifically queued up to the day chopper. Since he already knew of Nikken's intention to take on a disciple, he naturally had to return the favor and strive to facilitate the reality of master and disciple. 3 generations of grandfathers, recognizing loyalty and treachery. As expected, Hinata smiled and nodded after hearing Naruto's words, seemingly very pleased with his performance. It was quiet for a few more moments before a handful of people in the crowd muttered, "But then again, the person whose turn is empty has a big advantage." Inevitably, some people took Naruto's words with a grain of salt. Ahem, this student is right. Luck is also a part of strength. Blast finally found the initiative. So, we will now immediately start drawing lots for the one whose turn is empty. After saying that, he winked at Red Bean, who spoke into the microphone, and a large screen descended. The names of those whose turns are empty will be displayed on the big screen. Dropping a voice with a hint of intelligence came from within. The names of the people changing and finally coming to rest on a certain name. Naruto tensed up a bit when he saw that. Kasuno Sakura. This is great. I just finished making a statement myself, and you ended up taking a turn right away. Sakura stepped out of the line with a calm face and walked up to the side of the audience as if no one else was there. Hey. A man beside Sakura, who was wearing round sunglasses coupled with a black mask, immediately expressed his displeasure when he saw Sakura walk out, pointing a finger at Naruto's nose. This couldn't have been discussed beforehand, could it? It's such a coincidence that it's your teammate whose turn is empty? Naruto was a bit speechless. So how about letting her come down and fight you? Can you stand up to her iron fist? What do you know about the humane care of Kiba? Naruto squinted at the man. What's your name? Ha? The man obviously didn't expect Naruto to take the initiative and ask him. Akuma Armor. What do you want? Nothing. I'm asking for her. Naruto pointed to Sakura above him. Armor gasped and laughed. Well, you'd better stay out of my way. He was in a group with Doodle, also under Orochimaru, but at the moment, his anger managed to override his desire to cut a swath with Sasuke. Naruto, on the other hand, was secretly thinking about it. Since the rules of the draw have changed, is it possible that the opponent I draw will be different as well? Chapter 53, Kiro Naruto vs. Akatsuki Armor. Not waiting for Naruto to continue his thoughts, the screen began to continue to emit a ticking sound, and the hearts of the crowd once again hung in the air. Some people were afraid of drawing a strong opponent, but others were eager to have a good fight, so they held their breath and began to scan the crowd over and over, calculating the possibilities. Drop. The list of names stopped scrolling. Whirlpool Naruto vs. Akatsuki Armor. Ha! Naruto instantly said coincidentally, glancing his face aside to Armor, who, in turn, cast a hostile gaze over. Whispers erupted in the crowd. Naruto, The one who just yelled at us? It's that yellow kid. Oh, let's see how godly he is now. Naruto-kun, go for it. Most of the people here didn't know Naruto, but they had just been given a lecture by him and were more than a little resentful. It feels like when everyone is complaining about the amount of homework, and then the class president jumps in to help the teacher count his classmates. You can't say he's wrong, but it's just inexplicably off-putting. Someone like Kankuro thought deeply of this. He had a gloating look on his face now, and couldn't wait for Naruto to make a fool of himself right away. But there were many whose eyes bristled with anticipation for Naruto's performance, such as Ninji, Lee, and Hinata. Looks like you have a lot of enemies. Can you handle it? Sasuke, who was off to the side, laughed softly, also curious about Naruto's true battle prowess. And you have the nerve to say that this dude was obviously used against you, Naruto said without saying anything as he slurred in his mind. In the original, the armor with the ability to absorb chakra pushed Sasuke into a corner for a while, but the latter overcame the effects of the spell seal and managed to break the game by using the function of his copying eye to transform Kori's Omotenashi into a sure connecting bomb. And coincidentally, this time Naruto had similar concerns. He couldn't make physical contact with the armor, or else he'd be absorbed for chakra, and he'd be at risk of Nine-Tails transformation at any moment, which would be bad. Not only that, but I can't use the spiral pill in public. I can't explain the origin of the jutsu right now, Naruto added in his mind. In other words, disable the Nine-Tails and Spiral Maru, defeat the Akatsuki armor using only normal means, and do it beautifully enough to earn Hinata's admiration. It's not difficult. Had, just what I was hoping for, Kai said as he sauntered over to blast, flinging Naruto a provocative look. Naruto followed with an expressionless face, his mind already engaged in an intense brainstorming session. Gale stood on either side of the duo and confirmed with a sickly look to both sides. Round 1. The opposing sides are Whirlpool Naruto and Akuma armor. Any objections? No. Then, other than the contestants, please move to the sides for spectating. The arena began to get chaotic as the crowd talked and laughed their way up to the viewing gallery, many of them giving Naruto smirking looks. Kakashi also walked over and whispered, Naruto, don't use the power of the Nine-Tails. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He knew about Hinata too? Soon. He looked as normal. Don't worry, Chief, you don't need Nine-Tails to beat him yet. Kakashi nodded slowly, not explaining anything, and followed Sasuke up the stairs. Naruto-kun, I'm looking forward to your performance too. Orochimaru, who had stood early in the viewing gallery, was now looking at Naruto with a wicked smile on his face. Blast made a final confirmation that there was no mistake, and he looked to the pair with solemn eyes. Perhaps it was the intense fighting during this time, but at this point, Naruto had several battle scenarios floating around in his mind. A pair of eyes looked calmly at the enemy. Round 1. Then, begins. Come on. Armor made the seal of the tiger with both hands and opened them again. Blue chakra already coalescing in his hands. He charges Naruto instantly. Ninja combat usually consists of 3 aspects: fainting, layout, and decapitation. Armor's ability is similar to the Hungry Ghost way. I can't just be reckless. Probing the bottom with feints followed by plotting is the king of combat. Instant thoughts flashed through his mind, and without hesitation, Naruto pulled out 3 purple smoke bombs from his ninjutsu pocket and slammed them downward. Boom! Armor's forward rush stopped instantly, his vision completely blocked, and instinctively he took a few steps back in an attempt to distance himself in case Naruto didn't speak martial arts. Whoosh! 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 Just as he retreated, 3 huge rounds of Wind Demon Rapier whistled in Kai's direction, and upon closer inspection, 1 round was on the top and 2 on the bottom, blocking off all of his back paths. Armor's eyelids fluttered, and instead of panicking too much, he dispersed his chakra and landed on all fours like a wolfhound, aiming for the gap in the Wind Demon's shuriken and leaping straight for the gap in the middle, just in time to avoid the sharpness of the shuriken. Boom! Just when he thought he was going to dodge it, the 3 shots of the shuriken changed in unison, actually transforming into Naruto's shadow doppelganger. These shadow doppelgangers pulled out their bittersweet weapons and stabbed hard at Kai's heart, neck, and lower body. 3-sided siege. But it should be said or not, Armor had a lot of experience in fighting. First he kicked one of the doppelgangers, then he whirled around and grabbed the other one with one hand, slammed his head against it, and finally reattached the blue chakra with the other hand, and choked him viciously. Pop! Armor and Naruto's shadow doppelganger fell to the ground at the same time, and Bitterblade was kicked to the ground next to him. This is, Naruto, who was being choked, instantly felt his power slowly draining away. Nice try, but the power of this doppelganger of yours belongs to me. Armor felt Pongbai's power surge into himself and completely crushed the shadow doppelganger in his hand. The purple smoke cleared and the 5 Naruto slowly emerged from the smoke. Naruto in the center commented lightly, "The basics are good. By the way, your ability is to absorb other people's chakra, right?" Armor's eyes narrowed. He didn't think that the Naruto in the middle was the main body, as he had done earlier. The main body was likely to stand aside, meant to have a disorienting effect. Sculpting. Armor put one hand behind his back and regathered his chakra with the other. Whoosh! Whoosh! He instantly threw his shuriken at the Naruto, who spread out, while the one in the center used his bitterness to flick away as many flying shurikens as he could. Wait! Naruto, on the far left, only felt a cool breeze coming from his back and jerked back, but the back of Fate's neck was already being viciously choked by Armor. But Naruto didn't feel exasperated. Instead, the corner of his mouth curved up into a mocking arc. Instantaneous jutsu is well practiced, plus the more you absorb the stronger the monstrous power gets. But if that's all you've got, ahem, boo. The shadow split is thus lifted. It doesn't look like it's him, Kai said as he looked over to the other 4 Narutos, charging at him from different directions. Next, I'm going to kill them all. Chapter 54, No Admission Teaching Bureau. The Armor rushes towards Naruto once again and keeps throwing his shuriken as he charges, trying to create a distraction for Naruto. And this time, he noticed that the 4 remaining shadow doppelgangers were beginning to form a regular formation. The 4 shadow splitters split into 2 groups, one hiding behind the other, the one in front pulling out a bitter end, bouncing off the ninjutsu that Armor had thrown at them, and blocking the one behind them in the process, obscuring their line of sight. For a moment, Naruto's offense looked extraordinarily open. Hinata nodded at the sight. He knew that Naruto had a huge amount of chakra, but he hadn't abused the shadow doppelganger, instead taking full advantage of the fighter's intelligence. It's quite an Akanabu. Naruto, who was hiding behind him, threw bitterness from time to time from the dead center of Armor's line of sight, so that his rhythm was constantly disrupted, and for a while, the ground was full of bitterness, and the 2 of them were frozen at a fixed distance. Suddenly, Naruto, who was hiding behind the doppelganger on his right side, poked his head out all of a sudden and made the seal of the tiger. Armor's eyelids snapped. This was clearly an attempt to unleash the fire escape technique, and he hastily lunged towards his side. In mid-air, he saw a knotted Naruto give him a sarcastic smirk. Naruto's chakra nature was primarily wind, and he hadn't learned any fire escape techniques at this point, and the wave of knots he had just made was just a false move. Just then, Armor heard a hand slam out of the floor beside him and grab his right leg straight up. Duden part decapitation jutsu. Armor was so shocked that he subconsciously slashed his right hand hard at the hand that had grabbed his leg, and so he heard it. Boo! The master who had grabbed his leg disarmed the shadow doppelganger. In the meantime, poof, put, poof, ah! Armor let out a low roar of pain as he looked over to himself, trickling blood from the 3 rounds of bitterness he had been hit with in quick succession, plunging straight into his arm, stomach, and left thigh. Armor's eyes snapped to where Naruto had released the purple smoke in the first place, and there was a hole in the ground the size of a man. Naruto, from the very beginning, laid this ambush and inflicted a huge kill on Kai at this critical juncture. How does it feel? The 4 Naruto slowly walked towards him, while one of them held a wire in his hand, the other end of which was connected to the 3 rounds of bittersweet that had been inserted into Kai's body. By the way, I didn't learn any earth-sapping beheading in the mind technique, and that's just for fun to scare you. What? Armor gasped in pain as he felt as if he was being teased by Naruto from start to finish. Naruto in the center shook his head. Hey, your battle sense is still too poor. What are you talking about? Armor's eyes reddened a little at once. He did get a little busted up by Naruto's beating, but Naruto in the center just shook his head slowly, instead pulling out a handful of bittersweet and flicking it at the air around him. Snap, pop. A sound of a steel wire being broken resounded in the empty battlefield, accompanied by the sound of steel wires rubbing against each other. And upon closer inspection, the bitterness scattered on the ground around them began to follow and shake slightly. Snap! Ah! Armor let out another roar of pain. He was surprised to find that the ends of the bitterness around himself were linked to transparent steel wires, which intertwined and tightened with each other, finally binding the armor together completely. This tactic was inspired by Naruto after watching Weasel and Negi ninjas battle it out in the anime Weasel, the True Legend. Essentially is not complicated. The core point is to constantly attract the attention of the enemy. They are secretly lay out, until the enemy realize that they are surrounded by transparent wire. It is too late. Upon further inspection, at this moment, 3 of the 4 Naruto had pulled on the wire in their hands, and since it was the power of all 3 together, so much so that Kai was completely immobilized. Still not admitting defeat? The 4th Naruto snorted and pulled a scroll out of his ninjutsu pocket. He looked coldly in a certain direction in the viewing gallery. Watch this. Kill ninjutsu. It works like this. He didn't specify his name, but Tenten in the viewing gallery instantly got Naruto's meaning. Oh my god. He actually called me. In front of all these people. Her heart, all at once, began to pound. It was too late. Naruto slammed the scroll in his hand and unrolled it completely. About 2 meters in length, the sealing jutsu inside a line flush against the armor, and one hand gently pressed down on the scroll. In an instant, the reel made a loud noise. Boom, 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 boom. Uncountable bitterness and shuriken fired a million arrows towards the armor and flew towards him in a black mass. The use of the so-called kill ninjutsu is to first immobilize the enemy and then just shoot them as a target and be done with it. No, no, I surrender, I surrender. Armor finally lost his courage completely and shouted towards Moonlight Blast in the nick of time. Blast Wind did not dare to have any slowness. He felt the many killing ninjutsu that came whistling. An instantaneous jutsu first chopped away the various wires on Kai's body, and then with a serious expression, he used his own mastery against the ninjutsu that flew in the sky. Kiba Ryu sword technique, Mitsurugi no Mai. The Kyoku split into 3 and swung a strike towards the ninjas from multiple directions at once. And instantly, the swords flashed. Boom! The sword chi carrying hurricane winds blew the vast majority of the ninjas away. While a few ninjas were directly chopped into pieces by these sword chi, the entire floor of the maneuvering ground instantly became a mess. You know, the only ones who could cause such destruction in the original were bulls like Little Lee and special type ninjas like Tien. Tian covered her small mouth with her hand, her eyes colorful with surprise, adoration, and a little bit of acid. He just learned from me for a short while, and actually performed so brightly. Tian couldn't help but feel a little frustrated, but she quickly restrained her emotions. I think he'll come back to ask me for advice in the future, right? Kankoro, T-Ju, such as the beginning of the contestants very upset Naruto. At this time, the expression, both difficult to conceal the surprise, but also actually let you kid pretending to get indignation. Top powerhouses like Sasuke, Ninji, and Iello, on the other hand, looked at Naruto with aggression in their eyes, especially Sasuke, whose excitement to eat Naruto on the spot was written all over his face. Don't get the wrong idea, people. He just couldn't wait to solo with Naruto a match. Sakura, upon hearing Naruto's yell to the audience, her eyes narrowed slightly to the audience, her eyes instantly sharpening. Naruto himself was indifferent. It was just a mediocre teaching game. Is everything okay? He looked over to Armor, who was shivering a bit. Kai was nearly scared out of his wits, but braced himself and said dismissively to Naruto, "It was just a mistake. Don't get too cocky." Naruto laughed. As soon as the kid was out of danger he started putting up a front, didn't he? Thinking of this, Naruto responded with a deliberately loud voice. "Ha? You said you wanted to worship me?" His voice was so loud that he attracted the attention of everyone in the stands at once. "Sorry about that, Armor." Naruto made an apologetic gesture, followed by a steeply sarcastic curve at the corners of his mouth. I don't take on disciples," he said so, looking in Orochimaru's direction. Chapter 55, A Secret Talk with Nick Ken. Orochimaru likewise noticed Naruto's eyes. "Oh, this kid noticed me a long time ago? I am getting interested in you." He licked his lips, seemingly excited to have found an interesting seedling. Bodyboarding 9 tails, superb potential, see through his disguise. These in the eyes of Orochimaru are rebel ninja good traits, with the qualification of accepting the apprentice. After all, it is the peaches and plums full of the world of the sensei. In the face of Naruto's provocation, his heart does not have too much bad feelings. Geniuses with personality, he's seen a lot of them. Reaction from reunion was a bit more intense. An uneasy feeling rose steeply in his heart, for no other reason than this son's combat literacy was beyond his imagination, which was not conducive to his future manipulation of the 9 tails. On the other hand, Naruto's display of character makes him extremely insecure. Hinata, the 9-tailed human pillar power has poisonous methods, and if such a person is not given to root to guide, sooner or later he will bring disaster to the village. He lowered his volume, doing his best to make his tone seem objective and calm. Hinata gave him a cold look, with a "aren't you just craving him" expression on her face, and said faintly, "What Naruto has just demonstrated is a textbook way of fighting. First testing the enemy's abilities, followed by analyzing the enemy's weaknesses, setting targeted traps, and finally achieving victory. Doesn't that just show that he abides by the teachings of the ninja school at all times? I think he's fine the way he is." Nichijou opened his mouth as the old politician, a junior's ordinary fighting from his mouth out of the paradigm of ninja fighting, angry that Tuazu are a little bit of a toothache. Immediately the tone of voice became urgent. "Nichijou, you so, Tuanzu." Hinata's eyes clouded over as she coldly interrupted Tuanzu. "Remember, I'm Naruto." Junzo froze, As if the sound of the door slamming shut tightly rang in his ears, a customary action after his countless verbal sparring sessions with Hinata. Enough, you two. Menyen finally couldn't help but interject. It's just a junior. Is there a need to be so impatient? He said this to Souza, seemingly a little upset that he had temporarily backtracked. Anyway, just let Hinata teach Naruto for now, and if that doesn't work, then you can step in. Seeing this, Raizo could only force down the dissatisfaction in his heart. On the other side, Naruto deliberately paid attention to the crowd's reactions, one eye surveying them. Phew, everyone has responded enthusiastically except for Sakura, so it looks like there shouldn't be any new crossovers at this point. He was now gradually making temptation his habit. Not long after, he walked towards the 7th class position. Yo, the master of ninjutsu is back. Sakura cut Naruto off with a leathery smile, her eyes glancing in Tenten's direction. In this regard, her radar seems to be unusually accurate. Naruto scratched his eyebrow, and had a sudden vestigial feeling of girlfriend says hi to a girl because of her date, and then starts being shady. But the Kawasaki girl seemed to have been good at yin-yang in the first place. He pretended to be pained. Hey, is that how you see me? I'm obviously just discussing the use of ninjutsu with each other. Has the cold shinobi world made you start to be hard-hearted too? Sakura's lips pursed as she stared at him for half a day, stifling a few words. Oily mouth. Naruto smirked and didn't respond. It wasn't that he drifted away by saying such things frankly, but he was now becoming more and more aware of the woman's urbane nature. It looks strong as hell, but in reality it's psychologically fragile as paper mache. As expected, Sakura glanced her turquoise eyes away, her cheeks puffing out a bit, clearly not wanting to talk to Naruto anymore. Oops, I'm just kidding. Naruto saw that the small boat of friendship was about to capsize, immediately made a confession to calm Sakura down. He said, the daily first class is just a tool for him to become stronger. He as a decent man has no non-desired at all. This scene was all taken in by Sasuke. Sasuke, another long time passed. The qualifiers are gradually coming to a close, with the Sound Ninja's exit changing the matchup somewhat, but some famous scenes that still remain. For example, Little Lee vs. I Love You, Daisuke vs. Ninji, and the rest of them finished their respective battles in another way, but the strongest are always stronger, like Kagome, like Sasuke. The latter, replicating some of the details of Naruto's battles with his Sharingan eyes, achieves a similarly magnificent victory, being so much more fluid in comparison to the original that Curse Seal has basically nothing to show for it. At the end of the day, the 9 players who made it through the qualifiers stood in the center. Congratulations to several of you for passing the qualifying rounds. So next, let me explain what the third match will be about. Nichiho briefly explained the competition and emphasized that there would be a month to prepare for the official competition. A month wasn't long, but it was obviously a bit rushed for Naramura and the others. Not only did they need to improve their strength, but they also needed to find the new Traveler's Shadow as soon as possible, and most importantly, get more clues about who was behind it. As Naruto was thinking, Kakashi came to Naruto in a flash and whispered in his ear, Naruto, go to Naruto-sama's office afterward. Naruto's mind reeled as he nodded slowly and began to belay what he would say afterward. Naruto's office. Grandpa Michio, what can I do for you? Naruto stood in front of his desk, doing his best to make his eyes look clear and show appropriate confusion. Naruto, you've just done a great job. Your battle techniques are mature. There's a little bit of Nakanobu in there. Hinata didn't get right to the point, but instead acknowledged Naruto's battle performance first. But it's quite a coincidence that Kakashi has also been complimenting you to me lately, and asking me how Naruto, who obviously got average grades in shinobi school, suddenly acted as if he'd gotten the hang of it. Oh, I realized when I heard him ask that I haven't cared about you much in a while, so much so that I kind of can't answer that question. Naruto, what do you think? Naruto listened as his heart began to beat slightly faster. These few words of Nikken's seemingly casual conversation were actually full of hooks, and if he answered with intent, he was afraid that he would make a lot of mistakes and omissions. Naruto thought about it. No harm in just hitting straight balls. Grandpa Michio, truth be told, the Nine Tails has been compelling me to use its power all this time. Oh, Hinata's expression was not at all grave, but instead showed a bit of suspicion, like a teacher hearing her own student having a hard time learning. So what do you think of it? Naruto knew that this question was the crux of the conversation, and it was natural for him to state his position correctly. But how else was he going to get instructions from Hinata if he simply shouted slogans that he was not in any serious trouble? He needs to show his determination to embrace Kiba as well as highlight his own difficulties. The only way he can legitimately white John, not learn a new art. Naruto gave a difficult look at the thought. Chapter 56, Namikaze Suikato Style Edition Route. Naruto didn't speak first, but rather showed his difficulty first. After a moment, he said, I want to surpass Naruto. I want to be recognized by the people of the village. And to do that, I need to get stronger all the time, constantly. But the Nakanoshu exams made me realize that there are simply too many powerful candidates, many of whom even carry hostile intent towards us in Konoha. So with my current abilities, how can I possibly protect the village all around? Every now and then, the Nine Tails would find me and ask me to use its power. And I knew it was evil power, but it was really strong. And then coincidentally, these words of his were similarly transmitted through the mental space to the ears of the real Nine Tails. Nine Tails snorted disdainfully and rolled over. He had long since become accustomed to Naruto's muzzle, but he had been feeling a lot of malice from Naruto's side lately, and that had put him in a good mood. Well, Hinata murmured along in a low voice, his gaze gentle as he helped Naruto with his next words. Without Nine Tails, it's hard for you to realize your ambitions, isn't it? That's right, Grandpa Michio, you really understand me. Naruto's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, but then quickly refurrowed. So, what exactly am I supposed to do? Hinata didn't say anything, just softly sized up Naruto for a few moments and hid the scrutiny deep in his gaze. Naruto, Nine Tails is, after all, the tailed beast that has brought about the destruction of the village. It's normal that you can't handle it. Don't be too burdened in your heart. He spoke out in a comforting voice, trying to calm Naruto, but then sighed softly. This is also because I didn't think it through. How about this? During this period of time, you take the time to come to my place, and I'll teach you how to control the power of the Nine Tails. Naruto's eyes lit up as he listened. Really? Then thank you so much. His eyes were filled with joy, and the gloom on his face before was swept away. Hinata, on the other hand, was flooded with mutterings. This kid is naive on the surface, but his performance in actual combat is quite old. It's a little cutthroat, unless his fighting is all intuition, which can barely be explained by naturally good at fighting but doesn't have much heart. But he just faced Kai, and that mature fighting style doesn't look like he doesn't have much heart. Yes, Hinata doesn't fully trust Naruto. Years of experience as a politician had led him to subconsciously speculate on Naruto's thoughts in the worst possible light, but there was no point in getting caught up in a chain of suspicion, and he judged that there was usually an easy catch for these sorts of things. Judge it by a claim of interest. There's certainly nothing wrong with Naruto's desire to get stronger, and there's no reason for him to be an enemy as long as he doesn't hate the village. Give him the benefit of the doubt. Hinata lit a cigarette, slowly exhaling smoke rings, and in the silence suddenly asked, Naruto, have you needed any help lately? I've been thinking about it, and I still feel like I need to make it up to you. Here we go. Naruto raised an eyebrow, not moving to hide his slightly trembling fingers, and instead of speaking directly, he spoke slowly to Hinata about the last few battles and his current shortcomings, emphasizing the importance of mobility. Grandpa Michio, when I was perusing the Book of Seals earlier, I had seen a powerful jutsu, and it just happens to fulfill my needs. I just don't know. Is it possible for Grandpa Michio to part with it? He kept his head down, making himself look as humble as possible. Oh, what art! Instead of speaking directly, Naruto lifted his head slightly and looked directly at Hinata with a hint of determination. Flying Thunder God Jutsu style. After a long time, Hinata looked at Naruto's gradually departing back through the window, and in his expression, there was a complexity. He exhaled one smoke ring after another, a look of hesitation, determination, and relief on his face for a moment. Oh Mizukato, your son actually took the same path as you. Is this fate? Sarutobi Hinata promises to teach Naruto the Flying Thunder God Jutsu and the method of controlling the Nine Tails starting tomorrow. If each ninja has their own 1+1 paradigm, then Naruto and Mizumon, in the original, certainly have a high degree of overlap. Spiral Maru, Shadow Divergence, Fairy Mode, Nine Tails. However, in the original Mizukato mastered more jutsu than Naruto, such as the Flying Raijin and various Sealing Jutsu. This was a typical King's Road edition route, and because of this, Mizumon's popularity was high for a long time. And with Hinata's decision, there may be a chance to bring back the name of Yellow Flash to the shinobi world. Ichiraku Ramen Shop in the evening. Why are you here at Ichiraku Ramen if you're not going to discuss the man behind the curtain? At the front desk, Sakura blew on the ramen in front of her and whispered a question in Chinese to Naruto. I lied. No business talk tonight. Relax tonight. Ha? Sakura was obviously not expecting Naruto to say that, and she stared at him for a moment before a ridiculous thought abruptly came to her. You're going on a date with me? Naruto didn't say anything, just took the older man's ramen, whispered his thanks, and said calmly to Sakura, how long has it been since we've relaxed? It's important? Important. The people behind this rely on negativity to break us down. And how many times have you seen you crash when you swipe a tiny copy of the Death Forest? Sakura's cheeks reddened. Then she grinned broadly and explained. Mostly Jean messed with my mind. Aha, Naruto said as he scooped up a spoonful of the golden, glistening soup, blew on it and drank it down, smacking his lips in satisfaction. So yeah, keeping a good mindset is a must for us to beat the shinobi copies later on. And I suspect that there might be more than just shinobi copies to beat in the future. How? That shard can transport us to the traveler's memory world. So the question is, do we have any chance of using the shard in reverse to travel to the memory world and fish out whoever's behind it? It still works like that? Sakura stopped eating her noodles, clearly shocked by Naruto's pie-in-the-sky imagination. It's just a guess. Oops. I told you not to talk business. With that said, Naruto began to focus on shagging his noodles. He realized that lately he was getting more and more into going to Ichiraku Ramen, and it seemed that Otsutsuki Ichiraku was still online. When the pair had finished eating, Naruto whispered, "We're all going to have to find time to relax on a regular basis from now on. Is that okay?" Thinking about it, Sakura recognized what Naruto had said. A movie tonight then? I remember there is a movie theater in the village. Don't. I walked past the movie theater earlier, and it looked like the movie version of Makeout Paradise was hot in there. Hello? Is that what the timeline looks like? What other activities are there? Reading a book? Playing poker? Potluck? The ones involving reunions might not be quite right, and the 12 little ones aren't that close right now. Hey, go ahead and think about it as you go. The duo were strolling through the village while thinking out loud. Naruto was right about one thing. These two travelers have been tightly wound since the Battle of Waveland. They are mentally exhausted. Hey, crap shinobi. Naruto cursed in a small, dark voice in Chinese. Not even a fun two-person program. Sakura shrugged. Otherwise that's it. Half a day's walk with you has actually been quite relaxing. Naruto was going to say goodbye to that as well, but then his eyes twinkled and a fun idea suddenly came to him. Chapter 57, Naruto's Diary, 3, Give me a few minutes. With that said, Naruto hurried towards the village. Sakura looked around as the two of them walked to an open section of the village shaped like a park, with a few street lamps standing off to the side and a swing set in the middle. She sat on it, swinging her bare, slender calves around as she waited for Naruto. A short while later, he returned to Sakura with a sly grin, a compact black machine in his hand. Is this the radio? Sakura cast her eyes over the square brick with some curiosity. Naruto placed it at the duo's feet. Hey, didn't we do D-rank quests all the time before Waveland? Back then, when we were tired of practicing at night, we used it to play songs. With that said, Naruto clicked on the play button and soft, soothing light music came out of the machine. He tapped his toes on the ground and lightly counted a few beats, his body following along in a slight rhythm. Sakura immediately understood his intentions, her eyes widening slightly. You want to dance? Dancing, to be precise. Naruto bowed slightly, reaching out in an inviting gesture. My lady, allow me to take you with me into the world of the waltz. Sakura held out a hand, accepting the invitation. He gently held onto Sakura's plump waist with one hand, and gripped her with the other, the two of them drawing closer together, and he vaguely felt her nostrils. For a duo waltz, the dance alignment is most important, so you start by staring at my footsteps and gently following the rhythm. He pointed toward the left. She slowly followed, lightly moving, rotating, in and out. He suddenly lifted his hand upwards, and she understood, and turned in a circle, and stretched her arms, and turned once more, and their bodies instantly drew closer together, and they linked arms. Bad. Let me run into a natural dancer. She giggled, her eyes curving into crescent moons, but instead of staring at her feet, she looked up, straight into Naruto's eyes. You have to do this dance eye to eye, right? The dance continues. With her back to him and one hand crossed, she let him take her waist from behind, following the left and right walks, dancing freely and recklessly. There was a burst of singing in the music, which gradually brought the waltz to a climax. Your heart's racing. Hold your breath. I'm walking slowly towards you. Fear lingers, but I'm ready. Time has passed and I've waited 1,000 years. I'm not afraid anymore. I've learned to be brave. The song is over. Naruto leaned his back against the swing, wiped a little bead of sweat from his forehead, and smiled at Sakura. How was it? Quite the stress reliever, isn't it? It's quite a relief, Sakura said as she stood aside, fanning herself with one hand crossed and the other, her chest heaving slightly. Say, how do you waltz? Before Mom and Dad divorced, they used to dance in the living room with Mom. Really? Really? She's a dance teacher, Naruto asked suddenly as he gazed at Sakura. Were you a kindergarten teacher before you crossed over? It was an inference that Naruto had made in conjunction with his previous clues. Career work, a little bit of dancing, a battle to pacify the child Inari in the land of waves, convincing to move, and a somewhat fierce personality on the surface. This fits the state of a kindergarten teacher. After all, kids piling up can be hard to manage, and sometimes it inevitably involves being mean. Whoops. Sakura shook her head and laughed softly. It's close, but I'm not a kindergarten teacher. So, Naruto didn't pursue the question when he saw that Sakura had no intention of saying anything further. Maybe she had a reason she wasn't comfortable talking about. But it couldn't hurt. The two were silent for a few more moments before Sakura took a deep breath and whispered, "Thank you. I feel better." "You're welcome. By the way, how do you plan to repay me?" Sakura didn't say anything, just turned and left briskly, waving her hand. Bye. In the silence of the night, the two modern souls were able to take a moment's respite. But what the duo didn't notice was that this scene was accidentally seen by a certain shy young lady in the distance. Naruto's diary. What's today's July date again? Look at the calendar when you're done writing. It's been a long time since I've kept track of myself, so now I'm organizing all the clues I've had since crossing over. As of today, 4 crossovers have appeared, including myself, and it is known that there exists a mastermind behind the scenes that drops people with psychological problems into the shinobi world and amplifies the negativity in order to achieve something. Here, I have 2 thoughts. First, from Chika's dictation, the black hand doesn't have a human look, but instead exists in the form of a slippery black liquid. And then on second thought, isn't that the state of the Black Jedi? Is it true that the Black Jedi are the cause of everything? Of course, it could be that the shapes of the two just happen to collide, and these lack sufficient clues to support them, so we'll just have to wait and see what happens for now. Second, of the current crossovers, Kato, Sakura, and Jean have all experienced significant negativity. But here's a wah-wah point, what about myself? Why haven't I suffered any particularly noticeable negative effects? Offer a few guesses. I have the 9 tails lodged inside me, as well as the imprints left by Mizukato and the others. I am the reincarnation of an Azura, blessed by the 6 paths. I have long suffered from the negative impact, but due to my lazy play terrier character, bluntness pulls full, did not care too much. Swirling Naruto's character is affecting me, although I don't feel him. Subsequently, if you have the opportunity to figure out the cause, you may be able to find a way to restrain the black hand and stop being passive. Hey, it's what it is. Let's eat the noodles first. July 11th. In the morning, he practiced flying Thunder God and controlling the 9-tailed chakra under the guidance of Hinata. In the afternoon, he practiced the 3rd stage of Spiral Maru. And in the meantime, he took the time to hang out at the nearby bathhouse and try to meet Jiraiya by chance. And in the evening, he practiced the art of the shuriken. I can't help it. The intensity is a bit overwhelming, but the thought that it's only the first day gives me a sense of powerlessness that I can't even hang myself. But Hinata Makoto has been quite attentive to me, and has been sending me all sorts of daily necessities. And I've noticed that the Naruto Direct Dark Sector's attitude towards me has improved as well. Reason being, I ran into that white-robed masked man this afternoon when I went to the donut store to get dessert, and he nodded at me. So cool. Now that's a bit of a prince. Let's keep up the good work. And when the Dark Sectors see me, I'll say, "Hello, comrades," and "Good job, comrades." They stood at attention and answered, "For the village." Ha ha ha. But I also realized something very serious, and that is, when the 3rd exam starts, should I go along with the plot and have Orochimaru kill Hinata? That's not very nice. I'm already on Hinata's boat, and if I let him die, then there's a good chance that Junzo will take advantage of the situation and tighten his grip on me. He won't be able to wait for Tsunade to take over as the 5th generation, so he'll take action against me. Early to kill the group Tibetan is not good, so to make completely become a rebel ninja, not conducive to my subsequent continued development. There's also the problem that if Hinata is kept, then Tsunade would have no reason to make an appearance, which could trigger a butterfly effect that would lead to a total change in the plot. In that case, the greatest advantage of the travelers would disappear. But the resourceful me quickly thought of a brilliant trick to keep Orochimaru from beating him to death completely, leaving Hinata breathing. This way he can't continue to hold the Naruto position, but he can still intimidate Junzo. When Tsunade takes over, he'll step back and take a bite out of Junzo's voice. Perfect. So the question is, how do I micromanage with precision under Orochimaru and leave Hinata breathing? Chapter 58, Naruto's Diary, 4. After thinking about it, I decided to put the issue of Nikatsu aside for later. July 12th. Sakura approached me to borrow the black shard, saying that she was studying its principles and might be able to find the correct position to use it. Well, I'll leave the posture issue to her. This is actually quite good. I'm so busy and have so much to think about these days that it's perfect to share some of it with her. What's that saying? You can't get tired of working with a man and a woman. Another weird thing, my little wife Daisy actually knocked on my door and gave me her homemade ointment. Scared me half to death. I thought the traveler was wearing her, and tracked her for half a day to confirm that it should be fine. the question arises, why did she suddenly start taking the initiative? Could it be that my hikikomori sent as a traveler alarmed her? Hey, there's no way around it. The author had to write me as Hikaru because that's the only way the reader would have enough of a sense of immersion. Well, it's better to watch and observe Daisy again. By the way, I still haven't met Jiraiya today. Could it be that I'm remembering the time wrong? That's not true. After Orochimaru blocked my number in the original, it was Jiraiya who unblocked it for me. Otherwise, what makes me able to beat Ninji? And you have to use psychic magic to fight I love you too. Maybe the timing isn't quite right. I'll try tomorrow to go to the bathhouse in the morning, and then go over to the day chopper side of the class in the afternoon. July 13th. Still haven't met Jiraiya. Sakura didn't bother me either, so it looks like she's not getting anywhere for a while. However, in the afternoon I ran into the white clandestine man again, and he made small talk with me about how Sakura and White have been meeting frequently lately, and how they seem to be working on a new technique. Bullfrog, but I think you kids are spying on me too, right? And ran into me twice in a row. I understand why Hinata is spying on me, though, because I was vaguely aware of a black-clad shadowy figure following me last night, and odds are it's one of Negi's people. Laughing, there's really no end to this pussy, is there? But this reminds me that I can't just have private chats with Sakura from now on. The relaxation program is cancelled for now. At least we can't have frequent contact until the third exam. In the evening, Irika invited me for noodles again. I've been nagging him for a long time about my family, and I ended up chatting long enough to relax and not practice tonight without noticing. But I noticed that he was looking at me with a slightly complicated look, probably because I'm now the one next to Hinata, and there's a distance between the two of them, which isn't good. Looks like it's going to have to be an immediate marriage now and then have him attend as my father. Bushi, just kidding. It was a pleasant evening. The only thing that was off-putting was the fact that Tuanzo's dog followed me around like a shadow, stalking me until I got home. Well Tuanzu, we've made a clean break. See if I'll kill you in the future. July 14th. Rarely, Sasuke actually reached out to me. He looked like he'd been training with Kakashi on special for a while and his hair had grown quite a bit. Then he opened his mouth to ask me if Hinata had taught me any new techniques, with a look of spying on the enemy. Are you still the same high-flying pussy brother? When I asked later, I realized that it was Kakashi who mentioned to him about Hinata teaching me a new technique, trying to stimulate him to practice hard. And that reasoning convinced me to put down the possibility of Sasuke being taken over by a crossover. However, based on revolutionary comradeship, I exchanged tips on how to use the shuriken technique with him. Before we left, we had a brief chat about the spell seal, and thanks to me, he was now unusually calm about the thing, but he didn't make a statement that he would never use the power. It's boring. Sasuke without the middle child disease is as boring as a leggy girl without black silk. In the afternoon, I designed my own flying thorax markings, and I've got some basic knowledge about how to put the markings on this thing. It's still difficult to practice though, but I have a feeling in the back of my mind that I'll learn this jutsu and fight ninja without 9 tails before the third exam officially arrives. That's good. Gradually getting rid of the 9 tails and using more of your own power so you don't get wrapped up in them. In the evening, I went to the mental space specifically to start a new round of conversation with 9 tails. The conversation is no longer PUA oriented. Before, I was playing this way mainly for emergencies, but now, I need to think about becoming the perfect human force. The threat of the man behind the curtain is still there, so it makes perfect sense for me to become a perfect human pillar power early. As we all know, the condition for a perfect human pillar is to have the 9 tails fight alongside themselves. This is a little difficult to get. I cannot remember the original Naruto is how the mouth of the 9 tails. It feels as if randomly shouting a slogan. Flashback to a few memories. The 9 tails on the good I promised you? Anyway, let's try to impress 9 tails emotionally first. However, he is now perceiving me as a slippery old man, and I'm afraid that everything I say will be interpreted by him as having ulterior motives. It's hard to get. Also, it's been a couple days. Isn't it about time for a new traveler to show up? It seems that these newcomers come one after the other after the crossover, but that also points to the fact that the odds are that the new crossover is not in Kiba. From the Black Hand's performance, we can basically make a clear consensus that it's unlikely that the Black Hand would allow normal people to cross the shinobi realm, and that the new people are most likely to have suffered psychological trauma or be on the fringes of society. In other words, if the traveler had appeared in Konoha, then Ta would likely have made some noise. But right now I'm surrounded by people who are peaceful and the people around me are largely normal. The only change is that there are slightly more dark sectors around. But I brought this on myself, and it has nothing to do with the new crossover. Anyway, be prepared. The odds are that meeting the travelers again is going to be a bad fight with them. It's not like I'm a gleeful comedian, so I might as well expect to get along well with the traveler as expect me to be Saitoshi Kishimoto. Late night on July 13th. Kiba Village. In the ordinary hut, a sleeping figure unconsciously rolled over, facing the window, making a whirring dozing sound. The moonlight hit his slightly vicarious cheeks, and the breeze gently lifted a corner of the quilt, revealing his toned muscles. The nightstand next to the bed held a picture of him with a group of children. A picture of him with a big smile and faint crow's feet squeezed out of the corners of his eyes. An envelope was pressed beneath the photo, revealing a small, crooked line at the top. Dear Mr. Shiba Kayasumi. Suddenly, the man's whole body shook violently and his eyes snapped open. He blinked at first, then slowly closed it and went back to sleep, but soon felt his body's touch create a noticeable change from before. Soft TM sheepy. He got up with a flourish, looking left and so right, and good lord, it was nothing like where he had slept before. He then felt uncomfortable and started frantically scratching his back with his hands, mainly because the material wasn't brown at all, which made him uncomfortable. In the end, it was simply a matter of taking the pajamas off his body and tossing them aside. Can't help it. He is such a rough man, and did not read much. That year, with the exchange of people on the rise of a scolding, the boss scolded the second, the leaders scolded the subordinates, a lifetime so over. At the end of the day, he completely realized that something was wrong. So naturally, he voiced out a curse and opened his mouth with a genealogical greeting. Damn, where is this set up for me? Chapter 59, The Mediocre Life of Traveling Through the World. Early in the morning of July 14th, Kiba Village, Shippo Kayasumi, who had light dark circles under his eyes, was awakened by the sunlight streaming into the room, and rolled over in a mayfly nymph, intending to continue sleeping soundly. Suddenly, as if he had remembered something important, he rose abruptly, causing the small bed, which was already a bit pocket-sized, to creak. In. Kayasumi scratched his own back, stretched with extreme impatience, and began to change his clothes. After a while, he looked at himself in the mirror, his thick eyebrows furrowed, revealing deep lifted lines. I don't know which bastard got me into this pansy world. This ninja suit. Fancy. Kayasumi was extremely disdainful of his closet attire, but what irked him even more was the biological routine that was etched into his body's instincts. He woke up at exactly this time every day, meditated and practiced, and then ran off with gusto to ninja school to babysit a bunch of kids whose butt flaps weren't even as big as the palm of his hand. What kind of man with a strong bone can stand this? Oh, mainly he Qingchuan can't stand it. The big old man life is used to. Instead of bringing children this kind of parental shortcomings let him puzzled. That's just it. This bringing up a child is just like leading a soldier to war. The main thing is to be ruthless. You have to be manly. Just like Naruto rock the leftmost manlike. 2 hands so clap. Ooh, good flat ground on the outbreak of a big tree. Kayasumi couldn't help but look into the distance. He was shocked as he recalled the idiosyncrasies of this world from the fragments of his fragmented memories. Grandma, Italian cannons aren't even as good as a random yell from these fierce men, right? Very good. Very manly. Kayasumi ran to the refrigerator and stuffed his mouth with a stream of the pastries he had bought last night before just grinning broadly as he walked up the street in the direction of the ninja school. As for meditating and practicing, cultivate my ass. The streets of Kiba are sparsely populated in the early morning, with only the breakfast stores and a few passing pedestrians injecting some life into the village. His eyes narrowed. The low-slung Japanese-style buildings, the neatly aligned streets, the complete opposite of what he remembered should be farmland. Adobe houses, bazaars, and goat paths, and you're telling me it's called a village? Walk into the shinobi school and enter the office. He's the only one at the moment. The setup wasn't too far off from the modern world, but some random ninjutsu tools on the desk hinted to him that this was the shinobi world. Kayasumi walked over to his workstation and plopped down in a big, comfy chair, his eyes casually glancing at the class schedule on his desk. The ninja code of conduct? It wasn't the lesson he was about to take that surprised Kayasumi, but the fact that he could actually recognize the complex symbols. Lousy really is a man of culture. Qingchuan nodded in satisfaction. The crow's feet at the corners of his eyes lined especially clearly, and he quickly found the not-too-thick book of guidelines on his workstation, flipping it over with his hand and pointing at it, enjoying the profound knowledge that a man of culture should have. Soon, however, his brow suddenly furrowed and his finger lingered on a small line. Mission takes precedence over personal life. Bang! Kayasumi's broad hand slammed the desk, sending a loud echo through the empty office. Bull *********. When did I ever leave my brothers behind when I was leading the troops to war? I didn't realize that being a cultured person would cost so much, and Qingchuan forced himself to stare at the harsh, small letters, wanting to eat them alive immediately. Broken book 1. He wanted to immediately throw this code in the trash, but thinking that it would be too much of a relief, he turned on his cultured little brain, and with a slap of his head, he immediately thought of stabbing the book the out of it with his bitterness. This is Qingxuan's 3-beat decision-making method: patting the head to finalize the plan, patting the chest to guarantee, and patting the thigh for aftercare. One hand went to the jutsu bag. Oh, I forgot my jutsu bag. Just then, the energetic Irika entered the office. He glanced at Kayasumi and greeted him aloud. Yo, Kayasumi, why are you so early today? Not practicing? He knew Qingxuan's ascetic habits, so he was usually the first to arrive and Qingxuan the second. Kayasumi turned his head, and the words Irika immediately surfaced in his mind. Just in time. Irika, bring me a handful of that bittersweet. Irika was instantly petrified and looked at Kayasumi with an incredulous expression. Is this the same gentle Kayasumi that he usually is? Seeing Irika frozen in place, Kayasumi's thick eyebrows seemed to form a line. What's wrong with you, kid? I said bitterless. Bitterless? Oh, well. Irika tossed the bitter blade to Kayasumi, who straightened it out and gripped the sharp end in her palm. Hey, look at the mess this has made. Without getting annoyed, Qingxuan adjusted his orientation and then just stabbed straight towards the guidelines. Poof, put, poof. Irika's eyes instantly widened. He didn't expect Kayasumi to be so aggressive today. Was he under an illusion or on the wrong medication? Kayasumi. Irika stepped quickly toward him, snatching the thin pamphlet, already riddled with holes, with eyes as wide as Kayasumi's. Grandma, Irika, what are you doing? Kayasumi stood up with a prancing air, looking at Irika as if he were a ghost. No, Irika was supposed to be a ghost. Irika was startled by Kayasumi. He took 2 steps back. Although he could not speak, he knew how to undo the illusion. This is school public property? You can't just stab it. His voice trembled slightly, but Kayasumi ignored Irika's words as he sauntered over, snatched the pamphlet back again, and threw it hard into the trash can, his gruff voice causing the office to quake. What a bull ****** pamphlet. I've never seen any pamphlet that talks about abandoning teammates. What's going on here? Just as the two were arguing, a few more teachers walked into the office. There was confusion in their expressions as they heard the office roar. Irika didn't follow up. He seemed to hear Kayasumi's anger, but was filled with confusion at his paranoid attitude. Kayasumi was about to ask the group to comment when she saw Irika with a smile and said, "We were just discussing teaching. It's fine now." With that, he tapped Kayasumi on the shoulder and pulled him back to his workstation. "I remember you're going to class soon, right? Or else you're getting ready for it?" Qingxuan heard. A pat on the thigh. "Right, later I have to go to the ING class. This must not hurry to pick up. Humph. I'll break it off with you boys next time." The crowd didn't think much of it. It wasn't uncommon for arguments to arise over teaching issues. They went to their workstations, prepared for their lessons, and corrected their assignments. Irika also returned to his workstation, but both eyes glanced at Kayasumi from time to time. Illusion? He's definitely under an illusion. Irika already had a conclusion in his mind, and immediately stuck to a blind spot in his field of vision, quietly formed a seal with both hands, and released solution. Phew, I wonder if this will return to normal. Irika pondered in his mind. He was now wondering if he should quietly follow along later to listen to one of Kayasumi's lessons. Chapter 60, Shiba Kayasumi. Danger! Kayasumi slumped back into his seat again, scratching his scalp and glancing at the booklet in the trash can that had been boxed into oblivion, feeling a little tricky about the classroom lesson that was about to unfold in a few moments. How about borrowing a booklet from someone? Although it is already a man of culture, but after all, the teaching staff need to take textbooks to give lectures. They cannot go to meet the brats with empty hands, right? Qingxuan. Other than that, usually the most respected is the readers. He passed a glance toward the front of his workstation, a bearded Nakanobu-sensei with his head buried deep into his desk. "Hey, that one, lend me the ninja code of conduct." The bearded ninja looked up, somewhat strangely at Kayasumi, and lifted his hand to hand him the booklet he had beside him. "Kayasumi, you didn't lose the booklet, did you? Harm, how could old me, Shiba Saizumi, make such a low-level mistake?" With a naive smile, Kayasumi reached for the booklet and waved his hand. The bearded man always felt that something was wrong, but he was in a hurry to catch up with the materials now, and without thinking about it carefully, he buried his head in his desk once again. Qingxuan opened the booklet again and took out a pen, and unlike last time, he didn't mean to do anything but make annotations on it. For example, fork out, mission priority over personal life, or scribble in red pen next to, abandon teammates if necessary, to read, the King of Heaven must carry back the bodies of his brethren even if he comes. Kayasumi was very satisfied with his annotations. Ding bell, the class bell rang on time. That guy, straightening up and lifting his pants, his eyes sharp, like a general rushing to the battlefield to the classroom. The other side. The classroom was lethargic. Although the energy was best in the first class, which was taught by the usually most meticulous teacher, Kayasumi Shiba, who had been teaching the most boring ninja code of conduct for the last few classes. This is the modern-day equivalent of a moral and ethical lesson. Though necessary, the reasoning inside the books is still a bit boring for children. Kibamaru was at the edge of the classroom by the window, bored and twirling his pen while he thought about how to improve his harem skills. Naruto's older brother had only approached himself once recently, and then he had devoted himself to his training, and he had nothing to do, but he actually had to take a boring ninja theory class. Was that reasonable? It was very unreasonable. He was as if his heart was in his mouth. If it wasn't for Mr. Kayasumi's excessive concern for attendance, he would have snuck out to play by now. Bam! Thunderous footsteps came. Kibamaru's small tiger body shook. This pace was not Kayasumi. Did it mean that the class had changed? A look of delight instantly passed through his expression. He was instantly refreshed, but soon saw the burly figure standing in front of the door. A pair of unruffled eyes, a wrinkled, lifted head, and a thick, lively brow. The children were silenced, while at the same time something strange was going on in their minds. Kayasumi-sensei seemed a bit different today. It was also Kibamaru who had the look of seeing Chiyo's swimsuit photo and his mood instantly down. It's still the same old thing, but Kayasumi was in the opposite mood. Dear, I'm a teacher now. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel some blood rising in his veins, and the excitement in his heart was hard to contain. So it was that the tough guy walked up to the podium with such a big grin, flung the pamphlet on the table, and moved his head a little with both arms folded. Fellow students, I should say our brothers of Kiba, if I have done something wrong in the past and offended you all, and you have a grudge in your heart and are offended, you must bear with me more. Ha! And somehow he looked around smugly, as if he had become a general on the battlefield, followed by a steep rise in volume. Of course, if you don't take the blame, you have to give it to me, or what else can you do? The children were wide-eyed, looking left and right, skeptical. If they had read the original, they were high and low enough to wonder if they had already stepped into the world of infinite monthly readings. Old, teacher? Ha! Kayasumi's eagle eyes immediately looked at the girl with the glasses at the front. Who was the student with the best theoretical grades in this class? We have no problem with you. Can we start lecturing? Her voice was weak, obviously intimidated by Kayasumi. Qingxuan nodded his head in satisfaction, but instead, the more he spoke, the more energized he became. You guys can't beat me anyway. Otherwise, whoever has a problem with that, come to the front of the podium right now and practice with me. The classroom was as quiet as dead silence, and the people looked at each other in disbelief, completely unable to comprehend Kayasumi's provocation. The travelers are such that they just go casually insane themselves, but the original NPCs have a lot more to think about. And at that moment, a certain figure by the window sat upright. Although Kibamaru didn't know what was going on, but listening to Kayasumi-sensei today just felt inexplicably energizing. Well, today, let's talk about what it means to have a ing will of fire. Qingxuan rolled up his sleeves, picked up the chalk and swished a few big words on the blackboard. And when he was done, he gloated at the board with an enraptured look on his face. Is this what it feels like to teach a board? Love it, love it. Qingxuan turned around, saw the crowd flipping through their textbooks, and instantly slapped on a smelly face. Close all those textbooks, for old time's sake. What's wrong with Kayasumi-sensei today? It's so strange, Mr. Kayasumi clearly said that the textbook is the most important. The doubts that had been bottled up for a long time finally exploded like a flood inside the classroom, and everyone whispered, their voices quickly drowning out the clear spring. Qingquan's eyes narrowed, not surprised by the crowd's reaction. When he thought about it, he was also a prick in the team. All of them were hammered all the way by the leaders, who hadn't had a time of capriciousness and open-mindedness. But then he saw him raise his hand violently, and Chatakra converged on his hand as if by instinct, spinning around and slapping it heavily against the lectern. Pow! The sound was like an explosion, scaring the girls in the class to scream, the boys to cover their faces, and the whole classroom clanked and banged in chaos. Son of a, you're not listening properly, are you? Qingquan angrily opened his eyes and cursed out a tiger. Look at you guys. What the hell kind of textbooks do you use in class? Will the enemy come and smash you to death with textbooks? The crowd was shocked. So the classes were all without textbooks? Listen up. I've studied the Will of Fire. It's very simple. There's no need for this damn book. Kayasumi paced back and forth as if to plow a path under the podium, slamming his muscular chest with a resounding thud. The so-called Will of Fire is a spirit. The one who meets on a narrow path is brave enough to win. In the face of a powerful opponent, one must show one's sword even if one knows that one is undefeated. Even if you fall, you must become a mountain, a ridge, burn yourself and illuminate others. The exclamation points in the sky also cannot express the feelings of Shiba Kayasumi's agitation at this time. A chaos? A seedling of kiba seems to meet the golden bumpy rice, although the flavor of the punch a little bit, but heck, it is really a little bit of nutrients. Kibamaru rose in excitement. He didn't know what he was warming up to, but he just thought that Kayasumi-sensei was extraordinarily handsome today. Some shadowy corner outside the classroom. Irika stared blankly at the sight in front of her, and her entire body felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. We must report this to Naruto-sama. Quickly, he shivered, pulling out his handkerchief and wiping his sweat. However, our comrade Kayasumi doesn't know anything about the dark side torture to read memories. He only knows that he had a great lesson today. Chapter 61 Reactions of the Parties. July 14th. Noon. Naruto's office. Sitting behind his desk, Hinata approved the piles of official documents while quietly listening to Irika's report with some anxiety in his tone. All in all, Naruto-sama, I think we should have the help of a shinobi who is skilled in illusions to take a look at Kayasumi's symptoms. His behavior this morning was just too much of an anomaly. Hizen stopped writing, put his pipe aside, and asked with a calm expression, how does this Shiba Kayasumi usually behave? Normally, he is serious and meticulous in his work. Although the person is a bit old-fashioned, he is very responsible and enthusiastic in treating his colleagues and students. Well, Hinata didn't react too much. Instead, she first calmed Irika's mood. I already know about the situation of Qingxuan. I will send someone to deal with this matter. As for you, don't have too much mental burden. This matter is not small to say the least, but not too big to say the least. Irika listened, a little surprised at Hinata's extraordinary calmness, but instead of putting his doubts on his face, he nodded at him. Yes, Naruto-sama. He turned to leave the office. Nikken relighting his cigarette, he fell into deep thought. As the third Nakanoshu exam approached, the rich and noble families and ninja clans and villages of various countries were heading towards Kiba village, and the flow of people in the village was more than twice as large as compared to usual. At this joint, it was not uncommon for a Kiba teacher to be assassinated. As a matter of fact, how to deal with foreign spies had been a hot topic of repeated debates within the Kiba hierarchy. Hinata didn't want to expand the matter. He had already fought with Guzu several times during this time because of the nine-tailed human pillar power issue, and the Dark Sect and the Root Sect had been frictioning explicitly and implicitly as well. Therefore, he couldn't take a high profile, but he also had to figure out exactly who had backstabbed Kayasumi. Thinking about it, he beckoned, and the Naruto's immediate dark side, hidden in the shadows, came out slowly, kneeling on one knee to Hinata. Have your captain come to the office? Hinata said faintly to the dark figure in front of him, referring to the white-clad shadowy figure who was in charge of watching over Naruto during this time. Yes, after the black-clad darkness had left, he pulled out his crystal ball and began to locate Kayasumi's position. The other side. Yo, brothers are here to buy donuts again. The yellow-haired teenager smirked and greeted the white-clad dark one, who could almost be ignored in the crowd. Ha ha, Naruto-kun has such good eyes. I can't believe I was able to see me in all these people. The white-clad dark one walked out without blushing and returned Naruto's dry chuckle. Where? It's mainly because of your extraordinary temperament, old brother. Finding you was as easy as finding a firefly in the dark night. Is that so? Actually, I think Naruto-kun is also a good-looking guy. Not a dare. Ha ha. The two faked pleasantries and met here by coincidence every day. Even though neither liked Gnocchi very much, Naruto would nag him like a coworker every time, both to get closer and look for opportunities to get information, but also to get him to let his guard down. I've been running to the donut store every day for so many days. The dark part should have already replicated my daily course of action. Next, let the shadow doppelganger do all this interfering work. There has to be some room for free movement. Naruto was thinking to himself when he suddenly noticed a slight change in the expression of the white-clothed dark part. His eyes behind his mask narrowed slightly, and his left hand subconsciously guarded his earpiece. Then, immediately returned to normal. It's been a nice chat today, so I'll leave you to it. The white-clad darkman nodded at Naruto and walked slowly in the opposite direction. Naruto watched him leave, alarm bells quietly ringing in his mind. To have the white-clad darkies leave, they must have come across something more important than spying on him. As an important figure in the eye of the storm, even if he didn't care about the politics of the village, the politics would take the initiative to care about him. And instead of sitting on the sidelines, he should take the initiative. Naruto followed slowly, keeping a long distance from the white-clad dark one. He took a few steps and then stopped for a few seconds, seeing the white coat heading in the direction of the Naruto building. To run to the office door and eavesdrop? There was still some time before he would go to Hinata in the afternoon to receive instruction, and he would have a hard time explaining himself if he was caught eavesdropping. For insurance purposes, he needed to think of something else. Hey, Just because I'm not good at scouting myself doesn't mean I can't get other help. Naruto turned his head and darted towards the Hinata family compound. In Naruto's office, Hinata looked in the direction of the window, staring ahead, her hands behind her back, and the white-clad dark side on one knee. Has Naruto been doing anything the last few days? Rather than getting right to the point, Hinata asked about Naruto first. Back to Naruto-sama. Naruto has been strictly following the home Ichiraku Ramen Hall, dumpling shop, Naruto building, route of travel for a while now, with occasional trips to the neighborhood of Haruno Sakura's house, and no other recreational activities whatsoever. Is that so? Hinata's demeanor relaxed slightly. After that, you won't have to watch over Naruto yourself. Now, you go and do two things. 1. Secretly intensify the patrols of Kiba village. Screen all outsiders coming to and from Kiba. Mark all outsiders suspected of being spies, and make arrests on the spot in the event of espionage. 2. You personally bring 2 of your men to monitor every move of Nakanobu Shippo Kayasumi. If you find anyone releasing illusions on him, shoot them dead and bring the body back to the Dark Ministry. If he appears to be spying on his own, subdue him on the spot and wrangle him to the Dark Ministry for torture. Whitey, yes. He didn't express any doubt or ask why he was spying on Shiba Kayasumi. This is the basic quality of Naruto's direct dark side. The Hyuga family compound. Naruto informed the guard at the door, asking him to go inside and call Daisy-sama out. The guard nodded his head, not daring to have any slowness, and hurriedly ran into the compound with small steps. He had recently heard the conversations of the adults in the compound, and the status of this maelstrom Naruto had long been different from what it used to be. After a while, a shy-looking Hinata walked out, her pretty face flushed and her white eyes unable to hide her joy, clearly pleasantly surprised by Naruto's initiative to call out. Naruto grinned and raised the gnocchi in his hand, inviting Daisy to taste it with him, who nodded sheepishly. Let's find a proper place. Naruto smiled warmly at Hinata. It's a bit of a buzzkill to eat directly here. Well. He led Daisy to a secluded spot in the dungeon store and took a seat, not rushing to make his intentions known to Daisy with a big grin. After all, a direct request for help would have been abrupt and would have drawn suspicion instead. Try it. Naruto pulled out a tricolor pill and handed it to Daisy while he himself pondered how he should talk to Daisy. Is it good? Yummy. A faint blush grew on her face. Naruto pulled out one of the pills as well and popped it into his mouth to chew, feeling the faint sweetness emanating from his tongue. The brain is in need of a sugar fix. Chapter 62. He is definitely not Lee Yunlong. July 14th. Afternoon. The two of them looked at each other in the gnocchi store, silently chewing on the same faintly sweet flavor. Hata couldn't hide the smile in her face as she rejoiced at Naruto's initiative, and at the same time was a little confused as to why Naruto-kun had suddenly come to play with himself. By the way, I had volunteered to give Naruto-kun the ointment just before, so Naruto-kun bought me dessert to eat in return for the ointment. The more Daisy thought about it, the more she realized that she was right, and it seemed like the right path to move against the Naruto monarch. And just then, she heard a soft sigh come from Naruto across the table. Naruto-kun? Immediately, Hinata exuded a look of concern. Naruto didn't explain, just smiled and waved his hand. Harm, just a sudden thought of a little annoyance, not enough to worry about. But the more he said, the more intrigued Daisy became, and she couldn't wait to share in her beloved's worries. Naruto-kun, just tell me, I might be able to help. Hinata looked at Naruto with amorous, beautiful eyes, expecting an answer. Waiting for you to say that. Naruto paused and spoke slowly. You do realize that I have the 9 tails lodged inside of me, so I'm usually under constant surveillance by the dark side, right? Daisy nodded as she listened. She had indeed heard about it from her family. Here's the thing. I don't have a deep social circle. I'm usually better acquainted with a few of my brothers from the dark sect. Except for you guys. Naruto smoothly started mouthing off to Daisuke. This is one of the white brothers, with me the best relationship. But recently hey, do not mention. Naruto suddenly didn't say anything, but came closer. Daisy followed suit and moved closer. She could vaguely feel the other woman's nostrils. Naruto lowered his volume and gritted his teeth. This guy, he owes me money. Daisuke was a bit surprised, but then a number of questions came to mind. Would someone from the dark sect be short of money? And would they ask Naruto-kun for a loan? But before she could think about it in detail, Naruto suddenly grabbed her hand. Daisuke instantly blushed, her pale face instantly turning into a ripe red apple. She felt completely unable to think, only to hear Naruto continue on. He borrowed several hundred taels from me again yesterday, saying he was going to buy a lottery ticket and would pay me back if he won. You say he's not as lucky as I am, so how can he just say he's going to win the lottery? Yeah, Daisy said, desperately trying to suppress her shyness as she tried to take in the information coming from Naruto, her face going a little stiff as a result. But Naruto didn't seem to notice Daisuke's dilemma and continued. And then guess what? This guy said he'd pay me back today. But what happened? He just evaporated. The last time I saw him, he was at the Naruto building. I can't just go to Grandpa Michio and tell him that the dark sect under your command owes me money. How rude would that be? Hey, if only I could know his whereabouts. With that said, Naruto released his grip on Hinata's hand, allowing the latter a moment to catch her breath. Hinata felt the lingering touch and residual heat in her hands, as if she was about to just faint at any moment, but a glimmer of reason in her mind told her that Naruto-kun had come to pour out his misery on her. So how could he possibly faint at a time like this? And why would Naruto-kun come to me with his complaints? Because he puts me at ease. After another long reprieve, under Naruto's somewhat concerned eyes, Hinata regained her original clarity. She pursed her lips, thinking that this was a problem she should be able to help with. Naruto-kun, she whispered daintily, perhaps, I could help? Really? Surprise instantly filled Naruto's eyes. Well, I can use my white eyes to help pinpoint his location. And then, Naruto-kun will be able to go after him to collect his debt. Great! Naruto pondered for a moment, then revealed an emotion of relief. By the way, Daisy, this is not a glamorous matter. Can I trouble you to help keep it a secret? Another intoxicating scarlet blush quickly ran across Daisy's cheeks as she listened. Could it be that Naruto-kun said that to imply to me that it's a little secret between the two of us? After thinking about it, she nodded her head with a somewhat excited expression. Aha! This caused Naruto to be taken aback for a moment. This little ninny is too good to be true. If only all women in the world were as gullible as she is. TSK, TSK, TSK. Soon, the two of them found an open field. Naruto described the white-clad dark minister, and Hinata then turned on her white eyes and began a sweep of the entire Konoha village. Be careful to avoid the direction of the Yamanaka clan. They can sense unknown detection. Naruto warned from the sidelines. Aha! Quickly, she locked her eyes in the direction of the ninja school. Naruto-kun, Hinata pointed that way a bit sheepishly. That big brother you were talking about is at the ninja school right now. Well, it's been hard work. Daisy, let's call it a day. It wasn't that Naruto was plucking and hanging mercilessly. It was just that he had more important things to do in the immediate future. He sent Daisy back to the compound while he himself pondered. There's a problem there at the ninja school. He obviously hadn't anticipated this plot direction, and for a moment was actually a little unsure of how to carry the investigation forward. He had graduated himself, and it would only seem abrupt to rush forward without any particular reason. It's so annoying. Let's go to Ichiraku's side to shag noodles. As he walked, Naruto suddenly thought of another person. Kiba Maru. He might notice something unusual about the school. Not much hope, but let's get a chance to buy him ramen afterward. Early in the morning of July 15th, Ichiraku Ramen House. Swoosh Naruto brother, thank you for buying me ramen today. Kibamaru ignored the image and gorged himself on the ramen and the side dishes inside, his mouth full of oil. Uncle, another bowl of ramen. Naruto signaled the older man to proceed with the cooking of the noodles, while he silently shivered them himself. By the way, I haven't heard from Mr. Irika in a while. Have you taken any of his classes lately? Instead of going straight to the point, Naruto chose to use Irika as a cutaway, asking about school updates in passing. Irika-sensei Kibamaru stopped shivering his noodles and thought for a moment. Grinning broadly, he had a fight with Kayasumi-sensei from our school just yesterday. Naruto caught the word Saizen and he gestured for Kibamaru to continue. While shivering his noodles, Kibamaru rambled on about the loud argument the duo had in the office, which even drew some of the students to watch. And this teacher, known as Kayasumi, even threatened to outlaw this mother ******** ing course, and said, why don't you dare to fight Naruto? Kibamaru hadn't noticed that Naruto's face had grown more and more ironic in the process, and by the end of the day he'd stopped shivering his face altogether and just listened in silence as he excitedly reverted to the entirety of Kayasumi-sensei's lecture. So, what a special teacher. Naruto desperately tried to suppress his inner emotions, waiting for Kibamaru to leave before he fell into panic. Impossibility written all over his face. So much so that Nine Tails felt the stirring in his heart. Li Yunlong? These three words of heavenly thunder rolled straight into Naruto's heart, making him unable to calm down for a long time. Like a landslide, the sea withered, and what little sanity was left in his mind seemed to be kissing him goodbye in style. The deadliest thing is that this traveler has been targeted by the dark side, which means that he could reveal the secret of his travel at any time. Even simply approaching him would be suspected by the dark side. How do you break it? He strolled through the streets and stood on the precipice called the future, only to feel that the people behind it had played a big joke on him. Wait, behind the scenes? Pop. Suddenly he felt that a certain thread that was blocking his deep thinking snapped. In an instant, his thoughts were clear, And he made a bold deduction about the general situation of the maze before him. He's definitely not Lee Yunlong.